This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 417 Legendary Creature. Lizardman Chieftain. A terrifying pulling force suddenly appeared from the gate. Chao Xing and Harati flew backwards almost uncontrollably. At this moment, their pupils shrank suddenly. Harati tried his best to stabilize his body, and wanted to rush to the entrance of the passage. However, this suction force was too terrifying, and could not be resisted at all. At the critical moment, Chao Xing instantly entered the demon transformation state, and then grabbed Harati's white arm. Hoo. He frantically vibrated his wings, and rushed out of the passage with her. Harati was caught by him. Like two small fish swimming upstream in a storm, the two of them moved forward bit by bit under the terrifying pressure. The two pairs of wings behind Chao Xing were almost smoking. Although it was difficult, they were at least moving forward at a slow speed. They were about to rush out of the passage. And at this moment, Chao Xing suddenly found that the backpack on his waist began to vibrate. When he came to his senses, he found that the sealing stone actually flew up by itself. Fuck. My stone. Chao Xing was shocked instantly. He seemed to understand why the Lizardman Overlord did not dare to approach. Because as long as he approached with this stone, the power in the stone door would be activated, and the stone would be sucked away by force. However, Chao Xing was now unable to take care of himself, and could not stop it at all. He could only watch the sealing stone fly over. Then, it directly stuck to the groove of the door. Buzz! A strong and ancient power burst out from the stone door. Then, the sealing stone began to turn slowly, and the sound of crackling sounded. Chao Xing also knew that the sealed door was about to open. As a crack opened, it was as if the door to a world was opened. An unprecedented vast breath emerged. Just a little bit of it made Chao Xing feel powerless. Even everyone in the entire Lampuri grottos felt this breath. Sarah, Assam and others changed their faces wildly. They realized that there might be a problem with Chao Xing. Assam exclaimed in an instant, "Go to the Lord!" Everyone's eyes showed panic, and Sarah rushed to the passage at the first time. However, as this ancient breath came, everyone seemed to be pressed by a mountain, and could not move at all. Damn it! Sarah held the dagger tightly, and an angry look appeared in her eyes. She was trying her best to resist this terrifying pressure, and move forward bit by bit. And Assam and others on the side were also extremely impatient. But this power was too terrible. It seemed that their struggle had no effect. At the same time, on the other side, Chao Xing was slowly moving towards the passage. Although he withstood the terrifying pressure, he felt that the magic power in his body could not be mobilized at all. It was as if all the strength in his body was suppressed. And at this moment, from the gate, endless strange energy gushed out, swallowing the entire passage. Chao Xing and Harati were also submerged by this terrifying energy, just when he thought it's over in his mind. But he found that this strange energy did not seem to hurt himself and Harati. A moment later, when the strange situation in the passage subsided, Chao Xing saw that a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. He stood there, wearing a tattered robe, and his whole body constantly exuded a strong but decayed breath, like an old man who was about to die. Chao Xing looked over, and saw only a number. Then, the old man slowly turned his head, and looked at them. The first thing that caught his eyes was an old face, with skin like ancient bark, and lines like cracked earth, crisscrossing on the back of his hands and neck. Chao Xing saw gray scales, the hunched body, the worn-out robe, and the long tail. Instantly, Chao Xing had a guess in his mind. Obviously, this old man was also a member of the Lizardman clan. However, although the aura of the other party was terrifying, Chao Xing did not feel murderous intent from him. Moreover, he did not attack himself. Does this mean that he seems to be safe for the time being? At the same time, the old man looked at Chao Xing and Harati, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. However, this smile seemed extremely stiff. The old man seemed to know that his expression was a bit scary. After adjusting for a moment, he coughed and said, "Ahem. I haven't talked to anyone for a long time. I don't know how to communicate. Sorry, my friend. I scared you." Chao Xing and Harati looked at each other. He asked tentatively, "You are not in the same group with the lizard man outside, are you?" The old man shook his head and said, "No." At this moment, Chao Xing and Harati breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. That's easy to say. However, he still remained vigilant. Then he looked at the old man and asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" The ugly old man smiled and replied, "My name is Kalo. You can also call me the lizardman leader." Chao Xing's eyes fixed again, although he had some guesses in his mind. But he was still a little surprised to hear the other party admit it himself. Chao Xing continued to ask, "This lizardman chief, how come you are behind that door? What's your relationship with that guy outside?" The old man who claimed to be the lizardman chief seemed to know that Chao Xing would ask this question, and sighed helplessly. The story started 10,000 years ago. Many years ago, our lizardman tribe lived in this mountain, and the tribe grew stronger and stronger. After reaching a certain size, we established various orders and rules like most tribes, and founded the Elders' Council. Eros is a member of the Elders' Council. One day, Elder Eros told me that he found a magical place deep in the mountains, which seemed to be connected to another plane. In that plane, there is a blue sky and endless grasslands. The most important thing is that the temperature in that plane is very high, about 20 degrees Celsius all year round. And so far, he is the only one who has discovered that plane. That place can be a place for us lizardmen to settle down and live happily. And after hearing about this, I was also very excited. So, under the leadership of Eros, I also entered that plane to explore, and found that the situation was indeed the same as he said. But, speaking of this, the lizardman chief paused. But what we don't know is that everything in that plane was arranged in advance by Eros. He used some special means to create this illusory scene. And even I was deceived. There are actually great dangers hidden in it. There is almost no vitality and magic power, which also means that the plane is not suitable for survival at all. He tricked all of us lizardmen into it. After we entered, Eros closed the sealed door and trapped our entire clan inside. 10,000 years have passed since then. After hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes showed doubt. Why did he trick you all in? The old patriarch sighed. Because he wanted to possess my power. In that plane, there is no vitality or magic. Even if you are a legendary, you can't stay there for long. As time goes by, I will become weaker and weaker. And then Eros will wait until I am almost completely gone. Open the sealed door, and then devour my body. A look of realization appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. He did understand why the lizard masters outside were called traitors. Chao Xing continued to ask, "Old patriarch, didn't you say that the entire lizard tribe entered that place back then?" Then the other lizard people. Although he already knew the answer, Chao Xing still wanted to confirm it. When the old patriarch heard this question, sadness appeared in his eyes again. Just as you thought. They are all dead. That plane is a huge cage, with no food, no magic power, and natural disasters that broke out from time to time. As time passed, everyone starved to death or was destroyed by natural disasters. After so many years, I am the only one left in the entire lizard tribe who is still supporting it. Chao Xing heard the loneliness in his tone. After all, the entire tribe was imprisoned in that prison for nearly 10,000 years. All the tribe members died one after another. It is indeed a sad thing that the lizard tribe leader watched all this happen, but was powerless. However, Chao Xing also remembered something. Since there is no food in that plane, how did the old tribe leader persist until now? There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. But Chao Xing did not ask this question clearly. It is not good to ask some things too clearly. He comforted, "Old tribe leader, don't be sad. You can come out of there alive. And those sacrificed tribe members will surely be happy for you." Hearing this, the old tribe leader sighed and shook his head. "Young man, thank you for defeating Eros and bringing the seal stone, so that I can get out of that hellhole. To show my gratitude, I will give you something." Hearing the last sentence, Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. He smiled and said, "Chief, you are too polite. How can I be so embarrassed?" Having said that, Chao Xing's hand has been extended. The lizardman chief was not angry when he saw him like this, but found it interesting, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he looked at him and Harati, and looked at them carefully. It seems that he is considering what reward to give him. After a while, surprise gradually appeared in his pupils. He said in shock, "You seem to have a mark left by a mysterious existence. My friend, have you come into contact with any powerful existence recently?" Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes showed doubt again. Powerful existence? Contact? He flipped through his memory. From the dragon speaker to the Lord of Orlan, and then to the master tamer. Finally, it was fixed on a terrifying figure. The old witch. Could it be her? Chao Xing frowned immediately. Because the old witch said that they would meet again later. Could it be the mark left on him at that time? Chao Xing shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Does the old patriarch's mark have any effect on me? The lizard man shook his head and said, It doesn't have any effect. But the other party can sense your location. After hearing this, Chao Xing also breathed a sigh of relief. For him, sensing the location doesn't matter. Anyway, he basically stays in the territory. And it's easy to find him. As long as it's not a mark similar to a curse. The lizardman patriarch continued. In that case, it seems that ordinary things are not worth your attention. He seemed to have made some kind of decision. Then, he took out a small statue from under his tattered robe. As soon as the statue appeared, it exuded a vast and mysterious atmosphere. There was a lizard roaring at the sky carved on it. And its right claw was raised high, as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. Feeling the strong breath on it, Chao Xing instantly realized that this statue was extraordinary. He asked with a tentative mentality, Old Patriarch, what is this? The lizardman patriarch said, This is the totem of my tribe. It contains the power of the ancestors. When you encounter danger, you can activate this statue, and it will send out a demigod attack to help you defeat the enemy. Hearing the latter sentence, Chao Xing's pupil shrank. Damn! What? A demigod attack? What is this concept? From the Eternal Sin Ice Prison skill book that Chao Xing just got as a first kill reward, it can be seen how powerful this level of attack is. However, Eternal Sin Ice Prison is only a legendary attack. Demigods are many times more terrifying than legends. It can even be said that demigods are the strongest creatures below gods. When this level of existence strikes, it is truly devastating. A strong shock appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. At the same time, he seemed to remember something and asked again. Tentatively asked, Old Patriarch, are you a demigod? The old man smiled and shook his head. I am still a long way from being a demigod. A sudden realization appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. He thought that he would meet a demigod this time. The old man continued, My friend, the power of the demigod is extremely strong. You need to consider carefully every time you use it. In addition, even if you have this statue, try not to provoke legendary powerhouses. Although the attack of the demigod is powerful, it cannot kill the legend in 1 second. Especially the powerful legend. Their vitality is extremely strong. And they can also recover with the help of divine power. If you can't kill the opponent, then you will die. Also, if you are unlucky enough to meet a demigod, then I can only wish you good luck. The old patriarch looked at him deeply. Chao Xing immediately replied without hesitation, Don't worry. Old patriarch, I don't even dare to provoke a hero-level powerhouse, let alone a legend. As for the demigod, I dare not even think about it. The old patriarch also nodded with relief, and then handed over the prop in his hand. Chao Xing took it with joy. Obtained, lizardman ancestor statue. Chao Xing did not check it at the first time, but put it in his backpack. Then he asked, Old Patriarch, what are your plans next? Would you like to stay in my territory and recuperate for a while? Yes. Chao Xing has been thinking about whether he can take him back to his territory. After all, this is a legendary being, even close to a demigod, with such a powerful being in charge of the territory. What is Chao Xing afraid of? The Blood Army? Or the Undead Army? The old man looked at Chao Xing, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Then, he shook his head and said, Thank you for your kindness, my friend. However, I will leave here next to recover from my injuries and find other tribesmen on this continent. As the 185th generation patriarch of the lizard people, I will continue to assume the corresponding obligations. Chao Xing nodded. I see. Then I hope you can find your other tribesmen smoothly. Just as the other party was about to leave, Chao Xing seemed to remember something and asked, By the way, Old Patriarch, do you still want this cave? This seems to be where the lizard people once lived in their home. Chao Xing is preparing to mine here on a large scale. If this old patriarch wants to lead the tribe back later, it will be a bit troublesome. The lizardman patriarch shook his head and said, No. This place is just a sad place for us. After hearing this, Chao Xing smiled again. At the same time, the old patriarch waved his hand. Then, see you again if we are destined to meet, young man. Before disappearing, the lizardman patriarch turned his head and said, By the way, I remind you not to step into the world behind that door easily. After saying that, it disappeared on the spot. And with its departure, the terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire cave also disappeared. After the patriarch left, Chao Xing was thoughtful. Don't step into the world behind the door easily. According to the old patriarch, the door is connected to an extremely dangerous plane. Not only is there no vitality and magic, but natural disasters will break out from time to time. Listen to the advice and eat enough. It's better not to step into it easily before you are strong enough. But I have the key. If possible, can I also imitate the lizardman master? Trick the enemy in, and then lock him up. Obviously, this plan should be feasible, but the risk is a bit high. If you really want to implement it, you have to make a series of preparations. At this time, the voice of Harati next to him interrupted his thoughts. Lord. Chao Xing turned his head and looked. What's wrong? Harati? The centaur saint's face seemed a little unnatural at this time. She lowered her head and said softly, That, you can let go of my hand. Hearing this, Chao Xing also reacted instantly. Hurry and let go of Harati's palm. Because the incident just happened suddenly, and the atmosphere was too tense. So Chao Xing forgot about it. He had just held Harati's palm for a few minutes, and a layer of sweat appeared on it. Sorry, Harati. The centaur saint shook his head gently and said, You don't have to apologize. Respected Lord, I'd rather say I want to thank you. When you were in danger just now, the first thing you thought of was to take me away with you, instead of letting me stay and delay. In my opinion, your behavior is extremely noble and full of kindness. I am very glad to be your subordinate. Because of your words and deeds, the centaur saint, Harati Softhoof's loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 85. Chao Xing smiled. Because the incident just happened suddenly, he really didn't think too much. At the same time, the suppressed Sarah and Francesca and others have also swarmed over. Lord, we are here. Bron's loud voice sounded. Lord, how are you now? Sarah behind him also spoke anxiously. When they all rushed into the passage, they gradually breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Chao Xing, who was safe and sound. Chao Xing said, Don't worry. I'm fine. Elisa immediately showed joy. Great. Just now a terrible breath appeared and froze all of us. We wanted to go over, but our legs seemed to be grabbed by a monster, and we couldn't move at all. Woo woo woo. Fortunately, the Lord is fine. As the little girl spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Chao Xing smiled. Then, he briefly explained to everyone what happened. When they finished listening to Chao Xing's story, everyone's eyes were shocked. After all, no one expected that behind this stone door, there was actually a legendary strongman, and he was even close to the demigod level. Luckily, this level of strongman did not attack them. Otherwise, a being that is about to reach the demigod level can destroy them all with a wave of his hand. Shaking his head, Chao Xing ordered, Bron, Assam, go and close the stone door at the end of the passage. Then take down the seal stone on it for me. The two big guys immediately obeyed the order respectfully and walked forward. Chao Xing, on the other hand, couldn't wait to check the properties of the statue. Lizardman Ancestor Statue, Special Item. Divine Power, 50, 1 point can be restored every day. Item Effect, it records the power of the Lizardman Ancestors, and can consume divine power to use demigod level skills such as Sky-Splitting Claw, Poison Flame Giant Lizard Storm, and Ancient Lizard King's Wrath. Note, an extremely powerful statue that records a certain ability of the Lizardman Patriarchs of all generations. Huh? Are there actually 3 different skills? Chao Xing glanced at the properties. Sky-Splitting Claw consumes 30 points of divine power, causes 177 million fixed damage to all enemies within 10,000 meters ahead, affected by the opponent's armor or other skills, and adds 1 layer of legendary tearing effect to the hit enemy, armor reduced by 10,000 points. Lasts 60 seconds. Note, this skill contains powerful power and may damage the terrain. Please use it with caution. Chapter 418, A Demigod Strike. A real killer. Poison Flame Giant Lizard Storm. Consume 40 points of divine power. Summon the shadow of the Poison Flame Giant Lizard to attack. Condense a Poison Flame Storm in the area with a diameter of 10,000 meters in front, and cause 24.26 million Poison Flame damage per second to all enemies inside, which lasts for 10 seconds. After the Poison Flame Storm ends, 10 layers of Ancient Lizard Poison will be added to all enemies, and 2.85 million health points will be lost per second, which lasts for 30 seconds. Note, this skill contains strong poison flame power. and the remaining power will pollute the surrounding environment. Please use it with caution. Ancient Lizard King's Wrath. Consume 50 points of divine power. Summon the phantom of the Ancient Lizard King, and launch a destructive light column at the enemy, causing 10 by 132 million fixed damage to all enemies within 10,000 meters in front. Each attack hit will reduce the enemy's armor by 10% hiss. After reading the above attributes, Chao Xing took a deep breath. Abnormal. It's really abnormal. These three skills are more terrifying than each other. Especially the last one. The Wrath of the Ancient Lizard King. This thing is a real killer. 10 damages. And it bursts out instantly. And each hit will reduce the enemy's armor, equivalent to a higher attack. At the last attack, the damage is directly reduced by 100% of the enemy's armor. With such a terrifying power, even legendary creatures will be severely damaged. If it is a weaker legend, it may be killed instantly by this attack. Not to mention hero-level creatures. Under this demigod-level ultimate move, almost as many as come will die. Of course, the more powerful the skill, the more terrifying the consumption. Calculated according to the speed of divine power recovery above. After using a big move, you need to wait 50 days before using it again. Including the other two skills, you need to wait at least 1 month to use them once. At this time, Chao Xing remembered the props of the system's first kill reward. The Divine Power Fragment. According to the above introduction, 1 fragment can replenish 10 points of divine power, and 5 fragments can replenish 50 points of divine power. That is to say, I can even use Ancient Lizard King's Wrath twice in a row regardless of the cost? After reaching this conclusion, Chao Xing was shocked for a moment. Then he was ecstatic. Haha. 1 Lizard King's Wrath may not kill the legend, but if it comes twice, it will definitely kill the legendary existence. Instantly, Chao Xing's confidence increased greatly. With this thing, he even has the capital to fight against the legend. Although the Ascalon Book of the Dead was consumed, the lizardman statue was obtained, which can be said to be a big profit. Comfortable. Satisfiedly put this lizardman ancestor statue into the backpack. Assam and Braun also came back at this moment. Lord, the stone door has been closed. This is the stone you want. Assam handed it over respectfully. Chao Xing put the seal stone back into his backpack and nodded slightly. Then he continued to order, block this passage and don't let the workers get close to it for the time being. Yes, sir. After hearing this, Assam turned around quickly and waved the sword of the lake girl in his hand. Boom! The boulder collapsed and completely blocked the passage. So far, the last trace of danger in this cave has been eliminated. Chao Xing continued, let's go. Let's go out. Under the guidance of Arati, a group of core combatants, including the group of centaurs, walked out of the hall. Along the passage, they went around and successfully arrived outside the cave. At this moment, the 4 Gale Griffins were still waiting at the door. As air units, they could not play much advantage in the complex terrain inside the cave. So Chao Xing did not let them in. Lu Muxua whispered, the snow seems to have stopped. Chao Xing looked up and saw that there were no more snowflakes in the sky. Then he looked at the time. It was 14:39 in the afternoon. It had been almost an hour since they entered the cave. The snow didn't fall for long, but the falling snow covered the mountains with a layer of white velvet again. Chao Xing looked at the centaur next to him and said, Kanar, although this place is a sad place for you, but this is also the place where the centaurs paid their lives and fought for it. We should make full use of its value. So I need you to bring a few centaurs to guard the entrance here, and wait for me to go back and call the workers over, and then develop this cave. After hearing this, Kanar immediately said respectfully, please don't worry about us. Respected Lord, I will take people to guard this place. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Then he continued to jump on the Bai's back. Lu Muxua, who was standing beside him, also rode on the Frust Moose. Chao Xing said, now, everyone follow me back. Everyone started to act, and a look of relief gradually appeared on their faces. This battle was a meaningful transformation for many people, because even they had never dealt with such a powerful enemy in their previous lives. Now, they have successfully defeated the powerful enemy, and have made great breakthroughs in both their state of mind and cognition. At the same time, Dabai and Xiaolan led the team and rushed all the way forward. In the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the valley. The group of griffins hovered in the low sky and followed the team forward. Their majestic figures passed through the sky, as if they were a loyal guard team. escorting everyone. About an hour later, Chao Xing and others returned to the territory smoothly, including wild boar warriors, Ascalon warriors, and swordsmen from the Star Country. Hundreds of combatants have been waiting eagerly in the center of the territory. They all knew that their lord had taken away all the core combatants in the territory to rescue the Centaur troops. While they were moved, they were also very worried. Those newcomers may not feel much. After all, they have been summoned for less than 24 hours. And those wild boar warriors and Ascalon warriors seem to be living a miserable life. They finally found a place that could be called home. And they were willing to give everything for this territory. If something happened to the Lord, it would be unimaginable. Including Marita at this time. There was also a look of worry in the room. And at this moment, they noticed a group of familiar figures outside the territory. Instantly, there was a look of surprise in their pupils. The wild boar warriors laughed and said, "Ha ha. The strong lord is back. And he brought back the centaurs. Great. I said the lord will definitely defeat the strong enemy." The warriors echoed. "That's right. I also firmly believe that the lord can be invincible as before. And all enemies will be swept away by him. The lord is invincible." Marita in the room also showed joy in her eyes after hearing the news of Chao Xing return. And when Chao Xing and others approached, the smiles on everyone's faces gradually disappeared, because they saw the bodies of other centaurs on the backs of those centaurs. For a while, the warriors fell silent. Chao Xing rode Dubai to the front of everyone and said, "As you can see, we brought back the centaurs. But many warriors have also sacrificed. They sacrificed for the territory. And they will be remembered by all of us." The warriors immediately straightened their faces and looked at him seriously. Chao Xing waved his hand and continued, "Now, bury our hero in the hero's tomb area." Under the gaze of the crowd, the centaurs carried the bodies of their companions and walked towards the hero's tomb area of the territory, until their bodies were buried and a stone tablet was erected on it. The names of each of them were recorded on it. The group of newly joined Silverhand Knights saw this scene and seemed to understand why the warriors of this territory were so fanatical about the Lord. For a while, the loyalty of these newcomers rose by 5 to 10 points. After a while, the centaur Saint Harati seemed to remember something. She turned slightly and took a leather backpack from her streamlined horseback. Then she handed it to Chao Xing respectfully. "Lord, this is the spoils we got from clearing the cave. Please take a look." Chao Xing nodded and put away all the things in the backpack. Obtained, high-level Heart of Power *47. Obtained, intermediate Heart of Power *215. Obtained, elite Soul of Cave Monitor Lizard *13. Obtained, high-level Element Crystal *441. Obtained, intermediate Element Crystal *1632. Obtained. Seeing so many materials, Chao Xing's face also showed relief. They killed nearly 2,000 monitor lizards in that cave. Although the corpses were all hatched into blood spiders by Hilda, a lot of materials were still exploded. Not bad. Harati, you are tired from fighting continuously. Now let all the centaurs go back to their rooms to rest. Harati glanced at the status of the group of centaurs, then nodded and said, "Yes. Thank you, Lord." After that, she turned around and led all the centaurs away from here. Lu Muxua looked at Chao Xing and said softly, "Ah Xing, there are still 2 hours until the end of the Zhuama Claw Challenge. Shall I lead the warriors to continue fighting? You can also get a lot of points in these 2 hours." After several days of the Zhuama Claw Challenge, Lu Muxua's command experience and combat experience are rapidly improving. It also made her a point-scoring maniac. She used to get up at 6 or 7 o'clock every day, but now she wakes up at 5 o'clock and takes the warriors out to wait for the refresh of Zhuama Claw. So she doesn't want to waste the remaining 2 hours. Chao Xing looked at her with relief. "Go out later, Muxua. This master-level Heart of Power is for you. You use it to break through first." Lu Muxua was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "Don't give it to Assam or Zierda first." She also knew that in the territory, the benefits of these 2 breakthroughs are relatively large. Chao Xing shook his head and explained, "No. It will be more effective if you break through now. In the past, there were not many people in our territory, so the benefits of taking the elite route were greater. But now, as the Legion gradually takes shape, the number of combatants is increasing, and your role is becoming more and more important. Because of your blessing, the warriors can fight 1 level higher, or even 2 levels higher. And the stronger you are, the stronger the strength of the entire territory will be. And the faster you can push down an ice nest monster legion. Lu Mushua's eyes showed a look of realization. And then she nodded solemnly. I understand. Ah Xing. I will definitely break through. She held the broken sword in her hand. Her eyes were extremely firm. Chao Xing smiled. Then he took out the master level power heart. Lu Mushua took it gently. And then crushed the crystal directly. Crack! As the pure power was absorbed by her. After a moment, bursts of strong aurora power continued to emanate from her tall body. The gorgeous aurora danced in the air like a lively ribbon, making her look ethereal and ethereal. At the same time, waves of powerful power emerged in her body, and became stronger and stronger. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing knew that this was a sure thing. Sure enough, the system prompt appeared. Your subordinate lord, Lu Mushua, used the master level power heart and successfully advanced to the 6th level creature, with basic attributes increased by 100%. Life value increased by an additional 100%. And abnormal resistance increased by 50% at the same time. Lu Mushua opened her beautiful pupils. And the gorgeous aurora power seemed to have found a home. And all poured into her body. She said excitedly, axing. I succeeded? Her tone was full of joy and excitement. Chao Xing also showed a look of relief on his face. Great. Mushu. He glanced at the attributes. Survivor, Lu Mushua, good guy. The spirit has exceeded 3,000. So, the blessing of courage can increase everyone's attack power by 4521 points. This is too scary. What does 4,500 attack mean? It can increase the attack power of these soldiers on the field by more than twice. Even if it is added to Chao Xing, it can increase by about 80%. It can be said that after her blessing, the overall strength of the territory will reach a new height. Chao Xing exclaimed, really good. Mushu. Now use the blessing on all our soldiers. The beauty in front of him nodded solemnly. After speaking, Chao Xing first called all the warriors over and gathered them together. Then, surrounded by the crowd, she raised Magdel and released Blessing of Courage. Buzz! A powerful aurora power spread from the tip of her sword. In an instant, everyone felt that a powerful and terrifying force poured into their bodies. The boar warrior exclaimed, Gods above! The Lord's wife's blessing became even more terrifying. And the boar warrior felt full of power. Others were also shocked. This power was so strong that the attack power of these 5th level warriors was almost at the 7th level strength. Chao Xing took a look and saw that the status of the newly joined Silver Hand Knights and Tribal Witch Doctors was almost the same. So, Chao Xing ordered, it's still a while before dark. Ascalon warriors, continue to follow my wife to fight. Assam, you lead the Silver Hand Knights and Tribal Witch Doctors to deal with the Ice Nest Monster Legion and raise the level of these newcomers. Boji, your team stays. I have other arrangements later. After hearing this, everyone immediately accepted the order. Lu Mushua and Assam each rode their mounts. Then they split into 2 groups and continued to challenge the Claws Wama. Only the Dragon Blood warriors led by Boji and the Earth Mages who had reached the maximum level were left. After Lu Mushua and the others left, Chao Xing said, Commander Boji, take the warriors and wait in the territory first. The Dragon Blood fighter holding a giant axe said respectfully, Yes, Lord. After arranging these combatants, Chao Xing called the polar man De Zhuang again. At this moment, De Zhuang was carrying a bundle of wood on his shoulders and walked towards Chao Xing quickly. Because the goblin labor excavation team led by these dozen polar men was very efficient. Yesterday, the resource mines refreshed near the territory had been dug out. Without mineral veins to dig, Chao Xing could only let them go around to cut down some trees. De Zhuang came to Chao Xing, put the wood at his feet, and patted his clothes. Respected Lord. Chao Xing nodded slightly, and then asked, De Zhuang, how many transport vehicles do we have in our territory now? De Zhuang thought about it in his mind, and then said, My lord, there are almost 12. Hearing this number, Chao Xing also smiled. Very good. I will give you a task next. De Zhuang immediately straightened his body and began to listen carefully. From now on, you will lead all the goblin laborers, drive our transport vehicles, and go to the mine cave more than 100 kilometers away from the territory to carry out mining work. Because the journey is long, it is difficult to go back and forth, so you may work and rest there for a while. However, we have already seen the environment of the mine cave. The temperature inside is suitable. As long as you light a fire, You don't have to worry about the cold. The conditions may be a bit difficult, and you need to overcome them for a while. After hearing this, De Zhuang quickly replied, no problem. Lord, please don't worry. We polar people often work in some extremely harsh environments, and this difficulty is nothing to us. And with the territory providing us with logistics, for us, working outside is as easy as a vacation. Chao Xing nodded. Then, he looked at the wild boar warrior next to him. Lab, you lead 20 wild boar warriors and escort our convoy now. Yes. Strong Lord. Lab immediately grasped his weapon and began to select suitable personnel. De Zhuang also left here. A moment later, more than 100 goblins returned to the territory one after another. Chao Xing asked other polar people to load more than 2,000 kilograms of food and some meat on their transport vehicles, enough for their living needs for many days. There were also a lot of coal and wood for them to keep warm at night. After everything was ready, a dozen polar people got into the cab of the transport vehicle. The goblin laborers jumped into the truck skillfully. Boom! The energy core of the transport vehicle started. After a while, De Zhuang drove the black armored transport vehicle to Chao Xing. Lord, we are off. Chao Xing nodded in greeting. Under his gaze, the convoy left the territory in a mighty manner. Not bad. I have done another thing, Chao Xing said with relief. Lamprey Grotto is a large resource point. In addition to the Frost White Crystal Mine, there are also a large number of other ores. In the future, even if they do not look for new resource points for 1 or 2 months, it will be enough for them to mine. He is also preparing for the next version update. After all, once the challenge of Zhuangma Claw is over, they will enter a special scene, the Oracle War, which will last for a month, and the group of staff will not follow them in, so they have to arrange their work for the next month. Chao Xing continued to walk in the territory while thinking carefully about what else to prepare. Then, he looked at the spoils in the backpack. There were a lot of epic quality materials piled up there, all of which were exploded from the corpse of the lizardman overlord. If he could digest it, Chao Xing would have more than a dozen epic equipment at once. But now, he does not have a master forger, so he can only put it aside for the time being. In addition to these materials, there is also a overlord soul with a powerful aura. This is also a resource that can be used immediately. Currently, there are only 6 people in the territory who can use this soul. They are Sarah, Hilda, Berger, Francesca, Victoria, and the Centaur Harati. According to these 6 strong men, their strongest strength was only at the commander level. No one has ever reached the master level. After transforming to the master level, not only will the attributes be improved, but the domain will also be activated, which can be said to be a huge improvement. But Chao Xing is now facing a problem. That is, he doesn't know who to give this soul to. These 6 commanders have their own characteristics. Whoever breaks through to the master level can strengthen the strength of Chao Xing territory. But there is only one soul. How to choose is indeed a difficult problem. Who should I give it to? Just as he was thinking about this problem, he suddenly found a white figure following behind him. Turning around, he found that the bird covered with white feathers was looking at him with its head raised. Chapter 419, The Transformation of the Chicken King. The Cursed Nemesis. A bare-feathered chicken behind him was staring at him. Buoyancy? Chao Xing asked in confusion. Didn't Mushua go out just now without you? Cluck. The bare-feathered chicken flapped its wings and jumped around, not knowing what it wanted to do. At the same time, Lu Mushua's call request came in. As soon as it was connected, her somewhat anxious voice was heard. Axing. Have you seen Buoyancy? Chao Xing replied, yes. This guy is in the territory. Lu Mushua, who was on the other end of the call, was relieved immediately. Huh. It's good to see it. I don't know when Buoyancy ran away during the battle just now. When we came to our senses, we couldn't see its figure anymore. I thought it went somewhere, but I didn't expect it to run back to the territory. Lu Mushua's tone was a little speechless. Chao Xing also laughed after hearing it. This bare-feathered chicken is also interesting. It actually ran back home by itself. Mushua, you continue to fight. Don't worry about it. Okay. After that, both parties hung up the call, and Chao Xing looked behind him. This light-feathered chicken didn't call, just looked at Chao Xing, and followed him wherever he went. Quite like a follower. Chao Xing naturally knew what this little guy was thinking. Bewley, want to eat again? Cluck. The light-feathered chicken kept nodding. and the white crown feathers on its head were trembling slightly. The black gemstone-like eyes looked at its owner with desire. Beauty is the most greedy one among the pets raised by Qiaoxing. But it's not bad. Although this guy is greedy, he also has a sense of propriety. Feed it 1 or 2 pet rations or green quality life tree heart every day, and it won't bother you. Just when Qiaoxing was about to take out a pet ration and send it away, a different idea suddenly came to his mind. I still have a commander-level soul of the soul-devouring netherworm in my backpack, which I haven't used yet. How about trying to raise the buoyancy to the leader level, and then let it use this soul? If the commander-level soul fails, there is a high probability that the body will be deformed. Qiaoxing didn't dare to let Assam or Isabel and others use it. But the light-feathered chicken is different. It is originally a bird creature, and even if the body is deformed, it is not ugly. It can be said that if it succeeds, it will make a lot of money, and if it fails, it will not lose money. Thinking of this, Qiaoxing immediately made a decision. But before that, the buoyancy must be raised to the leader level before it can transform into a commander. So Qiaoxing first took out the leader's soul that the mercenary leader exploded from his backpack. Then he directly slapped it into the buoyancy. Inside the body, this light-feathered chicken didn't figure out what was going on at first, until it felt a burst of strong power surging in its body. Its black pupils suddenly expanded. Then, a soft light continued to appear from its body. Cack. Clack. Buoyancy seemed very happy, flapping its wings continuously. The breath on its body was also rising. I don't know if it was because of the increase in luck. This breakthrough was very smooth. After a while, the system prompt appeared. Your pet, buoyancy breaks through to the leader-level creature. Basic attributes increase by 30%. And learns a new skill, Light Feather Shelter. Light Feather Shelter, condense feathers, attached to 10 friendly units, so that they obtain a layer of holy light film. The light film can block damage, and the durability is 10 of the attack power of the light feather chicken. 0%. The effect lasts for 30 seconds. During the light feather shelter, each friendly attack has a 30% chance of triggering an additional light feather attack, causing magic damage of 30% of the light feather chicken's basic attack power to the enemy. And the cooling time is 120 seconds, huh? It's actually a group auxiliary skill? This effect is good. This skill not only has a layer of light film, that is, a shield effect. So, with all my auxiliary skills, almost everyone can have 5 layers of shield, 3 layers of holy shield, 1 layer of heavenly voice shock, and 1 layer of light feather shelter. In addition, this skill has another ability. That is, when a friendly attack is attacked, it will trigger an additional attack effect, increasing the output capacity of the warriors. Not bad. Not bad. It just so happens that the 3 pets in front are basically combat type. Now there is an auxiliary pet, which is also very helpful to me. Just when Qiaoxing was about to go all out and give his soul to buoyancy, he suddenly realized something. No, it has been successful too many times before. I have a feeling that this time the breakthrough will fail. Qiaoxing believed in his hunch very much. So before buoyancy breaks through, he has to find something to fail a few times. In our words, it is called a knife. Thinking of this, Qiaoxing exchanged all the remaining ice dragon marks in his backpack for high-level hearts of power, counting the number that Harati had just given him and the number that was not used up last time. The total was 147. Not bad. With so many, it should be enough for all the earth mages to break through. So Qiaoxing called out the newly summoned apprentices. All the hearts of power were distributed, and their loyalty was increased again. In their excited eyes, Qiaoxing announced, "Then now, let's start the breakthrough." All the mage apprentices bowed slightly, and then crushed the crystals. Crack! Crack! With a series of shattering sounds, the pure power was absorbed. The aura on their bodies continued to rise. However, this time, the success rate was mediocre. 67 out of 100 succeeded, and 33 failed. The failed mages looked dejected. But seeing this scene, Qiaoxing was very happy. Not bad. Not bad. It's a good failure. The more you fail, the more stable you will be next time. So, he stood up and encouraged at the right time, don't be discouraged. Those who failed, keep trying, and get a new heart of power from me to break through. After hearing this, the mages came forward again, until only 2 of the remaining 47 hearts of power were used. Everyone almost succeeded in breaking through. Xiaoxing sighed. Very good. This time the knife is almost done. After letting all the mages return to the mage tower, he came to the side of the light feather chicken again. Took out the soul that contained a strong evil aura. Buoyancy when seeing this soul. There was some instinctive resistance. It flapped its wings, and subconsciously wanted to escape from here. And Xiaoxing reached out, and grabbed its wings. Cluck. 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 The light feather chicken seemed a little flustered. Xiaoxing said in its ear, "Don't be nervous. It will be fine in a while." After saying that, before it could react, he patted the soul, and merged it into its body. Instantly, Fuli seemed to be stimulated by something. And the chicken's eyes suddenly widened. Then it began to flap its wings at a rapid speed. Cluck. Cluck. The light-feathered chicken kept shouting, and seemed to be in great pain. The light aura on its body was also flickering. Even, Xiaoxing saw something wriggling under its bright feathers, which looked a little creepy. Xiaoxing frowned. Is it going to fail? He squatted down and comforted Fuli. Don't be afraid. This won't be dangerous. It's just that something else may grow on your body. But don't worry. Even if you become ugly, I won't dislike you. After hearing this, Fuli seemed even more scared. The whole chicken was trembling, and the light on its body became dimmer. Seeing this, Xiaoxing took out a purple pet food from his backpack and fed it directly. After swallowing the pet food, the delicious stimulation seemed to make it forget the pain. Chuck! It stopped flapping its wings, and the bird's pupils became extremely bright. The next moment, a strong breath of light burst out from its body. Xiaoxing's pupils shrank immediately. This situation. Could it be? The next moment, the system prompt appeared. Your pet, buoyancy successfully breaks through to the 5th level commander level creature. Basic attributes increase by 30%. This breakthrough spirit increases an additional 20%. Activates the commander level skill, Purifying Light. Commander level skill Purifying Light. Concentrate the power of light throughout the body. Cast Purifying Light. Can remove all negative states below the hero level on the target unit, including bleeding, poisoning, burning, curse and other effects. Cooling time, 30 seconds. Note, with the bonus of the talent growth purification, the purification effect of this skill is further strengthened, and it can dispel all negative states below the legendary level. Seeing the above attribute introduction, Xiaoxing was instantly surprised. Fuck! Not only can it dispel all negative states, and with the bonus of talent, it can even dispel all abnormal states below the legendary level. This commander skill is very terrifying. As he gets stronger, he faces more and more enemies. Many enemies have powerful negative state attacks, which can no longer be dispelled by Lu Mushua's purification. The buoyancy activates this skill, which can greatly increase the safety of the team. And the cooldown time of this skill is not long, only 30 seconds. In addition, Xiaoxing also noticed a description above that can remove curses. According to the notes, this skill can even dispel all curses below the legendary level. So, what level of curse effect does the life-withering curse on Marita belong to? Thinking of this, Xiaoxing decided to give it a try. So, he looked at Buoyancy next to him. Follow me. After the breakthrough, Buoyancy seemed very satisfied with his condition. He was admiring his figure, with a smug look on his face. After hearing Xiaoxing's order, he slowly followed him, and they soon came to Marita's room and knocked on the door. Knock. Knock. Ms. Marita, I have something to talk to you about. Hearing Xiaoxing's voice, a mature voice came from inside. Okay. I come out right away. The footsteps gradually sounded. A moment later, a figure in a low-cut dress and elegant manners walked out of the room. Marita's mature face was full of doubts. She said, Lord Xiaoxing, what's wrong? Xiaoxing did not mention the curse immediately, but said, Thank you for giving me the orb this time. This thing helped me a lot, and helped me defeat the enemy. Now, it is returned to its original owner. After that, he handed the orb to Marita. Although the effect of this thing is very abnormal. Even the dominant creatures were controlled in place for so long. It can even work on legendary strongmen. Combined with the trump card, he just got lizardman ancestor statue. It is almost a god killer. But Xiaoxing still knows what to take, and what not to take. For Marita, the value of this orb must be very precious. It is a treasure she carries with her to save her life. However, seeing the orb in Xiaoxing's hand, Marita did not take it immediately. but said softly, "It's nothing. Just a little help. The best news is that Lord Chaoxing can return safely." After hearing this, Chaoxing also showed a gentle smile in his eyes. He continued, "By the way, how is the life-withering curse in your body? How long can it be suppressed?" Hearing this topic, Marita sighed. "To be honest, Lord Chaoxing, I came to the snowstorm to find a way to completely remove the life-withering curse. According to a strong man in our Orchid Kingdom, there may be a legendary strongman who is hidden in a small village in the snowstorm. Maybe he has a way to help us solve the curse on our bodies. But this strongman has not appeared for many years. No one knows whether he is still here. So we are just trying it out." Speaking of this, some worries appeared in the eyes of the noble lady, and Chaoxing looked at her and asked tentatively, "How about, let me try?" Marita raised her head, with a bit of doubt in her beautiful eyes. "What do you mean?" Chaoxing said, "To be precise, let my pet try it." After that, he pointed to the light feathered chicken next to him. Marita looked at the light feathered chicken that was holding its head high and was very narcissistic, and a strange look appeared in her eyes. Although she felt a little unreliable, she still trusted Chaoxing very much. So, Marita nodded for some reason. "Then, give it a try?" After hearing this, Chaoxing also smiled. "Buoyancy. Use the light of purification on Ms. Marita." Hearing the order, the light feathered chicken immediately flapped its wings and gradually floated in the air. Cluck. As the clear cry sounded, a lot of soft light emanated from its body. These lights carried a strong power of purification. Then they gathered into a ball and fell directly on Marita's body. Instantly, Marita's body froze, as if she had been electrocuted. Her shoulders also began to tremble slightly. At the same time, the soft purifying light continued to work in her body. Chaoxing even saw waves of white smoke rising from Marita's head. After a moment, the white smoke gradually turned into red blood mist. Chaoxing's eyes lit up. Effective? And when he saw the status column on Marita's panel, disappointment appeared in his eyes again. Status, life-withering curse. The status is still there, which also means that the curse has not been exorcised. Still useless? Chaoxing said with some regret. However, at this time, Marita's beautiful eyes were wide open, and she looked at the light feathered chicken with a shocked face. "Lord Chaoxing, what kind of creature is this? It can actually remove the curse in my body. This is incredible." Chaoxing asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Ms. Marita? Isn't it not removed?" Marita shook her head and said, "No. It is effective. It's just that the curse of life withering is an extremely stubborn curse, so it may not be solved in one go. According to the effect just now, it will probably be completely removed after a few more times." Hearing this, Chaoxing also showed a look of surprise on his face. "That's great, Ms. Marita. It takes a while for my pet to release this ability. Please wait a moment." Marita nodded solemnly. Next, they were together, waiting for the commander-level skill of the light feathered chicken to cool down. While waiting, Marita tightly pinched the corner of her skirt, and various emotions emerged in her heart. Anxiety, excitement, nervousness. After all, if she could contact the life-withering curse in her body, it would mean a lot to her. At the same time, the skill of the light feathered chicken was cooled down, and then it began to use purification light on Marita one after another. As the soft light continued to fall into the body of this noble lady, Marita's body was also constantly emitting waves of red blood mist. This also means that the curse power in her body is being cleared little by little. Seeing this, Chaoxing's eyes became more and more joyful. It must be said that this commander-level purification skill of Beauty is really quite abnormal. Even the great wizard of this kingdom felt helpless, and even needed to seek help from the curse of a legendary strongman. It was actually cleared away bit by it. Chaoxing felt that it was the right choice for him to let Beauty break through to the commander this time. And with the fifth release of light of purification, the soft and pure light enveloped her. The life curse on Marita was finally completely cleared. The information about the curse disappeared on the status bar. At this moment, Marita was like a newborn flower, with a light and fragrant breath all over her body. And not only that, with the elimination of the curse, Marita's blood circulation became smoother. It can clearly feel the powerful magic fluctuations contained in this great wizard. She has become stronger. After a moment, Marita's mature and charming face showed emotion. "I didn't expect that the curse that has troubled me for so many days could be solved in your territory, Lord Chaoxing. You are really my benefactor. Due to your rescue, Marita Villegas's favorability towards you has increased. And the current favorability is intimate. Xiaoxing smiled. Ms. Marita is serious. To me, you are also my benefactor. I am also very pleased to help you remove the curse. After hearing this, Marita's eyes were moved again. At this time, she seemed to have made a decision. He solemnly said, Lord Xiaoxing, although you have helped me remove the curse, it is already a great favor to me. But I have something else to trouble you. Although Xiaoxing was a little confused, he still said, it doesn't matter. Just ask if you have anything. Marita said, it's like this. In addition to me, there is another person who also has the curse of life withering. I want you to help her remove the curse as well. And as a reward, this moon god sealing orb will be given to Lord Xiaoxing. What do you think? Hearing this, Xiaoxing waved his hand directly. I can help, but the orb is not needed. After all, this is just a piece of cake for me. For Xiaoxing, this is really just a matter of convenience. Anyway, the Purifying light skill of buoyancy has a fast cooling time and does not require any cost. However, Marita shook her head and said, it may be a piece of cake for you, but it means a lot to us. Please keep this gem. Her tone was sincere and grateful. After saying that, Marita turned around quickly and entered her room without waiting for him to refuse. Xiaoxing stared at her back in a daze, smiled and shook his head. Then he put the gem back into his backpack. At the same time, after Marita entered the room, she didn't know what she said to others. In the room, a strong breath suddenly broke out. Like a surging wave, it swept over in an instant. In it, Xiaoxing even sensed a strong magic power that was not inferior to Marita's. After a while, the veiled woman followed Marita and walked out quickly. Like Marita, this woman naturally carried the breath of a superior and had an elegant posture. Although she was veiled, she could still feel a strong magic fluctuation emanating from her body. However, the woman's eyes were filled with a hint of expectation and nervousness. And then she looked at Xiaoxing anxiously. Marita said, Lord Xiaoxing, this is the person I mentioned, who is also cursed with the withering of life. Xiaoxing nodded slightly. Marita turned around and said to the woman, as you can see, Lord Xiaoxing helped me remove the curse in my body. So, we no longer need to look for the hidden legend. After hearing this, the woman nodded solemnly and said, I know. Then, I trouble Lord Xiaoxing. After she finished speaking, she slowly lifted the black veil on her face. The next moment, a beautiful face with an ethereal temperament appeared in front of Xiaoxing. The small and delicate face was as delicate and smooth as white jade. Without a single flaw, the curved eyebrows were as slender as a crescent moon, and below them were a pair of eyes as bright as stars. This woman's appearance is as exquisite as a carefully carved work of art, and every line is just right. The temperament is extraordinary and otherworldly, which describes this woman. Xiaoxing noticed that this woman's appearance seems to be somewhat similar to Marita. However, she looks more immature. Glancing at her attributes, Princess of the Orchid Kingdom, Fran Villegas. Faction, Orchid Kingdom. Level 60, 7th level commander level creature. Attributes. Status, Life Withering Curse. Chapter 420 Princess of the Kingdom. First meditation. Xiaoxing's heart moved slightly. So this is the Princess of the Orchid Kingdom, the newly promoted Great Wizard. Although Marita had said before that this was one of her relatives, but Xiaoxing just thought that it was a member of the royal family. But he really didn't think that this was the Princess of the Kingdom. After all, such a noble existence would be accompanied by a large number of guards when traveling to ensure her safety. It was indeed a bit unexpected that she followed Marita so low-key. And from the above status, it can be seen that this woman is indeed also hit by the life-withering curse. Marita explained, Lord Xiaoxing, this is Princess Fulan of our Orchid Kingdom. For some reasons, it is inconvenient to disclose her travel, so I didn't tell you about this. Please forgive me. Xiaoxing nodded, showing his understanding. At the same time, the elegant woman in front of him bowed slightly. Flan, meet Lord Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, Princess Fran, I can't accept your greeting. Princess Fran whispered, No, you can. Lord Xiaoxing is willing to help me remove the curse of life withering in my body, which means a lot to us, and he deserves our gratitude. Her tone was extremely solemn. Xiaoxing shook his head and said, Don't be so polite. Since you are Marita's relative, You are my friend, and it is my duty to help. After hearing this, Princess Fren also showed a gentle smile on her face. Chao Xing didn't say anything more, and directly let buoyancy continue to release the purifying light. And this light-feathered chicken, after helping Marita remove the curse in front, seemed a little tired, lying lazily on the floor tiles beside him, not wanting to move at all. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing directly took out a pet ration from his backpack. Buoyancy suddenly became energetic, jumped up from the ground, and looked at his master with eagerness. Chao Xing was speechless and directly fed the rations in his hand. The light-feathered chicken turned into a white shadow, rushed into the air in an instant, and swallowed the rations directly. After eating, Buoyancy seemed to have recovered its strength and happily circled around its master. Chao Xing patted its wings and said, "Okay, let's get to work." Cluck. Buoyancy nodded obediently, and then gradually floated into the air. Buzz! In front of him, a ball of pure light condensed again, as the light of purification fell on Princess Fren. Like Marita, she continued to exude waves of blood, and as the purification progressed, the vast magic power in her body continued to grow stronger. When the fifth purification light ended, Princess Fren's status, the life-decaying curse above, finally disappeared. She spat out a mouthful of blood and felt refreshed. Then she took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the corners of her mouth. She also cast a magical power to clean up the blood on the ground. She looked at Chao Xing with a relaxed look and said with emotion, "I can feel that the curse in my body has been removed. In order to solve the curse in my body, we have tried too many ways, but none of them worked. I didn't expect it to be solved here. Thank you so much, Lord Chao Xing. Due to your treatment, Princess of the Orchid Kingdom, Fran Villegas' favorability has been improved, and the current favorability is friendly." Chao Xing smiled. "You're welcome. It's good that it's removed." Princess Fren also had a happy smile on her face. Chao Xing continued, "By the way, Ms. Marita, I want to know what happened in your Yuan Kingdom. How come even Princess Fulan was cursed like this?" Hearing this, the two women who looked somewhat similar looked at each other. After a moment, Marita spoke slowly. "This matter is also thanks to Lord Chao Xing, who reminded me that I have the curse of life withering. After I went back, I checked all the suspicious people in the royal family and found the source of the curse. Then I found that Princess Fulan was also cursed by this curse. So we speculated that the backlash she suffered when she broke through the Great Wizard last time was also due to the influence of this curse." Speaking of this, Marita paused, and then said in a serious tone, "Not only that, as the investigation continues, we found that in addition to Princess Fulan, many people in the entire royal family were cursed by this curse." Chao Xing's eyes showed surprise. Princess Fulan next to him also said, "So based on this phenomenon, we infer that the Watcher is preparing to attack our Yuan Kingdom. And I estimate that it is not just our Yuan Kingdom, but also several nearby kingdoms. There should be many royal family members who have been cursed. It won't be long before the Blood Legion returns and starts a war against us. So, that's why we are so eager to find a way to lift the curse," Princess Fulan said in a serious tone. Chao Xing's face also became solemn after hearing this. The Blood Legion's actions were so fast, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. "Princess Fulan, according to your calculations, how long will it take for the Blood Legion to start a full-scale war?" Hearing this question, the two women's eyes showed a thoughtful look. After a moment, she shook her head gently and said, "I don't know the specific time, but according to past records, once the Blood Legion shows signs of resurgence, it will launch a large-scale war in a very short time. Let the whole continent be stained with their color. As short as 2 or 3 months. As long as a year and a half." Chao Xing slowly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this time. After all, 2 or 3 months is enough for him. With his current development speed, such a long time is enough for him to upgrade all members. And then, he will have to enter the Oracle battle scene for about a month. There will surely be a significant improvement there. And after he comes out, there will be a period of growth. In this way, facing such a terrifying enemy, the pressure will not be so great. Princess Fran continued. "After returning this time, I will tell my father the seriousness of the matter. Let the nearby kingdoms prepare to deal with the Blood Legion." Chao Xing nodded. It is indeed a good thing to prepare for a rainy day. Princess Fran looked at him at this moment and continued, "Lord Chao Xing, thank you again for your help. In the future, if you go to the Yuan Kingdom, I will definitely give you a corresponding reward." Xing waved his hand and said, "No. Ms. Marita has already rewarded me." But Princess Friend said, "No. One thing is one thing. You rescued the princess. And she rewarded you. And as a princess of the kingdom, I will naturally reward you as well. If Lord Xing is willing to go to the Yuan kingdom to develop, I can even ask my father to directly grant you a noble position. No less than an earl." Hearing the last sentence, Xing narrowed his eyes. He looked at the woman deeply, including Marita next to him. She looked at Princess Fran with a strange look. After thinking for a while, Xing shook his head and said, "Thank you, Princess Fran, for your kindness. But I am not interested in being a noble. So forget it." After hearing this, the princess did not feel strange. "I see. If you are not interested, you can't force it." At this time, Marita interrupted and said, "Lord Xing, the princess and I have just recovered and need to recuperate for a while. Let's go back to the room to recuperate first." Xing nodded slightly. "Okay, Ms. Marita, go and rest." After that, the two girls turned around and returned to the room. In the room, Marita looked at Princess Fran quietly. "Your Highness, I told you that Lord Xing would not go with us to the kingdom of Yuan. Right? You still don't believe it. Most of these lords from other worlds have no interest in nobles. They all have their own pursuits and ideas." Princess Fran blinked her beautiful eyes and chuckled. "I know. I'm just trying it. What if Lord Xing agrees? At that time, I will bring this lord, who has the ability to remove the curse of life withering, to our kingdom of Yuan, which will be of great significance. The royal family members of other kingdoms, who are cursed, will ask us to help them remove it. In this way, the political status and influence of our kingdom of Yuan will rise steadily among the nearby kingdoms. Besides, don't you want to get along with Lord Xing day and night?" Princess Fran looked at Marita with a playful look. Marita glared at her. "Stop talking nonsense. Don't mention this kind of thing again in the future. Lord Xing has a way to remove the curse of life withering. If the Blood Legion starts a full-scale attack later, he will be of great significance. We can't easily destroy the relationship with him. Understand?" Princess Fran lowered her head slightly. "Okay, I understand." After curing the curse on Marita and Princess Fran, Xing was in a good mood. Holding the moon god sealing orb in his hand, he would turn it over from time to time. Not bad. Not bad. In this way, with the combination of the sealing orb and the lizardman statue, I really have a high probability of killing a legend. My heart suddenly became more confident. Although Xing has not yet fought a legendary warrior, he does not know how strong this kind of existence is. But it is clear that it must be very terrifying. Legend is an existence that breaks the limit of life, and is also the first step on the road to becoming a god. If this kind of existence can be killed, how much benefit can be obtained is simply unimaginable. However, Xing soon suppressed this dangerous thought in his heart. Don't be too complacent. The trump card is used to save your life. No one knows whether these legendary warriors have more powerful means, so you still can't easily provoke this level of existence. Xing slowly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the time again. It is now more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there are only a few dozen minutes left before the end of the Zhuama Claw Challenge. Due to the incident in the cave in the middle, the Zhuama Claw Challenge during the day was forced to be interrupted. So I didn't get many points today, but it was only compared to Xing. After all, he got almost 80,000 points today. Counting the afternoon Zhuama Monster Challenge, there is still a guaranteed 100,000 points today. Other survivors, even Bai Ji, Wei Jiani and others, may not be able to get 100,000 points after 10 consecutive days of Zhuama challenges. As a result, Xing got so much in one day, and he was still not satisfied. If they knew, they would probably be jealous to death. And in the mountains more than 100 kilometers away from the territory, the polar man De Zhuang has driven the transport vehicle and led all the goblin laborers to the Lanpuri grottos. Buzz! Buzz! More than a dozen armored transport vehicles rolled over the thick snow and stopped at the entrance of the grottos. The centaurs led by Kandao were already waiting here. They quickly completed the handover. A group of goblins jumped out of the carriage and moved all the food, wood, coal, camp tents, and other supplies in the carriage into the cave. At the same time, De Zhuang ordered goblins, "Let's set up camp tonight and start working hard tomorrow morning." The goblins raised their hammers high and said excitedly, "Mining. Goblins love mining." After that, More than 100 people all started to move. Time passed slowly. It was soon 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The world boss Schwamon Monster Challenge started on time. Under the 100-layer blood poison attack of Zierda, it still took only 1 hour and 27 minutes to resolve the battle. At night, Lu Mushua and Assam returned to the territory with all the warriors. Xiaoxing walked up to greet them. This heroic female knight quickly jumped off the back of the frost moose after seeing Xiaoxing's figure. After a day of fighting, she did not feel tired, but with an excited look on her face. She seemed very excited. She first handed all the spoils to Xiaoxing, and then said, "Axing, shall I go and add single target skills to those new members? There are still many new members whose skills have not been refreshed during the day." After hearing this, Xiaoxing smiled gently. "Okay, go ahead." "Yeah, soon." The female knight left here. There is nothing planned for tonight. Xiaoxing plans to take some time to absorb the magic crystal in the Mage Tower. It takes 1 or 2 hours to absorb one of these, but the benefits are also quite large. It can directly increase spell damage by 1%, with a maximum limit of 50%. But there is a limit that only one can be absorbed per day. So Xiaoxing also decided to start absorbing from today. And in about 2 months, his spell damage will undergo a qualitative change. But before that, he has to go to the blacksmith shop first. Xiaoxing pushed the door open. Creaky. As soon as you enter the blacksmith shop, you can see 3 burning forges at first glance. Sale and Bodhi, 2 blacksmith apprentices, are learning quenching, smelting and other techniques under the guidance of Harold. After seeing him come in, the 3 of them saluted at the same time. Xiaoxing nodded and asked, "Harold, how many shields have been made from the last batch?" The dwarf blacksmith replied respectfully, "My lord, there are almost 40 shields." Xiaoxing's mouth showed a curve. This number is completely enough. After all, there are only more than 30 warriors using shields in his territory. Very good. I can get it myself. You continue to be busy. Yes, my lord. After speaking, Harold took the 2 apprentices and continued to explain the knowledge of forging. Xiaoxing went straight to the storage box area. After the box was opened, a number of exquisitely crafted round shields suddenly appeared inside. These round shields are about half a meter in diameter, of moderate size, light, and with sufficient protection area. The round shield is dark gray in color, with an ancient totem mark engraved on it. It is made of fine iron, with some eternal gold and mithril added to it, which increases its defense. These shields look good. Xiaoxing put all the shields into his backpack. Obtained, Barbarian Round Shield, purple, *41. These round shields are naturally prepared for the group of Centaur Strong Shield Cavalry. Actually, seriously speaking, the group of Silverhand Knights can also be equipped with them. They can hold the shield in their left hand and the spear in their right hand, and can fight in the same way as the Centaur Spear Shield Cavalry. But there are not many shields in the territory, so we can only talk about it later. I looked at the shield attributes. Barbarian Round Shield, purple. Quality, rare. Equipment level, level 40. Armor, 432 to 451. Additional effects. 1. Constitution plus 150. Strength plus 100. Parry chance plus 20%. Additional effects. 2. Advanced force reduction when attacked physically. Reduces the enemy's strength by 300 points. Additional effects. 3. Barbarian strength when attacked. There is a 30% chance of increasing strength by 300 points for a duration of 60 seconds. Equipment introduction. A shield that only the brave and fearless can use. Forged by the expert blacksmith, Harold Iceberg, this special effect is quite interesting. Reducing the enemy's strength by 300 points, and increasing your own strength by 300 points. Total difference is 600 points of strength. These shields are just right for the Centaur Lancers. After all, they can resist and fight. Nodding with satisfaction, he left the blacksmith shop. Next, we have to go to the Mage Tower and start absorbing the magic crystal. Xiaoxing walked quickly towards the Mage Tower with ease, and soon arrived at the door. Creaky. Pushing open the bronze door of the Mage Tower, a full breath of magic came to his face. Instantly, a wide hall appeared in front of him. The chandelier hanging overhead emitted a blue light, adding a touch of cold and serious atmosphere to the entire Mage Tower. Xiaoxing glanced at it. It was found that the more than 30 meditation rooms on the first floor basically showed that there were people. And the entire intermediate wizard tower has more than 100 meditation rooms. Before, there were not many wizards in Chaoxing territory, so these meditation rooms were basically empty. And now, including a few wizard wives and Isabel, there are more than 200 wizards settled in, so every meditation room is used. Chaoxing praised, "Not bad. It seems that everyone is working hard to practice." After he found the meditation room of the 2 wizard wives, he pushed the door and walked in. When the 2 girls saw Chaoxing coming, they immediately showed a surprised smile on their faces. My lord, you are here." Chaoxing smiled and said, "Add me. I will meditate with you." Ailey responded softly. And Sylvia was much bolder. "My lord, please come among us." Chaoxing was not polite after hearing this, and sat directly between the 2 wizard wives. The 2 magician ladies' soft legs were pressed against him. Then, Chaoxing took out a magic crystal, gold, from his backpack. This golden quality magic crystal is as big as an adult's fist. The surface is smooth and emits a dark blue light. You can feel the abundant magic power contained in it when you hold it in your hand. Chaoxing turned his head and asked, "How do you absorb this thing? Can you just enter the meditation state?" Ailey and Sylvia looked at each other and smiled. "No. After entering the meditation, the Lord needs to activate the frost element in the body and actively absorb the magic power contained in the magic crystal." Chaoxing's eyes showed a look of sudden realization. Then he quickly entered the meditation state. According to what they said, Chaoxing pulled the eye's attribute magic power in his body and covered it on the magic crystal. Sure enough, he felt that a stream of pure and majestic magic power was absorbed by him. This is a wonderful experience. The brain is empty, and at the same time, you can feel that your magic power is constantly improving. No wonder those mages like to meditate. During his meditation, Chaoxing heard a rustling sound. The soft mage's long legs fell to the ground. After a while, 2 warm and smooth bodies approached him. Chaoxing could feel that the left-hand side was just showing its tip, while the right-hand side was round and full. They gently pressed against Chaoxing's body. Then, they stretched out their smooth little hands and gently stroked the broad chest. After a while, Sylvia gently leaned down. Chaoxing, who was absorbing the magic crystal, suddenly felt that the magic power in his body was also instantly absorbed. His body trembled instantly. However, Chao was devoted to magic at this moment, and continued to absorb the magic crystal with full concentration, completely ignoring the influence of the outside world. After a while, Sylvia raised her head and licked the corner of her mouth. Then she looked at Ellie next to her. She had a sly smile on her lips. "Ellie, it's the taste of the Lord." Ellie next to him was sitting on her knees next to Chaoxing. After hearing this, her face turned red. I know." Then she gradually leaned down and tried to learn from Sylvia's actions. At this moment, Chaoxing had just entered the meditative state for less than 5 minutes. Suddenly, he felt a smaller magic extractor begin to absorb his magic. And this magic extractor was obviously much more stimulating. It directly triggered the frost power in his body and began to gather towards the same place. "Oh my god! The magic power I absorbed with great difficulty. Will it be sucked away?" After persisting for a while, Chaoxing finally couldn't resist this level of interference. Time passed slowly. Soon 2 hours passed. A system prompt appeared. Absorption successful. Magic affinity has been improved. Spell damage increased by 1% at this moment. Chaoxing suddenly opened his eyes, and then sensed a surge of magic power emerging from his body. At the same time, he felt refreshed. Chapter 421 First Visit to the Ancient Battlefield. Clues to the Grey City. Chaoxing looked at the 2 girls, who were already wearing wizard robes, and smiled softly. "Ailey, Sylvia, you continue to meditate." The 2 girls also put wizard robes on their shoulders at this moment. 2 bodies with skin as white as cream sat cross-legged. After kissing the 2 wizards, they left the wizard tower. Looking at the time, it was about 11 o'clock in the evening. It's time to prepare for rest. So Chaoxing returned to the Lord's hut. Half an hour later, Lu Mushua also added new status skills to almost all the newcomers. The 2 fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, with the system prompt of the 7th day of the Zhuama Claw Challenge, Chaoxing and Lu Mushua woke up on time. The beauty beside the pillow rubbed her sleepy eyes, and then whispered, "Today, let's continue to score points." "Right." Chaoxing smiled and nodded. This woman is really about to become a scoring devil. Soon. The two of them came to the outside of the territory together. At the same time, hundreds of combatants have assembled, including the centaurs. They all stared at Chao Xing with firm eyes, waiting for the next order from the Lord. Chao Xing continued now. According to yesterday's configuration, my wife, Commander Boji, and Knight Assam will lead 3 teams. Start dividing the teams now. After the words fell, hundreds of combatants all started to act. Hua la la. Soon, they each found their own team and stood behind Lu Muxue, Boji, and Assam respectively. Chao Xing said, today, my wife and Boji will continue to lead the team to challenge the Claw of Zhuama. Assam, you lead all the knights and follow me to perform other tasks later. Yes, sir. Everyone took action. And then Lu Muxue and Boji each led a group of teams and left the territory. Assam led another team and waited silently beside. At the same time, the sound of thump thump thump. The female centaur commander Harati walked out with firm steps. Although she had experienced a difficult battle yesterday, it did not dampen her fighting spirit at all. She said solemnly, Lord, please give the centaurs today's task. Chao Xing nodded slightly, and then ordered, all centaurs, stand out. After that, the remaining 113 centaurs stood up. Now, all the spear and shield cavalry, replace the broken shields in your hands, and come to me to get new shields. After saying this, Chao Xing took all the barbarian round shields out of his backpack. After these spear and shield cavalry put on new shields, they swept away their previous decline and became majestic again. Chao Xing continued to order, your task today is not to fight, but to help me find something. Hearing this, all the centaurs on the field looked puzzled. I know that centaurs are best at moving in some rugged places. Next, I need you to go to the nearby mountains and help me find the location of the griffin's nest. Are there any problems? Although Chao Xing has tamed 4 griffins and can communicate with them in a simple way, but every time Chao Xing tried to let them tell him the location of the nest, the 4 griffins seemed to resist. But this is normal. After all, they are also loyal to their tribe. They are proud in their bones and would rather die than betray their tribe. So Chao Xing could only let the centaurs carry out this mission. When the time comes, all of them will be captured and brought back. It will be a done deal, and the griffins will have no use resisting. Harati was the first to reply, no problem. The centaurs will complete the mission. Chao Xing said, very good. I wish you a safe journey. Harati nodded solemnly and turned around. Centaurs, follow me. Tap tap. Soon, a group of centaurs took 4 steps and quickly left the territory. Only the Silver Hand Knights led by Assam and Sarah and others were left. Just as Chao Xing was about to lead them to explore the ancient battlefield, 2 figures slowly turned towards him from behind. One of them was wearing a black dress, charming and attractive. The other was wearing a white dress, but still couldn't hide the temperament of a superior. It was Marita and the Princess Fran. However, Princess Fran put on her veil again today, covering her beautiful face. They came to Chao Xing and greeted him softly. Good day, Lord Chao Xing. May the new day bring you wealth and honor. Chao Xing smiled and responded. How do you feel? Both of you? Marita replied, thank you for your concern. We feel much better. That's good. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's face. At this time, Marita said softly, Lord Chao Xing, we came to you to say goodbye to you. There was a little reluctance and depression in her tone. Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, but he reacted immediately. Are you leaving so soon? Marita nodded gently and said, yes. We have indeed been bothering you in your territory for many days. Please forgive me for the inconvenience caused to you during this period. Chao Xing waved his hand. It's no trouble. You can stay as long as you want. A touch of tenderness appeared in Marita's eyes. Princess Fran next to him said, Lord Chao Xing, our biggest goal this time has been achieved. So now we need to return to the kingdom as soon as possible and inform the king to deal with the attack of the Blood Legion and make corresponding preparations. Chao Xing sighed slightly. He also knew that the Blood Legion was a major crisis in the future and needed to find a way to deal with it. Okay, then I won't keep you too. If you have time, you are always welcome to visit the territory. Hearing this, the 2 women looked at each other and smiled. Marita said softly, if I have time, I will come again. These days, I have a very happy time in your territory. And Chao Xing's eyes also showed a touch of tenderness. The 2 looked at each other for a moment. Princess friend next to them seemed to see the atmosphere between the two. Ahem. The two came back to their senses in an instant with her cough. Chaoxing seemed to remember something and continued, Ms. Marita. You may not be able to find me for a while. Marita opened her beautiful eyes and looked at him with some doubts. Chaoxing explained, because in the next month, our territory may be in a closed state, and you cannot enter my territory. Not only me, but also many lords from other worlds. I guess they are in the same situation. Marita's eyes showed a look of realization. I see. We did experience this once before when you, the lords of the other world, first came to this continent. Chaoxing said, yes. That's the situation. The noble lady nodded. Thank you, Lord Chaoxing. This information is very important to us. In this way, I can notify the Chamber of Commerce's convoy and don't have to go to the territories of other lords of the other world, which can save a lot of time. At the same time, Princess Fran continued, Lord Chaoxing, we have packed our things. Without further ado, we are ready to set off now. Chaoxing waved his hand. I take you. Then, the three of them walked behind them together. Soon, they came to a high-end shelter in the second ring area. There was a carriage parked at the door, and the coachman was already sitting on it. Marita came to the door and called, Robin, let's go. Hearing this, a thin figure quickly walked out of the room. The young man with royal blood looked at Chaoxing, and then saluted solemnly. Thank you for your care these days. Robin will not forget you. He was thanking Chaoxing for helping him break through to the leader level. Chaoxing smiled, and then said, You're welcome. After that, Robin got into the carriage first, and Marita and Princess Fran also entered the carriage slowly. The two girls lifted the curtain and poked out their beautiful heads. Marita whispered, Well, see you next time, Lord Chaoxing. Princess Fran next to her also waved, Lord Chaoxing. Goodbye. Chaoxing also waved gently. Then he watched the woman's carriage slowly leave the territory. There was also a hint of emotion in his eyes. Because after this separation, I don't know when we will meet again. Half an hour later, the coachman drove the carriage away from Lord Chaoxing more than 10 kilometers away. The atmosphere in the carriage was a little silent. Marita and Princess Fran didn't speak, and Robin on the side didn't dare to speak even more. After a while, Princess Fran broke the silence first and chuckled, Auntie, I can't bear to leave. Leave here? Marita glanced at her dimly, but did not deny it. Princess Fran said in a joking tone, How about I tell my father to let you leave the Yuan Kingdom and join this territory? Hearing this, Robin next to him turned pale with fear. He turned his head away, pretending that he didn't hear anything. When Marita heard this proposal, she didn't refuse it. Instead, she thought about it seriously. After a moment, she shook her head. No. Now the enemy is at hand. The kingdom needs me. Princess Fran's eyes showed a thoughtful look, and she said no more. At the same time, Chaoxing had already led the Silver Hand Knights, as well as Assam, Sarah and others, to the underground ancient battlefield. Because the area where the ancient battlefield is located is very close to the territory, only a dozen kilometers away. So it only took them a few minutes to reach the destination. The same intelligence that Blot had discovered at the time. There were a lot of broken weapons on the ground, but they were buried in the snow and needed a certain eye to discover them. There were also many human footprints on the snow, and even a few bodies of survivors. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing thought, It seems that some survivors nearby have discovered this place. But fortunately, with their strength, they can only explore the periphery and cannot enter the central area of the ancient battlefield. So, Chaoxing ordered, Keep moving forward. The team of more than 100 people advanced in a mighty manner. Along the way, they could also encounter some low-level corpse monsters, undead and other monsters. But they were also easily solved by the Silver Hand Knights. Under Lu Mushua's 3 blessing skills, the attack of these knights soared from a few hundred points to more than 6,000. A full 5 or 6 times increase. From this, we can imagine how terrifying their current attack power is. Puff! Puff! Monsters were blown up by the spears in their hands. Assam rode the Frust Wolf and walked over quickly. Lord, we have found the entrance to the underground ancient battlefield. Chaoxing's eyes lit up immediately. Very good. Take us there. Yes, sir. After saying that, Assam turned around quickly and walked towards the center of this war-torn land, walking through the snow. Soon, they saw a hidden passage in the ruins ahead. Under the thick snow, only a gap was revealed. If you don't look closely, you will even subconsciously ignore it. Clang! Asan drew out the long sword in his hand, pushed away the snow at the entrance, and then stepped into the passage. Everyone followed him all the way forward. Soon, everyone entered the passage. This passage is very deep. The further you go in, the darker it gets. From time to time, there are bursts of cold and decayed air in the air, which makes people feel chilly on their backs. Fortunately, Chaoxing brought a personal flashlight. Isabel. She raised her staff high. The soft holy light instantly dispelled the darkness around. The cold feeling was much better. A few minutes later, they had reached the end of the passage. In front of them, a faint green light appeared. Even, you can feel a creepy breath. It's like the body instinctively resists entering that place. There, it is the world of the dead. He frowned and said directly, "Enter." After the words fell, everyone rushed in, as if they had entered another world. A strange breath came to their faces. You have entered a special area, the City of Darkness. Level of danger, extremely deadly. Please note, the City of Darkness was an ancient city thousands of years ago. With the passage of time, it moved underground. After the death of the rebels, they turned into an army of undead. They guarded the city all day long. Even if the city had been destroyed, this group of ancient undead is extremely powerful. Please be careful. Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing was shocked. Oh my god! Extremely deadly? This is the first time I have encountered this level of danger evaluation. At the same time, Chaoxing also noticed another key information. The City of Darkness. He seemed to remember something. Fuck. Isn't this the place where the old witch told me that there is a legendary shield? The Shield of Origin? So the City of Darkness is here. At this moment, Chaoxing was instantly excited. At this moment, Sarah next to him had already tightly grasped the dagger and was ready for battle. Lord, please be careful. I sense many dangerous auras ahead. After hearing this, Chaoxing instantly raised his head. And when he saw the scene in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank. In the ancient ruins ahead, there was a nearly massive army of undead wandering around. A glance showed that most of these undead were at level 50 or 60. And there were even many undead with question marks. And in the sky, there were several huge monsters emitting endless undead auras, passing over everyone's heads. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing quickly ordered, "Retreat." He decisively led all the combatants and evacuated the ancient battlefield without looking back. Everyone quickly returned to the passage, and then got out of the passage at the fastest speed, and ran back to the territory in one breath, and then gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Even after returning to the territory, everyone still had a look of shock in their eyes, including Chaoxing, who was also shocked. Damn it! It's outrageous. How could there be so many undead here? And their levels are so high. Sarah beside him reported with a serious expression, "Lord, I just sent several breaths that are no less than that of the lizardman master. There may be heroic undead in this ancient battlefield." Hearing this, Chaoxing's heart sank again. At the same time, he weighed the combat power of both sides. In order to deal with this ancient battlefield, he may need to bring all the combatants in the territory, and equip everyone with a bottle of holy water, in order to be able to fight against the undead in the ancient battlefield. And now, Francesca's holy water is still being made with all her strength. Lu Mushua and Boji's challenge of Zwama's claw cannot be left behind. Shaking his head, Chaoxing thought, it seems that there is no hope to deal with this ancient battlefield before the challenge of Zwama's claw is over. During this period, I should concentrate on dealing with challenges, getting more points, and improving my strength. At present, there is no sign of the undead below coming out, so there is no need to worry in the short term. And in the next month, the system will raise a protective shield. According to my development speed, there should be a significant improvement in that new scene. After a month, I will have enough strength to crush this ancient battlefield. After sorting out the thoughts in my mind, the worries in my heart also dissipated a lot. So, he ordered, "Okay, don't deal with this ancient battlefield for the time being. Next, our team will also look for new ice nest monsters to challenge, and try to improve everyone's level." Everyone nodded, and then dispersed. And as Chaoxing led people to challenge the ice nest monsters, in total, he had 3 teams challenging. What followed was that Chaoxing points increased at an even more terrifying rate. The day before, Lu Muxua and Bo Jia's two teams were able to obtain about 200,000 points. With the addition of Chaoxing's third team, they have collected 270,000 points today. When the 7th day of the Zhuama Monster Challenge ended, Chaoxing accumulated points have reached 1.08 million, officially breaking through 1 million. At this moment, the chat channels of the 4 major regions have once again set off an uproar when his accumulated points reached 7 digits. All the survivors looked at this astronomical figure of 1 million and were completely shocked. Chapter 422 Dragon Speaker Awakens. Assassinates the domain. After all, so far, no one in the 4 major regions has a score of more than 100,000. The second place by Ji only has 97,000 points. But Chaoxing has already broken through 7 figures. This speed of gaining points is simply enviable. At this moment, Chaoxing has led the army back to the territory after the battle. Looking at his millions of points, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. According to my current speed, I can get more than 700,000 points in the next 3 days of challenge. That is to say, after the challenge is over, my accumulated points will most likely reach 1.7 million, or even more. After reaching this conclusion, Chaoxing couldn't help but be shocked, because this is a very scary number. So far, he has only spent a total of 450,000 points. That is to say, there are still more than 1.2 million points left to use on the last day. Even if you spend hundreds of thousands to exchange those high-level soldier scrolls or mid-level soldier recruitment scrolls, you can still have hundreds of thousands of points left. And the remaining points can be used to draw the epic wheel many times. And you can get several epic items at the bottom. And it's not just the points reward. If you add the Haoyue treasure box exchanged in the Ice Dragon core and the Zhuama scale fragments, at that time, how many precious treasures you can get on the day when the challenge ends is simply unimaginable. Chaoxing can't wait to come to the last day of the challenge. Nothing to do tonight. Chaoxing continued to go to the Mage Tower, meditated, and absorbed a magic crystal, gold, then he returned to the Lord's hut and fell asleep. The next day, with the start of the 8th day of Zhuama's Claw Challenge, Chaoxing and Lu Muxua, as well as Bo Jia, split into 3 groups and began to deal with the Ice Nest monster. On the points ranking, Chaoxing's points would increase by 10,000 to 20,000 every hour. This increase was even faster than yesterday. The survivors were stunned. They also gave Chaoxing a nickname, Scroll Wholesaler, because, according to his speed of gaining points, he could get at least 200,000 or nearly 300,000 points a day, equivalent to thousands of low-level soldier recruitment scrolls. Who wouldn't be tempted by this? It's almost enviable. As the only one with 7-digit points, Chaoxing can be said to have refreshed the cognition of the survivors in the 4 major districts. Or all the survivors. At first, some survivors posted Chaoxing points on the World Channel, and the survivors in other channels didn't believe it, thinking it was a fake picture, until more and more survivors in the 4 major districts posted on the forum, and even opened a live broadcast to record the growth of Chaoxing points in real time. This made the survivors in other districts convinced that this was true. For a time, there was a wave of uproar on the World Forum. There were even many people who posted specifically to discuss this matter, wondering how Chaoxing from the 4 major districts did it. When the survivors of the 4 major districts stood up and told them that this big man Chaoxing directly pushed down the armies of Ice Nest monsters with the strength of his own army, it made the strong men in other districts feel unbelievable and a strong sense of crisis. At the same time, they remembered this name in their hearts and did not easily provoke him next time the districts merged. Although the districts have not been completely merged, the name of Chaoxing is spread among most of the survivors. At this moment, Chaoxing was immersed in the joy of brushing points and the pleasure of improving his strength, and he had no idea about their discussion about him. In addition to the increase in points, everyone's level also increased with the continuous fighting. Chaoxing's level has already reached level 50. The levels of those newly broken through warriors have also soared 4 or 5 levels in the past 2 days. According to estimates, they can also reach the maximum level of 50 in the next 2 days. Other arms, such as the Knights, the Mage Core, etc., have all been upgraded to the maximum level of 40. It can be said that during the challenge of Zhuama's Claw, the strength of Chaoxing territory is skyrocketing at a terrifying speed every day. At 18:25 in the afternoon, the huge Zhuama beast collapsed. This also means that the 8th day of the challenge is officially over. Chaoxing and Lu Muxua each rode their mounts back to the territory. As soon as they came back, Chao Xing heard a good news. The dragon speaker has awakened. At this moment, Chao Xing and Lu Muxua looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. After 8 days of coma, the woman finally woke up. Lu Muxua whispered, "Great." She finally woke up. Chao Xing also nodded, and then said, "Let's go, Muxua. Let's go and see this woman together." Soon, the two of them went to the basement area together. On a small wooden bed, the dragon speaker half leaned on the bed, covered with a white quilt. Her face was still very pale, with a bit of weakness and fatigue under her beautiful facial features. She pursed her thin lips slightly, without a trace of blood. The pair of dragon horns on her forehead added a bit of weird look to her. After seeing Chao Xing's face, a sigh of emotion gradually emerged on that weird face. She spoke softly, her tone steady and powerful. "I didn't expect it was you who saved me." Chao Xing nodded and said, "I didn't expect that the dragon would find my territory." The dragon speaker raised his head. "Seraphis is a very smart dragon. It knows where to save me. Thank you. If I can survive this time, I will definitely repay you." After saying that, she was about to get up from the bed. However, the woman had just woken up, and her body was still in an extremely weak state at this time. Her slender arms couldn't even support her body, and she looked shaky. Chao Xing frowned when he saw this. Lu Muxua, who was beside her, walked over quickly, held her arm and said, "You just woke up. Where are you going? Let's go later." The dragon speaker shook his head, and the dragon horn on his forehead swayed slightly. "Seraphis is in danger. I must save it." Lu Muxua quickly dissuaded him. "No. Your injuries are still very serious. You can't go far like this." However, the woman seemed to be determined to do what she wanted, and she didn't listen to Lu Muxia's dissuasion, and insisted on leaving here. Chao Xing said in a deep voice, "Why do you want to save the dragon? Just because you are like this now?" The dragon speaker slowly raised his head. It seemed a little surprising that this man dared to speak to him in this tone. Now Chao holds the lizardman ancestor statue plus moon god sealing orb, and dares to touch even the legendary strongman. He is very confident. He looked at the dragon speaker calmly. The woman's face remained unchanged, and she said indifferently, "I will recover my strength soon." Chao Xing asked again, "What can you do after you recover your strength? Can you beat the enemy? Then you will be hunted down again, and then the dragon will die with you?" Chao Xing's words can be said to be not giving her any face at all. A sharp breath appeared in the eyes of the dragon speaker, and his eyes swept towards Chao Xing like a sword. The dangerous breath on his body continued to emanate. Under this terrifying sense of oppression, the two women next to him were even scared to the ground. However, Chao Xing still stood there, watching the woman calmly. After a moment, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and she sat back on the bed dejectedly. She also knew that she was too weak now, and a look of frustration appeared in her eyes. Chao Xing sighed. Then he sat opposite her and said earnestly, "That dragon is very protective of its master. It risked its life to send you to my territory, just to let me save you and let you survive. Now that you have finally woken up, if you run to find it again, won't it be a waste of its efforts? Besides, what if Seraphis hides well and senses your breath? It will run out excitedly, and then be found by the enemy again. What do you think we should do then?" Hearing this, the enchanting woman opened her mouth, not knowing how to answer, and a trace of confusion gradually appeared in her eyes. She held her head and said with some pain, I don't know what to do, but I can't let Seraphis face danger alone." Chao Xing continued to ask, "Is the dragon still alive in your perception?" The dragon speaker's eyes showed a thoughtful look, and then nodded. "Seraphis is still alive. Then don't worry." Hearing this, the dragon speaker looked at him with his ice blue eyes in confusion. Chao Xing explained, 8 days have passed since you fell into a coma, and with the speed of you strong men, you can run through the entire ice crystal kingdom in half a day. Seraphis has not been in any trouble for so long, which means it is safe. At this time, maybe it is recuperating somewhere like you." The dragon speaker's eyes showed a thoughtful look, and he seemed to think that Chao Xing's statement made sense. Chao Xing struck while the iron was hot and continued, "What you have to do now is to recuperate well, and wait until you recover to your full strength, and then go find the dragon. Don't go looking for others when you can't even take care of yourself. Isn't this too much?" Hearing this, the enchanting woman did not refute and nodded gently. "Well, I know. After saying that, she turned around and sat back on the bed, looking at the ceiling above her head. Seeing this scene, Qiaoxing said nothing more. Instead, he took Lu Muxua out of the basement directly. After arriving at the territory, Lu Muxua asked softly, "Axing, why don't we ask? Is she being hunted by some existence?" Qiaoxing shook his head. "Of course we have to ask. But not now. This woman just woke up. And now she is thinking about finding her dragon and revenge on the enemy. So now, let her adapt first. Wait until tomorrow. I will go to talk to her." After hearing this, Lu Muxua also smiled. "Axing, you are so considerate." Qiaoxing smiled, touched her head, and asked her to go back and rest first. And after Lu Muxua left, while walking in the territory, Qiaoxing continued to think about an important thing. That is, the ownership of the dominant soul. As mentioned before, each of the 6 commanders in the territory has a unique role. So Qiaoxing has never decided who to give it to. And now, he finally made a decision. It's still Sarah. If you want to do it to the extreme. Qiaoxing wants to create the most powerful assassin in history. Thinking of this, he called the dark elf. A shadow appeared silently beside him. "Respected lord, I heard your summons." When Sarah was outside, she was much more concise whether she was speaking or executing orders. When the two were alone, she became very gentle and her tone became very respectful. Qiaoxing did not immediately talk about the matter of dominating souls, but asked, "Sarah, how is the assassin's manual going?" Hearing this question, Sarah's face suddenly straightened, and then reported in a serious tone, "The learning situation is good. As my realm continues to improve, my assassination skills have also improved. Now I am learning the skills in the manual faster and faster. Recently I have learned the skill of Shattered Shadow." Qiaoxing's eyes gradually lit up. Then he glanced at Sarah's panel, found that there was indeed one more skill on it. Took a look at the attributes. Shattered Shadow. Concentrate the power of shadow, causing shatter damage of attack power * 247% to all enemies in the 15*15m area in front, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Wow. It's actually a group attack skill. This is a rare skill for assassins. You know, although Sarah is very powerful, that's when she's dealing with a single enemy. When dealing with a group of enemies, her performance is not as impressive as Francesca and Victoria. After all, she only has one group attack method, called Killing Dance. Now there is an additional Shattered Shadow, and the damage coefficient is so terrifying. A full 247%. With Sarah's current attack power, one skill can easily break 50,000 damage. It can be said that it not only makes up for her shortcomings, but also strengthens her burst ability. This also made Qiaoxing more determined to give the master level soul to Sarah. So, he took out this bright soul from his backpack. When he felt the powerful power contained in this soul, "Lord," Qiaoxing waved and said, "No need to say more. Take it." Sarah was silent for a moment, then nodded gently. She also knew that with the relationship, there was no need for such extra courtesy. She carefully took the soul and said gratefully, "Thank you. You are really the best lord in the world to me." Qiaoxing smiled, then embraced this beautiful dark elf. After the two of them were affectionate for a moment, Qiaoxing said, "Okay. Use it. Sarah. It's okay even if you fail. Don't be sad. Although his luck is high, he still needs to be mentally prepared for some things." After hearing this, the dark elf firmly grasped the dagger in his hand. "I will not fail. I will use the short blade in my hand to cut off all obstacles for the Lord." Qiaoxing nodded slightly. Then, the dark elf assassin directly slapped the soul into the body. Instantly, a pressure from the depths of the soul overflowed from her body. As the breath on Sarah's body rose up, Qiaoxing even felt a sense of oppression from the life level. At the same time, Sarah seemed to have completed an unknown transformation, as if there was another power in her body. This power even made Qiaoxing feel a tingling sensation. As long as I appear next to her, I feel suppressed. Is this the legendary field? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel a sense of expectation in my heart. After a while, the system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, successfully transformed into a 6th level dominant creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. And obtained special ability, Assassination Domination Field. Assassination Domination Field, for enemies within 100 meters around itself. The damage they receive increases by 20%. And each normal attack kills an enemy. The skill cooldown time will be reduced by 20%, excluding legendary skills. Fuck. Assassination Field. Reduce skill cooldown time by 20% after killing an enemy? Isn't this a bit too perverted? You know. Sarah burst skills. Whether it is Killing Dance or Death Dance. And Shadow Bloom are very powerful. But because of the cooling time, it can only be used once in a battle. After activating this field. As long as the number of miscellaneous soldiers is enough. She can even burst 3 or 4 times in a row. Or even 4 or 5 times. It's really terrifying. Chaoxing seemed to remember something at this time. I remember that the lizardman's domain was dominant domain of strength, while Sarah was dominant domain of assassination. So, after everyone transforms into a dominant, the awakened domain is also different. But obviously, Sarah's domain is very suitable for her. He nodded with satisfaction, and then glanced at Sarah's attributes. A curve appeared at the corner of Chaoxing's mouth. Sarah after the transformation is really too strong, with a full 17,000 attack power, plus Lu Mushua's Blessing of Courage plus Blessing of Strength. It can easily break through 20,000 attacks, adding a 100% critical hit rate. A knife will probably cause 30,000 damage at the bottom. If the Gift of Liberation is triggered again, the 40,000 or 50,000 damage will not be able to stop. It can be said to be so terrifying. And Sarah, who has transformed into a dominant, exudes a stinging breath all over her body, which is the effect of dominant domain of assassination. Of course, she can restrain this breath. It's just that she has just broken through and can't control her power well. After a moment, Sarah had adapted to the surge of power in her body. At the same time, the effect of assassination domination domain was turned off. Lord, I succeeded? The dark elf excitedly told Chaoxing about her joy. Chaoxing smiled and said, "It's good to succeed. In this way, when you become a hero-level strongman in the future, your strength will be even stronger." After hearing this, Sarah's beautiful face showed a smile from the heart. At this time, Chaoxing seemed to remember something. "By the way, help me take a look at something." After saying that, Chaoxing took out the elf letter he got in Dwuluan Lake City last time, and handed it over. "Take a look at this letter. Do you recognize the words on it?" Sarah took the letter and glanced at it, then said, "It seems to be an ancient elvish language." Chaoxing's eyes lit up. And then he asked, "Can you translate the content above?" The phantom assassin nodded gently. "Yes. Please wait for a few minutes." "Okay." At the same time, Sarah lowered her head and began to carefully decipher the contents of the letter. After a moment, she whispered, "Lord, I have finished reading it. The content above seems to be a message from an elf asking for help from the tribe. In addition, the letter seems to record a secret place." "Secret place? What's in it?" Sarah thought for a moment, then replied, "It's a group of pure-blooded elves." Chaoxing was immediately shocked. "Good guy. Pure-blooded elves? Where is the location?" Sarah did not hesitate after hearing this, and directly reported a coordinate. After Chaoxing quickly wrote it down, he opened the map and entered the coordinate location. I suddenly found that it was dark above. This seems to be an area he has not explored. However, this place was not as far away from him as he imagined, but in an unknown area outside the Ice Crystal Kingdom. It was about 3,000 kilometers away from the territory. Chaoxing asked in confusion, "Don't they say that elves live in the southern continent? Why is this location still on the map of the western continent?" Sarah explained, "I guess this should be a group of ancient elves." "What are ancient elves?" Chaoxing exploded a longbow last time, and the prefix was also ancient elves. "I just don't know what the difference is between ancient elves and ordinary elves." So, Sarah began to explain slowly. Chapter 423, The Last Day. Preparations before the war. Sarah explained, "In fact, there is no difference between ancient elves and ordinary elves. They are called this because this group of elves is inherited from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, the human race was not yet strong. The continent is dominated by 3 major ethnic groups: elves, dwarves, and giants. They are the overlords of this world. They are like the human race. When they were strong, their traces were all over every corner of the continent." Chaoxing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. He didn't know much about the history of this world. So, the gradual rise of the human race is also a matter of 10,000 years? And what happened in these 10,000 years? Sarah's voice interrupted Xiaoxing's thoughts. Later, because of that invasion war, it swept every corner of the world. Even the 3 powerful tribes were not immune. The enemy was too powerful. And the elves also suffered heavy casualties, forcing them to shrink their forces and concentrate on the southern continent, which is the origin of the 3 tribes. That is where the capitals of the 3 tribes are located. Relying on the 3 tribes survived the war in the southern continent with difficulty. However, until the end of the war, some pure-blooded elves still survived on other continents. Later, it was the turn of the human race, the era of the rise of the human race. More and more human races appeared on the continent like mushrooms after rain. They formed tribes and civilization developed rapidly. As magnificent cities were built, the living space of other races was also compressed. And these remaining elves found some secret places, formed tribes, and lived a secluded life. As time passed, they gradually became disconnected from the world, and became the ancient elves in people's mouths. But it is also this group of ancient elves that preserves the purest blood of the elves. Xiaoxing nodded suddenly. This time, although Sarah's story was blocked by the system a little bit of information, it did not have much impact. At least Xiaoxing confirmed one thing. That is, the human race rose in these 10,000 years. This is a bit intriguing. However, Xiaoxing also remembered this place in his heart, and decided to explore it if he had the chance in the future. With some doubts, Xiaoxing said, Sarah, there is nothing to do here. You go to train. Get used to the power in your body. Yes, Lord. The dark elf nodded gently, and then disappeared. After Sarah left, Xiaoxing carefully sorted out the information in his mind. Next, he followed the usual practice. First, he went to the magic tower to absorb a magic crystal, and then returned to the territory hut and fell asleep peacefully. The next day, with the official start of the 9th day of the Zhuoma challenge, Xiaoxing and Lu Muxue still divided into 3 groups and began to score points crazily. Throughout the whole day, they once again won 300,000 points, breaking the previous record when the Zhuoma beast was besieged and killed by everyone. The survivors in the chat channel were almost numb when they saw Xiaoxing cumulative points jump from 1.25 million to 1.55 million. And Xiaoxing himself was satisfied with the cumulative points on the leaderboard. Yes, this speed is much faster than I expected. So, when the challenge ends tomorrow, I estimate that I can get 1.85 million points. Thinking of this, he felt better. And at this moment, a different system prompt appeared in front of him. Attention! Because your unused points have exceeded 1 million. You are the only survivor in the whole server who has reached 1 million points. Now open the hidden turntable for you. The legendary turntable. Legendary turntable. Consume 1 million points. Draw a turntable, and there is a 50% chance of drawing legendary weapons, props, equipment, herbs, etc. There is a 30% chance of drawing 2 epic props, a 15% chance of drawing 3 epic props, and a 5% chance of drawing a full set of epic suits. Fuck. Legendary turntable. Not only can you draw legendary equipment, but you can also draw a full set of epic suits. Isn't this too powerful? Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment. But after thinking about it, he also understood the reason. Because today is the 9th day of the Zhuoma Claw challenge. When the 10-day challenge ends, the point store will be closed after midnight at night. For people like Xiaoxing who have too many points, it is impossible to redeem all of them for recruitment scrolls. First, because of population restrictions. Second, because each scroll has a limited number of purchases. Therefore, the system launched such a hidden legend wheel. Xiaoxing said happily, this is not bad. If you are lucky enough to draw a legendary equipment, you will make a lot of money. Of course, this thing requires 1 million points to draw once. With so many points, you can even draw 10 epic roulettes. And you can get 10 epic equipment or props at the minimum. But no matter how good the epic equipment is, it is not as good as the legendary equipment. So how to choose is still to be considered. Nothing tonight. Xiaoxing continued to meditate in the Mage Tower. After absorbing a magic crystal, he comfortably returned to his lord's mansion. Time passed quickly. One night passed quickly. The next day, the system prompt appeared on time. All survivors, please note that the 10th day of the Zhuoma Claw challenge has begun. Please note, today is the last day of the challenge. The points ranking list will be locked at 2200 hours at night, and the exchange of points in the store will be closed at midnight in the morning. Please use up all points within the specified time to avoid unnecessary losses. At midnight in the morning, a protective shield will be raised for the top 10,000 territories in the ranking list of each region, and all lords will be teleported to a special plane. All survivors are requested to return to the territory in time within the specified time. Weather forecast: light wind today. Temperature is minus 47 degrees Celsius to minus 53 degrees Celsius. Suitable for going out. The system prompts for the last day are different from the previous ones. The survivors of the 4 regions immediately sparked a heated discussion. Woohoo! It's finally the last day. 9 days have greatly expanded the strength of my legion. I can't wait to show my skills. Damn. Is it the last day so soon? I still need 3,000 points to form a Wild Boar Warrior Legion. I also need a few thousand points to form a Silver Hand Recruit Legion. I hope it's not too late today. Ha ha! My Hyena Poacher Legion is finally built. Brothers from the 4 major districts, pray that you don't run into me. Otherwise remember to protect your butts. Brother upstairs, do you need a proctologist? At the same time, Chao Xing and Lu Mushua also woke up from the Lord's mansion at the same time. Took a look at the system prompt. Chao Xing took a deep breath and said, Mushu, today is the last day. There are a lot of things to do, so I won't go out. You, Boji, and Assam will split into 3 groups. Earn as many points as possible before the challenge ends. Hearing this, the beauty beside the pillow clenched her fists, and then said solemnly, Yes. Don't worry, Axing. We will earn a lot of points. Chao Xing also smiled gently. The two got up together and washed up quickly. A few minutes later, they walked out of the Lord's mansion together, just as arranged just now. Lu Mushua, Boji, and Assam each led a team and left the territory in a mighty manner. In the territory, only the guarding Wild Boar warriors and those staff were left. Chao Xing first glanced at the system prompt above his head. End time of Zwama Claw Challenge, 17:32. Chao Xing thought, at midnight tonight, the system will lock the quota and start the transmission. I will take most of the combatants away and leave some to protect the staff. And the remaining staff should also seize the time to build the territory during our absence. That is to say, I have to arrange the work for the next month before dawn. So, Chao Xing pressed the communication device on his ear and asked, Kanar, what's the situation at the Lanpuri Grottos? Kanar respectfully reported, the strong lord. People, the work in the cave is going smoothly. Now the passage of the entire mine has been opened, and the workers are less likely to get lost inside. Chao Xing continued to ask, have you started mining? It has started. Kanar replied, our polar people and goblins work very hard. I asked them to work 8 hours a day, but they insisted on working 12 hours. In the past few days, they have collected a large amount of frost white crystal ore, as well as some other ores. Currently, 6 of the 12 transport vehicles have been filled. Hearing this, Chao Xing's face showed a satisfied look. Very good. Afternoon today, let the polar people transport all the ores back in batches. Then, I will have someone prepare 2 months of supplies for you. You also come back to the territory, and I will send others to protect their safety. Although a protective shield will be raised to protect the territory after Chao Xing and others leave. But the creatures in the territory can still enter and exit freely, just like the novice protection period. And Kandel also knew that Chao Xing was going to a new battlefield. I understand, strong lord. I will inform them right away. After arranging the matter at the Lampuri Grotto, the communication device beside Chao Xing's ear made a buzzing sound. Harati's slightly solemn voice came. Dear lord, there is good news. Chao Xing was stunned, and then replied, Harati, you say. We found the location of the griffin's nest on the edge of a high mountain cliff about 80 kilometers away from our territory. This is a very large griffin's nest, with more than 130 griffins of all sizes. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, there are so many. If they can be wiped out in one go, his griffin knights will be settled. He even wanted to take people to destroy the griffin nest immediately. Harati continued, but there is a little trouble. The nest is located next to a cliff thousands of meters high. There is a strange airflow there all year round, and it is difficult to enter the nest. In addition, there is a very strong breath in the griffin nest. Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. It seems that it is too late to tame the group of griffins today. So, he replied, I know. Harati, You lead the other centaurs back first. Yes. After cutting off the communication with Harati, Chao Xing wanted to call Fitzwalker, but was prompted by the system. The person you are contacting has exceeded the maximum communication distance. Chao Xing was stunned, and then seemed to remember something. I almost forgot that I am using a small communication device now, and the maximum communication distance is only 500 kilometers. It seems that I have to find more advanced communication equipment when I have the opportunity in the future. Chao Xing dragged his chin and continued to think. It seems that Fitzwalker has probably already arrived at the Yongshuang main city. I don't know what the situation is like there. Did you follow my instructions to capture those black-robe priests? He shook his head and put these thoughts behind him. After all, Fitzwalker was just a chess piece that Chao Xing arranged casually. It would be best if he succeeded. Even if he failed, it would not affect him much. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Your Lord's mansion has been successfully upgraded to level 9. Population plus 1,000. Chao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. The Lord's mansion has finally been upgraded successfully. He looked at the center of the territory. After the Lord's mansion was upgraded to level 9, the height increased by another meter. Now the height of the entire building is almost more than 10 meters. It looks full of grand momentum. Of course, the most important thing is not the height, but the increased population after the upgrade. Very good. It seems that I can exchange 1,000 Ascalon warriors before midnight and form a 1,000-man bond. By then, the combat power will be greatly enhanced. You know, Chao Xing current combat personnel have not yet exceeded 1,000. If they can be exchanged, the overall strength of the Legion will be greatly improved. However, he was not in a hurry to exchange. Instead, he was ready to wait until Lu Muxua and the others' challenge was over. Let's see how many points can be obtained today, and then distribute them. In the following time, Chao Xing will do other preparations in the territory. The first thing to do is to collect things like square stone seal. This thing is one of the main materials for making craftsman god statue. Chao Xing thought that he could see this statue built after he returned from the Oracle War. I hope I can find this kind of thing in the market. So he opened the market interface. In an instant, a large amount of consignment information appeared. Chao Xing directly entered the keyword in the search interface. Then clicked search. The system quickly sifted through hundreds of thousands of consignment information in the 4 major regions. After a moment, 2 pieces of information appeared. Huh? It really exists. Chao Xing immediately became alert. He glanced at the consignment information. One was sent by a person named Zhou Chenyu, and the item he needed was an epic equipment. Chao Xing frowned. Although this material is indeed precious, it is a bit too much to exchange one piece of material for an epic weapon. Chao Xing looked at the second consignment information. Consignment item, square stone seal. Required items, advanced construction drawings, skill books, weapons or equipment above gold. Consigner, by G. Seller's note, a high-level material. Please check it yourself if you need it. Oh! It turned out to be this woman. As the second in the 4 major regions, Bai Ji's name is not as influential as Chao Xing, but it is also well known. Moreover, she had sold Chao Xing an epic skill book Angels Descend. So Chao Xing had some impression of this woman. With her strength, it was not surprising that she could obtain materials such as the square stone engraving. And Bai Ji's bid was much fairer. She just needed gold quality equipment or weapons. Chao Xing actually had 1 or 2 discarded gold equipment in his backpack. It was just that the level was a bit low, and I didn't know if this woman was willing to accept it. He happened to have her as a friend. So Chao Xing opened the private chat interface to ask. Chao Xing, I want the square stone engraving you consigned. What type of gold equipment do you need? Bai Ji seemed to be rushing to kill monsters at the moment. It took a few minutes before she replied. Bai Ji, it would be best if it was a sword. Or a shield. Chao Xing thought about it again. And then replied. I don't have a golden sword, but I have a level 10 golden shield. Do you want it? Bai Ji, it's too low. Do you want other golden equipment? After a while, the woman said, forget it. I just give it to you. Give it to me? Well, it's not an important thing anyway. I notify the people who stayed in the territory and go to the market to trade with you. It can be seen that this woman is also a decisive person. A few minutes later, someone really sent a transaction application to Chao Xing and put a hexagonal stone on the transaction column. It was exactly the square stone seal he needed. And Chao Xing thought for a moment and put a whole piece of lizard lord meat, orange, on it. The two sides quickly completed a wave of transactions. After getting the things, Xiaoxing said happily, very good. Finally everything that should be prepared is almost ready. Next, he will do other things in the territory. And Bai Ji heard the news from the people below. Xiaoxing did not ask for her materials in vain, but put a kind of extremely powerful beast meat. And there was a slight surprise in her eyes when she saw the properties of this lizard meat. She was shocked on the spot. As the head of a legion, Bai Ji naturally knew the importance of this lizard meat. After a moment, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Time passed quickly. Soon, it was about 6:30 in the afternoon. The Zhuang had already driven the transport convoy back to the territory. As Kandal said, the 6 transport trucks were full of a large amount of ore. Among them were white frost white crystal ore, gold or containing gold, and a small amount of mithril ore. Picking out all these ores would also be a huge profit. At the same time, the challenge of the Zhuama beast on the other side officially ended. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, successfully killed the LV-50 Zhuama monster, a 5th level commander level creature. Your output ranking is 1 in this battle. You and your territory caused a total of 241 million damage, and received a point reward of 24,100. Received the ranking reward Zhuama scale fragment *1. Gold points plus 5. Chapter 424 on the eve of the Oracle War. Draw the legend wheel. Not bad. Not bad. More than 20,000 points have been added. Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at the ranking list of the 4 major regions. First place, Xiaoxing, accumulated points 1.8815 million. Second place, Bai Ji, accumulated points 118,425. Third place, Bolt, accumulated points 106,328. Fourth place, Wei Jiani, accumulated points 101,356. Fifth place, Chung Lu, accumulated points 97,216. Sixth place. Looking at the points on the ranking list, Xiaoxing couldn't help but raise his mouth wildly. In 10 days, a total of 1.88 million points have been earned. This wave is really crazy. Ha ha ha. He calculated it in his mind. I redeemed 410 high-level soldier recruitment scrolls and drew a 50,000 point wheel, which cost me 460,000 points in total. That means I still have 1.42 million points to use. According to estimates, I plan to redeem 1,000 Ascalon warrior recruitment scrolls, which will require 300,000 points. There are still 1.12 million points left. After getting this number, Xiaoxing was shocked again. Wow! So many points are enough for me to draw 11 epic wheels and 22 gold wheels. Or, just take out 1 million and draw a legendary wheel, and then use the remaining 100,000 to draw an epic wheel? This is indeed something worth thinking about. After all, no matter whether it is props or equipment, they have extremely powerful power at the epic level, such as the ancient god weapon seal, the glowing meteorite, etc. However, the legendary props are more useful. 10 pieces of epic equipment may not be as good as 1 piece of legendary equipment. For a moment, Xiaoxing was a little entangled. After thinking for a while, he finally decided to give it a try. Use 1 million points to draw a legendary wheel. If you can draw a legendary equipment, you will make a lot of money. Of course, even if you don't draw it, you won't lose much. After all, there are 3 epic items guaranteed. At this moment, Xiaoxing can't hold back his desire to draw. But before that, he has to wait for Lu Muxue to come back and count the other gains in his hands. After all, this time there is more than just points reward. In addition, there is Ice Dragon Core, which can be exchanged for Haoyue treasure box. Zhuama scale fragment can be synthesized into a complete Zhuama scale. These are things to digest. While Xiaoxing was looking forward to it, Lu Muxue led the army back to the territory. Hundreds of people returned in a mighty manner, and then all came to Xiaoxing. The soldiers shouted loudly, "Meet the Lord." Xiaoxing nodded slightly in response. Then, he shouted, "Everyone gather." After receiving the order, all the staff and combatants in the entire territory, a total of more than 1,000 people, gathered together. They stared at their lord with bright eyes. Xiaoxing said, "I think you should know. After midnight tonight, I will lead most of the combatants to a special place, and the staff of the territory need to continue to build our territory during our absence. More than 1,000 people below all looked condensed. Duan was the first to respond. Lord, please rest assured that even if you are not in the territory, your will still shine on us. We will do our best to develop the territory. The 4 strong men and others beside him also responded by waving hammers. That's right. The polar people will work hard. Xiaoxing nodded slightly, and then said, very good. Next, I will give you the tasks for the next month. Duan. Lord, please give me your instructions. Xiaoxing said, in the next month, your task is to continue to upgrade the furnace and the Lord's mansion. After the furnace reaches the 21st level energy station, start building a large space teleportation array. At present, all materials have been prepared. This building should be completed before I return. In addition, after the Lord's mansion reaches level 11, the statue of the God of Craftsmen will be built. After all these tasks are completed, you can continue to lay 4 tiles for the territory if you have time. Duan remembered Xiaoxing's series of instructions firmly, and then respectfully left. And Xiaoxing looked at Qiao Yi again. Qiao Yi, your task for the next month is to upgrade the city walls and arrow towers. First, upgrade all the city walls and arrow towers to advanced levels. Then I will exchange for an expert level arrow tower blueprint. Then you can upgrade our arrow tower to the expert level. The old man replied respectfully, I have remembered your instructions. Respected Lord. After instructing the 2, Xiaoxing looked at De Zhuang, the polar man next to him. De Zhuang, you should know the situation at the Lampury Grotto. This month, you will lead the goblins to mine the cave with all your strength. Go to the canteen later and bring enough daily necessities for the next 2 months. I will leave 20 soldiers to protect you. Of course, you should also pay attention to the combination of work and rest. The working hours per day cannot exceed 8 hours. And you must also ensure that the temperature in the mine is comfortable enough. Do you understand? De Zhuang raised his hammer and replied loudly, Understood. Respected Lord. Xiaoxing looked around and his eyes fell on the group of villagers in Grapevine Village. Village Chief Zelko. The old village chief walked out with a firm step. Compared to his skinny appearance a few days ago, not only did his complexion improve a lot, but his body also became stronger. Dear Lord, please give me your instructions. Xiaoxing asked, How are the agate grapes and silver dewberries? The old village chief said respectfully, My lord, almost all of them have been planted. The next step is to cultivate them. They will be fully mature in a few months. Xiaoxing nodded slightly. Yes, in addition to these 2 plants, I have also cultivated a batch of seeds for 2 other crops in my territory. For the next month, you will focus on managing the agriculture in our territory. Make sure these 4 crops grow well. Zelko said respectfully, We will take care of these crops wholeheartedly. Then, Xiaoxing looked at the cook Dahua next to him and said, Next, we need to prepare enough supplies. I have some fish, tiger meat, and lizard meat here. Bake 1 portion for 2,000 people. Then take other cooks and try to bake more meat. And bread. I will bring it later. Among them, the most precious meat is naturally the meat of the lizard master. Eating 1 portion can increase 200 points of physical fitness, 100 points of strength, and 5% armor. It can be said to be terrifyingly strong, because we don't know what is in the oracle battle. So naturally, we have to use all the things that can be improved. In addition, the soldiers have to eat every day. So you have to bring enough supplies, just in case there is nothing to eat after entering. That would be a lot of fun. The food for so many people every day is an astronomical figure. So these things must be prepared. The cook Dahua bowed slightly. I will prepare it right away. Respected Lord. So far, all the staff have their corresponding tasks. Then, there are the combatants. Xiaoxing continued, You have fought for a day. Now you should rest and train. I will call you in the evening. Yes, Lord. Everyone received the order at the same time and dispersed. And Lu Muxue came to Xiaoxing and whispered, Axing, these are all the materials obtained in the past 2 days. For you. Xiaoxing took it. Obtain, Ice Dragon Core, Orange, *33. Obtain, Zhuama Scale Fragment *5. Obtain, Ice Dragon Mark *4.7255 million. Obtain, Glacier Fragment *1.3241 million. Obtain. Looking at the large amount of materials in the backpack, Xiaoxing also had a relieved smile in his eyes. Thank you for your hard work. Muxue, you should go and rest first. I call you in the evening. Lu Muxue nodded gently, and then left. Xiaoxing looked at the amount of materials in the backpack. Ice Dragon Core, orange, *113. Shuama Scale Fragment *10 very good. Shuama Scale Fragment can be combined into a whole Shuama Scale. Another Ice Dragon Core can also be exchanged for 2 Haiyue treasure boxes, plus 1 gold treasure box. Now, let's combine these scales and see the effect. After all, those are the scales of a true god-level dragon, and they contain such powerful power, which is really exciting. The next moment, the system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume Shuama Scale Fragment to obtain a completed Shuama Scale? Yes. Instantly, the 10 fragments in Xiaoxing's hand began to merge continuously. Bursts of strong cold breath burst out. In it, you can even feel a trace of dragon power. Just a trace makes people feel powerless and insignificant. It is far more terrifying than the lizardman patriarch he met before, whose specific level he didn't know. But fortunately, this tyrannical fluctuation was only a flash. When the light flashed, the 10 broken scales merged into one. Synthesis successful. Item obtained, Shuama Scale at the same time. A scale about 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide appeared in Xiaoxing's hand. This scale is as smooth as crystal, with a mysterious cold glow. The surface shows a delicate texture, as if no attack can leave a mark on it. He glanced at the attributes. Ancient Dragon, Shuama Scale Fuck. So awesome? Immune to physical attacks below the legendary level. Isn't that too abnormal? Doesn't this mean that as long as I hold this dragon scale, I can stand and let those hero-level masters attack me, and they can't kill me? Xiaoxing was shocked. Of course, although it is immune to physical attacks below the legendary level, Xiaoxing didn't really want to try it. After all, this thing is just a piece, not even as large as a round shield, and the defense range is very limited. Moreover, even if it is a hero-level master, their strength is not a joke. You can't bear the recoil alone. But no matter what, the effect of this scale is still very abnormal. With this thing, it is equivalent to having another trump card, as expected of an ancient dragon. A single scale has such terrifying power. Even if this thing is not made into equipment, holding it in your hand can improve your survival ability by an unknown amount. And Xiaoxing also noticed the following note. Using this dragon scale, find a legendary forger, and even forge legendary equipment. Of course, this goal is a bit far away. After all, legendary forgers are rarer than legendary strongmen. It can also be said that forgers of this level have reached the end of the forging road. The appearance of one is big news that shakes the entire continent. So Xiaoxing doesn't have much hope at the moment. Satisfiedly put the scale into the backpack. Next, it is to exchange the Ice Dragon Core for the City Haiyue treasure box, and then open the box. At this time, Xiaoxing suddenly thought of something. No, I have the title of Star Picker, so I should go and draw the wheel first. What if I really draw a legendary equipment, and then increase my luck by 10 points? Then I will make a profit? So, Xiaoxing immediately gave up the idea of opening the box immediately. Instead, he decided to consume the points first. He first put those Ice Dragon Cores into his backpack, and then opened the point store interface, in order to prevent himself from getting too excited about the lottery and using all the points to draw. So, he decided to open the exchange list first and exchange the necessary recruitment scrolls. Do you want to consume points *300,000 and exchange for the 3rd level Ascalon Warrior recruitment scroll *1000? Yes. In an instant, Xiaoxing points dropped a lot. At the same time, there were 1,000 more scrolls in the backpack. Great. Finally, I will have my own 1,000-man army. With excitement, Xiaoxing opened the wheel interface again. The above is still divided into grades, with a silver wheel of 5,000 points, a gold wheel of 50,000 points, an epic wheel of 100,000 points, and a legendary wheel of 1,000,000 points. But before that, Xiaoxing decided to draw an epic wheel to test the waters. When he clicked it, instantly, a wheel screen appeared in front of him. An orange pointer pointed to the 12 o'clock direction, surrounded by various icons. Among them, orange equipment, weapons, props, blueprints, and skill books. These 5 things occupied 20% of the area respectively. Sure enough, the epic wheel. At least you can get an epic prop. So it seems that this thing is worth it no matter how you draw it. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing clicked the start below. Do you consume points *100,000 and draw the epic wheel once? This time you will get at least one epic prop. Yes. Instantly, the pointer on the wheel began to spin rapidly. Hua la la. After spinning for 5 or 6 seconds, the pointer finally slowed down. Chaoxing watched it pass by epic weapons, skill books, props. As it kept spinning, Chaoxing's heart couldn't help but follow it. In the end, the pointer stopped on the prop. Instantly, the turntable in front of him burst into a strong orange light. This light was so strong that it even made people unable to open their eyes. At the same time, Chaoxing also sensed a strong wave of vitality. Oh my god! The epic turntable is different. And there are lottery special effects? Before he could react, the system prompt appeared. Congratulations on the successful draw. Obtained a random epic prop. 100-year-old tree heart, orange, seeing a fist-sized tree heart suddenly appear in the backpack. Chaoxing was stunned. What is this? With a puzzled look, he took it out. The next moment, a strong wave of life emerged. Chaoxing looked at the fist-sized emerald in his hand with a look of surprise. It continuously emits soft and vibrant light. Just holding it in your hand, you can feel the body coming from waves of comfort. Glancing at the attributes. 100-year tree heart, orange, fuck. Directly accelerating the growth by 100 years. So outrageous. After being shocked, it was ecstasy. Because Chaoxing still remembered what Juliet had said. After the pale tree grows faster to a certain extent, it may awaken consciousness and become a new pale holy tree. However, just 100 years should not be enough. After all, the age of this kind of holy tree is measured in tens of thousands of years. Of course, this does not affect the power of this 100-year tree heart at all. Because the blessing effect of Chaoxing pale tree is currently only 44%. If this tree heart is used, the blessing can be directly increased to 100%. At that time, his health will surge by 56%. And his healing ability will also increase by 56%. Which can be regarded as a huge improvement for all members. Chaoxing is now eager to accelerate the growth of the pale tree. But before that, there is something more important to do. That is, draw the legend wheel. A brand new wheel suddenly appeared in front of him. However, all the icons in it are black. There are a total of more than a dozen icons. It includes 5 categories of legendary quality props, occupying 50% of the area. The remaining 50% of the area is various epic equipment, props, etc. A black pointer stopped at the 12 o'clock position. Do you want to consume points *1 million and draw a legendary wheel? Chaoxing took a deep breath. Excited heart, trembling hands. Draw it for me. The next moment, he directly clicked OK. 1 million points disappeared on the spot. At the same time, the big score wheel in front of him began to spin wildly. Hua la la. Chaoxing watched the wheel spinning faster and faster. Weapons, equipment, skill books, seeds, scrolls, etc. kept passing by. Then, Chaoxing began to pray. Give me a weapon. Give me a weapon. If that doesn't work, give me equipment. After 7 or 8 seconds of rotation, the pointer of the wheel finally stopped at legendary props. Chaoxing's heartbeat stopped instantly. At the same time, another burst of strong light burst out. The intensity of this light was far greater than when the epic wheel was just drawn, and it made people unable to open their eyes. Congratulations on the successful draw. Prize, Nesha's Blessed Ring Legend. Chapter 425 Powerful Blessing Ring. Pale tree transforms again. Damn. How can it be a prop? Disappointment suddenly appeared in Chaoxing's eyes. But after the disappointment, Chaoxing quickly cheered up. After all, this is a legendary item, so it must not be much worse. So, with a look of expectation, Chaoxing took this thing out of his backpack. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a strong divine light. This divine light instantly swept the entire territory, illuminating it as bright as day. When the dazzling divine light dissipated, Chaoxing finally saw the appearance of this thing clearly. This is an overall exquisite ring, as if it was condensed from the purest mercury. And its material is like flowing moonlight. The ring seems to contain some kind of power. Even if you don't hold it, it will automatically float in the air. It looks very magical. Looked at the attributes. Nesha's Blessing Ring, Unbound. Quality, Legend. Divine Power, 20, 1 point can be restored every day. Item Effect. Consume 10 points of Divine Power to generate a 100 by 100 meter blessing area in front. Any single state skill cast in it will affect all friendly players within the range. Lasting 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Item introduction. The blessing ring of the goddess Nesha. Created by the goddess herself. Infused with her divine power and kindness. Bringing blessings and beauty to the world. Fuck. 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 Chao Xing said 3 times in a row. Because he was really shocked. The effect of this thing is beyond imagination. You know. What he lacks most now is naturally something that can turn various single-unit buffs into group things. And this Nesha's blessing aura can do just that. With this thing, Chao Xing no longer needs to attach various single-unit states one by one. Just stand there and release the skill once. And everyone can enjoy the same blessing effect. Ha ha ha. This 1 million is really worth it. Chao Xing sighed. As the number of people in his territory increased, he was worried about how to solve this problem. As a result, it was solved directly by lottery. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Do you want to bind the legendary item, Goddess Nesha's Blessing Ring? Chao Xing clicked yes without hesitation. Binding successful. Title Star Picker has been upgraded. Luck value plus 10. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this thing is a prop, and there is no usage level. If it is like other legendary equipment, it can only be bound at a minimum level of 70. Then it will be troublesome. Satisfiedly put it in the backpack. Chao Xing sighed. This time, the harvest was really huge. Not only did he get what he had always wanted, but he also drew a 100-year-old tree heart. So, Chao Xing exchanged the remaining 20,000 points for 70 Centaur Warrior recruitment scrolls. He spent all the 1.88 million points. Not a drop left. Very good. The next step is to exchange the 113 Ice Dragon cores for treasure chests. According to the system's exchange ratio, I can exchange for 2 Haoyue treasure chests, 1 gold treasure chest, and 3 silver treasure chests. Thinking of this, Chao Xing clicked the exchange without hesitation. The next moment, the 113 Ice Dragon cores in the backpack disappeared. Buzz! Buzz! 6 6-pointed star rays of different sizes appeared in front of him. Bursts of strong cold air erupted. When the light dissipated, 2 crystal clear Haoyue treasure chests, 1 light golden gold treasure chest, and 3 pure white silver treasure chests appeared in front of him. Chao Xing rubbed his hands excitedly. It's great to open so many treasure chests at once. Now, let's open the 3 silver treasure chests to test the waters. Chao Xing stepped forward and clicked to open. Opened successfully. Obtained 4th level Dragon Blood Fighter recruitment scrolls. Obtained 1th level Elite Dragon Blood Fighter recruitment scroll. Obtained Medium Anti-Corruption Potion *13. Obtained Advanced Element Crystals *29. Obtained Glacial Fragments *172. Not bad. I got 5 more recruitment scrolls. We are getting closer and closer to forming a 100-man Dragon Blood Legion. Moreover, compared to the scrolls opened before, the Dragon Blood Fighter level of this recruitment scroll has been raised by 1 level. Obviously, this is also an adjustment strategy made by the system based on the level of the survivors. Then, Chao Xing walked to the gold treasure chest again and clicked to open it. Opened successfully. Obtain Ice Corruption Spear Gold *1. Obtain 4th level Elite Dragon Blood Fighter recruitment scroll *2. Obtain Large Anti-Corruption Potion *2. Obtain Dragon Rock or *35. Another golden spear. That's good. It just so happens that there are many soldiers in my territory who use spears, and this weapon can be used by many people. He put it in his backpack with satisfaction. After opening 4 treasure chests, the harvest is not bad. Then comes the highlight. Looking at the 2 Haoyue treasure chests in front of him, Chao Xing stepped forward and clicked to open them all. Opened successfully. Obtained Ice Flower Blooming Sword *orange. Obtained Deep Sea Raging Scale Armor *orange. Obtained 4th level Boss Level Dragon Blood Fighter recruitment scroll *1. Obtained Large Anti-Corruption Potion *14. Obtained Dragon Rock or *239. Obtained Ever Frozen Sea Water *500 milliliters. Haha. 2 more epic equipment. Sure enough, after the luck value is increased, the probability of opening a box to get good things also increases greatly. With excitement, he looked at the attributes. Ice Flower Blooming Sword *orange. This special effect seems to be pretty good. If the special effect of the flow of power is triggered, It can easily increase the attack power by several thousand points. It is very powerful. It just so happens that the attributes of the Sword of Mag-El in Mu Xue's hand have been somewhat out of date before it was repaired. Giving her this weapon can greatly increase her combat power. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at the attributes of the other equipment. Deep Sea Raging Scale Armor, Orange. Quality, Epic. Equipment level, Level 50. Armor, 334 to 351. Attached special effects. 1. Agility plus 220. Strength plus 200. Attack speed plus 20%. Attached special effects. 2. Burning immunity, immune to burning effects below legendary level. Attached special effects. 3. Raging shield, when attacked. There is a 70% chance of triggering a layer of raging shield, blocking 30,000 points of damage, and rebounding 20% of the damage received to the enemy. Triggering interval, 60 seconds. Note, 1/3 of the Deep Sea Rage set can be combined with the Deep Sea Rage helmet and Deep Sea Rage bottoms to form a set effect. After collecting all 3 sets, the set effect can be activated. Deep Sea Storm. Immune to the burning effect below the legendary level? Doesn't this mean that wearing this equipment, you can jump directly into the sea of fire and dance? Chao Xing was happy. Obviously, this is possible. After all, at their level, ordinary flames can no longer hurt them. And after wearing this equipment, there is no need to worry about the threat of flames, which is quite good. However, this is a light armor set, which is not very suitable for Mu Xue, and Assam has already changed into the Fearless Knight set. So, these 3 sets can be put on Boji. Chao Xing had already thought about the personnel allocation in his mind. So far, the harvest of the past 10 days has been completely digested. It can be said that the harvest is quite rich, enough to greatly improve his strength. Chao Xing took a deep breath. Next, I will go to Juliet and use the 100-year-old tree heart in my hand first. Thinking of this, Chao Xing came to the back garden area of the territory, because Chao Xing had just instructed that all staff members should do a good job of logistics. So the pair of tree spirit sisters are also working hard to cultivate plants and prepare for their next action. After seeing Chao Xing, the 2 girls immediately showed a happy smile on their faces. Lord, you are here. Chao Xing smiled. Little Neve. Juliet. How are these magic plants being cultivated? They are growing well. The second batch of golden sunflowers have entered the growth period. The batch of dim light moss and white orchids you gave us last time have already begun to be transplanted. Also, the ice thorn bindweed and rattan turrets have been transplanted to the magic pots. You can move them to the city wall to fight at any time. Hee hee. Little Neve reported excitedly. Chao Xing smiled. Great, Little Neve. And Juliet. You've worked hard too. Hearing the Lord's praise, the sisters smiled with satisfaction. Chao Xing continued. Now, it's time for the growth of the pale tree to enter a new stage. The 2 girls looked at each other after hearing this. Juliet asked in confusion, what does the Lord mean? Chao Xing did not speak, but directly took out the 100-year tree heart from his backpack. When this fist-sized tree heart of life appeared, the strong vitality contained in it passed by like a breeze. The flowers and plants in the entire back garden area seemed to be injected with infinite vitality, and they straightened their branches and leaves, and the flowers bloomed in an instant. The 2 girls widened their eyes and looked at the item in Chao Xing's hand with shock. Oh my god! Such a strong vitality. Yes, it feels more vigorous than some of the hundreds of years old holy trees in our holy forest. Chao Xing came to the pale tree and smashed the tree heart. Instantly, a strong vitality overflowed and flowed into the trunk of the pale tree. In the entire territory, everyone felt refreshed. At this moment, the pale tree, after absorbing a large amount of vitality, also ushered in a crazy growth process. Hua la la. The trunk, which was originally more than 1 meter thick, began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The white bark seemed to have life, constantly wriggling, and the lines became clearer and deeper. On the dense tree crown, the snow-white leaves were also growing rapidly and becoming more dense. Boom! After a strong vibration, the pale tree directly increased to nearly 30 meters high, becoming the tallest building in the entire territory. From a few kilometers away, you can see this pale tree with dense branches and leaves and exuding a sacred atmosphere. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Your territory plant, pale tree has gained accelerated growth. This acceleration time is 100 years. Life blessing increased by 56%, currently 100%. Has reached the maximum value. Growth blessing increased by 6%, currently 50%. Has reached the maximum value. A smile appeared on Xiaoxing's face. Finally, all reached the maximum value. And he also felt that his vitality had increased a lot. Not only Xiaoxing, but also all friendly creatures in the entire territory felt this feeling of increased vitality. They all felt incredible. After all, this is even comparable to the improvement brought by an advancement. It can be said that the transformation of the pale tree has greatly enhanced everyone's survivability. At the same time, the second system prompt appeared. Survivors, please note, because you have helped the pale tree grow for more than 100 years. Activate the additional effect, Pale Attraction. Pale Attraction. Experience points gained from battles increase by 10%. And after that, every 100 years of the pale tree will gain 10% experience bonus. When it reaches 100%, the pale tree has a chance to awaken the holy tree spirit. Oh my! Pale Attraction. 10% experience bonus? That's a bit cool. You know, as Xiaoxing's current level continues to rise, more and more experience points are needed. It is no longer possible to achieve the same level surge overnight as before, especially after breaking through to the master. Each level increase will increase hundreds of thousands of experience points. Upgrading has become increasingly difficult, and this pale attraction comes at the right time. However, it takes 1,000 years for the pale tree to grow faster to get a 100% experience point bonus, which is a bit far away. Of course, this has no effect. At least it gives Xiaoxing a new goal. The tree spirit sisters next to them said excitedly, Neve, did you feel it? Little Neve nodded heavily. I felt it. The pale tree seemed to have awakened a little consciousness. Although it was very weak, it did react. Great. The two girls hugged each other excitedly, like two exquisite figurines. No one was happier than them for the revival of the pale tree. At this time, they seemed to remember something, turned around and said respectfully, Thank you, Lord. You let us see the hope of the revival of the pale tree. Xiaoxing smiled and shook his head and said, No. I should thank you. You brought me such a magical plant seed. Besides, we are all family from now on, so there is no need to be so polite. When the two girls heard the last sentence, a shy look appeared on their faces, and they lowered their heads embarrassedly. Xiaoxing paused, then said, Then you continue to be busy. I will not disturb you. After bidding farewell to the tree spirit sisters, Xiaoxing looked at the time. It is now 21:23 in the evening. There are still 2.5 hours before the new copy is transmitted. Now, the staff of the entire territory are working overtime intensively. The bakery is mass-producing fresh wheat milk bread. The canteen is also taking turns to prepare a large amount of food. The whole territory is filled with the aroma of food. Xiaoxing thought to himself, It's still a few hours before dawn. It's still early. Now, it's time to deal with the last thing. The dragon speaker. If this woman is not arranged well, it may not be long after Xiaoxing leaves, and her injuries will recover a little, and she will leave the territory to find her Seraphis. So, Xiaoxing quickly came to the basement area. At a glance, he saw the dragon speaker standing in the corner, silently staring at the corner. She was wearing a plain pajamas, and her straight back was like a proud cedar, giving people a feeling of coolness and loneliness. The dragon speaker has recovered her mobility today. The women who took care of her also changed from 4 to 2. When they saw Xiaoxing coming, the two women immediately stood up and saluted. Hello, Lord. Xiaoxing waved his hand and walked straight to the dragon speaker. How is your recovery? Hearing the voice, the woman with a cool temperament slowly turned around. A beautiful face with a little paleness came into view. The thin lips opened slightly, and then said lightly, Yes. Xiaoxing was speechless. She seemed to have become the dragon speaker, who didn't want to say a word. But what do you mean? Hearing this, the dragon speaker seemed to know that her words were too concise. She sorted out her words and said, I'm recovering okay. I'd be able to recover half of my combat power in about a week. Xiaoxing nodded and went straight to the point. Can you tell me who your enemy is? And who is the one who hunted Seraphis last time? Hearing this question, the dragon speaker showed hesitation in his eyes. For her, this seemed to be a taboo topic. However, Xiaoxing was her savior, so the dragon speaker could not refuse. After a moment, she slowly said. It's the Watcher. Hearing the name of this organization, Chao Xing was shocked. What do you mean? The group behind the Blood Legion? The dragon speaker didn't seem surprised. Chao Xing knew the Watcher organization. That's right. Chao Xing frowned and said, How did you provoke these people? Because they wanted to pull me into this organization. I refused, and killed the guy who wanted to win me over. Then the Watcher sent people to hunt me down. Chapter 426 Recruiting the Dragon Speaker. The first hero in the territory. Chao Xing was speechless. Why don't you just refuse? Why kill him? A trace of disgust flashed in the dragon speaker's eyes. Because this guy was rude to me and made me feel sick. So I killed him. Chao Xing nodded. That was a good kill. But what kind of existence are the Watchers? And why do they want you to join? Hearing this question, the dragon speaker sorted out his words and replied. The Watchers claim to be the guardians of the human race and protect the human race from threats from other races. But the people gathered inside are all a group of crazy beings. Chao Xing looked at her in confusion. Guardians? Are they also a group of crazy beings? Why does it sound so contradictory? It is indeed very contradictory. The woman nodded and said, Do you know what their philosophy is? I don't know. Their philosophy is to allow all humans to coexist equally and to eliminate oppression in human society. In other words, they want to overthrow the feudal system that has lasted for thousands of years on the continent. They want a revolution. Overthrow these nobles. Chao Xing was even more confused after hearing this. They want to overthrow the feudal system of this continent. Isn't that a good thing? The dragon speaker shook his head. Their ideas are indeed good, but their methods are too extreme. They believe that even if they kill all of these royal nobles, they can no longer drive out people's deep-rooted ideas. Even if this group of nobles die, there will be new nobles and new oppression. So, this group of people summon the Blood Legion. The purpose is to let the blood dye the earth red, destroy all the kingdoms, and then do a thorough cleansing. Hearing the last sentence, Chao Xing's eyes also showed shock. To destroy all the kingdoms. This is really crazy. You know, not counting other continents. There are countless kingdoms of all sizes in the entire Western continent. Among them, there are ancient dynasties that have lasted for tens of thousands of years. And there are also newly emerging kingdoms. It is said that there is even a huge human empire in the center of the continent. They are going to destroy so many kingdoms in one fell swoop. When the war starts, how many people will die is simply unimaginable. The dragon speaker looked at Chao Xing and continued. And it's not just that. In addition to these kingdoms and churches, including you, the lords of other worlds, are also their targets. But with their strength, they certainly can't fight against so many enemies. So they are secretly looking for some powerless masters, heroes, and even legendary strongmen to join the Watcher force. And that's how I was targeted. Chao Xing frowned slightly. Do you know how big this force is, and how many strongmen are there? The dragon speaker shook his head, not sure. I only know that there were 5 9th-level strongmen who besieged Seraphis and me last time. And one of them was even close to the legendary level. But as far as I know, there are definitely legendary strongmen in the Watcher force. And even stronger ones. After listening to the dragon speaker's story, the shock in Chao Xing's eyes became more intense. There are actually existences above the legendary level. No wonder this force dares to claim to be the guardian of the human race and fight against so many kingdoms. The fact that the dragon speaker can escape from the siege of so many powerful people also proves her strength. However, Chao Xing does not feel much pressure at present. When the sky falls, there are tall people to support it. The first thing the Watcher looks for is also those kingdoms. He has also learned some about the Blood Legion controlled by the Watcher during this period. Although the harm is great, it will not break out in a short time. So there is no need to worry too much at present. Moreover, even if the power behind the Blood Legion, the Watcher really has a legendary or legendary existence, the human empire will surely take action. After all, the Blood Legion was repelled once 1,000 years ago. Chao Xing thought for a moment and did not continue to ask on this topic. Anyway, what should be understood is almost understood. He continued to ask, What are your plans next? The dragon speaker shook her head. No plan. After recovering from the injury, I will go to Seraphis, and then find a way to take revenge. I will make these damn guys pay the price. There was a hint of fierce murderous intent in her tone. The last setback did not hit this woman, but it further stimulated her fighting spirit. Chao Xing did not speak, but looked at her carefully. The dragon speaker seemed a little unnatural under Chaoxing's eyes. He frowned slightly. And then said, "Why are you looking at me all the time?" Chaoxing did not answer, but asked, "Do you want to become stronger?" The dragon speaker looked at him in confusion. "Join my territory. I have the means to greatly improve your strength in a short period of time. And you can gain permanent recovery ability and other abilities. What do you think?" Chaoxing finally said his biggest goal and directly put forward the conditions. The dragon speaker looked at him in confusion. "Are you recruiting me?" Chaoxing spread his hands and did not deny it. "Yes." At this moment, the woman's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Then, she looked at him with a sizing look, as if thinking about something. Chaoxing continued, "I think you should be able to see it. Right? When you saw me last time, I didn't have a single master-level subordinate around me. Now, there are already 3 master-level masters in the entire territory. Including us, we will soon be able to break through to the master level. And with your current strength, it is impossible to deal with the enemy. When you gradually become stronger, the Blood Legion will have already erupted. Only by joining my territory can you have a stronger force in a short period of time." Chaoxing was persuading her, and his voice was extremely persuasive. The dragon speaker thought for a moment. "I did feel a magical power in your territory. Can I have this power if I join you? Are there any other conditions?" She didn't believe that Chaoxing would be so kind. "There is indeed one more condition." Chaoxing didn't deny it, and said directly, "Next, I will lead the warriors of the entire territory to a special plane. I need you to accompany me to fight. The time is 1 month. During this period, you need to obey my command. After a month, when you come back from that plane, you can go find your partner, Seraphis. How about it?" The dragon speaker seemed to be persuaded by Chaoxing, but the pride in her heart prompted her not to be bound by others. After struggling for a moment, she sighed. "You saved me once. I owe you a favor. Then it's okay to help you once." Chaoxing's eyes lit up. "So, you agree?" The dragon speaker nodded slightly. Chaoxing was immediately ecstatic. He was just trying it out, so he wouldn't be surprised if this woman refused. Unexpectedly, this woman actually agreed. He was so happy, because this means that he will finally have a hero-level strongman. He quickly handed a recruitment invitation to the dragon speaker. Recruitment successful. Dragon speaker Binglon LV-84. 9th order commander level creature. Joined your territory. Population plus 10. Prosperity plus 100 at this moment. Chaoxing pupils shrank instantly. Fuck. Level 84 commander. 9th order strongman. He was shocked. Damn. I made a fortune. I actually picked up such a powerful existence. And Chaoxing also noticed her name. Binglon. The name is quite nice. It was at the moment when the dragon speaker joined the territory. The 100% life bonus of the pale tree was directly attached to her body. The dragon speaker immediately felt that there was a strong vitality in her body. A look of surprise appeared in the purple pupils. She stretched out her white fingers and felt the surge in life value. Unimaginable power. As soon as I joined your territory, I felt that my vitality doubled. Is this the blessing you mentioned? It's really amazing. The taciturn dragon speaker couldn't help but admire the power of the pale tree at this moment. Chaoxing smiled after hearing this. No. This is just one of the effects in my territory. Next, I will add more magical blessings for you. After hearing this, the dragon speaker's calm eyes showed a strange look. When she looked at Chaoxing, she also showed a serious look. Before this, she had never thought about how much power Chaoxing could bring to her. After all, as a lord, he only had the strength of the 5th level, which was too far from her. Joining the territory was just to repay his life-saving grace. And now, just the doubling of life value directly made Binglon look at him with new eyes. But now, this man said that this was just one of the blessing effects in his territory. While she was shocked, she couldn't help but feel a little hopeful. Maybe she could really improve her strength in this territory. At this moment, Chaoxing's voice interrupted her thoughts. Come with me. I take you to meet other partners in the territory. Binglon nodded slightly. Then, she followed Chaoxing out of the basement. On the way, Chaoxing took a look at Binglon's attributes. Although her level was 34 levels higher than his. But after becoming a friendly creature, Chaoxing could still check the attributes in detail. Dragon Speaker Binglon. Race, Half-Dragon. Level, Level 84 1.07 million/25 million, 9th Order Commander level creature. HP 1.3542 million/21.64 million, Pale Tree bonus. Attack power 32,156 to 33,472. Armor 5132 to 5417. Attributes: Strength 8794. Agility 9149. Spirit 8863. Constitution 8132. Skills: Master level swordsmanship, swordsmanship mastery. Integrating various basic swordsmanship. And can skillfully perform various basic swordsmanship skills, upper slash, 3-stage slash, moonlight slash, etc. Dragon Promise sword slash, summons a giant dragon phantom. Combines the power of the dragon. And slashes forward a giant dragon sword energy. Causing 2 by 178% slash damage to enemies in a straight line of 1000 meters. Cooling time, 60 seconds, Dragon Promise sword break, summons the power of the dragon to surround the sword, so that the attack range increases to 1000 meters, causing 3 consecutive slash damage to enemies in the surrounding area. Cooling time, 120 seconds, Dragon Promise sword dance, the dragon speaker swings the sword at high speed, and the giant dragon phantom dances with it, forming a strong tornado, sucking enemies within 500 meters around, and causing 5 by 115% tearing damage to them. Cooling time, 150 seconds, Dragon Promise sword destroy, the dragon speaker leaps into the air and summons a huge giant dragon phantom, which together with it causes 3 sharp slashes to the enemies in front, with a damage coefficient of 3 by 254%. And then from the air, in the space crack, summon countless dragon sword phantoms, like a rainstorm, causing continuous high damage to enemies within a diameter of 1000 meters below. Cooling time, 1 hour. Commander level skills, Dragon Sword Break, concentrate extremely strong sword energy. Cut out a space crack. And use the power of the dragon soul to move quickly in the space crack. The maximum moving distance is 5,000 kilometers. Cooling time, 10 hours. Note, to move in the space crack, you need a space beacon. Otherwise you will get lost in the crack. Talent 1, Dragonborn Affinity, born close to the Dragon Clan. It is easier to sign a contract with the Dragon Clan. And when cultivating young dragons, it speeds up their growth by 50%. Talent 2, Dragon Rider, when controlling a dragon to fight, its own attack power increases by 30%, and the attack range increases by 30%. Status, severely injured, bleeding, satiation, 76, loyalty, 58. After reading the attributes of this woman, Chao Xing took a deep breath. Good guy. Horror. It's so fucking terrifying. This is the attribute of a hero-level strongman, with a health value of over 10 million, which is simply terrifying. And after the bonus of the Pale Tree, her health has reached 20 million. In addition, the skills are more terrifying than each other. No wonder this woman is so tough. Of course, the most terrifying is the commander-level skill. It can actually enter the space crack and move. No wonder the dragon speaker said that it can reach the Ice Crystal Kingdom in 10 seconds. Too abnormal. However, Chao Xing also discovered that all of this woman's skills are offensive, and there is no means of saving her life. This kind of strongman can play a huge role in team battles. If you let her fight alone, it's okay if she encounters few enemies. If you encounter several equally powerful enemies, you can't kill them in one burst. Then you will die. That's why the dragon speaker was defeated by the Siege of the Watcher. It doesn't matter. This woman is already in my territory. And next, I will make her stronger and make up for the shortcomings of insufficient survivability. At that time, the dragon speaker without any weaknesses will be a real killing machine. Thinking of this, Chao Xing became more excited. Then he took her to the center of the territory. Soon, they came to the square area. Chao Xing turned around and said to her, "Wait a moment. I call everyone out." The dragon speaker nodded slightly, then stood aside proudly. At the same time, Chao Xing shouted, "All combatants, staff, second assembly." After hearing the order, first, hundreds of combatants came over. In addition to those soldiers, there are many powerful beings. Asimo, wearing a full set of golden armor and holding legendary weapons. There is also a forest which wearing a light blue dress with a mighty aura. And the Blood Spider Queen, that exudes a terrifying blood-poisonous breath and makes people shudder. As the strong men appeared one after another, the indifference in the eyes of the dragon speaker gradually disappeared, replaced by a serious look. Looking at these powerful beings, she began to face this territory in her heart. The strength of this territory seems to be much stronger than she imagined. Although the strength of these people who just appeared is not as good as her, but the life level of them has reached a terrifying level. If they are all at the 9th level, even she is not sure that she can defeat any of them. After reaching this conclusion, the dragon speaker actually felt a little frustrated. Before this, she thought she was invincible at the same level. Even the last time she suffered a defeat was because of the enemy's siege. And now, any strong man who came out of this territory made her feel that she was not as good as the other party. This is simply unimaginable. At the same time, when Sarah, holding an epic dagger, appeared like a ghost, the disbelief in the eyes of the dragon speaker gradually turned into shock. Domain. This is the ability of a dominant level creature. How can there be a dominant level creature in this territory? She couldn't help asking. Chao Xing turned his head and asked in confusion, "What happened to the dominant?" The dragon speaker said solemnly, "Because the commander is already the end of the potential of all creatures, and the dominant is the existence that goes further under this limit. It is not certain that there will be a dominant level strongman among 100 commanders. Moreover, the higher the potential of the creature, the higher the probability of successfully impacting the legend. The probability of a dominant level creature breaking through the legend is more than 10% higher than that of a commander level creature." Chao Xing's eyes showed surprise. This was the first time he heard about this. It turns out that the improvement of potential can also increase the probability of breaking through the legend. No wonder the dragon speaker was so surprised. But so far, he has not yet come into contact with the realm of legend, so he does not know what the conditions for breaking through the legend are. But judging from the reaction of the dragon speaker, it should be very difficult. At the same time, when all the staff of the entire territory came over, Chao Xing turned his head and said, "Bing on. Wait for a while. Before that, I will summon a new batch of warriors." The woman's eyes also withdrew from Sarah, and then stood aside silently. Chao Xing took out all the more than 1,000 recruitment scrolls from his backpack. In addition to those Ascalon warrior scrolls, there were also several Dragon Blood Fighter recruitment scrolls that he had just opened the box. Then, he clicked on the summons. In an instant, the recruitment scrolls in his hand disappeared in an instant. There were strong vibrations in the sky above. Boom! Boom! More than 1,000 meteors streaked across the dark night sky. Like a meteor shower, they fell in front of everyone. The stars were bright, like something from outer space. Then, they turned into Ascalon warriors holding long swords and wearing standard armor. There were several tall Dragon Blood fighters beside them. The sunken glory still shines on us. Soldiers of the 7th Legion of Ascalon. Reporting to you. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Welcome, brave warriors from the kingdom of Ascalon, and the powerful Norn tribe. No need to say more. There are many of your fellow tribesmen and former comrades in this territory. They will take you to familiar places. Hearing this, the group of newly summoned warriors looked around. Their eyes instantly fell on their companions. Some of them even saw familiar faces among them. An Ascalon warrior said respectfully, "This powerful lord. You are right. There are indeed many of our comrades here. I didn't expect that we could meet again after so many years." The first batch of Ascalon warriors also chuckled, "Clive, you are lucky to come to a good territory. Yes, remember to hang out with us in the future, and we will continue to lead you into battle." The newly recruited Ascalon warriors all smiled. After all, after so many years, comrades who once fought side by side can meet again, which is indeed a happy thing. The Dragon Blood fighter on the other side looked at Commander Burgi in the crowd, and his heart was also full of mixed feelings. Chao Xing smiled. "Okay, there will be time for you to reminisce later. Now, return to the team." "Yes." The thousands of people summoned quickly returned to the team. With the addition of these people, the combat power of the troops in Chao Xing territory has increased dramatically again. But what Chao Xing is more interested in is the newly activated 1,000-man bond effect of this group of Ascalon warriors. He glanced at the attributes. Bonded Ascalon warrior. When the number of warriors acting at the same time exceeds 1,000, the morale barrier effect will be triggered. Morale barrier. During the fearless charge, a layer of morale barrier will be activated to block the enemy's long-range attack damage. And the maximum damage can be blocked is the average level of the warrior's asterisk, the number of warriors asterisk 10 points. Huh? This 1000-man bond is interesting. It actually activates a large-scale long-range shield? And the value seems to be very high. It can easily block hundreds of thousands of damage. In this way, you don't have to worry about being interrupted by the enemy during the charge. Xiaoxing was happy and felt very satisfied. Because in this way, the lethality caused by Ascalon warriors on the battlefield will be raised to a higher level. Xiaoxing looked at the others and continued, "There are about 2 hours left before we enter that new plane. Now, I will add the blessing to everyone again." Lu Muxua asked softly with a puzzled look in her eyes. "Axing, there are only 2 hours left. Can so many people make it in time?" Xiaoxing smiled. "Don't worry. We can make it in time." After saying that, he took out the goddess Nesha's blessing ring, legend, from his backpack. The soft light instantly covered the entire territory. Chapter 427 Monster Territory. Extraordinary Survivors. When the goddess halo appeared, the soft light instantly covered the entire territory. Everyone looked surprised and stared at the ring floating in front of Xiaoxing, because they felt a magical and vast power in this halo. Xiaoxing first explained to Lu Muxua the function of this thing. After hearing this, the beautiful female knight's pupils suddenly widened. "Oh my god! There is such a magical thing! That's great! Axing!" She seemed very happy. After all, as the existence with the most status skills in the territory, Lu Muxua plays a big role. She has to spend a lot of time to apply status skills to each warrior, which is really hard. And now, with this halo, it can be said that it saves a lot of time. Xiaoxing smiled and said, "Well, let's start now." After speaking, he directly held up the blessing ring in his hand, then clicked to use. The next moment, this blessing ring automatically flew into the air and gradually enlarged. A burst of light fell on the ground. In front of everyone, a circular area with a diameter of 100 meters and emitting soft light appeared. The divine power value on the blessing halo also decreased by 10 points. Xiaoxing continued, "Okay. All warriors and all staff members, enter the halo now." Hearing the order, the people in the entire territory began to move. They stepped into the halo one after another, and then tried to stick their bodies together. Anyway, most of these combatants are men. There are only a few women like the Dragon Blood Fighter Saint Guard and Nightmare Archer. And these warriors are also very gentlemanly, keeping a little distance from these women. Then, it was the staff. Dozens of polar people, tree spirits, villagers of Grapevine Village, and other personnel walked in. The group of goblins are still working in the cave, so they can only add status to them next time. The circular area with a diameter of 100 meters can accommodate more than 2,000 people if they squeeze in. When everyone entered, Xiaoxing said, "Bing Lan, you go too." The woman with a cold temperament frowned slightly, as if she didn't want to squeeze in with so many people. But she also knew that she needed to obey Xiaoxing arrangements now. So, the dragon speaker stepped into the halo and stood with Sarah, Rennies and others. Seeing that almost everyone had entered the halo, Xiaoxing also stepped in. Then he raised his staff and released an ice healing spell on himself. In an instant, this strange magic fell directly on everyone's head. More than 1,000 warriors, plus hundreds of staff, and the dragon speaker's head all had reply numbers. Plus 5,266, plus 5,266, plus 5,266. Xiaoxing now has 2,600 spiritual attributes, plus the 100% healing bonus of the Pale Tree, and the 50% healing bonus of the Kingdom Holy Ring. His healing value alone has exceeded 5,000. In addition, Andrew's Life Blossom, which guarantees a healing bonus of 2,200 per second, and the Tribal, which doctors rejuvenation. In other words, the healing data per second for everyone on the field can reach 8,000. At this moment, everyone's eyes were shocked, including the dragon speaker, who experienced the effect of eternal power for the first time. She was even more shocked, because she could feel that her vitality was recovering at a considerable speed. What's more terrifying is that this recovery is permanent. The dragon speaker's 20 million health points represent her extremely strong life. But because of her strong vitality, it takes at least several days to recover to the peak after each injury. With this eternal power, she can return to the peak in less than half an hour. It is self-evident how much this will improve her. A smile appeared on Xiaoxing's mouth. Very good. This will save a lot of effort. He looked at Andrew, Elena, Xiao Chu and others beside him. Okay. The aura can only last for 5 minutes. Now let's add the status to all our members. Everyone nodded. As various powerful skills were released one after another. Courage Blessing, Strength Blessing, Holy Light Redemption, Holy Shield, and Andrew's Thorn Art, Life Bloom, etc. All the warriors could feel that their combat effectiveness had been greatly enhanced. And it was not just the combat effectiveness that was enhanced. Also, survivability, attack power, movement speed, etc., 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 were greatly enhanced. When all the skills were used, even Volibear's sky voice shocked down. Light Feather Chicken's light feather protection, etc. Almost all the skills that can increase the status have been used. The nearly 2,000 people on the field are like new people. Especially the villagers of the newly joined Polar People Grapevine Village. They are first-level creatures. And their attack power is less than 3 digits. And now, Lu Mushua's Blessing of Courage directly increases their attack power by dozens of times. You can imagine what this concept is. Everyone is looking at their bodies with shock on their faces. One of the elderly villagers picked up a huge rock from the ground and punched it. Bang! The huge force smashed the rock into pieces. The old man looked at his fist in shock and said in horror, "Gods! Is this really the power that an old man like me can have? I feel like I can kill an elephant with one punch now." A 5 or 6-year-old child next to him was carrying a huge log 5 or 6 meters long and running in the territory at full speed, including those polar people. When they swung their hammers at this moment, they all made bursts of breaking air. If other lords saw this scene, they would probably be stunned. This is not a group of workers. This is simply a group of monsters. Any polar person who comes out of here can press a 4th-level leader to the ground and hammer. It's so scary. Everyone was feeling the surging power in their bodies, and the whole territory was in a state of chaos. The villagers were performing a chest-breaking stone. The polar people ran like rockets, under various speed increases. Even the Cook Dahua and the others rolled up their sleeves and punched the air, with bursts of explosions. The group of newly joined Ascalon warriors were all dumbfounded. If it weren't for the various blessings of the Lord, they even felt that they couldn't beat a peasant woman. After a while, the group of warriors touched their heads and said in shock, "It's really a ghost. Gods, what kind of territory have we come to?" Everyone's eyes were cast on Chao Xing at the same time. They also knew that this magical blessing effect was the magical ability of their lord, because you helped him improve his strength. Catison's loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 75. Because of you, the loyalty of all newcomers has increased a lot. Chao Xing saw the chaotic scene in the territory and couldn't help laughing. However, as his voice sounded, "Okay, let's go back to work. We have to hurry up and prepare the supplies for the next month." Instantly, the chaos in the entire territory stopped. All the staff members responded loudly. "Yes, great lord." Everyone's face flushed. The surge in strength made them extremely excited. As mentioned before, let these staff members increase their strength. Even if they don't need to help fight, it can also increase their work efficiency several times. When all the staff left, at this moment, the dragon speaker, after his vitality continued to recover, gradually got out of the serious injury. She took a deep look at Chao Xing. "Because you helped him improve his strength. The loyalty of the territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglan, has been improved. And the current loyalty is 72 the next moment." She suddenly stretched out her white arm. Chao Xing felt that a strong chill condensed in her palm. Crack! Crack! As if the sound of the cold air was being compressed continuously sounded. In the blink of an eye, a long sword with a snow-white body and a cold light on the tip of the sword was held in her hand. At the moment when the dragon speaker grasped the weapon, a wave of destructive power erupted from her body, sweeping across the entire territory in an instant. All the strong men on the field looked over. The 84th level commander level strongman, at this moment, burst out with all his strength, enough to make people feel trembling. But soon, she restrained this breath. Looking at Chao Xing, he said with emotion, "It's hard to imagine that you still have this magical ability. After a series of blessings just now, my combat effectiveness has increased by about 40%. After hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes showed a bit of disappointment. Only increased by 40%? But it's normal to think about it. After all, this woman's current data is already quite terrifying. To be able to increase by 40% is already more than one advancement. Chao Xing continued to ask, what level of strength are you now? The dragon speaker thought for a moment, and then replied decisively, I can fight anyone below the legend. Chao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. Can I fight anyone below legendary? Doesn't this mean that the dragon speaker is already invincible below legendary? If the dragon speaker is invincible, doesn't that mean I am invincible? Chao Xing was immediately happy. Moreover, even if I really encounter a legendary level strongman, I still have a trump card to deal with it. That is to say, as long as the dragon speaker is in his territory, then I am really invincible below the legend, and I can exchange one for one above the legend. However, Chao Xing quickly remembered something and reminded, although your strength has improved a lot, don't think about seeking revenge on the enemy immediately. You can deal with 1 or 2 hero-level strongmen, but if the number of enemies is too large, even with my series of blessings, you can't bear it. Now, I can't make you truly immortal. The dragon speaker knew that Chao Xing was reminding her not to be impulsive. She also knew that the Watcher was a very terrifying force. Far from being shaken by 1 or 2 hero-level strongmen, the woman was obedient and nodded gently. Chao Xing continued, okay. The rest of you should disperse. Gather here on time in 2 hours. Yes. Great Lord. After all the soldiers left, Chao Xing carefully put the blessing ring into his backpack. This is a good treasure. Soon, other combatants also dispersed. Chao Xing was the only one left. At the same time, the time came to 10 o'clock in the evening, which was the time when the ranking was locked. The system prompt appeared. Survivors, please pay attention. After 10 days of challenges, the Zhuoma Claw challenge has officially ended, and the points ranking has been locked. Now start to count the rankings. Counting completed. Your current ranking is 1. Congratulations. You have become the strongest existence in the competition among hundreds of thousands of people in the 4 major regions. And you have obtained a special title, Extraordinary Survivor. Get ranking rewards, gold points plus 100. Free epic wheel draw opportunity *10. There is another new title, 100 gold points, and an epic wheel draw opportunity. Oh my god. The first prize this time is not bad. You know, an epic wheel draw opportunity is equivalent to 100,000 points. It may not be a big deal for Chao Xing, but for other regions, it is a huge reward. After all, the first place in many regions may have barely broken through 100,000 points after 10 days. So this reward is equivalent to doubling their points. At the same time, the second system prompt appeared. It is detected that your ranking has entered the top 10,000 in the 4 major regions. Do you choose to enter the special scene, Oracle War Crystal Bloom? Chao Xing did not hesitate and directly clicked yes. This is not necessary to consider at all. Following the system is the correct way to develop. You have made a choice. Now please return all the combat creatures that need to be brought into the God Realm War to the territory. If there are combat arms that you do not want to take away, please let them step out of the territory before 12 o'clock. Countdown, 1 hour, 58 minutes. Please note, all survivors participating in the Oracle War, prepare the corresponding food, water, supplies, etc. When the system prompt ended, the chat channel instantly became lively. Xiao Jiqiang, woohoo! My personal ranking is 9,784. Luckily I didn't make it into the top 10,000. Now I can also participate in the Oracle War. Haha. Fuck. I just saw that my ranking was 9,989. And in the blink of an eye, I was squeezed to 10135. You bastards are holding on to your points and waiting to steal the house at the last minute. Right? Damn. I'm 10,001. What did I say? These bastards are too despicable. Just waiting for the last few seconds to rush to the list. People's hearts are really sinister. Brothers, it's uncomfortable. Hearing this, the survivors were stunned. Then they seemed to remember something. In addition to getting points by killing these ice nest monsters, there are some other means, such as directly exchanging the ice dragon core for 1,000 points, and waiting for the last moment to kill the Zhuoma beast, etc. For a while, a loud laugh rang out in the chat channel, and the entire 4 regions were filled with a happy atmosphere. Those unlucky guys who were squeezed out of the rankings not only did not get comfort, but became the source of happiness for everyone. Soon, the survivors changed the topic again. Brothers, we are about to enter the Oracle War. How are you doing? Of course there is no problem. In the past 10 days of challenge, I have collected more than 10,000 points with the Star Moon Legion, and gathered an Imperial Soldier Legion, and 3 Tribal Witch Doctors, which is awesome. Brother above, you are awesome. You actually have a legion already. Are there any girls who need to team up in the Oracle War? I have 50 Wild Boar Warriors and 10 Royal Gunners, and the output capacity is off the charts. The one above. You don't even know the specific content of the Oracle War, and you are thinking about teaming up to pick up girls so soon. Right? Then I will also form a team. A level 37 Polar Warrior, with a legion of 100 people under my command. Is there anyone with similar strength? The enthusiasm of the survivors is unprecedentedly high. The 10-day challenge of the Zhuama Beast has greatly improved everyone's strength. In the new scene, soldiers can use points to revive, and there is no need to worry about loss. So they can't wait to go in and show their skills. As they talked, the topic of the crowd shifted to some strong people. Speaking of which, the top 10 in the rankings are terrifying, each with 6-digit points. I heard that they have raised a Centaur Lancer Corps and a Jungle Shooter Corps. The most terrifying one is Chao Xing. 1.8 million points. I don't know how to spend so many points. I'm so jealous. At this time, Chao Xing was still checking the system rewards just now. The first one is the title. He looked at the attributes. Extraordinary Survivor, Special Title. Title Attributes, HP plus 5%. Attack plus 200. Charm plus 10. Attached unique effect, Lord Deterrence, when interacting with other lords. If the opponent's level is lower than yours, there is a chance that he will enter a state of deterrence. Feel fear in his heart, and reduce his attributes by 10%. Note, in the competition among hundreds of thousands of survivor lords, you can only get this title if you come out on top and become the first place. This is your honor. Oh! You can actually make other lords enter a state of deterrence? Is this the legendary tiger body shaking, and everyone bows down? Chao Xing laughed. This title is quite interesting. Not to mention the special effects below. The several attributes attached to it are also good. It's free anyway, so don't miss it. Next, I have to digest another reward. One free chance to draw the epic wheel. With excitement, Chao Xing opened the point store interface. Then he clicked on the big wheel. And sure enough, he saw that the lottery button below was lit. Great. I hope I can get another 100-year-old or 1,000-year-old tree heart. He rubbed his hands excitedly. Chao Xing clicked lottery directly. Swish. The pointer on the wheel began to spin at high speed. Under his nervous gaze, it kept crossing one icon after another. Finally, the pointer stopped on the prop. Huh? Another prop? With a burst of orange light. The next moment, the system prompt appeared. Congratulations on the successful draw. You won the prize, Diamond Membership Card, Orange Membership Card. What the hell? Chao Xing took out a card with special patterns printed on it from his backpack, with a confused look on his face. He looked at the attributes. Diamond Membership Card, Orange. Quality, Epic. Effect of prop. When you use coins to buy items at any store, 20% of the coins spent will be returned. Note, the same kind of items can only be used once, and cannot be traded repeatedly. Huh? You can actually draw something like this? Chao Xing was stunned. But I have to say that this thing is still quite useful. It is equivalent to a 20% discount on everything you buy in the future. In the long run, it can save him a lot of money. Not bad. Satisfied? He put the membership card into his backpack. The next is the last reward. Gold points. Chao Xing looked at his total points. Gold points. 263 in the previous 10 days of challenges. Chao Xing accumulated 163 gold points, plus the first place reward of 100 gold points, which is about to exceed 300 in total. I don't know what these points can be exchanged for. And at this time, another system prompt appeared. All survivors, please note that the gold point store has been opened, and you can now view the corresponding redemption props in the store. Chao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. I just said I didn't know what to exchange. But the store opened in a blink of an eye. Now, let me see what's in here. With an excited look, Chao Xing directly clicked on the gold point store. Gold store exchange list. Equipment. Weapons. Props. Recruitment scrolls. Compared to ordinary point stores that can only exchange for recruitment scrolls, the gold point store has a lot more things. There are 4 categories in total. Chao Xing first clicked on equipment and took a look. The exchange list of 4 types of equipment suddenly appeared on it. Ancient Winter Set, orange, 150 gold points, can be exchanged for any part of the 3-piece set. Raging Sea Set, orange, 150 gold points, can be exchanged for any part of the 3-piece set. Ice Scar Beast Shadow Set, orange, 180 gold points, can be exchanged for any part of the 4-piece set. Lanyao Heavy Armor Set, orange, 200 gold points, can be exchanged for any part of the 4-piece set. A sudden realization appeared in Xiaoxing's eyes. Sure enough, just as I thought, gold points can be exchanged for sets. My Ancient Winter Set requires 150 gold points to exchange for 1 part. That is to say, the 200 points I have are only enough to exchange for 1 piece at most. And the gold point store didn't say when it would disappear, which means that there should be ways to get gold points in that Oracle War scene. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing was no longer panicked. He checked other things that could be exchanged. After clicking on the weapons category, there were all kinds of orange weapons, such as the 1000 Ice Staff and Ice Flower Blooming Long Sword that Xiaoxing had opened, as well as epic weapons such as bows and arrows and giant axes. However, the price is a bit outrageous. It takes 200 gold points to exchange one, and Xiaoxing has no intention of exchanging it. In addition, what Xiaoxing is interested in is the recruitment scroll interface. Clicking in and taking a look, many special recruitment scrolls suddenly appeared inside. Chapter 428 The Oracle War begins. Dragon Shaman Recruitment Scroll, Level 4 Leader 100 gold points, Limited Exchange 3. Saint Maiden Guard Dragon Blood Fighter Scroll, Level 4 Leader 100 gold points, Limited Exchange 3. Snowfield Tyrant Recruitment Scroll, Level 4 Commander 500 gold points, Limited Exchange 1. Jawed Iron Frost Phantom Scroll, Level 4 Commander 500 gold points, Limited Exchange 1. Isani Whisperer Recruitment Scroll, Level 4. Equals Commander Level 500 gold points, Limited Exchange 1. Priestess Fana's Recruitment Scroll, 4th Level Commander 1000 gold points, Limited Exchange 1. Baifu Blackheart Recruitment Scroll, 5th Level Domination 3000 gold points, Limited Exchange 1. Hiss. This time there are not only Commander Level Creature Recruitment Scrolls, but also Domination Level ones. It's a bit outrageous. The things that can be exchanged in this gold point store are indeed extraordinary. Of course, the price is also very high. With Xiaoxing current gold points, he can't even exchange for a Commander Level scroll. This shows how precious Commander Level creatures are. Not to mention that there can only be 1 domination among 100 commanders. Shaking his head, Xiaoxing temporarily closed the gold store. Then, continued to prepare for the upcoming Oracle War. First, he led all the warriors to eat all the beast meat that was recently obtained. You ate saber-toothed tiger meat gold. Strength plus 50. Physical attack power plus 3%. You ate lizard master meat orange. Constitution plus 200. Strength plus 100. Armor plus 5%. You ate. With the system prompts, Xiaoxing overall attributes improve significantly. Of course, these beast meats are basically biased towards warriors, and they don't improve him much. After eating all the beast meats, Xiaoxing put a lot of food into the backpack, including a lot of rabbit meat, chicken, horse meat, etc. roasted by Dahua and others. Anyway, the space backpack has its own insulation function, and these foods are still steaming hot after being stored for several days. Then he went to the wine cellar and brought up a few barrels of rum. Although they were going to fight, their living standards could not decline. As Xiaoxing continued to prepare, time passed quickly. At the same time, in this late night, a group of terrifying figures walked in the vast snowfield. Their bodies were twisted, and the whistling wind around them could not shake their bodies at all. And behind them, there was a large group of creatures with bodies as black as ink and as tall and thin as telephone poles. It was the group of demons and their demon slaves. From a distance, you can see huge fortresses in front. This is already the border area of the snowfield. At this moment, one of the old women with a hunched figure and wearing tattered cotton clothes spoke. Are you sure the location we are looking for is nearby? The childlike existence at the front of the team turned his head. According to the white-robed priest captured a few days ago, the location is at the border of the kingdom. We tortured him for so many days, and he only revealed this little information. But this little information is enough. The headquarters of the Church of Light. It must be nearby. When we find it, I will make these guys pay the price. A crazy look appeared in the eyes of the child. After hearing this, the other people on the field also grinned, revealing a ferocious smile. After Chao Xing brought enough food, he went to the alchemy workshop and brought all the potions produced by Francesca during this period. When everything was ready, the time came to 23:55 at night. There were only 5 minutes left before the teleportation started. Chao Xing first asked 20 Ascalon warriors to leave the territory, so that they would not be taken with them when teleporting, because there were already 1,102 soldiers of this type. Reducing 20 of them could also make up a 1,000-man bond. The wild boar warriors, who had been guarding the house before, would also join the battle this time. These militants were extremely excited when they saw that their lord finally took them with him. They held their double swords tightly and stood behind Chao Xing excitedly. Soon, more than 1,000 combatants in the territory were all ready. Everyone held their weapons and were ready to go. Everyone was silent, waiting for the arrival of the early morning. The same scene was played out in millions of territories around the world, big and small. Everyone was waiting nervously. Even the chat channel became a little quiet. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was 23:59 minutes and 50 seconds. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Attention all survivors. Special scene. Oracle War Crystal Blossom is about to start. Please make corresponding preparations. Countdown 10 seconds. 9. 8. When the countdown reaches 0, instantly, an invisible defense shield rises from the periphery of the territory of tens of millions of survivors. When this shield appears, it means that other survivors, beasts, and even gods cannot attack your territory. The same is true for Chao Xing. But this time, it is not based on the range of the city wall. It is based on the maximum coverage of the furnace. The diameter of Chao Xing defense shield directly reaches 5 kilometers. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing smiled. That's good. The staff don't have to stay in the territory all the time. They can go outside to look for resources at ordinary times. There are a few small woods nearby. You can cut trees without worry during this period. At the same time, more than 1,000 fighters on the field. All of them had a white light. The white light rose up, covering everyone, transmitting. When the light flashed, Chao Xing suddenly lost all sight. Instantly, everyone felt dizzy. It was as if they had entered a strange passage. At the same time, the system broadcast appeared. Attention all survivors. Next you will enter a special scene. Oracle Battle Crystal Bloom. Scene introduction. Tens of thousands of years ago, 6 ancient dragons revived at the same time. Their powerful strength caused great damage to the world. Under their powerful strength, no creature in the world could compete with them. So, the 6 true gods personally took action and fought a protracted battle with the ancient dragons. After a long war, the ancient dragons were defeated by the 6 true gods, and the world was torn apart in this battle. However, the ancient dragons are immortal. Even if the 6 true gods can defeat them, they cannot completely kill them. Therefore, the 6 true gods choose to seal the 6 ancient dragons in 6 different places. After tens of thousands of years, the seals loosened again, and the ancient dragons gradually regained their strength. Among them, the crystal and furious dragon Kralkatorek released a powerful crystal power in the plane where it was sealed, transforming the creatures of the entire plane into branded monsters, and accumulating strength to try to return to the main plane. Your goal is to take advantage of Kralkatorek's weakness. Clear the branded monsters, remove Kralkatorek's crystal stronghold, and reseal it. The long system prompts made the survivors stunned for a moment, especially when they heard that the mission this time was to deal with the ancient dragons. They were shocked beyond words. Chao Xing was also amazed. Oh my god! The enemy in this battle is a bit scary. The crystal dragon Kralkatorek is a creature of the same level as the ice dragon Zhuama and the death dragon Zayton. A slight movement will cause a major earthquake that affects the entire continent. Even if all of them, the survivors, attack together, they will probably be killed by the opponent's dragon breath. But fortunately, the system does not seem to intend for them to deal with such a terrifying creature. All they need to do is clear the branded monsters and crystal strongholds in this world and weaken the power of the crystal dragon to seal it again. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the second system prompt appeared. In this dragon crusade, you can choose to join the camp of the 6 true gods, which are currently divided into 4 camps. Join the camp of the goddess of order, spirit and truth. You will get a 20% strength bonus. and you can exchange for skill books, equipment, props, etc. of the strength system in the camp store. Join the camp of the goddess of beauty, freedom and wind. You will get a 20% agility bonus, and you can exchange for skill books, equipment, props, etc. of the agility system in the camp store. Join the camp of the goddess of air, healing and life. You will get a 20% spirit bonus. The camp store is the same as above. Join the camp of the goddess of growth, water and nature. You will get a 20% physical bonus. The camp store is the same as above. This system prompt once again made the chat channel fall into a frenzy. Oh my god. The camps are all open. Is there a camp war? I am a polar warrior. It seems that I have to choose the camp of the goddess of truth. There are more agile people in my territory. So I will go to the camp of the god of wind. I choose the goddess of life. Soon, the survivors all chose their camps. Chaoxing eyes showed a thoughtful look. Choose a camp? You can only choose a series of camps and get attribute bonuses. Obviously, Chaoxing has the most melee professions. The benefits of choosing the God of Order camp are also the greatest. Just as he was about to make a choice, the system prompt appeared. Survivor Chaoxing, please pay attention, because you have accumulated the first place in the server in the Zhuama Claw Challenge. Your strength has been recognized, and you have obtained a special quota, the 5th camp. You can choose to join the Crystal Dragon, Krakatoa camp. After joining this camp, you will not receive any attribute bonuses, but correspondingly, you will open a unique exchange store and gain special abilities. Do you want to join? Seeing this prompt, Chaoxing was stunned for a moment. Fuck. Are you kidding me? You actually asked me to join the camp of the Ancient Dragon? Isn't it a bit too crazy? He knew what this meant. Once he chose to join the Crystal Dragon camp, he would be equivalent to being an enemy of tens of millions of survivors around the world. At the same time, he had to deal with their legions. A total of 10 billion people attacking. At this moment, Chaoxing eyes showed a strong shock. Too crazy, too crazy. Can't choose. This 5th camp is too dangerous. However, it is precisely because of the danger that Chaoxing's adventurous spirit is stimulated. Although the thoughts in his brain have been admonishing himself not to join the dragon camp. Not to join the dragon camp. However, his fingers involuntarily clicked yes. When he clicked to confirm, the system prompt appeared. Selection successful. You have joined the Crystal Dragon camp, and the new camp mission has been loaded. Faction mission, in the next month. You will gain the command of the branded monsters near the crystal. Lead your own army. Guard the dragon crystal, and the main crystal from being destroyed by the 4 major camps. Note, as long as there is a dragon crystal on the field, the main crystal is invincible. If the main crystal is destroyed, the mission fails. Remaining dragon crystals, 100,000. Remaining main crystals. What is this my faction's mission? It's too outrageous. I have to rely on my army to fight against tens of millions of survivor lords. I have to defend the crystals. Is this something a human can do? Chaoxing kept complaining in his heart. But the only good news is that the monsters in the dragon camp, that is, the branded monsters, will obey his command. However, facing so many survivors is still stressful. After all, that's not 10 million, but 10 billion. One person's spit can drown him. But now that the choice has been made, Chaoxing has no regrets. The worst thing is to do it. Anyway, dying here is not really dying. At the same time, the system prompts continue to appear. All survivors have made their choices, and now start teleporting. The moment the prompts ended, it was like the clouds were cleared and everyone regained their sight. They saw that they suddenly appeared tens of thousands of meters high in the sky. Looking up, the whole world seemed to be shrouded in a purple mist. The sky was dark purple, and the clouds were dark purple. The mountains, the earth, and even the rivers in the distance were dark purple. Not only that, the whole world seemed to be crystallized. The earth was crystal clear, and the mountains were like carefully crafted works of art. The survivors saw the scene in midair, and were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. Fuck. Crystal world. So cool. Is this the world polluted by the power of the dragon? There is not a single tree, and there is really no grass. Brothers, are those mountains crystal mines? Should we dig and see? If the whole world is a crystal mine, we will make a fortune. Upstairs. Are you dreaming? This is a crystal formed after being polluted by the power of the dragon. It will cause great harm to the human body if you get close to it. Mining. At this moment, Chao Xing was also shocked by the scene in front of him when he regained his vision. But he quickly recovered. He knew that this was the time the system gave everyone to adapt. What he had to do was to hurry up and imprint all the terrain of this plane in his mind. Otherwise, it would be difficult to protect the so-called crystal under the attack of so many survivors. Looking around, Chao Xing found that this special plane was really huge. Looking around, it was vast and boundless, with no boundaries as far as the eye could see. The crystal-like land stretched in all directions, and dark purple mountains rose and fell one after another. At the end of the sight, it was shrouded in a dark purple mist. It was as if there was a special barrier that enveloped this world. It was somewhat in line with the world structure of the round sky and square earth. After observing the terrain of this plane, Chao Xing's heart sank, because he found that this plane was an open world. Except for some crystal mountains, there is almost no terrain for him to defend. It's troublesome. In this way, he can only fight with the army of survivors in various open areas. When he is surrounded by enemies, it is impossible for him to defend against attacks from so many directions with his strength. Not to mention, he has to protect the crystal from being destroyed. Although he felt a little heavy, Chao Xing still did not give up. He quickly checked other places. In the center of this world, there stands a huge crystal that is more than 1,000 meters high and constantly emits dark purple lightning. You can hear the crackling sound from such a distance. It's like the heart of the whole world, containing some powerful and vast power. Chao Xing thought, this should be the main crystal mentioned by the system. Along this main crystal, there are a large number of purple crystals around. However, the volume of these crystals is much smaller, and the height is only about 100 meters. These are dragon crystals. There is a dragon crystal almost every few dozen kilometers, or more than 10 kilometers. Near each dragon crystal, there were dense black dots. Chao Xing looked closely and found that these black dots seemed to be some monsters with sharp edges and different sizes. That is what the system calls branded monsters. Chao Xing was immediately delighted. Wow! There are so many branded monsters. It seems that this battle is still worth fighting. Before, I thought I had to fight alone. But now I have the help of so many branded monsters. In addition, I still have the command of these monsters, which allows him to find a glimmer of hope in a nearly unsolvable situation. In addition to these dragon crystals, Chao Xing also saw that in the four corners of this world, there stood a magnificent giant city. These 4 giant cities are so huge that it is beyond imagination. The city walls are towering into the sky, as if they were steel barriers built by gods themselves. The area inside the giant city is extremely vast. The streets are as wide as squares, and all the buildings in the city are extremely huge. Conservatively estimated, each giant city can accommodate at least billions of people. You can imagine what this means. In the center of each giant city, there is a towering goddess statue. It seems to be a symbol of the gods guarding this world. It also corresponds to the 4 true gods. Chao Xing instantly understood. These 4 giant cities are the safety points for the survivors. Right? That is to say, they may start the attack from these 4 directions. And my mission is to stop the attack of these millions of survivors. It was just as he guessed. In the sky, countless meteors have already fallen in the direction of these 4 giant cities. Buzz! Tens of billions of meteors, transformed into bursts of meteor showers, streaked across this dark purple world. It looks full of gorgeous beauty. The survivors exclaimed in midair. Ah! Mom! I'm flying to the sky. I'm the parachute commander. Follow me to soar into the sky. Paratrooper number 1. Get ready. The meteor shower continued to fall. Then, they landed steadily on the streets of the 4 giant cities, turning into human shapes. However, one of them fell towards the area where the dragon crystal was located. Some sharp-eyed survivors also saw this scene. I was immediately surprised. Oh my god! Did you see it? Brothers? It seems that a meteor did not teleport to the 4 main cities, but flew towards the direction of the dragon crystal. Fuck. It really is. This buddy didn't choose a camp, and was directly thrown into the dragon's lair by the system? Poor brother. Mourn for him. At this time, Chao Xing, after landing for more than 10 seconds, finally came to the ground with a large army. Swish, crack. As soon as he landed, he heard a burst of shattering sounds in his ears. It was like the earth was being eroded, and the sound of crystals breaking. You have entered a special scene, Crystal Earth, affected by the dragon's erosion. The upper limit of life is reduced by 20%. And the attack power is reduced by 20%. Because you are a creature in the dragon camp. This negative effect is immune. A layer of crystal barrier has been automatically added to you and all friendly creatures. This barrier allows you to move safely in the crystal earth. Except for the 4 main cities. At the same time, the more than 1,000 combatants brought by Chao Xing have also regained their vision. They all raised their heads and looked at this dark purple world with surprise. Chapter 429, Deploy Troops and Start Live Broadcast. Alyssa opened her mouth slightly and exclaimed, "Wow! What a beautiful place! Lord, where is this place?" The boar warriors next to them looked at each other's bodies, and were also amazed. God of beasts! Why did the boar warrior's body turn purple? What is this hard thing? Armor? Ha ha! We have become crystal boar warriors. And Lord has become a crystal lord. Oh! The centaur's body has also turned into crystal. Will my horse's hooves slip? Under the effect of crystal barrier, everyone's body has become the same color as this world. Chao Xing did not answer, but first looked at Burji next to him, and then asked, "Burji, do you Norn have a grudge against the crystal dragon Kralkatorek?" For Chao Xing, the war between the 6 true gods and the ancient dragons was too far away, and it was not something he could intervene at his level. He chose the dragon camp, naturally, to gain more benefits. But if any of his men have a grudge against the crystal dragon, then forget about this mission. The Dragon Blood warrior commander had a look of doubt in his eyes, and then said respectfully, "My lord, our Norn clan has been fighting against the ice and corruption dragon Zhuama all our lives, and we have no grudges against the crystal dragon." After hearing this, Chao Xing smiled. "That's good, because next, we may have to help this crystal dragon fight other humans." Everyone looked at Chao Xing with doubts, until Chao Xing explained their goal. Everyone on the field took a breath and looked at their lord in shock. Even the usually cold dragon speaker couldn't help but say something. "Madman." Braun beside him also swallowed his saliva. "Lord, your decision is really crazy." Little Elisa opened her mouth wide and exclaimed, "Lord, that's tens of millions of lords. According to what you said, it's hundreds of billions of enemies. Can we beat so many people?" Chao Xing chuckled. "I definitely can't deal with them. But don't worry. Just do your best. In this world, even if you die, you won't really die. I can revive you again." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. "You can actually be resurrected. Then don't worry. Ha ha. The Crystal Centaur Legion will be even more fearless." "Oh! And our Crystal Boar Warrior Legion." The soldiers were excited. For them, they have never experienced this kind of battle where they can just fight and don't have to worry about their lives. At the same time, Chao Xing took a look at the battle conditions this time. In this battle, you will get points for killing all creatures of the 4 camps. Killing an ordinary combatant will get 1 point. Elite 3 points. Boss 10 points. Leader 50. Commander 200. Killing a survivor lord will get 100 points. Points can be used to redeem rewards in the Crystal Dragon store and revive soldiers. Resurrecting an ordinary soldier requires 10 points. Resurrecting an elite soldier requires 30 points. Boss 100. Leader 500. Commander 2000. Domination 10,000. It's expensive. Are the points required to revive soldiers 10 times the points obtained? I don't know if the conditions of the 4 camps are the same as mine. Chao Xing continued to check. Attention! In addition to killing creatures of the 4 camps to get points, you have a second way to get points. At midnight every day, the 4 camps will stop attacking and settle the points rewards based on the number of remaining crystals * number of days. For example, at the end of the first day, there are 90,000 dragon crystals left, and you will get 90,000 crystals * 1 day equals 90,000 points reward. At the end of the second day, there are 60,000 dragon crystals left, and you will get 60,000 crystals * 2 days equals 120,000 points reward. And so on. The main crystal exists for 1 day, and you will also get gold points for the corresponding number of days. On the first day, you will get 1 gold point. On the second day, you will get 2 gold points. And so on, until the war ends a month later. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Oh! There is actually a second way to get points. That's great. Obviously, this is Chao Xing's unique advantage. Of course, what Chao Xing is most concerned about is the gold points behind. In this way, as long as you keep the main crystal, You will get gold points every day. After 30 days, he can even get 465 gold points. And even exchange them for a complete set of ancient winter suit. Of course, the premise is that I can hold on. Very good. Now I have to work hard. I must find a way to drag it on. With hope. There is hope. So, Chao Xing began to quickly check the surrounding situation. The place where I landed is not the most central area of the Crystal Land. It is close to the main city of the Goddess of Wind among the 4 main cities. In front, a huge dark purple crystal about 100 meters high appeared. The overall shape of the crystal is irregular, but it has a unique beauty. The top of the crystal is sharp like a peak, and the bottom is wide and stable, deeply rooted in the earth. It is this crystal that is constantly emitting a special power, eroding the earth and crystallizing the soil. At the same time, branded monsters are constantly being born. Chao Xing took a look at the attributes. Dragon Crystal. Level 50. Armor, 3000. Durability, 10 million/10 million. Effect 1. Restore 1% of HP per second for all branded monsters within 10,000 meters. Effect 2. Hatch 100 branded monsters per second, with a maximum of 100,000 branded monsters. Current upper limit, 100,000/10,000. Additional Effect 3. Crystal Teleport. As the only surviving lord in the dragon camp, you can use the power of crystal to teleport. Teleport yourself and all friendly units to any other area where the crystal is located. This effect can be used 10 times a day. Seeing the above attributes, Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Fuck. Crystal Teleport. Does this mean that I have the effect of group displacement? And I can hit wherever I want? Awesome. At the same time, the second system prompt appeared. Because you are the only lord in the Kralkatoric camp. After you get close to the range of the dragon crystal, all the branded monsters will obey your command and fight. Chao Xing was delighted again. Haha. I can really command the branded monsters. Isn't this equivalent to having a 100,000 branded monster army all of a sudden? There is a lot of potential. As I said before, the same number of legions, with and without command, pose completely different threats. If Chao Xing can control these branded monsters, it will become a nightmare for the survivors. Before the survivors launch their attack, Chao Xing quickly glanced at the branded monsters around him. This is a group of creatures that look like various beasts, but their bodies are crystallized. Unlike Chao Xing and others, they only have a layer of crystal shell on their bodies. The flesh, bones, and even hair of these monsters have turned into dark purple crystals. Chao Xing glanced over. I saw a lot of monster names immediately. Branded Minotaur, Branded Slayer Elite, Branded Crystal Scorpion Boss, Branded Scorpion King Leader, and a dark purple dragon flying in the sky. Shadow of Kralkatoric. This is a commander-level monster, as strong as the Claw of Yorma. Great. There is a commander-level crystal dragon for me to command. Great. The only pity is that I only have the command of these branded monsters. They are not my friendly creatures. Otherwise, with the talent of eternal power, these branded monsters will be blessed by me once. And as many survivors as come will die. Although it cannot bless the status, it is also a huge force. With excitement, Chao Xing glanced at the attributes of these monsters. Branded Minotaur. Race, Branded Monster. Level 47, Level 5 Common Creature. HP, 185621/185621. Attack Power, 1582 to 1653. Armor, 795 to 856, extra plus 300. Skills, Primary Crystal Body, physical damage received is reduced by 20%. Armor is extra plus 300, Bull Rush, Minotaur lowers its head and rushes forward with great force, dealing 187% physical damage to enemies in a straight line and knocking them away. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. Talent, Crystal Brand, all attacks add 1 layer of brand effect, reducing the enemy's armor by 10%, and reducing the movement speed by 10%. Up to 5 layers can be stacked. Talent 2, Crystal Resonance, within the range of the Crystal Land, it will resonate with the power of the Ancient Dragon, and HP will increase by 500%. Bond, Branded Monster Army, when the number of branded monsters acting at the same time reaches 10, the health value increases by 20%. When the number of branded monsters acting at the same time reaches 30, the armor increases by 20%. 50. Movement speed increased by 20% 100. Activate Legion skill, Crystal Shock, 50% chance to add 1 Crystal Shock when attacking, causing equal damage to enemies 3M * 3M in front, 1000. Life recovery increased by 100% 10,000. Attack range increased by 100%. Introduction, a monster born from the erosion of dragon power, with powerful destructive power and offensiveness. Crystal Dragon, Shadow of Kralkatorrik. Race, branded monster / dragon. Level 50, level 5 commander level creature. HP, 17866262/17866262. Attack power, 7895 to 8532. Armor, 2895 to 3124, extra plus 1000. Skill, Advanced Crystal Body, reduce physical damage received by 40%. Additional 1000 points of armor, Touch of the Brand, concentrate the power of crystal. Extend a huge claw, and cause tearing attack to the enemy 500 meters ahead. Cooldown time, 30 seconds, Crystal Shield, concentrate the power of crystal. Add a layer of shield to itself. The shield has a durability of 4 million. While the shield exists, the armor of the Shadow of Kralkatorrik is increased by 30%. Cooldown time, 100 seconds, Crystal Breath, spray Crystal Breath to enemies within a certain range below. Quickly add 5 layers of brand effect to the hit enemies, and cause continuous breath damage to them. Cooldown time, 90 seconds. Commander level skill, Doomsday Meteor, concentrate a large amount of crystal power. Cause continuous destructive damage to enemies within a range of 1000 meters below. Enemies hit by the crystal will be affected by 189%. Lasting 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Talent 1, Crystal Brand. Talent 2, Crystal Resonance. Bond, branded monster army, 10,000 activated. Introduction, Shadow of Kralkatorrik. Possessing a weak crystal dragon power, Chaoxing eyes once again showed admiration. Not bad. Not bad. These monsters have very strong attributes. The most difficult one is the crystal branding effect. Just like Zhuoma's ice corruption, each layer will reduce the attribute by a percentage, and it can be stacked up to 5 layers. Then, he glanced at the skills of other branded monsters. Then he began to analyze the areas in which these monsters are good at according to their abilities. Because Chaoxing is going to face an extremely difficult war next, he can only use all the power he can use. After 10 minutes, Chaoxing had a rough idea in his mind. After analyzing these, Chaoxing looked up. Come down. After receiving the order, the Shadow of Kralkatorrik flapped its wings and descended. Whoosh whoosh. A strong wind sound came. Every time this crystal dragon flapped its wings, it would bring up a piece of dark purple crystalline powder, which shimmered in the air. It looked extremely gorgeous. After a moment, a dark purple crystal dragon, with a wingspan of 20 meters, quietly landed in front of Chaoxing. This monster contains extremely strong crystal energy, and you can even hear the sound of electricity. Everyone was also surprised by Chaoxing's move. Alisa even covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Wow! Lord can actually make this crystal dragon obedient. Are you actually a human disguised as a dragon?" Chaoxing glanced at her speechlessly. Then he looked at the dragon speaker next to him and asked, "This dragon, let you control it. Can it enhance your combat power?" The dragon speaker has a dragon rider talent, and when controlling a dragon to fight, the combat power will be greatly increased. As the strongest combat power brought by himself this time, a commander level strongman of level 84, plus a series of states. The dragon speaker is invincible to the group of survivors. So, naturally, let her be as strong as possible. Hearing this, the dragon speaker's eyes showed a thoughtful look. "I try." After she finished speaking, she jumped lightly, and the whole person jumped more than 10 meters high on the spot, and then jumped directly onto the back of the crystal dragon. Shoo! The dragon speaker was originally wearing a pair of white leather boots, but under the effect of the crystal barrier, they also turned purple. The moment she came into contact with the crystal dragon, she felt a sense of erosion. After a moment, she spoke lightly. "Okay." Hearing this, Chaoxing also had a happy smile in his eyes. "Very good. Then this dragon will be controlled by you." Seeing this scene, Alisa next to him said, "Wow! Lord, I want it too. I also want to ride a dragon to fight." Chaoxing rolled his eyes at her, but did not refuse. "Let's talk about it later. There is only one dragon here. Elisa jumped up happily. Lu Mushua and Assam and others next to him gathered around Chao Xing. Lu Mushua asked softly, "Axing, what should we do next?" Chao Xing was also thinking about this question at this time. There are 100,000 dragon crystals on the entire crystal land. It is impossible to defend all of these crystals. Chao Xing just took a look. The location of the giant city where the survivors of the 4 camps are located just corresponds to the 4 corners of southeast, northwest and northeast. In other words, they will attack from 4 directions at the same time. It is impossible to defend the attacks from 4 directions with my strength. So the main goal today is to defend one direction first, and see how it goes. Thinking of this, Chao Xing has made a decision in his heart. At the same time, the system prompt appears. All survivors, please note that at 6 o'clock in the morning, the gates of the 4 camps will be opened, and the first day of the Battle of the Oracle War will officially begin. Please be prepared. At the same time, over the 4 main cities, when countless survivors led their fighters into the streets of the main city, everyone looked at everything in the 4 main cities with curiosity. At the same time, they were shocked by the magnificent buildings in the city. Oh my god, these houses are so fucking big. It feels like it's easy to fit tens of thousands of people into any one of them. Indeed, such a big house must take a long time to build. Right, brothers? The system prompts that the first wave of attack will not start until 6 in the morning. We still have a few hours to rest. Haha. There are many empty houses in the city. You can take your troops inside to rest. After hearing this, the survivors immediately reacted. These houses are obviously private spaces for the lords. So, one by one, they rushed to choose some good locations as their legion bases. At this time, another survivor seemed to have discovered something and exclaimed, "Fuck! There are still troops in this city. Did you see it? I see. They seem to be at such a high level that I can't even see their attributes. Let's go over there and see if we can trigger the quest." For a moment, a large number of survivors began to harass the city guards. However, these soldiers in armor simply ignored the survivors. No matter how they harassed them, they ignored them and looked forward with a firm gaze. Disappointment appeared on the faces of the survivors at the same time. No, these guys are all like dumb people, ignoring us at all. Yeah, it seems that it's impossible to trigger some quests on them. Forget it. Let's study the point store. The survivors of the 4 major camps opened the point store one after another and took a look. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Fuck. There are so many things that can be exchanged in the point store this time. Not only advanced hearts of power, potions, but also various suits. I seem to have seen the epic skill book of the Snow Hunter. Summoning Bear Spirit. So cool. Awesome. Even gold quality suits can be exchanged. This attribute is really awesome. I can't wait to go out of the city to deal with these branded monsters. In the point stores of the 4 major camps, there are purple, gold, and orange skill books required by each profession. There are also some blue, purple, and gold suits, etc. And the points required are not as many as imagined. It can be said that after exchanging a few things in the point store, everyone's strength will be improved again. For a while, everyone's eyes showed expectations. In silent waiting, time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was 6 o'clock in the morning. A system prompt appeared in front of everyone at the same time. Attention survivors of the 4 camps. The 4 main cities are about to be opened, and you can go to the Crystal Land to fight. Faction goal: kill as many branded monsters as possible and destroy as many dragon crystals as possible. At midnight in the morning, the crystal dragon, Kralkatorrik, will wake up once and release a clearing magic on the plain. Please return to the main city as soon as possible before the crystal dragon wakes up. Otherwise you will be cleared. The remaining awakening time of Kralkatorrik, 17:59. Damn! Clearing the entire plain. It's pretty awesome. Is there any big brother who can try to resist this magic? Anyway, you can be resurrected here. The one above. Try it yourself. The power of the ancient dragon must be terrifying. It seems that these 4 main cities are our safe zone. After a period of exploration, everyone almost understood the corresponding rules. At the same time, the mountain-like gates of the 4 main cities slowly opened. An ancient, dangerous atmosphere came to my face. Looking around, it was all dark purple crystal land. Inside and outside the city, it seemed like 2 different worlds. The system prompt appeared again. Survivors of the 4 major camps. Please note that the gates of the 4 main cities have been opened, and the first day of the Oracle War has officially begun. The live broadcast channel has been opened. Survivors who have not entered the Oracle War can view the live broadcast of the Oracle War through the live broadcast channel of the World Forum. Chapter 430. The Battle of the Camps begins, and the dragon speakers are killing all around. When the system prompts that it has ended, the survivors outside immediately open the World Forum channel and saw a live broadcast post on it. Oracle War, Crystal Bloom live broadcast. Everyone clicked in. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room instantly exceeded 1 million, 10 million, and hundreds of millions. And this time the live broadcast perspective was in the air. The survivors can see the battle situation of the entire Crystal Land and the main cities in 4 directions. At the same time, they can zoom in at will to view the local battle situation. The survivors were immediately amazed. For a while, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room flew. Haha. It's a bit magical. I didn't expect that I could watch the live broadcast after coming to this world. Indeed. And it can be magnified 10,000 times. And every pore can be seen clearly. I saw my boyfriend. Come on. Shinjie. Brothers. Don't worry. I watch you rush from behind. Other survivors who were outside also got the news. They originally thought that they didn't make it into the top 10,000, which was equivalent to missing this news scene. Unexpectedly, the system actually started a live broadcast. For a while, almost all the lords left the development of the territory to the people below. Then, they sat in the lord's mansion, cracking melon seeds and watching the live broadcast. The survivors of the 4 camps were also surprised. Oh my god! Live broadcast. Now it's on TV. Haha. Hello. Brothers in the territory. Look at me. Look at me. I'm stupid. Many people greeted the sky. The survivors outside looked at them waving and said barrages to greet them. Although these survivors couldn't see it, as the city gate was completely opened. The survivors shouted, "Brothers, the gate is open. It's time to test your combat power. Charge." The shouts that reached the sky rang out. After knowing that more than 1 billion people were watching their live broadcast, the survivors of the 4 camps were like chicken blood. From the 4 huge cities, the mighty survivor lords and the armies they led rushed out. Not tens of thousands, but hundreds of millions. What does this mean? Countless heads merged into a surging ocean, and everyone's face was excited and excited. Footsteps and shouts intertwined together. The whole earth was shaking crazily. Boom! After more than 10 minutes, the survivors of the Goddess of Order camp had already seen a giant dragon crystal appearing in front of them. Next to the crystal, there were a large number of branded monsters. Seeing these monsters, the survivors shouted excitedly, "So many branded monsters. Kill these branded monsters and you can get points. Let them see what a real mob is." The first wave of millions of troops rushed over like a torrent and came into contact with these branded monsters. Puff! Crack! The weapons of the survivors soon came into contact with the crystal-like bodies of the branded monster army. Behind them, the attacks from various ranged mage units and archer units were extremely gorgeous. Boom! The 2 sides quickly engaged in the first wave of head-on confrontation. And with the advantage of numbers, the survivors quickly broke up the formation of the branded monster army. Even though the HP of these monsters had also been strengthened 5 times, the survivors had a large number of advantages and could only passively take the beating. Crack! Crack! For a while, the sound of crystal shattering continued to sound, and a large number of branded monsters died. Woohoo! I just killed an elite branded monster and got 3 points. It's awesome! Haha! My mage army is so efficient in harvesting heads. The first wave of confrontation allowed me to harvest dozens of points. Wow! You dog mages. Don't steal my low health monsters. Under the impact of dozens of times the number of enemies, the first wave of branded monsters was directly submerged on the spot. Even because of the insufficient number of branded monsters, the survivors began to rob. They madly threw skills at the monsters. Even the crystal dragon above their heads released group attack skills. They didn't care. Wow! Wow! Seeing that there were a lot of casualties due to the grabbing of monsters, someone shouted, "Brothers, go somewhere else. There is more than one crystal stronghold in this world. Don't fucking rob it." The other survivors also realized this. Then, they led their legions and rushed forward. And the survivors watching the live broadcast outside locked their perspective on the battlefield below. The live broadcast room was full of bullet screens. Why do these branded monsters feel similar to the time when we challenged Zhuoma's Claw? It turns out that the system arranged the Zhuoma Claw challenge to make us adapt in advance. It's almost the same. And it doesn't look difficult. I can do it. Wow. My ranking was 9,100. But I refused to enter. I regret it. If I had known, I would have gone in to make a fortune. On the other side. Because Chao Xing is in the camp of the goddess of wind. And the crystal stronghold he is stationed in is not the outermost area. He is not so stubborn that he will run to the outermost area right away. At that time, he will face the attack of at least 1 million people. No matter how strong he is, he will be overwhelmed by the enemy. So, he can only sacrifice the outer. A part of the crystal surrounded. After the survivors dispersed, they fought on their own. Then it was time for Chao Xing to appear. At the same time, Chao Xing had already seen the black torrent rushing in from afar. It was a large army of survivors and their fighters. A rough estimate is no less than 200,000. At this moment, Chao Xing took a deep breath. Then he said, "Here we come. Get ready." The warriors looked stern. All the Ascalon warriors clenched their blades. And the dragon blood fighters held their spears. Boom! Hundreds of thousands of people. The might of the mad rush was like an earthquake. They soon saw the giant dragon crystal and the army of branded monsters nearby. However, Chao Xing and others had a layer of crystal barrier on their bodies, so they looked no different from the branded monsters outside. When the survivors rushed over, they were stunned when they saw Chao Xing and others standing among the branded monsters. Oh my god! Why are there still human-shaped branded monsters here? Could it be that the army of some unlucky guy has been assimilated? It's really a bit strange. I remember when it came last night. It seemed that an unlucky guy fell into the giant dragon. Could it be him in the army? Did you see that guy? He's riding a crystal mammoth. He's so showy. Let's go together and kill this pretentious guy. I can't stand anyone prettier than me. Instantly, a large number of survivors rushed towards the army of branded monsters. Chao Xing took a glance. It was found that most of these lords, including their combatants, were around level 30. And a few were level 40. Survivors of this level, except for the advantage in numbers, posed no threat to him. So Chao Xing said, "Bing on. Go ahead." The moment he received the order, the dragon speaker standing on the back of the crystal dragon kicked his feet. Instantly, the crystal dragon vibrated its huge wings, turned into a dark purple meteor, and swooped forward. Before getting close, the crystal dragon had already opened its mouth. Crashed. A mouthful of purple dragon breath, with crystal powder sprayed out. The survivors had already had experience in dealing with the claws of Zhuoma. All the lords quickly commanded, "Imperial soldiers, get out of the way quickly. Don't be sprayed by the dragon's breath. Disperse the attack and knock down the dragon first. Where is the Centaur warrior core? This dragon has only 50% abnormal resistance, and it can be controlled with control skills." After the words fell, a large number of control skills were thrown at the crystal dragon. And seeing this scene, Dragon Speaker Binglan's eyes showed indifference, like looking at ants. She directly raised the long sword in her hand, and after a loud dragon roar, the shadow of a dragon condensed behind her. The next moment, the long sword condensed a dark purple sword light in an instant. And this sword light changed from the original one. It was just over a meter long, and suddenly it expanded to hundreds of meters. Then, a sword slashed down. Shwa! A shocking sword light appeared, and behind it was a shadow of a giant dragon swooping down. The sword light swept past, and the crystal earth was instantly torn apart. All the survivors on this path had two terrifying damage numbers appearing above their heads. -71,721. -75,231. -85,231. -76,232. -83,421. -138,225. This move is exactly the burst skill of the Dragon Speaker. Dragon Sword Slash. When the sword light subsided, all the enemies along the way were wiped out. A huge crack was directly split on the ground 1,000 meters ahead. The power of a sword is so terrifying. All the survivors stood there in a daze, looking at the woman standing on the back of the dragon with horror. At this moment, Chao Xing also heard a system prompt. Your territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglan, killed creatures from the 4 major camps. A total of 1123 people. And obtained military merits. 1325 Chaoxing eyes lit up immediately. Not bad. One sword has obtained thousands of military merits. Cool. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of people have already started fighting with the army of branded monsters. The survivors who were stunned by the sword of the dragon speaker looked at the figure in the air in shock. And it took them a long time to recover. Fuck. What kind of monster is this? One sword can deal hundreds of thousands of damage. Isn't it too abnormal? Who knows what kind of monster this is? I don't think other lords have encountered such a terrifying enemy. But we have. Damn. So unlucky? At the same time, several Legion commanders reacted quickly. Don't panic. Brothers. This is the battle of the Oracle. You can be resurrected even if you die. We can kill her with our numbers. You're right. Don't be afraid of her. Send more long-range units over and kill her in seconds. Damn it. You killed so many of my combatants. I want her dead. The next moment, more survivors rushed towards the dragon speaker like a tide. And seeing this scene, her eyes were still indifferent to ants. The big sword in her hand was raised high. And the terrifying sword light condensed. The Legion commanders reacted quickly and reminded quickly. This woman is about to attack again. Brothers in front. Get out of the way. However, the dragon speaker has more than just that one skill. The giant dragon shadow behind her suddenly opened its eyes. A sense of death-like oppression instantly swept over. At the same time, the sword light in the hands of the dragon speaker suddenly surged to 1,000 meters. Then, she raised the long sword, like a bright meteor across the sky, sweeping with unstoppable power. Shwa! Shwa! 3 consecutive swords. Each sword was like thunder. When the sword light dissipated, all enemies within 1,000 meters around were wiped out. Your territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglan, killed 3,662 people from the 4 major camps, and obtained 4,819 military merits. It was the second sword. Dragon Covenant Sword Break. Summon the power of the giant dragon to surround the sword body, so that the attack range surged to 1,000 meters, causing 3 consecutive slash damage to the enemies in the surrounding area. And the cooling time was 120 seconds. 2 moves. Killed more than 5,000 people. With the dragon speaker as the center. Everything around was cleared. This scene shocked not only the survivors nearby. Even the survivors who were watching the live broadcast were attracted. A series of bullet screens suddenly floated up in the live broadcast room. Look at the battlefield over there in the Goddess of Wind camp. A group of survivors seemed to have encountered a monster. Fuck. She killed thousands of people with one sword. So fucking awesome. Hiss. So scary. What's the strength of this woman? I can't see it. But with such a scary damage number, her level must be very high. For a moment, a large number of survivors locked their eyes on this battlefield area. At this moment, Chaoxing also discovered something. That is, the creatures of the 4 camps killed by those branded monsters will not be awarded with merit points. Only the creatures killed by Chaoxing will be rewarded. Thinking of this, Chaoxing wind wings fluttered and flew directly into the sky. Instantly, he had a panoramic view of the entire battlefield. He also saw the scene of the dragon speaker controlling the huge crystal dragon shadow and slaughtering the survivors. The next moment, Chaoxing waved his hand and ordered, all troops attack. Leave all the creatures of the 4 camps behind. Boom! More than 1,000 Ascalon warriors launched a charge at the same time. And under Chaoxing command, a large number of branded monsters automatically separated a path for these warriors. When these Ascalon warriors rushed over like killing gods, the survivors suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression coming towards them. Fuck. The group of humanoid monsters and the branded monsters came out. Stop them. Focus. Focus quickly. However, under the effect of the 1,000-man bond, a strong morale rose from all the Ascalon warriors. These morale turned into a barrier to block a large amount of long-range damage. It was the effect of the 1,000-man bond morale barrier. Boom! The earth shook. The Ascalon warriors instantly charged into the survivors. Then, they began to swing their blades, mercilessly hitting the survivors. Swish. 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 The dense cutting sounds rang out. Minus 6,563. Minus 5,823. Minus 5,819. Minus 7,237. Minus 6923. One terrifying number after another appeared. The blessing of courage increased the attack power by 4800. And the blessing of strength increased the strength by 20%. Plus their own basic attack power. After the armor of these people was weakened, it still caused damage numbers that were difficult for the survivors to reach. The so-called resistance of the opposing army was as fragile as paper under this terrifying momentum. Wherever Ascalon passed, all the survivors fell like harvested wheat. WTF? What's going on? What level are these humanoid monsters? And why are their attack power so high? We can't defeat them. These monsters are too ferocious. Where are your shield mates? Call them over quickly to stop the attack of these guys. On the other side, the Boar Warrior Corps, the Centaur Corps, the Dragon Blood Fighter Corps, and the Silverhand Knights all rushed out. Behind them, Chaoxing Mage Corps and Archer Corps continued to attack. And under Chaoxing command, these corps rushed towards the most densely populated area of the crowd. There were also a large number of branded monsters to cover them. In the blink of an eye, the large army of survivors attacking this crystal stronghold was crushed by Chaoxing's side, with a crushing attitude. The formation has completely collapsed. Fuck. The attack power of these guys is too high. My shield mates couldn't hold on for 2 or 3 knives, and were chopped to death. TMD. We can't fight anymore. If we continue to fight, my corps will be exhausted. Retreat. Retreat. Fight at another stronghold. When the first group of people retreat, a chain reaction will be set off. The survivors began to retreat at the fastest speed. Compared to when they came, Chaoxing killed more than 20,000 people in just over 10 minutes. Hua la la. The survivors left like a tide. In the blink of an eye, nearly 200,000 people disappeared without a trace. The survivors who were watching the live broadcast outside exclaimed, "Turtle." The survivors were actually driven away. It's incredible. Yes, I saw the battles in other strongholds. And the survivors' army was crushing the branded monsters. But this stronghold was crushed by the branded monsters. Too abnormal. It turns out that the most difficult thing in this Crystal Dragon army is not the Commander Dragon in the sky, but this group of humanoid monsters with invisible levels. Indeed, I have to remind the brothers in other camps. For a while, some survivors in the 4 major camps got a gossip. There is a group of terrifying humanoid monsters in the branded monster army. Be careful when you meet them. At this moment, Chaoxing had a smile on his face. Yes, I got more than 20,000 points in this battle. Although my point store has not been opened yet. I don't know what I can exchange for. But it must be not much different. This battle allowed Chaoxing to verify his strength. With the help of a large number of branded monsters, it was easy for him to defeat a joint army of 200,000 survivors. After reaching this conclusion, Chaoxing was immediately full of confidence. Then now, use the teleportation function to expand the results of the battle. Because the teleportation range of the crystal is to be within 500 meters. So, Chaoxing ordered, "Okay, come back." Hearing the order, all the soldiers gathered. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. This wave of charge just now directly pushed their morale to the top. With the blessing of various states, the armor of these soldiers has been piled up to a terrifying level. The attacks of those 3rd and 4th level survivors caused almost negligible damage to them. As long as they don't encounter concentrated fire, there is no danger to their lives. Coupled with their terrifying attack power, 2 or 3 swords can take away a child. So, the battle situation just now was, almost 3 or 4,000 branded monsters died. And nearly 20,000 survivors died. None of Chaoxing's soldiers died. Not bad. It doesn't matter if these branded monsters die. Anyway, the dragon crystals will continue to hatch. So, it's equivalent to killing more than 20,000 survivors without loss. Although they can be resurrected. Resurrection also requires points. Without points, survivors will be eliminated directly after dying twice and kicked out of the Oracle War. This is exactly the purpose of Chaoxing action. Attack these survivors, consume their points, and delay their offensive. In this way, more crystals can be guaranteed to survive. The next moment, he directly turned on the crystal's teleportation function. A huge flat map appeared in front of him. It recorded purple crystal points, which also represented the locations where Chaoxing could teleport. Among them, some crystals have been destroyed. Seeing this, Chaoxing thought, then let's go to the crystal point on the front line to see the situation. The next moment, he directly clicked on the teleport. Instantly, a pillar of light rose from the dark purple crystal behind Chaoxing. It completely enveloped the more than 1,000 soldiers. Buzz! The pillar of light exploded to the extreme, and everyone lost sight. When they appeared again, they had arrived 100 kilometers away, next to a crystal stronghold. A large number of branded monsters were fighting with the survivors of the 4 major camps. However, these branded monsters without mind were no match for the survivors, and were pushed all the way. Even the crystal dragon in the air was pinned to the ground by various control skills. Qiaoxing looked around and quickly grasped the situation in front of him. What surprised him was that the crystal dragon controlled by the dragon speaker was also teleported directly here. That is to say, this base is equivalent to having 2 commander-level crystal dragons. Can it be like this? Qiaoxing was a little confused, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, it was a good thing for him. At this moment, other survivors also noticed the existence of Qiaoxing's army. Brothers, look at the group of people in the middle of the branded monsters. Are they the humanoid monsters that some people in the camp channel just mentioned? After hearing this, everyone cast their eyes in an instant. Some people still felt unbelievable and rubbed their eyes. After seeing the faces of Qiaoxing and others clearly, their expressions suddenly changed drastically. Fuck. It's really these monsters. How did they come so quickly? Isn't it dozens of kilometers away from the location of the crystal? Of course, they would never think that Qiaoxing could use crystals for teleportation. At this moment, Qiaoxing waved his hand as soon as he appeared on the scene. Attack! Crush them! Boom! More than 2,000 combatants rushed out like a rushing river. The most terrifying one among them was still the dragon speaker. She directly controlled the crystal dragon under her feet, turned into a purple meteor and rushed out, arriving above the heads of the survivors who were besieging the crystal dragon. The next moment, a breath of dragon sprayed over. Crash! The survivors felt the dangerous breath coming from above their heads, and they were so scared that a chill rose from their backs. It's that monster woman. Wow! This woman kills everyone in seconds. Run! Suddenly, everyone gave up dealing with the crystal dragon and fled outside in panic. Some of the survivors, who were unable to dodge, were sprayed by the dragon's breath. 10,000 injuries appeared on their heads, and layers of crystal brand effects quickly appeared on their bodies. Their bodies changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Stiffness, blood clogged, crystallization. Then it turned into a pile of broken crystals. These crystal dragons are still very powerful as level 50 commander creatures, but compared to Qiaoxing's monster-like strength, they are still much weaker. But for these survivors, it is still an invincible nightmare. At this moment, Qiaoxing is flying in the air and has gained command of this area. Chapter 431, Faction Ranking Open. This feeling is amazing. It's like you can sense the branded monsters around you, and you can control their actions through your consciousness without speaking. At this time, Qiaoxing quickly took over the entire battlefield. He let all the branded minotaurs form a self-destructing army and directly use Bullhorn Charge to rush into the army of survivors. Another branded scorpion has a skill crystal assault. It can drill directly into the crystal ground, then come behind the enemy at a very fast speed and backstab it. So, Qiaoxing organized a large number of crystal scorpion armies and let them gather together. Then all drilled into the crystal ground and disappeared in an instant. When they reappeared, they had already appeared behind the army of survivors. This is where those ranged units such as mages and archers gathered. As soon as the branded scorpion group appeared, they began to frantically attack these fragile skins with their stingers and interfered with their formation. Puff! Puff! These fragile mages screamed and fell down in an instant. Fuck! There are branded monsters rushing behind our camp. Fuck! Go back to defense. Go back to defense. My butt has been stolen. Some melee soldiers began to turn around to help the fragile ones in the team to deal with these branded scorpions. And Qiaoxing was in midair to take a panoramic view of the situation. When he saw that their formation was in chaos, he quickly commanded the branded blasters, branded winged birds, and other monsters with long-range abilities continuously launched waves of long-range attacks, focusing on the army of survivors. Boom! Boom! The branded blasters looked like enlarged versions of Stinking Tune, spraying branded bombs from their abdomens, landing in the crowd and exploding violently. The branded winged birds were constantly flapping their wings, launching wind blades, and instantly cutting through the survivors' camp. Bang! Boom! A large number of long-range attacks came in front of them. The survivors were blown away one after another. The branded monster army, which was originally in a state of decline, reversed its decline in an instant. The defense lines of the survivors were torn apart one after another. Then a large number of leaders, the leader-level branded monsters, rushed into slaughter. The survivors fell in groups. This army of hundreds of thousands of survivors has been stunned. Fuck. Who can tell me what's going on? Why are these branded monsters as strong as if they took medicine when the group of humanoid monsters came out? I don't know. It's really fucking hell. At this time, one of the Legion leaders said, "It's not that these branded monsters have become stronger, but that they have become intelligent. They can actually cooperate tactically. Do you think someone is controlling the entire branded monster army?" Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized something. Everyone's eyes were instantly locked on the figure in the air. It's him. This guy is controlling the entire branded monster army. He is probably the leader of the entire branded monster army and the commander of the humanoid creatures. We must kill this guy. Otherwise the harm will be too great. Instantly, a large number of survivors wanted to attack Xiaoxing. However, as a lord, how could Xiaoxing not consider his own safety? Not only did he let Lu Muxue, Braun, Rennies, and Elisa ride the crystal griffin to protect himself, and he also flew at an altitude of thousands of meters. This is a place that is difficult for these 3rd and 4th level survivors to attack. If they want to attack Xiaoxing, they can only break through the branded monster's defense line first. However, whenever they want to organize an offensive and besiege Xiaoxing, the group of branded monsters will surge like a tide, dragging the survivors around. After several times, not only did they fail to tear open the branded monster's defense line, but they also lost a lot of people. Fuck. I can't get through. There are too many branded monsters, and they are all desperate. Damn it. Don't worry about that weird guy. My formation can't hold up. That group of strange humanoid troops are coming out. Help. Fuck. They are coming. After hearing this, everyone looked at the same time. They saw that the Legion, composed of melee units such as Ascalon warriors and Boar warriors, was advancing like a hot knife through butter, and began to rush towards them. No one could delay their steps along the way. Swish. 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 The battle blade in his hand swung with the sound of cutting through the air. A large number of corpses were left along the way. And in the crowd, there were also powerful beings, who continued to slaughter the creatures of the 4 major camps. The witch slapped down with her hand, creating a huge shock wave. The dozen survivors below were hit by nearly 20,000 damage, and died on the spot. A Psalm sword energy swept across, and the survivors along the way also died. On the other side, Sarah, with the blessing of the domination domain, has gone completely crazy. She just threw out a shadow shatter, and then killing dance, killing a large number of survivors. Then she slashed down with 2 knives, killing 5 or 6 survivors with splash damage, and the skill CD was reset on the spot. Then, it was killing dance again, and shadow shatter. After becoming a domination level creature, this woman not only increased her strength by a large margin, but also made up for the shortcoming of insufficient group attack ability. She has become a killing machine on the battlefield. Of course, the most terrifying one is the dragon speaker. At this moment, she directly controlled the 2 giant dragons and kept spewing dragon breath. Clatter, clatter. Where the strong crystal dragon breath passed, the ground was instantly covered with a layer of crystal clear crystal-like objects, which contained a strong branding breath. The survivors who were attacked stiffened their bodies in an instant, and then shattered on the spot. Seeing this scene, all the survivors felt a chill behind their backs, including the live broadcast room of the system. Countless survivors clicked to zoom in and focused their attention on the battlefield where Xiaoxing was. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room was already flying. Brothers, look at the battlefield over there in the Goddess of Wind camp. Those branded monsters are killing like crazy. These brothers are so miserable. They have no ability to resist at all. It's too outrageous. They are treating us survivors as monsters. Brothers in the Wind camp, I mourn for you. After a few minutes of stalemate, the branded monster army controlled by Xiaoxing has lost about 5,000 people, and the creatures of the 4 major camps have lost more than 20,000 people. Watching, the group of terrifying humanoid monsters are still slaughtering crazily. One of the Legion leaders shouted, "Retreat! Retreat quickly! Get out of here quickly! These are just a group of monsters. There is no way to fight them." After saying that, he led his men to flee backwards. As mentioned before, once one person retreats, more people will flee. Instantly, a large number of survivors began to retreat. Hualala. In all directions. Hundreds of thousands of survivors retreated like a tide. A large number of branded monsters, including those of the Ascalon Legion, followed behind to chase and kill. After seeing this scene, Chao Xing gave an order directly. Come back all. It was not just the group of warriors who heard the order. All the branded monsters stopped and turned back as quickly as possible. Then, they formed a formation, waiting like a group of well-trained soldiers. This scene shocked and terrified the survivors who were watching the live broadcast. A chill rose behind them. I am not afraid of the enemy's strength, but I am afraid that the enemy is strong and has brains. In the case of the same number, if the branded monsters have a commander, the survivors' army will never be their opponent. And this humanoid creature flying in the air can obviously command the entire branded monster army. At this moment, everyone had an idea in their hearts. That is, the 4 survivors on the battlefield are in trouble. Chao Xing glanced at the number of teleports on the crystal. There are 9 teleports left. Each of these crystal strongholds is too far away. It is definitely impossible to defend them all. We can only choose some key nodes and try to delay the offensive of these survivors. So, he led everyone to start teleporting again. Next, the same situation continued. At the beginning, the survivors were still using their numbers to crush the branded monsters, and everyone was happily brushing points. When a humanoid creature riding a mammoth appeared with his legion, the battlefield suddenly became one-sided. No matter how they resisted, they would eventually be crushed by the army of branded monsters commanded by this humanoid creature. In the end, after tens of thousands of people were killed, they had to flee, as the crystal strongholds were taken down by Chao Xing one by one. These survivors were repelled. In the blink of an eye, 12 hours had passed. They had been fighting from 6 o'clock in the morning to more than 6 o'clock in the evening. After Chao Xing 10 teleports were used up. Now, there are more than 5 hours before the crystal dragon awakens at midnight in the morning. After Chao Xing could no longer teleport, he could only lead the warriors to run wildly in the crystal land on his legs, looking for those small-scale survivors to attack. And the survivors who were watching the live broadcast outside, most of them focused their attention on this group of terrifying humanoid monsters today. It's really that their battle is too amazing. Much more exciting than the battlefield where other survivors are. Whenever they appear, it is an absolute crushing. Various powerful beings. Crushing all the way. Thousands of people died in a moment. There is no cooler battle than this in the entire crystal land. Moreover, the survivors who watched the live broadcast discovered one thing. That is, the crystal points selected by this humanoid army are very particular. The number of people gathered in this stronghold is about 100,000 or 200,000. If it is a crystal stronghold like that where hundreds of thousands of survivors have gathered, and most of the branded monsters have been killed, these humanoid creatures will not appear. This makes them have to wonder if this group of humanoid monsters know that they can't beat hundreds of thousands of survivors. So they choose crystal points with fewer people? But even if they get this information, what's the use? After all, this group of monsters is too terrifying. The survivors of the Wind Camp are a little worried that they will encounter the group of humanoid creatures while fighting. Now, after receiving the news that this group of humanoid creatures finally stopped teleporting and searched for targets on the crystal land, some survivors actually breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Time soon came to 2300 hours in the evening. The system prompt appeared. Attention all survivors. The first day of the Oracle War is about to end, and the crystal dragon, Kralkatorek, will wake up in an hour, and will activate dragon magic to cleanse the entire crystal land. Please return to the main city as soon as possible, because the area of this world is too vast. It takes a lot of time for the survivors to travel, so the system also issued a notice 1 hour in advance. Instantly, the entire crystal land, a large number of survivors stopped fighting, like ants returning to their nests, swarming back to the 4 main cities. Today, with the accumulation of a large number of survivors, they pushed down more than 5,000 crystal strongholds. In addition to the survivors of the Wind Camp, the survivors of the other 3 camps shared their gains in the chat channel. This Oracle battle feels quite simple. Although those branded monsters have a lot of health, they are not much stronger. I have gained a lot of points today, enough to exchange for 2 sets of blue suits. Yes, thanks to the last Claw challenge, we all have experience in team combat, so it is quite easy to deal with these branded monsters this time. Haha. I followed our Aquarius Legion from the 8 regions, and gathered 1 million people. It's so cool to kill gods and Buddhas all the way. Woohoo! I have gained more than 2,000 points today. It's so cool. It can be seen that the survivors of the Order Goddess Camp, the Life Goddess Camp, and the Nature Goddess Camp have gained a lot. Only the Wind Goddess Camp was cursed. Fuck. I'm really screwed. How come there is such a monster army in our Wind Goddess Camp? What the hell? And these monsters are targeting our Wind Goddess Camp. 10 consecutive crystal points are on our side. Fuck. They are treating our people in the Wind Goddess Camp as monsters. The survivors of the other 3 camps also heard the news and couldn't help laughing. Brothers in the Wind Goddess Camp, don't be sad. You have survived today. Maybe they will continue to block you tomorrow. Ha ha ha. The man above. Are you a devil? Hearing this, the survivors of the Wind Goddess Camp became even more angry. After a moment, the leader of a large army snorted coldly. Humph. This group of humanoid monsters won't be able to stay arrogant for long. We will organize a wave of attacks tonight and directly defeat this humanoid army tomorrow. That's right. This guy has picked 200,000 people today, which means he doesn't dare to deal with too many people. When we gather hundreds of thousands of people, we can directly defeat him. That's right. Tomorrow is the time for our Wind Camp to avenge the previous shame. After hearing this, the other 3 camps did not doubt it. Today, although Chao Xing and others performed very well, but they only killed more than 200,000 people in total. Compared to the 10 billion people here, it is completely insignificant. The survivors did not take the humanoid army controlled by Chao Xing seriously. Brothers of the Wind Camp, come on and defeat them. Kill a leader-level branded monster, and you get 100 points. If you kill this kind of humanoid army, I'm afraid you get more rewards. Damn. You're right. These special monsters might give some special rewards. Is it too late to go to the Wind Camp now? Amid the discussion, most of the survivors have returned to the 4 main cities. More than half an hour later, there were not many survivors on the entire Crystal Land. However, there were still a small number of stubborn guys who continued to wander outside the main city as if they didn't hear the system prompt. When the time came to midnight, everyone heard a terrifying roar. Roar. This roar, like rolling thunder, instantly spread from the center of the Crystal Continent to the whole world. The sound seemed to come from the ancient flood beast. With endless majesty and anger, those stubborn survivors who were still in the Crystal Land, their bodies exploded instantly when they were swept by this sound wave. The blood mist filled the air, and they died again. Not only that, with this terrifying roar, it seemed as if the whole earth was activated. The Crystal Land was trembling slightly, and the whole world was making crackling explosions. At this moment, the survivors who had returned to the 4 main cities were shocked. Damn! Was that the cry of the ancient dragon just now? It's so fucking terrifying. It feels like if we were not in the main city, just based on this roar, our millions of survivor lords would all be destroyed. Too outrageous. Worthy of the power of the true god level. At the same time, the Crystal Land outside the main city was completely boiling. Dark purple lightning rose from the earth, and the entire crystal world was shrouded in this terrifying lightning. This is a scene that can be called the end of the world. Under this might, all the survivors couldn't help but feel insignificant. The heart was also shrouded in pressure. If there were no 4 main cities, they might not last for less than a second in the Crystal Land, and would be directly evaporated. At the same time, the city gates were closed, and an invisible defense shield enveloped the 4 main cities. The survivors breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Just now, under the Doomsday atmosphere, everyone was like a leaf on the sea, with the risk of capsizing at any time. Now finally came to their senses. At this time, Chao Xing was leading the army standing on the crackling purple land. This terrifying current that could even make legendary strongmen fall did not cause any harm to them. Then, a system prompt appeared in front of them. The first day of the Oracle War has ended, and the live broadcast screen has been closed. Your points reward is being settled. 5423 dragon crystals have been destroyed. The number of dragon crystals remaining is 94,577, and the number of main crystals remaining is 1. According to the number of crystals remaining asterisk the number of days, you get 94,577 points asterisk 1. And you get gold points asterisk 1. Not bad. More than 90,000 points have been earned, and 1 gold point has been gained. But this also made Chao Xing discover a problem. Today, More than 5,000 crystals have been pushed down by the survivors. If this continues, according to the number of crystals left, it may not last for more than a month. After all, today is just the beginning, and the survivors are still adapting to this large-scale combat. As time goes by, large-scale legions appear one after another, and the speed of flattening crystals will become faster and faster. According to estimates, 100,000 crystals may last for up to 20 days. After reaching this conclusion, Xiaoxing's mood became a little heavy. But the only good news is that he only needs to defend the main crystal, and it will not be considered a failure of the battle. And even if he really can't stop it, and the main crystal is destroyed, he will not be punished. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing calmed down. At the same time, the soldier stood in place neatly. Looking at him excitedly, Xiaoxing chuckled and said, "Everyone, I am very satisfied with your battle tonight. Although, it was a small sacrifice. The group of survivors is not like the ice nest monsters. They have all kinds of messy means, and can fight together. So under a wave of concentrated fire, even Xiaoxing's side lost more than 40 soldiers. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, today, he got more than 200,000 points just by killing the survivors of the 4 major camps. Adding the rewards given by the crystal just settled, Xiaoxing points have exceeded 300,000. It only costs more than 400 points to revive these more than 40 people. Compared with his accumulated points, it is completely a drop in the bucket." With Xiaoxing's big hand waved, "Do you want to consume the merit? 465. Revive all the fallen soldiers?" "Yes." Instantly, a dark purple hexagram array appeared in front of everyone. The shadows of the fallen warriors gradually condensed. When the light disappeared, those familiar figures reappeared. They looked at Xiaoxing with surprise, and knew that it was their lord who resurrected them. "Thank you, Lord." The other warriors also laughed. "Lavis, you are resurrected. The power of the Lord is still as mysterious as ever." Xiaoxing waved his hand. "Now start to rest. Replenish your physical strength, and then take the time to rest. Tomorrow morning, there will be a second wave of battle." After hearing this, the warriors' faces suddenly became serious. At the same time, Lu Muxua quickly took out a lot of food from the backpack for the soldiers to eat. Soon, everyone entered the rest state. A few minutes later, a system prompt appeared. "Survivors, please pay attention. The first day of the Oracle War has ended, and the points of the survivors are being counted. The ranking list will be released later." Seeing the system prompt, the survivors were stunned for a moment, and then all reacted. "Haha, the score ranking list is coming out. This time, it's the top 10,000 lords in the whole server, which is different from the small fights in the previous major regions. Indeed, this is the list that truly represents hard power. Whoever can be the first is equivalent to being the strongest among our tens of millions of strong men." Hearing this, some special beings with strong auras in the 4 major camps suddenly became nervous. They are either the first in their own region, or have some special abilities, or have a huge army. In the previous region, they have stood at the top of most survivors and have few opponents. And now, in this Oracle battle scene, the top 10,000 people from thousands of regions are competing. Not to mention being the first. Even being in the top 10 is a great honor. It is also a recognition of one's own strength. The chat channel has sparked a heated discussion. Everyone speculated who would be the first this time. As they waited eagerly, the system prompt appeared. The ranking of the 5 major camps' battle merits has been counted. Seeing this prompt, all the survivors were stunned. What's going on? Why is it the ranking of the 5 major camps? Aren't there only 4 major camps? Right? Did the system secretly open a camp, and we didn't know about it? Who cares? Just open the rankings and you know. After hearing this, everyone quickly opened the rankings and started to check. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened. First place, Xiaoxing. Cumulative points, 328561. Belonging to the camp, Crystal Dragon Camp. Second place, Angelina Zorn. Cumulative points, 48236. Belonging to the camp, Goddess of Nature Camp. Third place, Wang Tao. Cumulative points, 46622. Belonging to the camp, Goddess of Order Camp. Fourth place, Omar. Cumulative points, 44672. Belonging to the camp, Goddess of Life Camp. Fifth place. 10th place, Bai Ji. Cumulative points, 43862. Belonging to the camp, Goddess of Order Camp. Chapter 432 Exclusive Store. Powerful Rewards. At this moment, everyone looked at the names on the leaderboard and their eyes widened. You know, those who can enter the top 10 are all top existences in a region. In addition, the difficulty of this battle is relatively not great. So on the first day, those strong men gained a lot of points. And even the top 10 required a minimum of 40,000 points to enter. However, when they saw this first place, the eyes of millions of survivors in the 4 major camps have already appeared in a blank look. What is this? More than 300,000 points are scary enough. Why is this camp different from ours? It's the Crystal Dragon camp. What a hell? Who can tell me what happened? Did the system open a separate camp for him? No one can answer this question, because they don't know what the situation is. Compared to Chaoxing, more than 300,000 points. The Crystal Dragon camp behind is more shocking, including those who are now in the top 10 of the list. They are all standing there in a daze. In the main city of the goddess of nature, a woman with red hair and holding a golden sword looked straight ahead. A golden flame continued to rise from her body, making it impossible for people to get close. She was Angelina, who was now ranked second on the list. As the leader of the largest legion in the 30 regions, Angelina led her legions with great momentum. She even relied on the power of her legion to directly push down a crystal stronghold. Although she didn't dare to say that she could enter the top 10 100%. But she also believed that no one's points would be much higher than hers, because she had already learned that there were few legions in the entire crystal land that were stronger than her. But the ranking list in front of her gave her a heavy blow. How is it possible? There are actually people with so many points higher than me. What's the situation with this camp? The same scene was staged in the major main cities. Those powerful men from the major regions, who were originally full of confidence, looked at the name of the first on the list and felt like they had seen a ghost. At the same time, the chat channels of the 4 major camps were detonated again in the middle of the night. Too awesome. This guy not only joined the dragon camp, but also spent only one day to earn more than 300,000 points. He is simply inhuman. Yeah. Which region is this big guy from? He is really a man who makes a big splash when he doesn't make a sound. Wait a minute. I seem to remember. Someone posted a post about 1,000,000 points on the World Forum before. And the name seems to be Chaoxing. I also remember it. It turned out to be this big guy. It's not surprising that this guy can be the first. But who can tell me why his camp is the Crystal Dragon? At this time, the survivors of the Goddess of the Wind camp suddenly remembered something. Fuck. I seem to understand that the one who controlled the branded monsters to deal with us next to those dragon crystals today was Chaoxing. I also remember that Chaoxing Mount seems to be a mammoth. There is also a crystal mammoth among the monsters today. It is likely to be him. What? Millions of survivors fell into a stagnation at the same time. In the 4 main cities, the leaders of the major legions were extremely shocked after reaching this conclusion. How is this possible? The humanoid monster that controlled the branded monsters and swept the survivors today was him? At the same time, a post topped the hot search at midnight. Shocking. The mysterious Chaoxing boss descended on the Crystal Dragon camp and topped the score list, trampling the survivors of the 4 major camps under his feet. The title of this post was very eye-catching and instantly attracted a lot of clicks. The post contained the current rankings of the 5 major camps, and posted everyone's analysis of the current situation. And the survivors who were watching the live broadcast outside also understood something immediately. It turned out that the group of terrifying figures they saw during the live broadcast today were the forces of this Chaoxing boss. On the battlefield today, the figures of these warriors were too dazzling. It was simply overwhelming. So many survivors knew about this mysterious army. Now, after hearing that this mysterious team is actually a survivor force, I was even more shocked. At the same time, this news spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. I don't know how many people entered the World Forum late at night and checked this post. A large number of messages appeared below. Feng Lingong, it's really terrifying. This Chaoxing boss is not only powerful, but also has amazing courage. Tang Xiaofeng, yes. After all, he is the only one in the entire camp. It is equivalent to him relying on his own strength to deal with tens of millions of survivor lords. This kind of determination alone is not something that ordinary people can do. Xing Kuan, this Chaoxing deserves to be the first in the ranking list. Although some strong men in other regions are still not convinced. But they have to admit that if they were in their place, even if there was such an opportunity in front of them, They may not have the courage to choose to be enemies with millions of survivors and face the attack of tens of billions of strong men. That night, the remaining billions of survivors in the world remembered a name. Chao Xing. He joined the Crystal Dragon camp alone to challenge tens of millions of top survivor lords in the world, including those survivors who had special adventures or joined the indigenous forces. They all knew this name. At this time, Chao Xing was still happily chewing honey bear meat, and suddenly heard a system prompt. According to the accumulated military merits, your current ranking is 1. Chao Xing was slightly stunned. Huh? I have joined the dragon camp. Can I still participate in the ranking list? But he soon reacted, and then he was happy. The ranking list is great. Ranking means rewards. In addition to points, it seems that after the Oracle War ends, I can get some more benefits. At the same time, Chao Xing saw that his private chat message instantly reached 999999+. He was completely famous tonight. I don't know how many people chatted with him privately. Some people asked how he joined the dragon camp, and some asked if he was an insider. Some people even wanted to come and join him. For these messages, Chao Xing happily read a few. Then he cleared them with one click. In addition to these unfamiliar private chat messages, Chao Xing also received messages from friends. Ji Xinyue, brother Chao Xing. You are so amazing. You actually joined the dragon camp. You are now completely famous. The whole world channel is discussing your name. Yao Yiming, brother Chao Xing. I am in the Order Goddess camp. I will notify you as soon as there is any news. Bai Ji, ? Seeing these messages, Chao Xing had a faint smile on his lips. Also replied slightly. If he had only won the first place, it wouldn't have caused such a sensation. The main reason was that he not only won the first place, but also led a camp. It was hard not to pay attention to it. Lu Muxue, who was standing next to him, also came over. There was a little worry in her eyes, and she whispered, axing, our identities seem to have been exposed. Will there be any impact? She was worried that other survivors would target them the next day after discovering Chao Xing's identity. Also, the matter of the Church of Light. The Seed of Light might suspect Chao Xing through this incident and then investigate them. Chao Xing smiled and shook his head and said, don't worry. We have the ability of group teleportation. Even if they want to target us, they have to stop us. As for the other Church of Light, Chao Xing didn't have to worry about it. Let's not talk about whether they would guess that it was him who stole their holy book of light. Even if they knew, the Seed of Light couldn't do anything to him during the 1-month protection period. And after a month, he still had the dragon speaker and the lizardman ancestor statue. With these two sets of combinations, the Church of Light was no longer a concern. Hearing him say this, Lu Muxue was relieved. Don't worry, Muxue. Go and rest. We will continue to fight tomorrow. Yeah, the woman responded softly, and then found an empty space to sit down. It's strange to say, the energy contained in the boiling crystal land could originally cause the legendary creatures to fall. However, now, not only did it not have any effect on them, but when they approached, all the noise would calm down. Even the crackling sound in the ears was much lighter. This also allowed everyone to have a good sleep and replenish their energy. Just as Chao Xing was about to take a rest, a system prompt appeared. Survivor Chao Xing. Please note that you have survived the first day of the Oracle War and defended the main crystal under the attack of the 4 major camps. The exclusive Crystal Dragon Exchange store is open. Now, you can exchange points for corresponding rewards in the exchange store. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing, who was a little sleepy, instantly became energetic. Ha! My exclusive exchange store is finally here. With excitement, Chao Xing directly clicked on the store to check. Crystal Dragon Store Exchange List. Equipment, weapons, props. Like the point stores of the 4 major camps, there are 3 major categories in the exchange list. Chao Xing first glanced at the weapons category. Amethyst Dragon Soul Sword, gold, 50,000 points, limited to 5. Thundercloud Earth Splitting Axe, gold, 70,000 points, limited to 5. Amethyst Dragon Cloud Staff, gold, 100,000 points, limited to 3. Lightning Tearing Longbow, gold, 100,000 points, limited to 3. Purple Thunder God Sound Spear. Not bad. All of them are some golden weapons and the like. For Chao Xing, there was no desire to exchange these weapons. Then he checked the equipment category. Dragon Crystal Warrior Armor. Bottoms. Helmet. boots, arm guards, blue, 1,000 points for one piece. For 1,000 points for a full set, limited to 1,000 sets, amethyst warrior armor. Bottoms, helmet, boots, arm guards, purple, 5,000 points for one piece. 20,000 points for a full set, limited to 100 sets, mysterious crystal armor. Bottoms, helmet, boots, arm guards, gold, 20,000 points for one piece. 80,000 points for a full set, limited to 30 sets, in the equipment column. The things that can be exchanged are similar to those of the 4 major camps. The difference is that they need 8,000 points to exchange a blue suit, while Chaoxing only needs 4,000, which is half the price, including the other 2 grades of suits. They are much cheaper than them. A complete set of purple suits only costs 20,000 points, and there is a set effect when you collect all 5 sets. Calculated in this way, the suits in my store are not only cheaper than the suits sold by the 4 major camps, but also have better properties. If I can exchange dozens of sets and equip the Dragon Blood fighters, it will greatly improve their combat effectiveness. Of course, don't even think about equipping all the Ascalon warriors with suits. Even the cheapest blue suit, 1,000 sets, will cost more than 4 million points, which is too much for even Chaoxing. Then, Chaoxing clicked on the 3rd category, props category. The exchangeable items in front of him immediately made Chaoxing's eyes light up again. Advanced Heart of Strength, 10,000 points, unlimited. Expert Heart of Strength, 30,000 points, limited to 1,000. Master Heart of Strength, 100,000 points, limited to 50. Expert Proficiency Emblem, 100,000 points, limited to 10. Dragon Heart, 2 million points, limited to 5. Blood of Crystal Dragon Kralkatorrik, 10 million points, limited to 1. Scales of Crystal Dragon Kralkatorrik, 10 million war merits, limited to 1. Fuck. Chaoxing exclaimed directly. The things that can be exchanged in this item column far exceeded his imagination. Not only can Advanced Heart of Strength be exchanged unlimitedly, but even Expert Heart of Strength can be exchanged for so many. What's more important is that Chaoxing also saw the Master level Heart of Power in it. Although the number that can be exchanged is relatively small, it is enough to break through all the core combatants under his command to the Master level. If the points are obtained at the speed of today, the time will only increase day by day. In other words, when the Oracle War is over, Chaoxing will have a large number of Master level subjects. The strength of the territory has increased dramatically. Thinking of this, he was immediately excited. However, the items that can be exchanged in the store this time are not just that. In addition to these Hearts of Power, there are some more terrifying items, such as the Heart of the Dragon, the Blood of Kralkatorrik, and the Scales. Especially the latter 2 things are even more terrifying. After all, this is a creature of the same level as the Frost Dragon Jorma. It goes without saying that its scales are as powerful as the scales of Jorma. And the Blood of Kralkatorrik is the blood of a true god-level dragon. It is hard to imagine how terrifying its power is. Chaoxing was full of admiration. Sure enough, danger brings opportunities. Although I risked being enemies with tens of millions of survivors, I joined the Crystal Dragon camp. But at the same time, I also got my own opportunity. Chaoxing has seen the discussion in the chat channel. Although the war merit shops of other survivors can be exchanged for various series of equipment, they are basically the same as the exchange shops of Jorma Dragon. At most, they can only exchange for high-level Hearts of Power. In addition, there are some ordinary suits, and blue and purple suits. Unlike Chaoxing's side, even the scales of a true god-level dragon can be exchanged. Of course, in order to exchange these precious items, a huge amount of points are required. According to Chaoxing progress and points acquisition today, I am afraid that it will take until the end of the Oracle War to get so many points. However, I also gained 300,000 points in today's battle. These points can be exchanged for 3 master-level power hearts. That is to say, there is a high probability that he will soon have 2 or 3 master-level masters. Thinking of this, Chaoxing smiled again. The influence of a master-level master on the battlefield is very great. What's more, it is a master-level master like Chaoxing who has been blessed with various states. Thinking of this, Chaoxing opened the merit shop. Do you want to consume merit asterisk 300,000 to exchange for master-level power heart asterisk 3? Yes. Exchange successful. Merit minus 300,000. At the same time, Chaoxing looked at the 3 huge crystals in his backpack. And a satisfied look appeared in his heart again. Then let me use this first one first, so that I can break through to the master level. He took it out directly from his backpack. Ding! Crack! As the crystal shattered, pure power flowed into his body. The breath on Xiaoxing's body was also rising. The strong magic power continued to overflow, accompanied by a strong chill, even dyeing the surrounding crystal land into frosty white. Huh? A breeze blew, and the biting chill was like an icy blade, instantly spreading to the surroundings. Some of the soldiers, who were resting, suddenly woke up and looked at Xiaoxing in shock. It turned out to be the Lord. I thought we had returned to the territory. Yes. It got cold all of a sudden, and the wild boar soldiers were frozen. Speaking of which, this plane has a very bad environment. But the temperature is not bad. It is about 10 degrees. And now Xiaoxing's breakthrough has brought the surrounding temperature to below zero. Others are also watching Xiaoxing, hoping that he can break through smoothly. After a while, Xiaoxing suddenly opened his eyes. A strong breath of magic swept over in an instant. You have successfully used the Master Power Heart and become a 6th level master, with a 100% increase in basic attributes, an additional plus 100% health value, and an abnormal resistance of plus 50% at the same time. Xiaoxing felt the surge of magic in his body, and a smile appeared on his face. Not bad. Not bad. I succeeded in one go. Now, I have officially become a 6th level great wizard. Xiaoxing glanced at his backpack. Then, the remaining 2 hearts of power will be given to Assam and Hilda. The reason why these 2 were allowed to break through first was naturally because they could bring powerful help to me after they transformed into masters. Although Assam is only a leader-level creature now, his threat on the battlefield is no less than those commander-level creatures. And even stronger. Chapter 433, Advancement of the Grand Mage. Changes in the Church of Light. The Frost Wolf under Assam's feet is always in the state of Wolf Soul Awakening, and its movement speed is faster than that of the commander of the same level, with Assam's powerful attack power. Wherever it passes, it also sweeps a large area. As for Hilda, let alone, although there are no corpses for her to hatch here, she has another bug-like ability. Superimposed blood poison. It can also pose a great threat to the enemy. So, Xiaoxing directly called the names of the 2. A knight and a blood spider queen walked towards him respectfully. And Xiaoxing didn't say much, and directly took out the master-level heart of power. The 2 stretched out their hands at the same time and solemnly took it. Thank you, Lord. Hilda next to him also said lightly, thank you. Although the blood spider queen has lowered her status to herself, she is still quite cold when there are many people. Xiaoxing waved his hand, and then watched them crush the heart of power. Crack! Crack! As the power merged into the body, a terrifying aura rose from the 2 of them. A soft halo continued to emanate from Assam, from which a threatening aura could be felt. This was the glory of a knight. And on the other side, the blood mist on Hilda's body continued to spread, almost condensing into substance. This blood mist contained a strong corrosive force. If they were not friendly units, they would have been infected with terrible blood poison. After a while, this change on the 2 disappeared at the same time. 2 system prompts appeared. Your territory member, Assam successfully broke through to the 6th level master level powerhouse. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Health increased by an additional 100%. And abnormal resistance increased by 50%. Your territory member, Hilda Bloodkiss, successfully broke through to the 6th level master level powerhouse. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Health increased by an additional 100%. And abnormal resistance increased by 50% at this moment. Xiaoxing's eyes showed surprise. Haha. 2 of them succeeded. If you count me, all 3 succeeded. It seems that Assam's failure last time was a good excuse. Xiaoxing was very satisfied with this probability. The 2 were very excited after the breakthrough, and they felt the surge of power in their bodies with excitement. And Xiaoxing also looked at the attributes of the 2 with expectation. Frost Wolf Knight, Assam not bad. Not bad. As a 6th level warrior, Assam, holding the sword of the lake girl and a full set of knight armor, can even suppress Zirda in attack power. And Zirda is even better. With an attack power of 12,000. It can reach 17,000 after blessing. If the blood poison is stacked to 100 layers, it is equivalent to more than 100,000 damage per second. It's so terrifying. Xiaoxing was very pleased. With a satisfied look, He glanced at his attributes after the breakthrough. Name, Chaoxing. Oh my god. 3,400 spirits. Ice healing restores more than 7,000 health points per second. Plus ice armor adds an extra 2,000 armor. Isn't this a bit too scary? Compared to when I was at level 5. The recovery value per second has increased significantly again. If you add Andrew's Life Blossom and the Tribal, which doctors rejuvenation, the recovery value per second has exceeded 10,000. Except for blood cows like Dragon Speaker. Others can almost recover to their peak state within a few minutes. Chaoxing even wanted to use Blessing Ring on the spot to refresh the status of the warriors. However, the divine power value of this aura is only 11 points, so it has to be used sparingly. Chaoxing decided to wait until all members break through to the master level before refreshing the status again. By then, everyone's combat effectiveness can be greatly improved again. At this moment, Chaoxing was once again full of emotion. This battlefield is a great place for me. So, after I get enough points, I will exchange all these master level hearts of power. Then I will exchange the extra points for expert level hearts of power for other dragon blood fighters and nightmare archers to break through. In other words, I can make a big improvement every day in this battlefield. Thinking of this, Chaoxing felt better. Then, he set up a tent on the spot and closed his eyes to rest. The survivors of the other 4 camps also found a room to rest. After 2 days of not sleeping, coupled with a high-intensity battle, everyone was indeed a little tired. At the same time, in a hidden corner somewhere on the border of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, the Seed of Light stood in the underground palace, watching the live broadcast replay. And he also heard the discussion of everyone in the chat channel. Is he actually joining the 5th camp? Chaoxing. A name I've never heard of. However, being the first among the world's top 10 million survivors does require some skill. Among them, the woman who controls the crystal dragon. Even I feel a sense of crisis. The Seed of Light looked thoughtful. It's incredible that a survivor can have such power. Perhaps he has a special opportunity like me. And he was recognized by such a strong man as soon as he came to this world. When the time comes, when the God of Light wakes up, let him check the details of this person. However, what he didn't know was that Chaoxing relied on his own strength to make the Dragon Speaker fight for him. Moreover, after this period of development, the strength of Chaoxing territory has been getting closer and closer to the Church of Light. Once he has the strength to compete with the Church, Chaoxing will become a nightmare in their hearts. At this time, the Seed of Light still had no idea of everything. He didn't think that Chaoxing was the devil. After all, he had too little information about Chaoxing. He didn't even know that Chaoxing was also a survivor of the snowstorm. Not to mention, Chaoxing had never shown his demonic transformation in front of anyone. So he never thought that there would be a survivor disguised as a demon and snatched their holy book. The Seed of Light shook his head. Forget it. Forget about this Chaoxing. No matter how strong these guys are, they are not on the same level as me. What I need to do now is to continue to put pressure on the border of the kingdom, and then strive to make the plan of the God of Light succeed as soon as possible. When this person comes, I will have legendary power in one leap. Among the billions of survivors in the world, no one can be my opponent. Thinking of this, the young man couldn't help but smile. In his opinion, his realm had long reached another height, and was not at the same level as those survivors. And at this moment, the entire underground palace suddenly shook violently. The Seed of Light felt unstable under his feet. Before he could react, he suddenly heard a terrifying explosion from above his head. Boom! The high priests and red-robed bishops in the underground palace were immediately confused. What's going on? Why did this kind of vibration suddenly occur? Is there an avalanche above? Including the Seed of Light. There was confusion in their eyes. However, at this moment, they suddenly saw waves of strange black fog seeping in from the ceiling above their heads, the ground under their feet, and the surrounding walls. This black fog contained some kind of evil, unknown breath. The Seed of Light frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Michael, what is this black fog? The man whose name was called was a man in a yellow robe with a strange weapon in his hand. He held a baguette-like tool in his hand and said in a deep voice, Light Seed. These black fogs seem to contain some kind of evil breath. It looks like some kind of teleportation method. Light Seed asked in confusion, teleportation method? After a moment, he seemed to react and his expression changed drastically. Light Seed shouted, Be alert. Be alert. Quickly disperse these black fogs. However, the monstrous black fog poured in and occupied half of the underground palace. From these black fogs, you can vaguely see terrifying figures, each of which exudes a monstrous demonic aura. Demons! The red-robed priest shouted the names of these creatures in an instant. Damn it! It turned out to be them. These dirty guys found our underground palace. Hearing this, the priests and bishops at the headquarters of the Church of Light all changed their faces. At this moment, the group of demons on the opposite side have all appeared. The first to appear. It was a human child in a worn-out cotton coat and a lame peasant woman. Next to them, there were priests, doctors, hunters, and other people who could be seen everywhere. All of these people had strange expressions on their faces. The human child's eyes revealed a strangeness and cunning that did not match his age. Looking at the members of the Church of Light on the field, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The rats of the Church of Light are hiding in this position. Destroy the Lord's container. Kill Beelzebub and Mammon. Now, it's our turn. The Seed of Light frowned slightly and reacted at this time. Xavier, Michael, deal with him. He knew that he had already made a grudge by attacking this group of demons last time. So he didn't even think about sitting down with the other party and talking calmly. Since it was exposed, then the real thing would be revealed. Hearing the order, the two archbishops burst out at the same time. The strong aura of light burst out like waves. The light was dazzling. The strength of this aura even reached the heroic level. Among the group of demons, the one who looked like a child and another one dressed as a peasant woman burst out with endless black air. Their original skins quickly deformed, like a scroll eroded by dark magic. In the blink of an eye, they turned into two demons with twisted limbs and terrifying auras, including other demons. They also appeared one after another. The two groups of people had almost no extra communication, and they started a head-on confrontation. The entire underground palace was shaken by their battle. Boom! Boom! The power of light and the power of the devil began the most intense collision. The two sides fought in a group, and the underground palace instantly turned into a tragic battlefield. Ordinary people who entered would be instantly corroded and killed by the terrifying demonic energy, or all their wills would be annihilated by the power of light. Almost within less than a minute of the start of the battle, the high priest and the red-robed bishop of the Church of Light fell. Their bodies were directly thrown to the demon slaves behind them by these demons, and then torn to pieces on the spot. Puff! Puff! Even though this is the headquarters of the Church of Light, there are many strong people. But this group of demons also came prepared. There was a crazy grin in their eyes. Seeing this scene, the Seed of Light behind him frowned. But he was not panicked. He flipped through the Dawn chapter in his hand and uttered a strange spell. The dawn can be hope or judgment. In the dawn, we long for the existence of light. We must remember to walk with the dawn in the future. The dawn gives us perseverance and cleanses the shadow of evil. However, it can also punish, purify, and destroy. As the holy book in his hand kept turning over, in the underground palace, the power of all the priests and bishops of the Church of Light suddenly increased by a large margin. Not only that, the black fog released by these demons was also dispelled by the strong dawn. Under the illumination of this light, they felt pain. Many of the demons even screamed. The advantage that the demon camp had just established collapsed with the outbreak of the Holy Book of Dawn, watching the death of demons one by one. And under the illumination of the fire of light, even the soul was directly annihilated, turning into a pile of black smoke and dust. This also means that these demons that cannot be killed have completely disappeared at this moment. However, the death of their companions did not make these demons feel afraid or timid, but the expressions on their faces became more ferocious. They went forward one after another, trying their best to kill all the members of the Church of Light. The demons were fearless, and the death of one or two demons would often take the life of a high priest or a red-robed bishop. But this is the home court of the Church of Light. Not only are they more numerous, but they also have the Seed of Light using the Dawn scripture to bless all church members. For a while, this group of demons was beaten back. It won't be long before all of them will be killed. At this moment, the demon child who was fighting the archbishop also realized the current situation. But it was not afraid. But the madness in its eyes became even worse. Its eyes fell on the Seed of Light, looking at the aura of light emanating from the young man and the holy book in his hand. Hatred appeared in his eyes. You, the Church of Light, killed our demon. So we will kill your Seed of Light and collect some interest. Everyone. Kill the human at all costs. Hearing this, all the demons seemed to be in a state of rage, rushing towards the seed of light madly. Faced with this situation, the young man was a little flustered, but his expression was still calm. Looking at the demons rushing around madly, he ordered in a gloomy tone, "All bishops, archbishops, I order you to stop them at all costs." On the field, all the bishops and priests shouted, "Follow the will of the seed of light." The red-robed bishops continued to launch waves of terrifying attacks, bombarding the demon bodies of these demons and causing them to shake continuously. Boom! Boom! However, on the other side, the lame peasant woman also uttered some obscure syllables at this moment. In an instant, all the demons seemed to be in a frenzy. He completely ignored the attacks of the red-robed bishops and rushed towards the seed of light like crazy. Watching this group of ferocious demons approaching step by step, the attack of one of the demons almost penetrated the heart of the young man. The seed of light narrowly avoided the attack, but the calmness on his face had completely disappeared. After walking on the edge of death, endless fear rose in his heart. He said in a trembling voice, "What are you doing? You rubbish? Michael! Come and save me!" The members of the Church of Light on the field were extremely anxious. They were also trying their best to launch attacks to stop this group of crazy demons. Seeing that another demon was about to pounce, its terrifying claws were even about to touch his face, the seed of light's face turned pale. The heart was already shrouded in a crisis of death. "Damn it! Get out of my way! Don't hurt the seed of light!" The priests and bishops of the entire Church of Light also fell into madness. However, the group of demons also wanted to kill this young man at all costs. Just when everyone thought that the seed of light was going to be torn to pieces by this group of demons on the spot, the statue at the headquarters of the Church of Light instantly burst into a terrifying light. This light contained infinite fluctuations of divine power. The entire underground palace was directly filled with this breath. All the demons, when they came into contact with the light, were evaporated and annihilated in an instant, just like shadows touching light, including their souls, which also disappeared without a trace. The two great demons who were fighting with the archbishop felt a death-like crisis in this light. They just wanted to escape, but the light spread too fast. They only had time to flash a thought before they were directly covered, and then uttered the last sentence. Light Mingshin. Boom! After a terrifying explosion, the entire underground palace fell into a crazy vibration. Not only that, even the area where the underground palace was located, the mountains above began to move like earthquakes again. The snow that had accumulated on the mountain peaks for many years collapsed like a flood. At the same time, Chao Xing, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly heard a system prompt. Due to unknown reasons, the S-level mission approving progress increased by 8%. Current progress 24%. You receive the second stage reward, Light Anthem Helmet, Orange. Expert Emblem *2. Chao Xing was stunned for a moment. Then a question mark appeared on his face. Chapter 434 The Identity of the Seed of Light. The Oracle War begins on the second day. Chao Xing looked at the prompt in front of him in confusion. Ah? Teacher Guang. What happened? How come you suffered such a heavy loss without me doing anything? You know, 8% progress is no joke. Last time, Chao Xing pushed down so many camps, but only 1% progress. And this time it increased by 8%, which was almost as much as the loss caused to the Church of Light when he snatched the glorious chapter. He was confused. It's strange. Who did it? Did the old king of the Ice Crystal Kingdom find an important stronghold of the Church of Light? Or is it because of my last trouble? Has the demon camp already fought with the Church of Light? Otherwise, he really couldn't imagine that there were other forces targeting the Church of Light, although he didn't know what happened. But Chao liked this kind of thing where he could get rewards without doing anything. Haha. So comfortable. The progress has increased by 8%. Another 6% is needed to reach 30%. Whether it is the Ice Crystal Kingdom or the group of demons. Cheer for the Church of Light. Ollie! Chao Xing was very happy, because according to what the system said, as long as this task reaches more than 30%, the old man god of light will not come out. In this way, he does not have to worry about the threat of this false god. And through this incident, Chao Xing also had an idea in his mind. After this Oracle War, my strength should be greatly improved. The most powerful existence currently known to the Church of Light is the Archbishop and the army of White Walkers. With my current strength, this 7th order dominant creature is enough to deal with it. And once I exchange all the master-level power hearts, I should be able to crush the Church of Light in terms of master-level combat power. After all, these masters under my command are not ordinary masters. And those Archbishop-level strongmen can also be handed over to the Dragon Speaker. Then can I take the initiative to attack the Church of Light? Take advantage of the fact that the God of Light has not come out, and directly destroy this force, so that this old guy will never come out again. As his thoughts turned, Chao Xing had made a decision. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Before this, the Church of Light was his enemy, and Chao Xing was hiding and developing. After all, this force is too large and has many members. And through the development during this period, Chao Xing is about to have a fighting force that surpasses them. No one can imagine that someone can develop enough power to compete with an entire church in such a short time. After all, it is a force that a god has exhausted his efforts and personally built. So, if Chao Xing takes a strong move, he will definitely catch the Church of Light off guard. Of course, the premise is that the nest of this force can be found. Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Speaking of which, I used the Wind Beacon magic scroll last time to mark the location of those humpback eagles. But they flew more than 3,000 kilometers, which has exceeded the maximum sensing range of the Wind Beacon. I can only vaguely sense which direction they flew away. It seems that after the end of this battlefield, we can follow the direction of these humpback eagles and find the nest of these guys. After the end of this oracle battle, Chao Xing also has a lot to do. The first thing is to tame the Griffin King. This Griffin King is related to 2 consecutive tasks, one of which has the dragon taming rope as a reward. Then go to the main city of Yongshuang, digest the honor points, exchange the legendary dagger, the dagger of the god of death, and obtain the permission of the large teleportation array. Then go to the location of the treasure map to see it. It is said that it is related to the inheritance of a legendary wizard. After that, it is the ancient battlefield. There are too many undead there, and there are many terrifying existences. Chao Xing couldn't beat these undead before, but after the end of the Oracle War, Chao Xing's strength has skyrocketed, and he has greater confidence in dealing with this ancient battlefield. In addition, it is to deal with the Church of Light and find the location of their nest. Thinking of this, he has a plan for what he will do next. Then, Chao Xing glanced at the 2 rewards he just got for free. Needless to say, the 2 expert emblems have been obtained once before. It can increase proficiency by 5,000 points, including the one I didn't use up last time. The 3 emblems in my hand can directly increase my proficiency by 15,000. It can increase Herald's proficiency by a lot. In addition, there are 10 expert emblems that can be exchanged in the War Merit store this time. Chao Xing calculated in his mind, including the reserves in my hand. There are a total of 13 expert level emblems, which can directly increase 65,000 proficiency points. And according to Harold, from expert to master, 50,000 proficiency points are needed. That is to say, this time when I go back, I can even directly fill up Harold's proficiency. Breakthrough to master is just around the corner. Thinking of this, the mood became better. In addition to the rewards of these 2 emblems, there is another reward. It is a pure white helmet. Holding it in the hand, it seems to hold a piece of holy light. The lines of the helmet are smooth, and the delicate texture on the surface is like ripples of light. The front is inlaid with a brilliant orange burst, like the sun at sunset. This helmet looks pretty good, Chao Xing said in admiration. Then he looked at the attributes. Ode to light helmet orange, huh? It's actually a 6-piece set? Chao Xing looked a little surprised. This was the first time he got an orange 6-piece set. And the equipment level of this thing is very high. You have to be level 70 to wear it, which means at least the master level. According to this prediction, the next S-level task uprooting. Every 10% breakthrough should give a light song component. When the progress is about 70%, you can directly get this epic 6-piece set. It feels so good. This also made Chao Xing more determined to overthrow the Church of Light after the Oracle War. With a happy mood, he closed his eyes again and began to rest. At this moment, the headquarters of the Church of Light has become a mess after the battle just now. The power of the God of Light just now broke out and swept away most of the demons and demon slaves. Under the sun-like light, almost all the demons were evaporated in an instant. In the end, only the demon who looked like a child and the other peasant woman escaped under this terrifying power. This battle seems to be a great victory for the Church of Light. But they also paid a lot of casualties. The bodies of the many white-robed priests and the red-robed bishops on the ground. who died in miserable conditions, explained everything. And the young man was sitting on the ground in shock. Before he could come to his senses, the angry voice of the God of Light exploded in his ears. Tell me, what's going on? In the entire underground palace, the remaining members of the Church of Light were suddenly silent and crawled on the ground in fear. The young man on the ground almost rolled and crawled to the side of the statue. He knelt on the ground respectfully and said quickly, Light, Your Highness. It's that group of demons. The Terrifying will immediately said angrily, I know these guys are demons. I'm asking you, how did you provoke them? And how did these demons find the headquarters? In a panic, the Seed of Light quickly led Sullivan and the White Walker Overlord to attack the demon cave. And he told all about killing the Lord of Demons container. After hearing this, the will of the God of Light seemed to be silent. After a moment, he asked with deep anger in his tone, Didn't I ask you to focus on the border area in the near future and deal with the Ice Crystal Kingdom? Who told you to take the initiative to find trouble with those demons? Shinxingjia? Hearing the God of Light calling his name directly, the Seed of Light's face turned pale. He explained tremblingly, Light, Your Highness the God of Light. I just want to get our glorious chapter back as soon as possible. I don't know what's going on. Sullivan obviously went to the location you said. But the demons inside seemed to be completely unaware of this matter. The Lord of the White Walkers accidentally killed the Lord of Demons container. Hearing this, the God of Light was silent for a moment. The terrible anger seemed to dissipate a little. After all, he was indeed responsible for this matter. If he hadn't told the Seed of Light the location, the Seed of Light would not send Sullivan to deal with the demons in the demon cave. However, the God of Light felt that this matter was a bit strange. As gods, even without the godhood, their minds were still extremely sharp. After a few seconds of thinking, the God of Light instantly realized something. The will said in a low voice, Perhaps we have all been fooled. It was not the group of demons who stole the Holy Book of Light, but someone else. Hearing this conclusion, the Seed of Light was at a loss at first, and then his expression changed drastically. How is this possible? After all, before this, all the clues they had obtained pointed to the group of demons. Now the God of Light said that the previous direction was wrong, and it was not the demons who did it at all. Doesn't this mean that their entire church, including the God of Light, has been fooled? The young man on the ground asked with a trembling voice, Lord of Light. Who else could it be if not that group of demons? The will was now in deep thought. I don't know. I have been awakened twice in a row from my sleep, and my divine power has been greatly consumed. Now I can't use any means to infer the real culprit. Wait until I sleep for a while, and recover my divine power. I will spend the price, and use the Wheel of Light once to find the specific identity of the enemy. Now, what you have to do is to move the address of the headquarters as soon as possible. I hope there will be no accidents in the next period of time. The Seed of Light also understood the seriousness of the matter. I know, Lord of Light. I will lead people to evacuate immediately. After the words fell, the will quickly fell silent. On this night, the Church of Light changed the address of its headquarters overnight. The two demons who escaped hid in the dark corners, waiting for the opportunity to seek a second chance for revenge. The next day, around 6 o'clock in the morning, the boiling energy of the entire crystal land gradually subsided. A soft light burst out from the four goddess statues, making all the survivors feel clear-headed. Everyone opened their eyes. The system prompt appeared again. Survivors of the 5 major camps. Please note that the second day of the Oracle War Crystal Blossom Challenge is about to begin. Please be prepared. The survivors of the 4 major camps couldn't help but complain. Fuck. There are 5 major camps. Others have 1 camp each. This system is really outrageous. This system is indeed a bit outrageous. Brothers of the Wind Camp, today we rely on you. Continue to hold back Chao-Xing for us. The organization will remember your contribution. The survivors of the Wind Goddess Camp were unhappy yesterday, and they were even more angry when they heard this guy mention it. Fuck. You guys are gloating here. Wait until this Chao-Xing goes to your camp. See if you can still laugh. That's right. I see how you can stop him then. At this time, a survivor named Falco said, Heh. This Chao-Xing won't be arrogant for long. If he dares to appear in our Wind Camp again today, he will definitely not be able to come back. Hearing this, the other survivors were slightly startled. It seems a little surprising who this person named Falco is, and he dares to say such a thing. After all, The fighting power shown by Qiaoxing yesterday was still obvious to all. So strong that it was terrifying. Even a legion of 100,000 or 200,000 was easily defeated by him. But Falco said that he would make Qiaoxing never return. Could it be that he already has stronger power? Soon, someone answered their doubts. This Falco is the leader of the Silver Bullet Legion, and the first legion of the original 20 regions. It is said that he has united the top legions of other regions of the Wind Camp, and is preparing to capture Qiaoxing today. Capture Qiaoxing? Yes. Not only the Wind Camp, but the other 3 camps have this idea. They want to unite everyone's strength to kill Qiaoxing first. In this way, Qiaoxing is equivalent to being kicked out in advance, and the first place will change hands. Hearing this, the survivors of the 4 camps nodded suddenly, because according to the current situation, they might really succeed. After all, through yesterday's review, they have discovered one thing. That is, Qiaoxing dare not deal with too many survivors at the same time. At most, there are 200,000 or 300,000 survivors, and they also need the cover of the branded monster army. Even if Qiaoxing is strong, he dare not rely on his more than 1,000 men to confront a legion of hundreds of thousands of people. After all, the gap is too big. If the top legions gathered in the 4 camps are large enough and make targeted arrangements, no matter how strong Qiaoxing is, he can't make any waves. For a while, everyone who learned about this gossip was looking forward to it, and some people were a little worried. It was the survivors of the original 17th district. They followed Qiaoxing all the way and witnessed his rise. In their hearts, they have regarded this man as a symbol of invincibility. If so many people target Qiaoxing this time, maybe it will really break his myth of invincibility. Although Qiaoxing has now gone to the opposing 5th camp, they still don't want to see this happen. At the same time, Qiaoxing received 3 messages. They were sent by Yao Yiming, Ji Xinyue, and Bai Ji. The content of the private chat was, "Let Qiaoxing be careful today." The survivors of the 4 major camps seemed to be ready to unite to deal with him. Seeing the reminders from the 3 people, Qiaoxing smiled. Interesting. Are you ready to fight me together? According to what they said, a large alliance has been formed, and then a targeted layout will be made for me. It seems that someone doesn't want me to take the first place safely. However, if you want to fight me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. A strong fighting spirit gradually emerged in his eyes. The upcoming siege not only did not make him feel afraid, but also made Qiaoxing gradually excited. Survivor Qiaoxing, please pay attention. The Oracle War of the 2nd day has begun, and your crystal teleportation times +5. Seeing the following prompts, Qiaoxing's eyes lit up again. Huh? 5 more teleportation opportunities. Comfortable. You know, Qiaoxing relies on this crystal teleportation function to achieve high mobility in combat. And this function not only allows him to gain points faster, but also gives him unparalleled survivability. It can be said that with sufficient teleportation times, he is invincible by nature. You want to siege me? Even if I can't beat them, I can just teleport and run away. How can you fight me? Thinking of this, Qiaoxing no longer has to worry. At the same time, the gates of the 4 main cities are wide open. But this time, compared with the swarm of bees yesterday, the formation of the survivors has become much more orderly. After a night of running in, many large-scale forces have emerged in the 4 main cities. For example, the Shadowbreaker Legion, where Angelina, who ranks 2nd on the list, is located, has joined forces with several other legions in this region to directly form a large force with a scale of more than 500,000 people. Wang Tao, who ranks 3rd on the list, also joined forces with several powerful legions in the Goddess of Order camp, formed a huge force with more than 400,000 people, including Omar, who ranks 4th, Lu Wei, who ranks 5th, and others, all launched the same action. Although large legions of more than 1 million people have not yet appeared. Judging from this situation, they are not far away. The strong form alliances with each other, and the weaker lords can also keep each other warm. They all establish their own legion channels, and then let the strongest survivor lord serve as the commander-in-chief. Then the legion leaders issued orders in the legion channel. The purpose is to get quick rescue from the alliance when encountering danger, and to work together to get more points. Tap, tap, tap. Boom! The dense footsteps sounded again, and the earth was shaking. The alliance army, composed of survivors, like a dense army of ants, took action on the purple crystal land. At the same time, the picture appeared again in the live broadcast room. The survivors outside have been looking forward to it for a long time. And now they have finally waited for the moment when the live broadcast starts. Instantly, bullet comments were flying. Woohoo! The live broadcast has started again. Not bad. Not bad. Fighting monsters. Farming. Watching live broadcasts. This is the life that a lord should have. I have asked those polar people to go out to collect resources. I sit in the lord's hut and crack melon seeds while watching the live broadcast. It's comfortable. I am different. I watch the live broadcast while hugging the cook. It's more comfortable. My goodness. Are you all playing so fancy? In addition to these bullet comments, there are also some survivors watching the live broadcast, constantly switching perspectives. The camera keeps passing through the vast crystal land, as if looking for something. And when they see the team surrounded by a large number of branded monsters, with an amazing momentum, the switching stopped immediately. Then, a look of surprise appeared on their faces at the same time. Brothers, I saw Boss Chao Xing. He seems to be in the crystal stronghold of the goddess of wind camp today. Ha ha ha. Why does this Chao Xing always stay there? Is he going to hold on to the survivors of the goddess of wind camp? It seems that the brothers of the wind camp are going to be unlucky again. Not necessarily. I got a rumor that the 4 major camps have united to deal with Chao Xing, especially the goddess of wind camp, which has even assembled several 100,000 troops to target him. Fuck. There is such a thing. Then there will be excitement today. Looking at the discussion on the barrage, all the survivors couldn't help but look forward to it. Chapter 435. The good show begins. Chao Xing's strength. I don't know how many survivors locked the live camera's perspective on the area where Chao Xing is, because they all have a premonition that there will be a lot of good shows to watch today. In the live broadcast screen, Chao Xing, wearing a dark purple wizard robe, rides a crystal mammoth, and his robe moves without wind. In addition, he has already broken through the archmage, and the powerful magic fluctuations give people a strong sense of majesty across the screen. And next to him, a group of powerful beings are also on full alert. In the sky, on the back of a crystal dragon, a beautiful figure stands proudly. There is also a frost moose next to it, and a brave female knight is also sitting on it. 4 crystal griffins are hovering in the low sky. This picture once again made waves of barrages float by. Damn! If nothing else, Chao Xing looks really handsome. Yeah! Not only is he riding a mammoth, but he is also surrounded by so many strong men. Even through the screen, I can feel the breath of Chao Xing. My legs are weak, and I am about to fall into his arms. Upstairs, go back to your chicken coop to be naughty, because the base where Chao Xing is stationed today is one of the few crystals closest to the main city of the goddess of wind. In addition, there are many survivors watching the live broadcast outside, giving them a tip-off. So soon, many people locked on Chao Xing's position. A large number of survivors rushed towards his position. At the same time, Chao Xing saw dense black shadows appearing in the distance. It was the army of survivors. Walking in the front were more than a dozen people riding various mounts, such as forest wolves, wild boars, and war horses. They were the leaders of the major legions. Behind them, there are hundreds of thousands of large armies. At this moment, looking at the figure surrounded by thousands of troops in the center of the branded monster army. At the same time, there are hundreds of millions of eyes in the live broadcast room, watching this battlefield. The eyes of these legion leaders were burning with surging fighting spirit. Chao Xing, you dare to be an enemy of so many of us. You really have great courage. However, courage alone is not enough. You are still far from being able to deal with so many lords alone. Today, let us put an end to your legend. At this time, a man with long brown hair and wearing aqua blue armor said, Then, let's do as agreed. We each command a legion of 20,000 people and attack in more than a dozen directions. Among them, send out the Dragon Slayer Legion to hold back the strong man who controls the dragon in the sky. In an open area like this, even if he can control the entire branded monster legion, he certainly cannot defend against attacks from so many directions. Then we will clear the branded monsters along the way and go straight to the core. Destroy the crystal first, and then kill Chao Xing. Obviously, through the review of last night, they have a good understanding of Chao Xing. As the brown-haired man said, the dragon crystal is in an open area, and Chao Xing has no way to defend against attacks from so many directions. Therefore, He can only stand there passively and control the branded monster to defend. It can be said that they have already taken the advantage innately. The next moment, the brown-haired man pointed the long sword in his hand and issued an order. Now! Attack! Boom! The earth began to tremble. The 300,000 combined forces quickly divided into more than a dozen teams and attacked Chao Xing from all directions. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing's face showed an interested look. Oh! Have you learned to be smart? Thinking of attacking from more than a dozen directions to disperse my energy and prevent me from taking care of all directions. If ordinary survivors encounter this situation, they will really encounter a lot of trouble. However, all this is useless in the face of absolute strength. As Chao Xing uttered softly, "Kill!" The moment he received the order, all the branded monsters were dispatched at the same time, and they actually took the initiative to rush towards the army of survivors. Boom! The scene of 100,000 branded monsters charging at the same time was also very shocking. It was like the purple wave surging, pressing down with unparalleled might. If one's mind was not strong, seeing so many enemies rushing towards them, it would probably be scared to the point of weakness. The brown-haired leader who led the group saw this scene and was also a little surprised. But he reacted immediately. Chao Xing, what an arrogant guy! You didn't defend, but prepared to attack. But soon, you will pay the price for your arrogance. He was about to order a charge, but Chao Xing's actions were faster. Before he could react, a shadow appeared above their heads. A pair of cold pupils appeared in the sky. The moment they were swept by this sight, everyone felt like they were falling into an ice cave. It was the dragon speaker Binglan and the crystal dragon she controlled. The woman stood on the dragon's back, looking at it as if it was an ant. Then, she raised the long sword in her hand. Buzz! A terrifying sword energy burst out, turning into a sword light that shocked the sky. Shwa! The sword energy slashed down, leaving a 1,000-meter-long crack in the ground in front again. The joint army of the survivors was also cut by this sword. Seeing this scene, all the captains felt a horror from the depths of their souls. It seemed that under the sword of this woman, they had no chance to resist at all. After a struggle, the brown-haired man was the first to overcome that fear. He shouted, "Everyone, cheer up!" After the words fell, the fear in the eyes of many captains on the field gradually dissipated, and they looked at the dragon speaker with fear. The brown-haired man continued, "According to the plan, send out our dragon-slaying army to take this woman down for me." After receiving the order, a group of Frost mages, centaur warriors, and other special forces with control skills rushed out directly. The moment they appeared, they launched various attacks to try to control the dragon speaker. Gorgeous magic, surging blunt weapons, and some arrows with a freezing breath attacked her. The attack of tens of thousands of people is no joke, even if the probability of control is small. With such a large base, even a strong dragon speaker will be directly controlled. However, as the woman waved her hand casually, another shadow passed in front and blocked the dragon speaker. Puff! Crack! All attacks were blocked by this shadow. It was another crystal dragon stationed in this crystal stronghold. And this dragon was also controlled by various skills because it had endured a lot of attacks and fell straight from the sky. Seeing this scene, the commander who was directing the battle below cursed inwardly. Damn! Forgot that this woman can control 2 dragons. Dragon Slayer Core. Prepare for the second wave of attack. No matter how many dragons she can control, shoot them all down. As soon as the words fell, the second wave of attack came again. At this moment, the dragon speaker still looked indifferent. She held the long sword in her hand, as if a terrifying power was accumulating in the tip of her sword. This power made people tremble, as if they had seen the scene of themselves being killed before they made a move. The next moment, the dragon speaker drew his sword brazenly. However, this time, he did not attack the survivors below, but slashed 3 swords in a row towards the sky. Swish! Swish! After 3 terrifying sword auras, a dark purple crack appeared above the heads of those survivors. The crack slowly opened like a huge mouth of the abyss, exuding a terrifying, mysterious atmosphere. They looked at the crack with shocked eyes, because in it, everyone felt a fatal crisis. Oh my god! What kind of move is this? This woman didn't seem to use it yesterday. I don't know, but it can actually cut a space crack. It's so scary. Good thing she didn't release it to us. Otherwise many people would be killed by her sword. However, before they had time to feel lucky, A large amount of sword energy suddenly burst out from the dark purple crack. The sword energy poured down like a fierce tide. Hua la la. The sword energy in the true sense was like rain, covering the sky and the earth. The area with a diameter of 1 kilometer in front was completely covered by this attack. The air made a sharp hissing sound under the impact of the sword energy, and the purple crystal earth was cut into pieces. Puff! Puff puff puff. The dense number of damage floated up. Minus 67,752. Minus 69,632. Minus 92,094. Minus 61,632. Minus 72372, when the rain-like sword energy finally dissipated. In the blink of an eye, there was no standing target in the 1 kilometer area ahead. Your territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglan, killed 5,752 survivors from the 4 major camps and earned points 6123 with 1 blow. This so-called dragon-slaying special forces group was directly wiped out by 1/3. It was Binglan's ultimate move, Dragon Covenant Sword Destroy. When everyone on the scene saw the scene in front of them, they all felt a chill rising from their backs. This sword was too terrifying. Even more powerful than the combat power shown by Binglan yesterday. There was even a barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. Before the Special Forces group could react, the 2 commander-level dragons simultaneously launched their ultimate move, Doomsday Meteor. It was also a super large-scale ultimate move covering 1,000 meters. And this time there were 2. Buzz! There was a tremor in the dark purple sky, as if the entire sky was shaking. Then, they saw dense purple crystals appearing above their heads. These crystals, with a suffocating sense of oppression, fell to the earth like destructive meteors. They streaked across the sky, dragging long tail flames. When these crystals fell to the ground, they immediately stimulated some mysterious resonance with the crystal earth. A powerful energy shock erupted instantly. Boom! Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and countless crystal fragments burst out with amazing power. The survivors covered by this move immediately ran away frantically. However, such a large attack range is not something that can be escaped. In an instant, I don't know how many survivors were hit, and then huge injuries appeared on their heads. These 2 crystal dragons are at least 5th level commander level creatures. At this moment, the commander level big moves were launched at the same time, causing the survivors to suffer heavy casualties again. And the so-called dragon-slaying army they used to deal with the dragon speaker was directly beaten to pieces under these 3 moves. It seemed that the whole army was about to be annihilated. The brown-haired man also recovered from the shock at this moment, and he shouted almost hoarsely, "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" The remaining survivors retreated in a hurry. However, no matter how fast they retreated, they could not catch up with the speed of the dragon speaker's sword. Whoosh whoosh. 2 huge crystal dragons passed over their heads at a very fast speed. 2 more shocking sword beams appeared. Swish. Hundreds of figures were killed on the spot again. In addition, Francesca, Sarah, and others on the other side also rushed into the army of survivors and launched a one-sided killing. Seeing that their tactics were completely ineffective, the brown-haired leader's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. But he did not give up. Although the action against the dragon speaker here failed, but they had the advantage on the battlefield on the other side. Under the accumulation of a large number of survivors, a large number of branded monsters were overturned. The troops led by other Legion commanders were about to reach the area 500 meters near the dragon crystal. The brown-haired captain gritted his teeth and said, "Brothers of the Sapphire Legion, please do your best to hold back the woman in the air. We will give you the points you need to revive after you die in battle." Other Legion commanders, attack the branded Legion with all your strength and destroy the dragon crystal. After receiving the order, the fear in the eyes of all the survivors was dispelled, and a firm look appeared at the same time. It seemed that they had made up their minds to defeat Chao Xing. What a joke. More than 300,000 of them were actually suppressed by a lord. We all came to this world on the same day. Why are you so strong? The unwillingness to admit defeat in their hearts drove them. Everyone's offensive became more fierce. Puff! Crack! A large number of branded monsters were overturned by the car, and after being concentrated by a large number of long-range attacks, they shattered on the spot. Seeing that these survivors were almost approaching the 400-meter range of the dragon crystal, and Chao Xing, who was flying in the air and looking at the overall situation, still looked calm. He controlled the branded monster army in an orderly manner. giving the warriors more time. As long as these branded monsters are used well, he can get more points. On the other side, the Ascalon warriors have killed a large number of members of the 4 major camps. This is a one-sided killing. It seems that the two sides are engaged in a tug-of-war of equal strength. But in fact, it is just an illusion created by these survivors with their lives. At this time, the branded monster defense line in the southwest direction suddenly suffered a terrifying attack and was directly torn open. A large number of survivors rushed in through this hole in an instant, and they have come to a position less than 300 meters away from Chaoxing. They shouted excitedly, "I'm next to the dragon crystal. We're in! Ha ha ha! Great!" This legion seemed very excited. In the distance, the brown-haired leader also heard the message from the legion channel, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. He said quickly, "Quick! Destroy the dragon crystal first, so that these branded monsters can't continue to recover blood and new branded monsters will appear. Wait for us to come together to kill him." It must be said that the decision of the brown-haired leader was correct. Destroying the crystal first can not only weaken the branded monsters, but also inadvertently cut off Chaoxing teleportation. After hearing the order, the survivors who had torn through the defense line also showed a look of victory on their faces, and they raised their weapons at the same time. Kill! One group of people focused on the dragon crystal, and the other group of people focused on this Chaoxing. Kill him in seconds. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing smiled. It's really a skill to be able to break through the defense of the branded monsters and come near the dragon crystal. Then, in order to give you enough respect, I will send you on your way personally. Hearing this, the group of survivors were stunned, and then a trace of anger appeared on their faces at the same time. Fuck. This guy is so arrogant even though we surrounded him. He really thinks he is the boss. Right? You're right. Who do you think you are? He even sent us off in person. Brothers, don't waste time talking to him. Just kill him in seconds and he will be obedient. As soon as the words fell, a large number of survivors aimed their attacks at Chaoxing. However, before their attacks came, they suddenly saw the man in front of them, like a big purple bird, falling vertically. Then he landed steadily on the crystal ground. The next moment, Chaoxing squatted down slightly and pressed his hands on the ground. Instantly, with his palm as the center, a strong chill spread out. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound continued to come. The strong chill came into contact with the crystal ground, and it seemed to produce some kind of wonderful chemical reaction. Zzz. Zzz. Some kind of thunder and lightning power contained in the ground seemed to be activated. The cold air and the power of thunder and lightning collided with each other, causing the surrounding air to twist. Hualala. The terrifying cold air froze the crystal land, and in an instant it spread out 500 meters, 600 meters, and 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, a 2-kilometer-long ice and snow runway appeared, and directly covered the survivors who rushed in. At least tens of thousands of survivors were enveloped by this skill. They only felt that their movements suddenly slowed down, as if they were tightly bound by invisible ice shackles. A bone-chilling chill gradually eroded the whole body. Everyone instinctively realized the danger. They were about to give up the attack and run away directly. However, Chaoxing, who had broken through to the realm of the Great Wizard, crushed them in all aspects, whether in casting speed or burst speed. In an instant, the first damage of the frozen 1,000 miles broke out. Countless ice spikes were like deadly spikes, passing through with terrifying lethality. Puff! Puff! One by one, the ice spikes penetrated the bodies of these survivors. Dense damage numbers floated up. Chaoxing attack power is now around 7,000, and it can reach 13,000 after the Blessing of Courage. An ice 1,000 miles has 2 stages of 113% damage. Instantly, a damage number appeared above the heads of the nearly 10,000 survivors. Minus 14,896. Minus 19,971. Minus 13,258. Minus 21,985. Minus 13,256. The first wave directly caused the health of the survivors to drop sharply. When the second wave of ice spikes erupted again, another huge amount of damage soared. Groups of survivors fell to the ground directly after their health was cleared. When the 2 waves of explosions ended, there were thousands of frozen corpses on the ground. On the purple ground, these corpses were so dazzling, it seemed to tell them that all attacks were in vain and the man in front of them was invincible. The survivors who were about to rush to the crystal with great difficulty were killed or injured on the spot by this move. Everyone's face showed a look of fear. There was even a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at Xiaoxing. This was the first time they saw Xiaoxing show his strength. I originally thought that this person was the one whose army was strong. He was able to suppress the strong men of the other 4 camps and win the first place by commanding the branded monsters. Unexpectedly, his own combat power was so strong. What a joke. One skill killed thousands of people. This is almost as good as the terrifying woman in the sky. At this moment, the eyes of the whole audience were fixed on the figure, who slowly stood up and then held the staff. Xiaoxing. The survivors who were watching the live broadcast were stunned for a moment. Fuck. So damn cool. Clap your hands and freeze thousands of miles. Are you a Kiji? So cool. It turns out that mages can be so cool. If I had known, I would have chosen the Frost Mage. Brother Xiaoxing. So cool. The live broadcast room was full of comments. After all, if the natives use such a powerful move, they would not be surprised. But Xiaoxing is a survivor from Blue Star just like them. Everyone is on the same starting line. However, the terrifying strength he showed has exceeded other survivors by a lot. At this time, after Xiaoxing finished casting this move, he heard a system prompt. In this battle, you killed 4 major camps of creatures, 4132, and got points, 4492. Ding! The special effect of the ancient winter robe. The Wheel of Winter has been triggered, and the CD of this skill has been reset. Chapter 436, Leave Calmly. Invincible. Seeing the prompt, Xiaoxing was happy. Not bad. Even the skill of Ice 1000 Miles has been reset for me. In this way, I can throw another wave. Although his current skill cooldown time has been reduced by 50%. Even if it is not reset, it will not take long to cool down. But no matter what, Ice 1000 Miles has a cooldown of 3 hours. After reducing it by half, it is a cooldown of 1.5 hours. Now after the reset, Xiaoxing can throw another big move. And those survivors will definitely have a psychological shadow after seeing him cast such a terrifying big move twice in a row. It is not necessary now. After all, the deceleration effect of Ice 1000 Miles is still there. And the remaining more than 5,000 survivors, who have not been killed in seconds, are basically left with residual blood. Xiaoxing waved his hand, and a large number of branded monsters rushed over and drowned these survivors directly. No! In the blink of an eye, the remaining more than 5,000 people with residual blood in this legion were all killed. And after solving these people casually, the wind wings behind Xiaoxing fluttered, and he flew into the air again. He began to control the branded monsters in an orderly manner to block others. At this time, on the battlefield, the survivors' fighting spirit had been greatly reduced after being crushed by Xiaoxing. However, they still persevered and attacked him. Xiaoxing was also happy about it. Before, when dealing with those survivors, they often collapsed after killing 20,000 or 30,000 people, and then began to run away. And now, he has killed more than 40,000 of them. And it seems that these people still don't want to give up. Very good. Keep the current situation and fight with me to the death. In this way, just killing your legion may earn more than 100,000 points. Xiaoxing thought happily in his heart. However, these survivor lords are not fools. In the case of being crushed in all aspects, and the companions around him are getting fewer and fewer. If this continues, even if they kill this legion of 300,000 people, they may not be able to destroy the dragon crystal, not to mention killing that terrifying man. So, one of the leaders of the alliance persuaded Falco, "Let's retreat. Let other alliance legions deal with him. This guy is a monster." After hearing this, other leaders also persuaded in the alliance channel. At this moment, the brown-haired man showed a look of unwillingness and frustration. This was the first time he felt powerless against a survivor. Obviously, he had mastered such a powerful force, and his number was 3 times that of the opponent. But he was still suppressed by him. After a while, he helplessly ordered, "Forget it. Retreat. Too many people have died, and it takes a lot of points just to revive. Let's hurry up to deal with other strongholds and try to brush some points." Hearing this, the other legion leaders in the alliance were relieved, just when they were about to evacuate. However, a huge army of survivors appeared in the distance. They were divided into 3 waves, each with no less than 100,000 people. At the same time, a voice appeared in the chat channel of the Wind Camp. Falco. Hold on. We will be there soon. Today. We must keep Chao Xing. Boom. More than 300,000 people rushed in at the same time. And the ground began to shake violently again. And the remaining more than 200,000 people in this alliance were all attracted by those people. Chao Xing was in midair. And naturally noticed the scene. Wow. Are there more than 300,000 people coming? That is to say, with the remaining survivors here, the number of survivors attacking this dragon crystal is about to exceed 600,000. This should be what they said. The joint force formed by the goddess of Wind Camp. And their purpose is to deal with me. After reaching this conclusion, Chao Xing's eyes not only did not show any fear, but instead burned with a surging fighting spirit. Just right. Let's have a head-on confrontation with them. See where my limit is. So, he quickly commanded, everyone, get ready. 300,000 joint troops will arrive soon. Continue to maintain the current rhythm. And kill more survivors. Be careful not to be killed by concentrated fire. After hearing that there are hundreds of thousands of enemies, all the soldiers are also a little surprised. After all, up to now, the branded monsters have lost more than 30,000. There are about 65,000 branded monsters left. In other words, they have to rely on this force to face 7 or 8 times the number of enemies. When they thought of this, all the soldiers reacted the same as Chao Xing. Not only was there no sign of fear in their eyes, but their blood was boiling. Everyone accelerated the pace of the slaughter. The brown-haired man who was originally thinking of evacuating also saw the 3 waves of the joint army coming from afar. Suddenly, a strong hope appeared in his eyes. He ordered in the Legion channel. Brothers, hold on. The reinforcements will arrive soon. We will be able to flatten the branded monsters here in a while. And then kill Chao Xing. As long as we solve him, we will be the Legion that overthrows the #1 person in the whole server. Hearing the last sentence, all the survivors' eyes were red. For them, overthrowing the title of the first person in the whole server is enough for them to fight for it. After all, that is the man who stepped on the 4 major camps and strongly climbed to the top. If you can kill him, it will be a great honor. After leaving the Oracle battlefield, you can still brag to your friends around you that you have overthrown the #1 in the whole server. Kill. Flatten the crystal. Kill this man. And we will go to the first place. The warriors were excited again. They rushed forward one by one. Even if they couldn't stop the sword of the Ascalon warrior at all, they were still fearless. However, in the face of absolute power, courage is not enough. The warriors' blades chopped down one after another without any delay. A large number of survivors and their fighters were chopped down. And Chao Xing was also on high alert. At the same time, the armies from 3 directions had already surged over and were about to approach the battlefield. Seeing this, Chao Xing quickly ordered, all fighters, retreat. Let the branded monsters meet the first wave of impact. The warriors obeyed the order immediately, put away their weapons, and evacuated to the rear. Before the survivors arrived, a large amount of gorgeous magic had already covered the sky and earth. It fell on the heads of the branded monsters, causing 3-digit or even 4-digit damage. Although the damage was not high, their number was too terrifying. Almost at the moment of contact, dozens or even hundreds of damage appeared on the heads of the branded monsters in the front. A large number of minotaurs were directly killed in pieces, turning into crystal fragments on the ground. Seeing this scene, the brown-haired man was greatly emboldened. Brothers, the branded monsters can no longer stop us. Kill Chao Xing. Right before our eyes. Keep pushing forward. Boom. The sound of footsteps and the shouts of the charge intertwined, making people feel as if they were surrounded by endless waves. There were originally nearly 300,000 people near this dragon crystal. After Chao Xing killed nearly 40,000 people, there were still 260,000 people here. When the other 3 legions, with another 300,000 people, arrived, the number of survivors here exceeded 600,000. Maybe just a number may not give you an intuitive feeling, but if you are there in person, you will see a surging sea of people in all directions. Like a tide that stretches as far as the eye can see, the cold light of swords flashed, and the light of magic suddenly appeared. The encirclement formed by so many people was like a huge whirlpool, completely enveloping the dragon crystal where Chao Xing was. Airtight, leaving him no chance to escape. Even the dragon speaker controlled the dragon to fly into the air after his skill went into cooldown, temporarily avoiding the sharp edge. Although she is a hero-level strongman, she is not a fool. This group of survivors divided into 50,000 long-range troops, obviously to deal with her. However, although they can target the dragon speaker, they cannot target other strongmen under Chao Xing. At this moment, the witch Francesca, as well as Rennie's and Elisa riding griffins, are constantly attacking in the air and below. Melee strongmen such as Assam and Berger are constantly launching terrifying attacks, killing a large number of survivors on the spot. The biggest threat to those long-range units is the two assassins Sarah and Heli. At some point, the two have joined forces with the Scorpion army to touch the backs of the long-range units in the survivors' army, taking advantage of the Scorpion army's surprise attack. The long-range army was in chaos. Sarah and Heli went on a killing spree, shattering shadows, killing dance, shadow phantom slash. One group attack skill after another was thrown. Where they passed, there were corpses everywhere. Under the killing of these strong men, Chao Xing points were rising at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it broke through from the original 370,000 to 380,000 and 390,000. It even started to sprint towards 400,000. And Chao Xing was also trying his best to use the branded monsters to block the attack of the survivors' army, giving his warriors time to kill the enemy. The battle at this time was too intense. These Lords of the Wind camp were almost desperate, leading their warriors to charge. Almost every second, a large number of branded monsters were killed, and a large number of survivors died. Less than 3 minutes after the battle began, more than 10,000 branded monsters on the periphery were directly killed. Chao Xing also analyzed the situation at the fastest speed. The survivors are advancing very fast. It won't be long before the remaining tens of thousands of branded monsters I have will be defeated. But I can hold on for a while. It seems that I can get nearly 100,000 points just in this crystal stronghold. This number is already very amazing. According to his previous pace, at least 2 or 3 strongholds combined can get so many points. So for him, although it is dangerous to deal with 600,000 troops at the same time, the benefits are also very high. Chao Xing is also concentrating all his attention at this moment, controlling the branded monster army to stop the survivors. However, his power alone is limited after all. After holding on for about 10 minutes, the branded monster army has been overturned one after another. Many lines of defense have been torn apart. There is nothing he can do about it. After all, the number gap is too big, and there are many methods among these survivors. He can no longer take care of the entire battlefield by himself. The torn defense lines could only be temporarily blocked by other soldiers. After another stalemate of about 15 minutes, nearly 100 soldiers on Chao Xing's side had been killed. The army of 100,000 branded monsters was also beaten to only the last 20,000. Similarly, the combined army of survivors also suffered more than 100,000 casualties. Seeing that Chao Xing's side continued to tighten the front line and began to retreat towards the center of the crystal, the survivors seemed to see the hope of victory. Brothers, work harder. Victory is just around the corner. Even the survivors who were watching the live broadcast could see that Chao Xing had reached his limit. Barrages of comments floated up one after another. Boss Chao Xing can't hold on any longer. It looks like he's going to die here today. Yeah. He's surrounded by hundreds of thousands of people. He's doomed today. So, Chao Xing only has one last chance to revive. Right? Yes. After he dies this time, he won't be able to revive again. The strong men from the 4 major camps will definitely continue to hunt him down and kick him out of the Oracle War in advance. But no matter what, he's been able to hold on until now under the siege of hundreds of thousands of people. And he's killed hundreds of thousands of them in return, which is enough to prove his strength. Even if he loses, he still wins. Just when everyone thought that Chao Xing was going to die here this time. But they saw a smile on the corner of the man's mouth in the air. Almost. I've earned 130,000 points in this stronghold, which is far beyond expectations. Then, he looked at the survivors who were advancing frantically nearby, and said with a faint smile on his face, "Everyone, I won't play with you for now. See you at the next crystal point." Hearing this, everyone's eyes were blank, until they saw a mysterious light burst out from the dragon crystal, covering Chao Xing and his soldiers. Everyone immediately understood something. Damn it! He is using the crystal to teleport. Quickly interrupt him. However, the teleportation of the dragon crystal is not so easy to be interrupted, as long as Chao Xing is not dead or the crystal is not destroyed. the teleportation will continue. For a time, all the survivors went crazy. Their eyes were red, and they rushed forward desperately like wolves. There was only one thought in their minds: keep Xiaoxing. But the remaining 20,000 branded monsters were also fearless, like an indestructible wall, blocking their attack. Even the dragon speaker in the sky abandoned one of the crystal dragons as cannon fodder. This is also something Xiaoxing discovered through experiments. Although he can take the crystal dragon shadow of Kralkatorek away with the teleportation function, but at most, he can only take the dragon controlled by the dragon speaker. Other branded monsters cannot use this teleportation function. It happened in a flash. In just a few seconds, the teleportation energy of the dragon crystal has accumulated to its peak. At this moment, the army of survivors, under the impact of the self-explosion, is already close at hand. The blades and magic of the survivors are even about to touch the body of the dragon blood fighter. Buzz! With a flash of light, the figures of Xiaoxing and his party all disappeared on the spot. Only the more than 20,000 branded monsters and the dragon crystal were left on the spot. Seeing this scene, hundreds of thousands of survivors stood there in a daze, their faces full of disbelief. Then, there was endless anger. Fuck. It was almost there. Yes, hope was right in front of us. But he actually ran away. Not only almost there, he has this teleportation ability, which means he can escape at any time, unless the crystal is destroyed at the beginning to prevent his teleportation. It would be extremely difficult to stop him. Hearing this, everyone reacted. Xiaoxing could actually escape at any time. The reason for staying here is to use these survivors to brush up the points. For a moment, everyone felt that they were being fooled. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room was already flooded at this moment. The screen was full of praises such as 666, too awesome, etc. Xiaoxing, who was thought to be completely in a desperate situation, suddenly turned around. He actually escaped calmly from the siege of hundreds of thousands of people. This battle, with various big scenes, made them very excited. Everyone seemed to have experienced this battle in person. The excited heart could not calm down for a long time. At the same time, many survivors could not help but have an idea in their hearts. If one day, I can do the same as that man. With a wave of his arm, tens of thousands of branded monsters swarmed up. Then he left surrounded by hundreds of thousands of people. What an exciting thing that would be! If he could achieve this, it would be worth his life. At the same time, Xiaoxing and his group appeared again. The crystal he teleported to was still in the area where the goddess of wind camp was located. There was no way. Relying on his own strength, it was impossible to deal with the 10 billion people in the 4 major camps at the same time. So he could only focus on one camp and try to slow down their pace. Then wait until the last day for the final decisive battle. Before that, he could only suffer the brothers in the wind camp. And at this moment, with the appearance of Xiaoxing, the survivors who were fighting the branded monsters wiped their eyes instantly. After confirming those humanoid creatures, they exclaimed, "Fuck! It's Xiaoxing. Isn't he still fighting with the Alliance Legion? How did he teleport to us?" At this moment, the Alliance army was still angry that Xiaoxing had just escaped. The survivor named Falco asked in the Legion channel, "Where is Xiaoxing?" The survivors nearby quickly replied, "It's only a dozen kilometers away from the base you just were in. Come on, brothers." Hearing this, the survivor lords, who had just been fooled by Xiaoxing, suddenly had red eyes. "Report the location. We be there soon. Damn it. We must hold him back." At the same time, in the Alliance army of the Wind Camp, the Legion leaders quickly gave orders. "Everyone, Xiaoxing has appeared again. Now everyone, surround him. This time, we must not let him escape." After hearing the order, hundreds of thousands of troops immediately began to move. Boom! They flattened the original crystal base at the fastest speed, and then rushed all the way to where Xiaoxing was. The Legion leaders of all the major legions held their breath at this moment. They made up their minds to kill Xiaoxing this time. Otherwise, it will be a shame in their lives. At this moment, some survivors are also sharing information in the chat channel of the Wind Camp. "Everyone, this Xiaoxing means of teleportation is to use the power of the Dragon Crystal. If we want to kill him, we must first concentrate our strength and kill the Dragon Crystal in seconds to prevent him from teleporting." Some people have already seen Xiaoxing troublesome means of teleportation. After all, there are many capable people in this world. And there are always some people with extremely meticulous observation skills. This information can be said to be quite important. They also understand that if they want to kill Qiaoxing, they need to push down the dragon crystal first, or directly kill him in seconds with the force of thunder. For a time, the leaders of the major legions began to discuss and adjust the battle plan. At the same time, Qiaoxing has already started a battle with the survivors of this crystal stronghold. Chapter 437, Soaring Points and Strength. They were just like the survivors they had met before, fearless, and seemed to want to hold Qiaoxing here. Qiaoxing could see their plan, of course, but he didn't care too much. He still controlled the branded monsters in an orderly manner, and sent his Ascalon warrior corps to slaughter them. He gained almost 30,000 points. The 600,000-man coalition army also arrived at this time. From a distance, Qiaoxing saw the heads of people coming from all directions. It was a dark mass, as if it was going to drown the whole world. In the coalition army, the legion leaders also noticed the familiar figure surrounded by the branded monsters again. He shouted immediately, "Qiaoxing is there! Kill!" Boom! Hundreds of thousands of troops rushed in again, and launched a crazy concentrated fire on the branded monster corps. In an instant, the branded monster corps was bombarded and retreated step by step. But Qiaoxing did not retreat immediately, but continued to stand there and fight with them. Seeing that the Survivors Alliance army was constantly shrinking the encirclement, Qiaoxing was also ready to teleport and run away at any time. At the same time, a legion commander in the Alliance army also saw the current situation. Even if they killed all the branded monsters, it would be meaningless if they did not destroy the crystal. This man could still use the teleportation function to escape. So he ordered Candace, "It's time. Use that 7th level magic scroll." Hearing this, a Western female survivor in the crowd showed a look of reluctance in her eyes. But she still obeyed the order and took out a green magic scroll from her backpack. It contained a strong breath of wind. With the injection of magic power, a breeze suddenly appeared on the battlefield. And this breeze turned into a hurricane in a short time. The next moment, a large tornado with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared. And this tornado would move, rushing forward at a speed of 400 to 500 meters per second. Whoosh! The huge wind swept, and all the branded monsters along the way were swept in and torn apart by the power of the wind. This powerful magic even tore open the defense line built by Qiaoxing. Seeing this scene, the morale of the survivors was greatly boosted. They shouted loudly, "The defense line has been opened. Go! Kill Qiaoxing in seconds." Clatter! A large number of survivors rushed in through this gap, trying to kill the dragon crystal directly in seconds. However, at this moment, Qiaoxing fell again, like a purple swallow. At the moment of contact with the ground, he pressed his hands directly to the ground. Clatter! The terrifying cold air broke out again, and a snow and ice runway with a length of more than 2 kilometers appeared. Then, with bursts of ice spikes bursting out, the survivors who rushed over fell like harvested wheat. This wave of ice 1,000 miles once again harvested thousands of lives. But this time, it did not trigger the Wheel of Winter's special effect of the ancient winter robe. And the Wind Mage on the other side, Alan also responded with a wind spell. Advanced spell Strangling Whirlpool. Whoosh whoosh. The tornado whizzed past, harvesting a large number of survivors with residual blood. The defense line that the survivors had finally torn open was ruthlessly blocked by Qiaoxing again. Everyone said with a depressed face, "Fuck. Failed again. Didn't this guy just release this skill once not long ago? How can it still be used? Too outrageous. This kind of large-scale lethal spell. There is actually no cooling time? Damn. This Qiaoxing has too many tricks." Right? Everyone found it difficult to understand. However, no matter how unbelievable it is, they still have to sigh. This man is simply a monster. He can easily destroy the advantage that everyone has worked so hard to build. After more than 10 minutes of tug-of-war, Qiaoxing branded monsters have been beaten to only 30,000. Seeing this, Qiaoxing quickly ordered, "Everyone, assemble." Hearing the order, the Ascalon Legion, which was slaughtering those ordinary survivors, returned to the vicinity of the crystal at the fastest speed. And Qiaoxing also directly turned on the crystal teleportation function. Buzz! When the familiar beam of light rushed up, everyone knew that Qiaoxing was going to teleport and run away. Instantly, the survivors fell into a crazy state. They rushed over desperately and wanted to focus on the dragon crystal to stop him from escaping. However, the Dragon Speaker's ultimate move, Dragon Sword Destroy, has cooled down. As the three swords were slashed, the familiar space crack appeared again. Hua la la. The sword energy was like rain. It directly covered an area of 1 kilometer. All the survivors did not dare to get close to the range of the sword rain. After all, the scene of this woman using this trick to kill thousands of people in seconds is still vivid in people's minds. No matter who breaks into the range of the sword rain, there is only one ending. That is to be killed instantly by the infinite sword energy. In their unwilling eyes, they can only watch the light column bursting out of the giant dragon crystal become stronger and stronger. Buzz! The figures of Chao Xing and others have been enveloped by the light column and are about to disappear on the spot. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly flew into the air and stretched out his right hand. Then, hooked his finger at everyone in the wind camp. That posture, that expression, seemed to say, "Come here," full of provocation and ridicule. The next moment, the figures of Chao Xing and others disappeared without a trace. Hundreds of thousands of people on the field also saw his final gesture. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Then, the anger erupted like a volcano. Fuck. Damn Chao Xing. He's so arrogant. He mocked and provoked us. I want him dead. Damn it. I must beat him. Today I won't fight the Dragon Crystal. I just stare at him. This united army was completely enraged. For a while, they began to frantically look for Chao Xing's location. As long as they heard Chao Xing appear, they would gather their troops and rush over to chase him like an enraged beast. However, every time they finally got there and fought a battle with the branded monster, just when they were about to attack the Dragon Crystal, this man would launch a group attack magic to clear the field, and then directly start teleporting to escape. It was as if he did it on purpose. Leave them a little hope of victory, and then take it away when they are about to touch the fruits of victory. And when he left, he didn't forget to continue to hook his fingers, although he knew that Chao Xing was deliberately angering them. But they just couldn't control the anger in their hearts. They gritted their teeth, their eyes reddened, and vowed to completely defeat Chao Xing and regain their dignity. In this way, Chao Xing and the survivors of the Wind Camp engaged in a war mode of chasing each other. After 10 consecutive teleports, the time had come to more than 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Thanks to this group of united armies, Chao Xing has so far collected 320,000 points. This does not include the Dragon Crystal settlement reward in the evening. According to this calculation, he can get 500,000 points at least today. Thinking of this, Chao Xing felt better. But at night, the survivors of the Wind Camp seemed to have recovered. In the united army, a leader regained his sanity and said, "We can't let him lead us by the nose like this. With this teleportation function, we can't catch him at all. This guy has been deliberately provoking us, just to make us fight him to the death. He can get points by killing people from our 4 major camps. Now the gap between him and the second place in the ranking list is getting bigger and bigger. These are all the heads we gave him. Everyone, calm down." After hearing this person's persuasion, the other captains in the Alliance army gradually regained their sanity. The anger in their eyes subsided. In fact, after a day today, they have understood this matter. As long as Chao Xing can continue to teleport, there is no hope of killing this man. So everyone doesn't want to continue to waste time with him. At this time, another captain asked, "What should we do now? Should we give up directly? Or gather more people?" The Legion Alliance channel fell into silence. After a moment, someone said, "Notify others to retreat immediately when Chao Xing appears. Even if we can't deal with him, we must prevent him from earning points." When this order was issued, it meant that they had helplessly admitted that no one in the Wind Camp could really deal with Chao Xing, unless they gathered more people's strength and directly raised a 1,000,000-man army. Overthrow the branded monster as quickly as possible, and don't give him time to teleport. Otherwise, they would be led by Chao Xing again and again. However, now everyone is busy dealing with more branded monsters to earn points. And not many people are willing to give up the points reward and run to deal with this monster. After all, compared with the entire Crystal Continent, Chao Xing's influence is still too limited. Not many people can meet him in a day. As the saying goes, the whip doesn't hurt unless it hits you. They just heard that Chao Xing was slaughtering the survivors of the Wind Camp on a large scale. But they didn't experience it personally, so they naturally didn't have such a strong sense of urgency. For everyone, the points reward in front of them is more real. which is the key to exchange for precious resources and improved strength. At the same time, the surviving lords of the various legions all received a message. That is, do not confront Chao Xing head-on again. Run away when you see him. So, later when Chao Xing teleported to the vicinity of the new dragon crystal, when the survivors saw him, they turned around and ran away almost without hesitation. Chao Xing, who was about to continue to score points at this moment, was slightly stunned. But he quickly reacted and smiled. It seems that these people in the Wind Camp have admitted defeat and don't want to continue to entangle with me. You also notified others to run away directly and not give me points. Right? Chao Xing was happy. Although the decision of these legion leaders was correct. But unfortunately, they were facing Chao Xing. Even if these survivors didn't fight and ran away directly, they could still score points. You know, the warriors under his command are not only strong in combat ability, even their mobility is extremely terrifying. With a 130% increase in movement speed and a level crushing, the speed of these warriors under Chao Xing is almost twice as fast as theirs. So, a strange picture appeared on the dark purple crystal land. Hundreds of thousands of survivors were running all the way, looking panicked, as if a million troops were chasing them. And they were running fast. Behind them, there were only more than 1,000 figures chasing them. A large number of survivors looked at the ferocious Ascalon warriors behind them. There were also flying dragons, griffins, and frost moose above their heads. And they had already lost all their fighting spirit. They ran as hard as they could, fearing that they would be one step slower than others. And the warriors were even more adept at dealing with this kind of creature that would not resist. They waved their weapons, and the swords flashed. Almost one knife killed a kid. Chao Xing points were also soaring at a crazy speed, and the numbers were jumping so fast that it was dazzling. The survivors in the live broadcast room were stunned. Fuck. Am I crazy or is this world crazy? More than 1,000 people. Chasing and killing hundreds of thousands of people? This is too outrageous. What are the brothers of the Wind Camp doing? Resisting? I can't resist. I will be beaten if I resist or if I run away. It's better to run faster. Maybe I can save my life. I can't blame the brothers of the Wind Camp. The enemy is really too strong. Yeah. The survivor sighed. At the same time, the survivors of the 4 major camps also heard about this absurd thing. More than 1,000 people. Chasing and killing hundreds of thousands of people? Am I crazy or is this world closed? Not only that, they also heard that while Chao Xing was chasing these survivors, his points were also increasing at a terrifying rate. For a while, everyone opened the points ranking list and took a look. Ranking of the top 5 camps. First place, Chao Xing. Cumulative points, 713342. Belonging to the camp, Crystal Dragon Camp. Second place, Angelina Zorn. Cumulative points, 91634. Belonging to the camp, Goddess of Nature Camp. Third place, Wang Tao. Cumulative points, 87626. Belonging to the camp, Goddess of Order Camp. Fourth place, Mihailovich Astarov. Cumulative points, 86424. Belonging to the camp, Goddess of Life Camp. Fifth place. Seeing the 700,000 number above, not only the survivors in the live broadcast room, but also the survivors in the other 3 camps were stunned. We agreed to unite and kick Chao Xing out so that he can't score any more points. How come today? On the points ranking list, his momentum is even stronger than yesterday. The chat channels of the 4 major camps are also going crazy. Fuck. What are the brothers of the Wind Camp doing? Didn't they say they would unite to stop him? Why do I feel like you are helping him score more points? Too outrageous. If this continues, the gap with the second place will be 10 times. At this moment, the Wind Camp also realized the problem after being killed all the way. We can't run anymore. If we run like this, more people will be killed. We can only send some people to fight him and delay the pace of these warriors. The survivors of the Wind Camp turned around and continued to fight with Chao Xing. Anyway, they would be killed anyway. So it's better to die in a more glamorous way. Boom. Crack. A large number of survivors fought to the death. However, under the impact of the Ascalon warriors, all this was in vain. More than 10 minutes later, they left behind more than 30,000 corpses and retreated like a tide. It is worth mentioning that because death in the Oracle War is not considered true death, so their corpses disappeared after a while, and there was no way for Hilda to hatch them into a blood spider army. After the battle, Chaoxing also took a look at the remaining number of teleports. There are still 5 left. Very good. At the current pace, it will take about half an hour to fight for a crystal stronghold. If used well, it will be enough to last until the end of today's battle. So, Chaoxing asked the Ascalon army that had chased out for more than 10 kilometers to come back and prepare to go to the next stronghold to fight. Hualala. A few minutes later, all the soldiers returned. There was excitement in their eyes, which was the joy and pride brought by victory. The battles in the past 2 days were all crushing. After the continuous killing, everyone had a momentum. That was the confidence and glory accumulated in countless victories. Like a sword out of its sheath, it was unstoppable and seemed to be able to cut off everything. Chaoxing also felt the momentum on them. He admired in his heart, not bad. Not bad. The soldiers are getting stronger and stronger. If this goes on, I feel like I will really train a group of invincible legions. Chaoxing felt very relieved. Of course, he was not without losses. Today, Chaoxing's side has lost 117 people in total. If it were outside, the more than 100 people killed would be a big loss even for him. But in the Oracle War, this is nothing. At most, it will cost him 1,000 or 2,000 points. Chao earns hundreds of thousands of points a day, which is not a big deal. However, to revive these soldiers, you need to wait until the battle is over. That is, after 12 o'clock in the evening. The same applies to the survivors of the 4 major camps. And they have one more restriction than Chaoxing. That is, they can only revive their soldiers after returning to the main city. So, Chaoxing continued, then everyone. There are still 5 hours for the battle on the second day. Let's continue fighting and strive to kill more enemies. After hearing this, the soldiers responded loudly at the same time. Kill! That uniform shout seemed to break through the clouds and shake the earth. Even the survivors who were staying a few kilometers away, after feeling the killing intent of this group of soldiers, their faces turned pale. At the same time, Chaoxing continued to start the teleportation. In the next crystal stronghold, Chaoxing still maintained the previous rhythm. Each stronghold almost earned 20,000 to 30,000 points. Time flies, and it is 11 o'clock in the evening. And Chaoxing's 15 teleportation opportunities have all been used up. At the same time, the system prompt appears. Attention all survivors. The second day of the Oracle War is about to end. The Crystal Dragon Krokatoric will wake up in an hour, and will release the magic of removal. Please return to the main city as soon as possible. Seeing the prompt, almost most of the survivors return to the 4 main cities honestly. After all, the terrifying scene when the dragon woke up yesterday is still vivid. Under the attack that covers the entire plain, the stubborn people died. Hualala. The army of tens of billions, divided into 4 waves of mighty teams, returned to the main city. Chaoxing is also fighting the last wave of legions at this moment. The group of survivors just killed half of the branded monster army. The crystal is about to be destroyed. But at this moment, they can only retreat helplessly. Before leaving, everyone looked at the man deeply. It can be said that in the 2 days since the Oracle battlefield was opened, almost all the survivors in the world remembered this man. Soon, only Chaoxing and his army were left here. Chaoxing glanced at the current score rankings, and a satisfied look appeared in his eyes. Yes, the accumulated points have reached 800,000. That is to say, I have earned nearly 470,000 points today. And next, the number of dragon crystals that have been saved will be used to calculate the points for me again. According to estimates, I can get 600,000 points at least today. After getting this number, Chaoxing also smiled. After all, this is equivalent to 6 master-level power hearts, which can enable many of his strong men to complete breakthroughs. And each master-level power is very powerful. Once these rewards are digested, it also means that Chaoxing territory strength is getting closer and closer to the Church of Light. Thinking of this, he became more excited. As the survivors evacuated one after another, the dark purple crystal land once again became a world dominated by branded monsters. The time soon reached around midnight. Roar. As the terrifying roar sounded again, the entire crystal land began to boil again. Crackle. Sizzle. Sizzle. Dark purple lightning rose up, and the mist completely enveloped the crystal land. And Chaoxing also heard the system prompt again. The second day of the Oracle War has ended, and the rewards are being calculated based on the number of remaining crystals * number of days. The number of crystals destroyed today is 5425. And the number of remaining dragon crystals is 89152 2 days equals 178304 points. The main crystal has been retained for 2 days. And the gold points obtained are 2, and at this moment, Chao Xing felt relieved when he saw his points soar again. After all, these points were extra. None of the 4 major camps had the same treatment as Chao Xing. It can be said that even if Chao Xing did not fight and stayed among the branded monsters every day, he could still be the first with the daily settlement rewards. The reason why he could have such treatment was naturally because he had reached the first place in the server in the challenge of Zwama's Claw. And this time, he chose to be alone in a camp. No matter which condition was missing, he could not get such special treatment. Strength and courage are indispensable. Very good. A total of 650,000 points were obtained today. 50,000 more than I expected. That is to say, 6 master level hearts of power can be exchanged. Obviously, at the current stage, nothing can be more important than letting his men break through to the master level. Thinking of this, Chao Xing also waved his hand. Directly clicked on the exchange. Do you want to consume points? 600,000. And exchange for 6 master level power hearts? Yes. As the 600,000 points were consumed, 6 more red crystals with a powerful aura appeared in the backpack. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's face again. That's great. If I hadn't chosen to join the dragon camp, how could I have the opportunity to get so many master level power hearts? Now, my strength is really ushered in a blowout period. Once the Oracle War is over, I don't know how strong my territory will be. At this moment, Chao Xing can't wait to the last day of the Oracle War. Chapter 438, the challenge of being the second in the server. Chao Xing took a few deep breaths and suppressed his excitement. Then, he looked at the items in his backpack. Next, we need to consider who will distribute these hearts of power. Although, this time, he exchanged a full 6. But there are obviously more strong men under his command who are stuck at level 50 and have not broken through. A rough calculation shows that there are no less than 20. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing shook his head and said, "Forget it. These 50 master level hearts of power will be exchanged anyway. By then, all core combatants will be able to break through to the master level. Don't worry so much." So, he directly distributed these 6 master level hearts of power to the shield guard Braun, the druid Andrew, archer Rennies, the snakeman priest Ilena, the holy light priest Isabel, and the commander-in-chief Birdie Sunchaser. The 6 people took it with excitement. Then, they started to break through at the same time. Ding! Crack! As the pure power was absorbed, waves of powerful auras continued to rise from them. The powerful aura even made the surrounding branded monsters agitated. The sight of 6 expert-level masters breaking through to the master level at the same time was quite shocking. Just like a series of dormant volcanoes erupting at the same time. The powerful power fluctuations swept around. All creatures below level 6 felt a sense of oppression in the depths of their souls. Your territory member, Braun Iron Wall, has successfully transformed into a level 6 leader-level creature, with basic attributes increased by 100%, additional health plus 100%, and abnormal resistance plus 50%. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye, for consecutive successful breakthrough prompts made Chao Xing excited, because this means that he has 4 more master-level masters, and the prosperity of the territory has also increased dramatically. With excitement, he checked the attributes of the 4 people after the breakthrough. Ice Shield Guard, Braun Iron Wall, Icefield Druid, Andrew, Ascalon Archer, Rennie's Hawkeye, Snake Priest, Ilena Great. Great! All of them have more than 1 million HP. So powerful. Chao Xing was amazed. Generally, the 6th level leaders do not have such abnormal HP. After all, Chao Xing has the Pale Tree, which has a 100% HP bonus. And the most important thing is that the values of Andrew's 2 status skills, Thorn and Life Blossom, have been greatly improved. Now, the recovery value of Life Blossom has reached 3,730 per second. Plus Chao Xing Ice Healing. The recovery value is 7,649. The blood recovery per second has directly exceeded 11,000. What a powerful recovery value. Next, choose a tribal witch doctor to train him, and raise his potential to the leader. And then to the 5th level expert level. The recovery value per second can rise again. In his heart, he felt extremely relieved. It is worth mentioning that although their current health volume seems to be inferior to other 6th level creatures, but this is because Braum and others have just broken through and are now at level 50. After breaking through the 6th level, each level will continue to increase a lot of health points according to their own professional growth. Ordinary mages like Xiaoxing can increase 10,000 health points for each level, and meat shields like Braum can increase 50,000 health points for each level. So after they reach level 60 and level 70, their health volume will also reach a very terrifying level. Very good. On this battlefield, killing these creatures of the 4 major camps will also give experience, although not much. It is also 10% of the same level. With the accumulation of numbers, you can still upgrade a few levels in a month. Xiaoxing sighed. However, some people succeed, and naturally some fail. The ones who failed to break through were Commander Boji and Holy Light Priest Isabel. The two were a little depressed. Xiaoxing chuckled and said, "Don't be discouraged. It won't be long before I will make all the core fighters break through to the master level." His tone was full of strong confidence. After hearing this, the warriors' blood boiled, and their eyes flashed with excitement and expectation. At this time, Xiaoxing also took the time to glance at the core fighters in his territory. He calculated in his mind who else's level was stuck at level 50 and had not broken through. A quick look showed that they included the bee-steered assassin Heli, the ice archer Elisa, the Queen Victoria, the centaur Harati, and the Star Country swordsman Xiao. Then, there were several leader-level dragon blood fighters, the black smoke shaman Blot and others. If you count pets such as Dabai and Xiaolan. In total, there are more than 20 people. After getting this number, Xiaoxing was also slightly surprised. Oh my god! I didn't know until I counted it. But I was shocked when I counted it. Before I knew it, I had so many core combatants. And in the point store, master level Heart of Power, there are still 41 times to exchange. This also made Xiaoxing a little uncertain. After all, there is a probability of failure for experts to break through to the master level. I don't know if these more than 40 Hearts of Power can make all his subordinates break through to the master level. Of course, Xiaoxing luck value is very high, so this must be very likely. In this way, when the Oracle War is over, I will have dozens of master-level strongmen. So, Xiaoxing continued, everyone, start to build camp on the spot and repair. Hurry up and recover your energy to deal with tomorrow's battle. Yes, Lord. In the 4 main cities, the survivors returned to their rooms one after another. After a whole day of fierce fighting today, everyone has more or less earned some points. They use these points to either revive their own subjects or to exchange for suits, skill books and other props. This Oracle War once again greatly improved the strength of most survivors. Of course, except for some survivors in the Wind Camp, especially the Survivor Alliance led by the brown-haired man, who chased Xiaoxing for a day today. Not only did they not get any benefits, but they also lost a lot of heads. These heads can only be resurrected with points. Many Survivor Lords do not have enough points, and are now left alone. I feel very depressed. At the same time, I prayed in my heart that I would not meet this guy again tomorrow. And because of the pressure from Xiaoxing, the survivors of the Wind Camp started the second alliance again. The next day, when the familiar system prompt appeared, the gates of the 4 main cities slowly opened. This time, the survivors of the Wind Camp learned their lesson. They learned to keep warm together. Make sure that the number of people in each team is more than 500,000. Hundreds of thousands of people rushed in, and the army of branded monsters encountered along the way was almost submerged in just 20 minutes. Seeing this, Xiaoxing gave up dealing with the survivors of the Wind Camp. He teleported to the Crystal Stronghold, where the survivors of the Goddess of Nature camp were. In the past 2 days, the survivors of the other 3 camps often heard that the Wind Camp was beaten to pieces and fled everywhere. While feeling funny, they also mourned for the survivors of the Wind Camp in their hearts. And on this day, when the survivors of the Goddess of Nature camp saw the familiar human figures appear in front of them, they were like seeing a ghost. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. They even wiped their eyes, thinking they had seen it wrong. And when they confirmed that these human figures were really the army led by Xiaoxing, suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Fuck! The woman controlling the dragon and the man riding the mammoth are Xiaoxing. He actually came to our side. The name of a person is the shadow of a tree. In the past 2 days, Xiaoxing deeds have spread to everyone's ears. Everyone has been talking about how terrible and invincible the legion led by this man is. But except for the survivors of the wind camp, the other 3 camps have not experienced it personally. And everyone is very curious. At the same time, they still remain skeptical. Can anyone really resist hundreds of thousands of troops on their own? Therefore, after seeing Chao Xing, these survivors of the goddess of nature camp did not have fear in their eyes, but more curiosity. One of them suddenly asked, "Brothers, what do you say? Run or fight?" Everyone's eyes also showed a thoughtful look. At this time, another legion commander said, "I want to try and fight this man. I want to see if this Chao Xing is really as evil as the legend says." After hearing this, the others agreed. "Okay, let's try it. Anyway, here, they don't have to worry about really dying. But if they can break the myth of Chao Xing invincibility, they will be famous today." Instantly, a large number of survivors rushed towards the giant dragon crystal where Chao Xing was. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing also smiled. "Not bad. Not bad. The survivors of the goddess of nature's camp are very brave. Just right. Let them experience what a cordial greeting from the dragon speaker is. Bing on. Go." Instantly, 2 shadows passed in the sky. On the back of the giant dragon, the dragon speaker looked at Chao Xing with an indifferent look. It seemed that he was very unhappy that he used this pet-like way to command himself. However, Chao Xing also explained to her that this was to enable faster transmission of information. And didn't she talk like this before? The dragon speaker couldn't win the argument, so he could only leave here in hatred. At this moment, she could only vent her frustration on the survivors below. Buzz! The woman raised the long sword in her hand, and a bone-chilling coldness appeared in her eyes. Then she slashed it down without mercy. Swish! Swish! When the familiar sword light appeared, the survivors of the goddess of nature camp also experienced what an invincible nightmare is. What is a breath of dragon breaking thousands of troops? And a sword shattering the dream in the heart. Voila! Every breath of dragon turned a large number of survivors into crystal fragments on the ground. Every sword swept by. Countless hopes were shattered. There was also a frost moose and 4 griffins next to him, constantly attacking. As an invincible existence below the legend, the dragon speaker was too unsolvable for these survivors. What does it mean to have a gap of more than 40 levels? It's like Chao Xing, who is at level 50, bullying those monsters at level 4 or 5. He really treated these survivors as monsters. In the blink of an eye, Chao Xing had already controlled his legion and killed nearly 30,000 of them, and once again won more than 30,000 points. The survivors of the goddess of nature camp suddenly woke up. All of a sudden, everyone shouted, "Fuck! This guy is too abnormal. There is no way to beat him. Run!" The remaining survivor lords began to command their people to retreat as quickly as possible. What a joke. This killer is here. And the hundreds of thousands of them who stay are not enough for the other party to kill. And Chao Xing also gave the highest level of courtesy to these survivors of the goddess of nature camp. He sent the Ascalon Legion and his own strong men to chase them. The survivors saw the Ascalon warriors chasing behind them, as well as the griffins and crystal dragons flying in the sky. They were even more frightened. They screamed in fear. "Oh my god! This monster sent people to chase us. Fuck! Didn't Chao Xing say that he wouldn't send people to chase us under normal circumstances? Which bastard said he wanted to try it? Now, he's really dead." Amid screams, the Ascalon Legion chased these soldiers for more than 10 kilometers. More than 20,000 lives were left. And then they all returned. It took almost an hour from the beginning to the end of the battle. In this crystal stronghold, Chao Xing gained more than 50,000 points. Very good. According to this progress, it is estimated that we can get about 400,000 to 500,000 points today. In addition to the crystal reward settlement in the evening, another large amount of points will be credited. In other words, I can exchange 6 or 7 master-level power hearts today to help my men break through. Chao Xing had a faint smile on his face. At the same time, after the battle, the news that Chao Xing appeared in the camp of the goddess of nature spread like a hurricane. The survivors of the 4 camps were shocked. In the previous 2 days, Chao Xing was in the wind camp area, bringing an insurmountable nightmare to the survivors of this camp. Just when everyone thought that he would continue to stir up trouble in the wind camp, unexpectedly, he suddenly changed his position today, including the live broadcast room barrage. There was also an incredible barrage. Ha. This devil did not continue to harm the wind camp today, but ran to harm the goddess of nature camp. The brothers of the goddess of nature camp are blessed to encounter this killer. A moment of silence for the brothers of the goddess of nature camp. At this time, another survivor said, "I don't think so. There are several top 10 warriors in the goddess of nature camp, including Angelina, who is ranked 2nd, and Fafnir, who is ranked 6th. Plus there are many famous groups. If they unite, their strength will be much stronger than the combined forces of the Wind camp." Hearing this, the survivors in the live broadcast room also ignited a glimmer of hope. After all, being able to break into the top 10 of the list has proved their strength. This means that their strength is the best among the millions of top survivors. And if these strong men join forces, there may be hope to break Chaoxing's undefeated myth. Of course, it's just hope. No one knows whether Chaoxing will be as powerful as he was against the survivors of the Wind camp when facing this level of strong men. At the same time, the fiery red-haired woman was riding a leader-level saber-toothed tiger, charging through the group of branded monsters. She slashed with the greatsword in her hand, knocking down a large number of monsters. At the same time, she received a message and immediately stopped in the group of monsters. The warriors around her quickly protected her. This woman was Angelina, who ranked 2nd on the list, a polar warrior. However, her polar warrior profession seemed to be different from others. Every time the great sword was swung, it brought a burst of golden flames, with a strong range attack effect. At this moment, the woman's eyes condensed, and she clenched her fists. "Chaoxing, you actually took the initiative to come to our natural goddess camp. Very good. I said before that if you don't come to deal with us, I won't bother to target you. But you actually came here by yourself. Then let me see how much gold you, the so-called first in the whole server, have." After she finished speaking, she waved her hand. Everyone, stop fighting. Hearing the order, the hundreds of thousands of people on the field gave up the fight at the same time. You know, the branded monsters here are almost pushed away by them, and victory is just around the corner. And as long as you push down a dragon crystal, you will even get 5,000 points. Under the temptation of so many points, they can still enforce discipline, which shows Angelina's credibility among this group of people. At this moment, the woman continued, "Chaoxing and his army have appeared near our camp. Now, solve the dragon crystal here as quickly as possible, and then follow me to surround and kill him." After the words fell, hundreds of thousands of survivors looked stern. Everyone was a little nervous about dealing with Chaoxing. After all, Chaoxing deeds have been spread so magically in the past 2 days, just like a god of war. However, they also believe that their leader, Angelina, can defeat the enemy. That is the trust gained after fighting and winning again and again. Crashed. Everyone overturned the dragon crystal as quickly as possible. Then, a large number of survivors rushed towards the direction of Chaoxing. However, Angelina did not rush over directly. She knew that Chaoxing would use the dragon crystal to teleport, which was innately beneficial for him to be invincible. If she wanted to deal with him, she could only find other ways. And Angelina had also studied this man in the past 2 days. After all, he was the only one who surpassed her by several times the points difference. If there was no Chaoxing, Angelina would be the first in the whole server now. At this moment, she was running wildly while thinking about the corresponding tactics. "Chaoxing, your strongest warrior is the woman who controls the dragon. It is because of this woman that you can lead calmly in the encirclement of hundreds of thousands of people again and again. So, if you want to completely kill you, you must kill this woman first. By then, you will no longer have this powerful fighting force. If you want to revive her, you can only wait until the end of the battle, and I will press on step by step, eroding the strength of your legion. In the end, you will be the only one left, and no one will be able to cover you to teleport and escape." Thinking of this, Angelina has made up her mind. A firm look appeared in her green pupils. Half an hour later, Angelina saw the figure flying in the air. It was him who was controlling the branded monster and commanding his legion to ruthlessly slaughter other survivors. This was the first time the survivors of the goddess of nature camp saw Chaoxing appearance. The dark purple crystal shell covering his whole body, the strong magic aura on his body, and the robe on his body moving with the wind. It made him look majestic and powerful. Instantly, everyone was shocked. Before, they had only seen this man displaying his power through the live broadcast replay on the forum. Now seeing it with their own eyes, the dangerous aura was even more daunting. This also made everyone wonder, Is this man really a survivor who came to this world on the same day as them? Why does he look so much stronger than himself? However, when Angelina saw Chao Xing's figure, she was not afraid. On the contrary, a surging fighting spirit burned in her eyes. In the crowd, the woman riding a saber-toothed tiger had an orange-red firework rising from her body. The hair moved with the wind, and the sharp eyes locked on Chao Xing through the sea of branded monsters. And Chao Xing also noticed the sight. Across the endless group of monsters, the two looked at each other. At this moment, they both felt the threat from each other. After all, Angelina was able to stand out from so many strong people and reach the second place, which has proved the strength of this woman. If it weren't for Chao Xing, she would be the first in the whole server. Of course, she is also one of the survivors who follow the system rhythm and concentrate on developing the territory. It is naturally incomparable with the Seed of Light, the Demon Child, and some survivors with special identities. Chao Xing just took a look and retracted his gaze. Then he exclaimed, "This woman is quite strong. She has a special power. Another gifted being?" However, he didn't care. After all, although talented survivors are rare, they don't pose any threat to him. You know, Chao Xing's current strength is almost catching up with the entire Church of Light. The gap between the two is not enough to be described as a chasm. At this moment, Angelina waved her sword and quickly ordered, "Dragon Slayer Core. Take down the woman who controls the dragon first." Hearing the order, a large number of long-range attacks attacked the dragon speaker. Not only that, there are also many control magics. At this moment, the dragon speaker looked at the crowd below with cold eyes. The long sword in his hand slashed down. Angelina had seen the strength of the dragon speaker in the video. If this sword hits, her Dragon Slayer core will suffer heavy losses. So, she took out a simple black stone from her backpack without hesitation. As the power was injected into the stone, it seemed as if some magic was activated. From the stone, a black shield instantly burst out and appeared directly above the heads of the Dragon Slayers. Buzz! The black shield burst out with a strong force, and actually blocked the dragon speaker's sword. At this time, the attack from tens of thousands of people had already arrived in front of the dragon speaker. Puff! Puff! The gorgeous magic fell, and the two dragons were instantly attacked by a large number of attacks, which were also mixed with a lot of control methods. The dragons were immediately frozen into two large ice blocks and fell from the sky. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing was a little surprised. "You have some skills, but you actually destroyed two commander-level dragons at once." Obviously, this is the gap between the miscellaneous army and the regular army. This woman has a strong command ability. The other soldiers also believed that their captain could block this attack. Facing the attack of the dragon speaker, they did not dodge at all, and chose to confront it head-on. That's why this result was achieved. Angelina saw the two giant dragons falling from the sky. Falling with them was the woman holding the sword. A smile of victory appeared on her lips, because in this way, the dragon speaker was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of people. You know, except for some creatures, like Francesca or griffins, that have the ability to fly. Even those masters or heroes can't fly, unless they reach the legendary realm or use some special magic. Otherwise, they can only rely on the power of their physical body to rush to the sky for a short time. So, the dragon speaker lost the advantage of fighting in the sky at once. Angelina's face showed a confident look again. Very good. The first step of the plan was successful. No matter how strong you are, as long as we have enough people, we can kill you even if we pile up. Dragon Slayer Legion. Come on. Control this woman for me. Kill her in seconds. Hearing the order, a large number of survivors surrounded the dragon speaker. Along with it came a massive ranged attack. However, even though she was surrounded, the dragon speaker's eyes were still indifferent. Being invincible under the legend is not just talk. Even without the dragon, this woman's fighting power is still terrifying. When those attacks approached, the next moment, the figure of the dragon speaker disappeared directly on the spot. All the survivors lost their targets on the spot. Hua la la. A large number of magic attacks fell into the air. But before they could react, they found that a terrifying figure had appeared above their heads. A bone-chilling chill spread. The survivors looked up and were about to speak. In the head, swish, a sword slashed down. The earth cracked, and the crystal exploded. On the battlefield ahead, a gully of 1,000 meters appeared directly. All the survivors along the way were instantly killed. This sword took away more than 3,000 people. When the survivors reacted and were about to continue attacking her, but she found that the figure of the dragon speaker flashed again and disappeared from the spot. Seeing this scene, even the calm Angelina couldn't help but feel shocked. So fast. This woman's speed is so fast that even my naked eyes can't catch up. As a level 84 strongman, Binglan's own movement speed is ridiculously fast. Coupled with the 130% movement speed bonus given by Chao Xing, it has reached an incredible level. Angelina gritted her teeth and tried her best to track the figure of the dragon speaker in the army. However, the dragon speaker was as fast as an afterimage. Even though Angelina bit her lips until they bled, she still couldn't keep up with her pace. Like a butcher rushing into a flock of sheep, she launched a fierce slaughter. Swish, swish. Every sword fell, carrying the might of a landslide, taking away the lives of a large number of survivors. Boom, boom. The sword energy was like a rainbow, causing a violent explosion. The survivors kept screaming, "Ah! This monster is coming! Damn! This woman is too scary! I can't control her at all! Attack! Attack! Let's kill her in 1 second! No! We can't kill her in 1 second! Our attacks only caused a few damages to her, and she will continue to recover! Fuck! What level of monster is she? The dragon speaker has more than 5,000 armors, and after the bonus of ice armor, it directly reaches more than 7,000. Add to that the weakening of frost shield. Her armor has been piled up to an extremely terrifying level. Even when facing so many attacks at the same time, her blood volume does not decrease. At this moment, Angelina's eyes showed a look of fear, because she discovered one thing. That is, she greatly underestimated the power of this woman. If they can't restrict the opponent's actions, their so-called encirclement is a joke. Thinking of this, Angelina bit her lower lip tightly again, and then gave an order. Dragon Slayer Core. Use large-scale deceleration magic to restrict the actions of this woman. In an instant, a large number of attacks came. Among them, there were also skills such as Ice Arrow Rain, Quicksand, and Disabled Traps. Many of these skills also reduce speed by percentage. The dragon speaker kept dodging, and did encounter a little bit of hindrance. Of course, it was just a little bit of hindrance. Chao Xing, who was watching the overall situation from the side, certainly would not let the dragon speaker fight alone. So, Chao Xing immediately asked another powerful woman to rush to the battlefield to help the dragon speaker. It was the witch Francesca. She was like a swift eagle, flying to the top of the so-called Dragon Slayer army at a very fast speed. At the same time, her hands kept pressing down, and a series of terrifying attacks came like meteors. Bang! Bang bang! A large number of survivors were oppressed by the powerful spiritual energy and killed instantly on the spot. At the same time, the witch was also releasing various range moves in succession. Aura burst. Like a volcano erupting, it exploded instantly. Aura frenzy. The surging spiritual energy wave swept around. Hua la la. When the continuous explosion ended, a large number of survivors within 500 meters were wiped out. Then the dragon speaker next to him slashed out the dragon sword dance. A terrifying hurricane rose, whistling past with the power to destroy everything. There were almost no survivors wherever it went. The two women worked together, just like the harvester on the battlefield. They launched a unilateral slaughter on the people below. Angelina saw this scene, and her eyes became more solemn. Another one. Although this woman's aura is a little weaker than the one who controls the dragon, she is also extremely powerful. If they are allowed to do whatever they want in the army, my Dragon Slayer army will be slaughtered by them in a short time. It seems that I can only use that thing. A hint of cruelty gradually emerged in her eyes, and then she took out a strange thing from her backpack. This thing looks like the eyeball of some creature, which contains a terrifying aura. Even when this eyeball appeared, some changes occurred in the Angelina crystal land. The ground became like a sticky swamp, with a large number of dark tentacles growing on it, as if they could drag people into the abyss. Even the survivors around were looking at their leader with horror. That evil aura made people feel uncomfortable subconsciously. Originally, I didn't want to use this thing so soon, but you are too strong. Now, let me see if this so-called evil gods I can freeze you. After saying that, Angelina directly held the eyeball and aimed it at the two of them. Instantly, a dark and evil light appeared from the eyeball. It was like a gaze from the abyss. Hundreds of thousands of people on the entire battlefield felt a palpitation, locked by this terrifying aura. Even Francesca and the dragon speaker felt a heavy pressure coming, like a heavy shackle that bound them. They were trying their best to break free. However, Angelina still held the eyeball in her hand and locked the two women tightly. Watching them, their movements became slower and slower. Angelina bit her lips tightly at this moment, and even blood oozed from the corners of her mouth. It can be seen that using this eyeball also brought her a great backlash. After all, this thing borrowed the power of the evil god. However, she successfully used this eyeball to restrain the two powerful men under Chao Xing. The next moment, Angelina shouted, "Attack! Hold these two women tightly, and take them away in one wave." Hearing the order, the Dragon Slayer Corps, which had just been stunned, adjusted its formation again and launched a massive attack on them. The Dragon Speaker and Francesca's movements were greatly reduced, and they could only use various defensive means to defend themselves at this moment. As Chao Xing, who was in control of the overall situation, naturally saw this scene. "It's a bit strange. The power contained in that eyeball even made me feel a little trembling. But you can't use this thing against my men." So, Chao Xing gave the order instantly. "Brawn, go." A strong figure suddenly rushed out from the branded monster. He soared into the sky like a cannonball, carrying boundless power, and jumped directly onto the heads of the survivors. The mustache on the corner of his mouth swayed in the wind, with a confident and exaggerated smile on his face. Then, with boundless power, he suddenly jumped into the army. Boom! Like a cannonball landing. Huge dust was raised. He raised his shield directly, protecting the dragon speaker and Francesca behind him. Hua la la. A large number of attacks hit his shield, splashing a lot of single-digit or even double-digit damage. Angelina was slightly shocked when she saw this. Another strong man. Damn it! How can Chao Xing have so many strong men? She could feel that the power of this big man was extremely terrifying, even stronger than the two crystal dragons. This was simply beyond imagination. At the current stage, she had only 1 or 2 4th-level leaders under her. And now, a few people from Chao Xing's side were all of unimaginable heights. Angelina gritted her teeth again and locked her eyes on Braun. However, Braun's eyes locked on the woman at a glance. It's not good to use such evil things. You presumptuous little guy. There's a saying in our hometown that those who drive evil will eventually be bitten back by evil. Angelina snorted. I don't need you to teach me. She wanted to repeat the same trick and freeze Braum as well. However, at this moment, Braum instantly entered the ice giant form. The body expanded greatly, and then rushed towards the woman like a bulldozer. Boom! All the survivors along the way, including their various mounts, were all knocked away. During this period, the survivors also continued to launch various long-range attacks to stop Braum. However, their attacks fell on Braum's head, and the damage that appeared was double-digit or even single-digit. Their own nearly 3,000 armor, plus 2,000 armor from ice armor, plus 20% damage reduction from frost shield. Braum now has a defense that completely surpasses the world boss like Yorma. Moreover, the recovery numbers that are almost breaking 10,000 are constantly appearing above this big guy's head. It can be said that his health can't be suppressed at all. This scene is simply despairing. At the same time, Braum has also knocked away a large number of survivors, and rushed directly to Angelina with an extremely strong momentum. In her unbelievable eyes, the shield came into contact with her body. At this moment, Angelina felt like she was hit by an iceberg. An unimaginable force came. Bang! After a dull sound of flesh, the whole person was directly knocked away hundreds of meters. While flying backwards, she looked at the figure flying in the air and commanding the overall situation. What a terrible man. How many strong men do you have? Plop. Angelina fell into the crowd, and her health dropped sharply. At the same time, after losing the restriction of the evil god's eyeball, F.A. Francesca, the dragon speaker Binglon, and the 2 crystal dragons were all released. The 2 women's beautiful and strange pupils showed a hint of anger at the same time, because they were just controlled by a group of ants. Although, the biggest reason was that the woman took out a terrible eyeball. But this still made them feel humiliated. Instantly, Binglon and Francesca both started the most violent counterattack. Sword chi like rainbow, spiritual chi like tide, dragon breath like prison. One after another terrifying attacks fell. Chapter 439 All members break through to Master. Dragon Speaker transforms again. Angry women are very scary. What's more, these two women are the top 3 in Chaoxing territory. Boom! Boom! Under the terrifying explosion, a large number of survivors died every moment. Chaoxing points are also skyrocketing at an even more terrifying speed. Seeing that this so-called Dragon Slayer core is about to be wiped out, and Angelina has already reacted at this time, relying on her own strength. She can't compete with these monsters at all. So, she jumped on the saber-toothed tiger again, and began to use the advantage of numbers to deal with Chaoxing. Although, she couldn't do anything to the two women in the air. But she still has the power of the Legion. Windwalker Core. Send all your forces, and use your lives to hold back the two women. Others, flatten these branded monsters as quickly as possible. Under Angelina's command, the Legion commanded the advancement in an orderly manner. It took less than 20 minutes. Chaoxing 100,000 branded monster army was reduced to only 20,000. At the same time, Chaoxing quickly asked everyone to gather and prepare to continue fighting in another place. The survivors on the field immediately realized Chaoxing's plan. They hurriedly reminded in the army channel, "Captain, they are going to escape." Angelina said heavily, "I know. But there is no way. We can't stop him. With that woman here, no one can interrupt his transmission." Hearing this, the other survivors were stunned. Although this statement was a bit of a blow to their self-confidence, they had to admit that what Angelina said was true. With the Dragon Speaker here, they couldn't break through the defense at all. "Then what should we do?" Angelina said, "Flatten this crystal, and then continue to chase him. Flattening the crystal while fighting him. The efficiency is about the same as our usual. We can also hinder his actions while earning points." Hearing this, all the survivor lords executed. During this time, Angelina had established a strong prestige among them. "Chaoxing, although I am not your opponent, this is the home of our goddess of nature camp. I just need to keep following you and stop your actions. In this way, you will remember the scene of being chased by me and running away in the Oracle War." At this time, Chaoxing did not know what this woman was thinking. Even if he knew, he would not care. On the contrary, he would ask this woman to continue, because her so-called pursuit would only make him gain more points. Next, Chaoxing appeared in a new stronghold again. Sure enough, not long after he came, the army of survivors led by Angelina arrived again. And Chaoxing also had a head-on battle with this woman. When the branded monsters were beaten to only 20,000 or 30,000, they fled decisively. At the end of the day, this woman led the army and followed Chaoxing for hundreds of kilometers. Even Chaoxing admired her perseverance. Every time they saw Chaoxing preparing to teleport away, the survivors would shout, "Chaoxing, if you have the guts, don't run. Fight us to the death. If you are a man, stop and fight us for 300 rounds. Waste. What else can you do besides teleporting?" However, Chaoxing didn't bother to pay attention to these people's calls. He directly asked the Dragon Speaker to start the group attack trick and wiped out a wave of people. Then he left calmly. He directly made these hundreds of thousands of people angry. Damn Chaoxing. Thanks to the Legion led by Angelina. Today, Chaoxing has already earned 500,000 points. If the crystal settlement in the evening is included, the total is at least more than 700,000 points. It can be said that the harvest is quite amazing. At the same time, fighting is taking place everywhere in the entire crystal land. The survivors continue to destroy crystal strongholds and advance towards the center of the crystal land. Even Chaoxing is constantly brushing points, hindering their actions. In the blink of an eye, the time came to 11 o'clock in the evening. As the system prompt appeared, the third day of the Oracle War is about to end. Please return to the main city as soon as possible from the survivors of the 4 camps. Hearing the prompt, the survivors gave up the battle at the same time, and then returned to the main city at the same time. They want to go back and digest these points to improve their strength, including Angelina, who also returned to the main city with a large army with a face full of reluctance. At this moment, Chaoxing still led his army to wait silently in a certain crystal stronghold. Time passed slowly. Soon it was 12 o'clock in the evening. The roar of the dragon sounded. The crystal land was once again shrouded in dark purple mist. The system prompt appeared. The third day of the Oracle War has ended, and the rewards are being calculated according to the number of remaining crystals. The number of dragon crystals destroyed today is 5174. And the number of dragon crystals remaining is 83978 * 3 days equals 251934 points. The main crystal has been saved for the third day. And the gold points obtained are 3. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Xiaoxing's mouth. Very good. Nearly 250,000 points have been credited. So, including the 50,000 points that were not used yesterday, I can now use more than 800,000 points. That means I can directly redeem 8 more master-level power hearts. Relax. The threat posed by master-level masters on the battlefield is obvious to all. Even Brown, who is good at defense, has become a bulldozer after transforming into a master. Without any hesitation, he directly used 800,000 points and redeemed all the master-level power hearts. Then he distributed it to Burgie, Isabel, and the beast-eared girl Helly. They took it with anticipation and used it skillfully. As the powerful breath rose up, your territory member, Burgie Sun Chaser, successfully broke through to the 6th level commander-level master. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Health value plus 100%. Abnormal resistance plus 50%. Your 6 consecutive system prompts. This means that he has 6 more master-level warriors. Xiaoxing smiled happily again. Good. 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 This time, 8 crystals became 6. And the success rate is still very high. The 2 who failed were not discouraged, because they all believed what Xiaoxing said. Everyone would be promoted every day on this battlefield. Then, Xiaoxing waved his hand again, and spent more than 2,000 points to revive all the dead soldiers. Everyone continued to set up the tent, and began to rest. One night passed quickly. The next day, as the system prompt sounded, the survivors of the 4 major camps prepared to leave the city again, and prepared for battle. However, Xiaoxing did not continue to visit the Goddess of Nature camp, or the Goddess of Wind camp today, but came to the Goddess of Life camp. Similarly, it attracted the attention of the survivors of this camp. Those who claimed to be extraordinary, and the strongest in each region, all united to deal with Xiaoxing. But soon, Xiaoxing used his powerful combat power to teach them the truth of life. The survivors of the Goddess of Life camp were also beaten and fled. Then, Xiaoxing teleported to the next crystal stronghold and continued to use these people to score points. The whole day, the survivors of the Goddess of Life camp complained bitterly. Soon, the 4th day of the Oracle War ended, and Xiaoxing once again won 600,000 points. Then the 5th day, the 6th day. During this period, Xiaoxing maintained the same routine. He changed camps to cause trouble every day. Although his obstruction did not have any impact on the overall situation under the base of millions of lords, the number of crystals destroyed every day remained at more than 4,000 to 5,000. But Xiao was very happy to score points. In any case, on this battlefield, his strength improvement speed was still quite amazing. Even if he did not defend the main crystal, Xiaoxing had already made a fortune. In a flash, 7 days passed, including the previous 3 days. It has been 10 days since the survivors of the 4 major camps entered this plain. When the battle on the 10th day ended, all the survivors led the army and returned to the main city again. Everyone had a smile of harvest on their faces. The battles in the past 10 days were not boring at all for them. After all, there is nothing more fun than using the points you have gained to improve your strength after a day of fighting. It can be said that the survivors of the 4 camps wish they could fight the branded monsters outside 24 hours a day. On the street, everyone had happy smiles on their faces and talked to each other. Brother, the armor you are wearing is quite cool. What grade is it? This is the purple light armor set in the point store, which cost me several thousand points. It's so cool. I will buy a set when I save some points. Haha. I just spent 2,000 points to buy a set for my mage's wife. She loves me so much that her loyalty has been directly raised to die hard. So cool. I will also change a set for my giant wife. Whether I can drive a big car depends on today. Amid the discussion of the crowd, a different system prompt suddenly appeared. Survivors of the 5 major camps, please note that you have passed the 10th day of the Oracle War. Starting tomorrow, the 2nd stage will begin. In the 2nd stage, the 4 main cities' divine servants will attack in coordination, and a dominant monster will be born in the Dragon Crystal, the branded Hydra. Note, only 1 dominant monster will be born in each Dragon Crystal. When the survivors heard this prompt, they immediately exclaimed, "Fuck! Are the divine servants in the main city those beings that can't speak? So they can also take action. I thought they were just a group of NPCs. Oh my god. If these people take action, there will be something interesting to watch tomorrow. Yes, the number of God Servant Corps in each main city exceeds 1 million. And the level of these God Servant guards is ridiculously high. This force is simply invincible on the Crystal Land. At this time, another survivor said, "What do you think? If Chaoxing army encounters the God Servant Corps, which side will be more powerful? Do you still need to think about it? It must be Chaoxing's side that is unilaterally crushed. Indeed. After all, this is not a ragtag army like us. This is a real million-strong army. If Chaoxing encounters it, he will definitely suffer a big loss." The survivors immediately looked forward to it. In the past 10 days, I don't know how many survivors have encountered Chaoxing and suffered his ruthless blows. Therefore, many people in the 4 major camps hate Chaoxing. But they can't do anything about Chaoxing. Now, after hearing that these God Servant Corps in the 4 main cities are going to take action, everyone seems to see the hope of defeating Chaoxing again. At the same time, Chaoxing also heard the same system prompt and frowned slightly. Will even the God Servant Corps in the 4 main cities be dispatched? This is a bit troublesome. After all, everyone knows that these survivors are not a big threat to him. However, the God Servant Corps in the 4 main cities are different. This is a group of extremely powerful beings. According to the survivors, the warriors in these God Servant Corps are all above level 60. And maybe even higher. Because those Legion leaders, who have broken through level 40 cannot see the level of these God Servant soldiers. And the most important thing is that there are 1 million God Servant Corps in each main city. In other words, the 4 main cities together have a total of 4 million Master level Corps. If these regular troops attack at the same time, it will bring great pressure to Chaoxing. However, the system did not unilaterally strengthen the power of the 4 major camps. At least, Chaoxing also has new helpers. Dominant level creature branded Hydra. But the appearance of just one dominant creature cannot affect the overall situation. Even, they will be ruthlessly overwhelmed by the millions of God Servant Corps. Chaoxing frowned slightly. However, although my power cannot directly compete with the God Servant Corps, I can still cause them some damage. As mentioned before, there are strong and weak masters. If most of these God Servant Corps are ordinary creatures of the 7th level, with Chaoxing's current strength, a wave of explosion can also reduce their numbers. Now, let's take a look at the skills of this branded Hydra. See if it can give me some surprises. At the same time, Chaoxing looked over. At a glance, among the branded monsters in the distance, a terrifying creature as big as a hill, covered with dark purple scales, and with 9 snake heads appeared. Hiss. The 9 heads kept hissing, and the evil breath emanating from it could be felt from such a distance. The appearance of this monster alone gives people a strong sense of oppression. Chaoxing glanced at the attributes. Branded Hydra. Race, branded monster. Level 60, 6-footer domination level creature. HP, 100 million/100 million. Attack power, 16,343 to 16,784. Armor, 4324 to 4451. Abnormal resistance, 100%. Skills, Toxic Crystal Spit. Multi-headed attack. Regeneration force. Rage. Multi-headed destructive light column. Commander level skill Earth Resonance. Communicate with the power of the crystal Earth. Trigger a strong earthquake. And reduce the movement speed of all enemies in the 3,000 meter diameter area in front by 80%. And fall into a dizzy state for 1 to 3 seconds. And condense a large number of crystals to continuously impact the enemies inside for 5 seconds. Cooling time, 30 minutes. Hydra Domination Field. Abnormal resistance increased by 50%. Strength increased by 50%. And its own abnormal state is cleared every 10 seconds. Each time you kill an enemy, you will gain 1 point of strength. Capped at 10,000. For 1 hour. Talent 1, Crystal Brand. Talent 2, Crystal Dragon Power. Bond Branded Monster Army, 10,000 people activated. Wow. It's actually a level 60 Overlord monster. After being blessed by the power of the Ancient Dragon, its HP has reached 100 million. Although it has much less HP than the Yorma Beast. But this behemoth is still a killing machine on the battlefield. That powerful skill is even comparable to Sarah. Especially the last Overlord field. Which not only increases its abnormal resistance to 100%, but also increases its strength by killing enemies. A full 10,000 points of strength. according to the growth ratio of the hydra. At least 30,000 points of attack. At this moment, Chao Xing couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if this hydra could become a friendly unit, so that I can enhance its power and solidify its state, and its strength will soar to a higher level again. However, although the branded hydra is very powerful, it still can't fight against the God Servant Core. After all, there is only one branded hydra. Chao Xing can easily deal with those ordinary survivors. What he lacks now is the power to fight against the God Servant Core. That's a full 1,000,000 God Servant guards. And there will definitely be a large number of leaders, commanders, and even overlords among them. Chao Xing's eyes showed a trace of worry. At the same time, a system prompt interrupted his thoughts. Survivors, please pay attention. The 10th day of the Oracle War has ended, and the rewards are being calculated according to the remaining number of crystals. The number of crystals destroyed today is 4351. And the number of crystals remaining is 53,226 times 10 is equal to 532,260 points. The main crystal has been saved until the 10th day. And the gold points reward is 10. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing calculated it in his mind. In 10 days, a total of 46,774 crystals were destroyed. This number is acceptable. In fact, according to the pace of more than 5,000 crystals destroyed on the first day, the number of crystals should have dropped below 50,000 by today. But in the past few days, due to Chao Xing obstruction, almost 1,000 crystals were prevented from being destroyed. On the other hand, because of the crystal land, this map is too large. The outer dragon crystals are closer to the 4 main cities, and they can be reached by running a few dozen kilometers. So in the first few days, the survivors were very efficient in flattening the crystals. And when the outer crystals were cleared, they needed to spend a lot of time on the road every day. So this also delayed their pace in disguise. But even so, the number of remaining crystals is not optimistic. Chao Xing thought, according to this calculation, the God Servant Core will appear tomorrow. The number of crystals destroyed every day will increase again. That is to say, the remaining crystals can only last about 10 days. Then the last main crystal will be destroyed and the dragon camp will fail. According to this calculation, the Oracle War will be over in about 20 days. Although the system said that this copy would last for a month. But if the survivors destroyed the main crystal in advance and there were no monsters for them to kill, it would naturally end early. Shaked his head. Forget it. Don't think about it. Just digest the rewards in front of you first. Looking at his accumulated points, Chao Xing showed a happy smile. Today, he got nearly 1,000,000 points again. Most of them were given by crystal settlement. The hundreds of thousands of survivors he killed himself were not as many as the points reward given at the daily settlement. Chao Xing also said with some regret, if the remaining number of crystals can last until the last day, I can get more than 1,000,000 points for free every day. Then I can really make a fortune lying at home. But obviously, this is impossible. The survivors are all looking forward to destroying more crystals and getting points. Shaking his head, Chao Xing began to browse the point store, thinking about what to exchange for points. There is no need to exchange the master level power heart, because as early as 2 days ago, Chao Xing exchanged all 50 master level power hearts in the store, and let all the core combatants under his command break through to the master. In the end, he still had 3 master level power hearts left. This success rate can be said to be very good. Now, he has more than 30 master level masters above the 6th level, including dragon speakers and those pets. Chao Xing closed the point store. Then he looked at the master level masters under his command with a look of satisfaction. And in his mind, he counted the number of these master level masters. Soon, a list was released. After reading the long list, Chao Xing's sense of achievement was off the charts. Any of these 30 strong men could be powerful enough to overwhelm a region. And now, they are all gathered in his territory. Moreover, the key point is that most of the members here were cultivated by Chao Xing. Their belief in Chao Xing has reached an extremely fanatical level, and almost everyone is very loyal. And there are many die-hard fans among them. For example, Dragon Speaker, who joins as a hero-level strongman, has a completely different sense of achievement from the strongman he cultivated slowly by himself. All the strong men on the field looked at Chao Xing excitedly, because this man fulfilled his promise. He made all of them break through to the master level. Chao Xing smiled, and then glanced at the points ranking list. Top 5 camps points ranking list. First place, Chao-Xing. Cumulative points, 7.2133 million. Belonging to the Crystal Dragon Camp. Second place, Angelina Zorn. Cumulative points 619235. Belonging to the Natural Goddess Camp. Third place, Wang Tao. Cumulative points 575616. Belonging to the Order Goddess Camp. Fourth place, Caleb Freck. Cumulative points 547827. Belonging to the Wind Goddess Camp. Fifth place, Omar. Cumulative points 526912. Belonging to the Life Goddess Camp. Sixth place. Seeing the numbers on the points ranking list, Chao-Xing's mouth almost couldn't close. More than 7 million points. Directly leaving the second place more than 10 times behind. This shows how much Chao-Xing has gained in the past 10 days. Among them, the Dragon Crystal Settlement alone rewarded him with more than 3.5 million points. Then, Chao-Xing also obtained more than 3 million points by killing a large number of survivors in these 10 days. So far, no one has thought of surpassing Chao-Xing. After all, these 7 million points are here. Even if Chao-Xing does nothing in the next 20 days, no one can have a higher score than him. It is useless even if he is kicked out now. In the past 10 days, Chao-Xing made these strong men in various regions deeply realize that there are always people better than you. They realize the gap between themselves and the real top strong men. However, some of the leaders of the survivors were hit hard. But there are also some people who are getting braver and braver. They have already regarded Chao-Xing as their goal. After the end of this Oracle War, they will work harder to develop their own territory. Strive for the day when all the regions in the world are combined into one region. Challenge this guy again. Of course, Chao-Xing doesn't know about these. He continued to browse the point store, thinking about what to exchange for points. Although I have earned a total of 7.2 million points in the past few days, there are not many points left to use. No way. Just exchanging 50 master level power hearts costs 5 million points. Then Chao-Xing spent more than 100,000 points to exchange for several expert power hearts, allowing some important members to break through. So after all this, he only has 2.07 million points left. Tomorrow, the second stage of the Oracle War will begin. The Divine Guards in the city will be dispatched. And they are all above level 60. A full 4 million. So Chao-Xing needs to have as much power as possible to cope with tomorrow's impact. After looking around in the point store, Chao-Xing has made a decision. Exchange a dragon heart first. This thing requires 2 million points. And it is limited to 5 pieces. It is more expensive than the master level power heart. It should have a special function. So, Chao-Xing directly clicked on the exchange. Do you want to consume 2 million points to exchange for 1 dragon heart? Yes. Exchange successful. Instantly, Chao-Xing available points were reduced to the last 70,000. In his backpack, there was an item as big as a palm, as dazzling as a ruby. This is the dragon heart. However, it should be noted that these dragon hearts are not the hearts of ancient dragons. Instead, they come from other powerful dragons. After all, the 6 ancient dragons in the world are still alive. If it is the heart of a true god-level creature, it cannot be worth only 2 million points. With a curious look, Chao-Xing took the heart out of his backpack. Dong dong. There was a slight beating in the palm of his hand, and a mysterious power spread from the heart in Chao-Xing's hand. At the same time, after seeing the heart in Chao-Xing's hand, the dragon speaker next to him immediately turned his eyes over. The fiery eyes pierced Chao-Xing like a sharp arrow. Chao-Xing turned his head and asked in confusion, "Are you interested in this thing?" The dragon speaker nodded slightly. The heart of a dragon contains powerful power, which can greatly enhance our physical strength, especially for those of us who have half-dragon blood. Chao-Xing was stunned and first looked at the attributes. Heart of the dragon, orange. Quality, epic. Item effect, after use. It will absorb the power contained in the heart and increase its basic attributes by 20%, can be used on survivors. If used on creatures with dragon blood, it will gain an additional 10% attribute improvement. Number of remaining uses. 1. Note, the heart of an adult dragon contains powerful power, and it will suffer great pain during the absorption process. Oh my! Directly increase the attributes by 20%. And it can also be used on survivors? Chao-Xing's face was shocked, but he soon understood why the point store would launch such a thing. As mentioned before, the potential of the survivors is fixed. Unlike the natives of this world, they can improve their potential through various soul advancements. Before this, the survivors could only make up for the gap through some equipment or various strange skills. And now, this dragon heart is used to upgrade the Lord. It has a 100% success rate. It is almost equivalent to an advancement. And, if it is used by creatures with dragon blood, it will increase the attribute by an additional 10%. Add up to 30%. You can imagine what this concept is. It is even comparable to the upgrade from Commander to Master. No wonder the dragon speaker is so eager for this dragon heart. And Chao Xing was not vague and threw it casually. Next, looking at the ruby heart flying towards her, the dragon speaker subconsciously reached out to take it. Then, with a blank look in her eyes, she asked doubtfully, "Are you sure you want to give it to me? This heart contains extremely powerful power. Even if you absorb it, you can improve your strength a lot. According to our agreement, I will go to find Seraphis in 20 days, and I may never come back. If you give this thing to me, you may lose everything." Before she could continue, Chao Xing waved his hand to interrupt her. "Okay, stop talking nonsense. It's just a dragon heart. It's nothing to me. If you really want to leave, I can't stop you." The dragon speaker was interrupted by Chao Xing and was slightly stunned. Then she looked at him with a complicated look. At the beginning, she joined Chao Xing territory on the condition that she could recover quickly in a short period of time and give her more powerful power. This man has fulfilled his promise. And now, he gave her this precious dragon heart. For a moment, even someone as cold as Binglan didn't know how to react. After a moment, she sighed slightly. "Due to your words and deeds, the loyalty of territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglan has been improved. Current loyalty, 82." Seeing the prompt, Chao Xing heart moved slightly. In fact, although he said that he didn't care whether Binglan left the territory or not, he was actually playing hard to get. If possible, with such a strong fighting force, Chao Xing would certainly want to control her. In addition, Binglan has great potential, and only under his own hands can she be best trained. But if you want to keep her, you have to raise this woman's loyalty to 100%. At present, there are only two directions to continue to improve Binglan's loyalty. One is to let her upgrade to the Master. The other is to start from the giant dragon Seraphis. The first plan is naturally not feasible, because Chao Xing does not have any extra Master level souls. But the second plan is feasible. After the Oracle War is over, his overall strength will increase dramatically, and he can consider looking for the dragon. If he can help her find Seraphis, this woman will no longer think about leaving the territory. By then, maybe I can get a dragon of at least hero level. Buy one get one free. Thinking about it, Chao Xing looked at the back of the dragon speaker, and his saliva almost flowed out. Binglan seemed to notice the sight behind him, and turned around instantly. At a glance, she saw the intoxicated expression on Chao Xing's face. She seemed to understand something, and a look of disgust suddenly appeared on her cold face. "Due to your words and deeds, the loyalty of territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglan has decreased. Current loyalty, 79. Fuck. Why did the loyalty drop for no reason?" Chao Xing raised his head, and then saw the look of disgust from the dragon speaker at a glance. He immediately understood something, and a speechless look appeared on his face. "Although, I am right to have my eyes on you. But what the hell is this look of yours? I just covet your strength, not your body." Thinking of this, Chao Xing was furious, but he couldn't do anything with this woman. However, the dragon speaker only glanced at Chao Xing, and then looked away, looking at the giant dragon heart in her hand. The corners of her beautiful mouth curved into a strange arc. "After absorbing the power of this heart, I will be almost close to the Master. Thank you." After she finished speaking, she slowly closed her eyes, and gradually released the power in her body. When strands of blue light wrapped around the giant dragon heart in her hand like silk threads, and the power contained in this heart was gradually guided out. With continuous absorption, the dragon speaker's aura continued to rise. As a hero-level strongman, her aura itself carries a deadly threat. At this moment, it gives people a suffocating sense of oppression. Crack! Crack! A series of shattering sounds came. The dragon speaker just stood there, and the tyrannical power emanating from her body caused dense cracks to appear on the crystal ground. From behind her, a sleeping giant dragon appeared faintly. It was a giant dragon covered with white scales, with a huge and majestic body. The giant dragon was lying, majestic, just with its eyes closed. It gave people a sense of majesty without anger. After a moment, the giant dragon's shadow slightly opened its eyes, and a strong force swept through it instantly. The branded monsters within thousands of meters around were suddenly struck by lightning, and all froze in place, not daring to move at all. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglon, used the heart of the dragon, and the basic attributes increased by 30%, and has become a 9th order mutant commander level creature. Chapter 440 The God Servant Corps is dispatched. Seeing the Dragon Speaker's transformation prompt, Xiaoxing's face showed surprise. Oh my god, it turns out that the Dragon Heart can make the Dragon Speaker a mutant creature. Mutated Commander. This is too comfortable. What is this concept? As the Dragon Speaker said before, the commander level potential is basically the limit of creatures. And among 100 commanders, there may be an existence that breaks the limit and becomes a master. But no matter what, any creature from elite, leader, commander, master, has only 5 opportunities to improve potential at most. So the number of attribute improvements is basically fixed. However, after using this Dragon Heart, it is equivalent to 1 more improvement than others. It can be said that as a commander level creature, she is now the most powerful commander. If she can break through the master later, she will also be the most powerful existence among the masters. It can be said that it is of great significance. Great. And Xiaoxing is also looking forward to exchanging the other 4 Dragon Hearts together. He had already thought of the candidates for distribution. 1 for himself, 1 for Mu Shui, and 1 for Sarah. There was another one that he didn't know who to give it to yet, so he could put it in his backpack for backup. After the Dragon Speaker broke through at this moment, he looked at Xiaoxing and nodded slightly. The consciousness was saying that he had successfully transformed. Xiaoxing smiled. Then, he called everyone to gather. Next, we have to prepare to apply the blessing state to everyone again. During this period, all the core combatants under his command had broken through to the master level, and their attributes increased dramatically. In other words, the status skills possessed by some territory members, such as Andrew's Life Blossom and Thorns, have also been greatly increased. If the skills are refreshed at this time, basically all members will have a significant improvement. However, before applying the blessing state, Xiaoxing called a tribal witch doctor. Mogsa, how are you feeling lately? The old witch doctor with tattoos on his face said respectfully, Respected Lord, I feel very good. The time I have followed you has made my strength rapidly improve. On the Oracle battlefield, killing these survivors and their subordinates will gain some experience points. It is only about 1/10 of killing monsters of the same level, although not much. With so many piled up, the experience gained is still considerable. In addition, Mogsa's rejuvenation can be divided into experience points. So in the past 10 days, his level has soared from level 27 to level 43. Other tribal, witch doctors, and silver hand knights are all at the maximum level of 30. Because Xiaoxing did not have any extra advanced power heart, they broke through to the 4th level, including the newly recruited 1,000 Ascalon warriors. They are all at level 30. Although in the current point store, a high-level power heart is very cheap, only 10,000 points. But for so many people, it will cost more than 10 million in total. So Xiaoxing decided to use the altar of the God of War to help the warriors break through after the Oracle War. Then he went to the trading market to get enough Ice Dragon marks to upgrade the combatants of other professions. Xiaoxing nodded slightly. Very good. Now, prepare to have more powerful power. After he finished speaking, he took out an elite soul and a leader soul from his backpack. Then he threw it directly to Mogsa. The old witch doctor took it subconsciously. He was stunned for a while, and then he was surprised. Thank you, Lord. The old witch doctor replied respectfully. Behind him, the other tribal witch doctors showed envy in their eyes. After all, among the 10 of them, only Mogsa received Xiaoxing resources. The others were just ordinary 3rd-level creatures at the moment. Xiaoxing noticed their eyes and chuckled, Don't worry. You will all break through after the Oracle War is over. Hearing this, all the tribal witch doctors on the field nodded. No one had any doubts about Xiaoxing's words, and they also believed that their lord could do such a thing. At the same time, Mogsa next to him had already begun to slap the souls into his body one by one for fusion. His breakthrough was quite smooth, and both souls succeeded in succession. System prompts sounded one after another. Your territory member, Mogsa LV-43, has successfully transformed into a 5th-order elite creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. and learned a new skill, Soul Link. Soul Link. Select a friendly target and an enemy target to establish a soul link. During the link, 100% of the damage received by the friendly target will be transferred to the enemy, and the treatment effect received by the enemy target will be transferred to the friendly target. It lasts for 20 seconds, and the cooling time is 120 seconds. Your territory member, Mogsa LV43, has successfully transformed into a 5th order boss creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%, and learned a new skill, Toxic Miasma. Toxic Miasma. Throw a jar full of toxic mist to the designated area. After the jar is broken, a toxic miasma is released, causing continuous poisoning damage to all enemies with a diameter of 20 meters. The poisonous fog area lasts for 30 seconds, and the cooling time is 3 minutes. Seeing the two skills awakened by the tribal witch doctor, Xiaoxing's eyes suddenly lit up. Huh? This Soul Link skill is interesting. 100% damage transfer. This should also be equivalent to a kind of real damage. Right. Then can we use the characteristics of the pale tree to create a friendly unit with low armor and high health, specifically used to deal with some powerful enemies? Obviously, this plan is feasible. If used well, this skill can bring unexpected results. Of course, my main purpose is not to make these tribal witch doctors more powerful, but I want to increase the healing strength of rejuvenation after the attributes of Mogsa are improved. So, Xiaoxing glanced at the attributes of the tribal witch doctor after the breakthrough. Tribal witch doctor, Mogsa. After reading Mogsa's attributes, Xiaoxing nodded again with satisfaction. Rejuvenation. The recovery value per second is only over 1200. Compared to his eyes healing and Andrew's life bloom, it is much worse. But you have to know that Mogsa is only a 5th level leader, and naturally cannot be compared with these 6th level beings. Moreover, more than 1,000 recovery data is already quite powerful. Now everything is ready. As usual, Xiaoxing took out the goddess Nesha's god-given ring, consumed 10 points of divine power, and released a divine power aura. Buzz! As a soft light fell, a circle of light with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly appeared on the ground, in the dark purple land shrouded in mist. It looked extremely sacred and dazzling. Okay, let's all go in. Hearing Xiaoxing's voice, the wild boar warrior said excitedly, "Oh! The strong lord is going to bestow that magical blessing on us again. Great! The wild boar warriors can become stronger again. Ha ha!" Everyone entered the circle with excitement. Then, a series of permanent blessing bonuses began, with the 3 continuous blood recovery skills of ice therapy, life blooming, and rejuvenation falling. On the field, everyone's recovery per second exceeded 13,000. This is an amazing number, enough to greatly increase everyone's recovery value. Then, other various status skills are released. Health, armor, movement speed, etc. have all been improved in all aspects. The overall strength of the warriors has been greatly improved again. Xiaoxing was very satisfied. Then he said, "Okay, let's go back to the tent to rest." In the past 10 days, they basically set up a tent to sleep on the spot. Fortunately, Xiaoxing brought enough supplies before leaving, including a large number of tents. This way, the warriors don't have to sleep directly on the crystal land. Yes, Lord. After the breakthrough, everyone returned to their respective tents with excitement, including Xiaoxing himself. He also took Lu Muxua back to rest. The next day, with the system prompt for the start of the 11th day of the challenge, a large number of survivors have already been waiting at the city gate. Boom! The heavy door slowly opened, revealing the dark purple land outside the door. Just as the survivors raised their weapons and prepared to start today's battle with high morale, suddenly, a strange vibration sound appeared on the street behind them. Tap, tap. It was the sound of uniform footsteps, heavy and powerful, like the beating of war drums. Even the huge buildings in the city were shaking slightly. Everyone looked behind them at the same time. At a glance, they saw the group of warriors wearing uniform armor and with cold expressions. They walked forward step by step with firm steps. The ranks were neat and uniform, and there was a shocking discipline in their actions. As they approached, a strong sense of oppression came over them. The survivors on the roadside exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's the God Guards Corps. They are going to take action. So cool. It's worthy of being a regular army. This kind of momentum is far better than us. Did you see the warriors in the dark gold armor in the front? The aura on their bodies is so terrifying. Everyone was amazed at the powerful aura exuded by these god guards. There are millions of god guards in each main city. The 4 main cities together have a total of 4 million god guards. At this moment, they are dispatched at the same time, exuding endless fighting spirit. As if they can pierce the sky, the survivors can't help but make a path for this powerful and silent army. The moment the god guards stepped out of the city gate, the statue in the center of the 4 main cities instantly burst out a thick column of light. This column of light rushed into the sky, like a pillar supporting the sky, just illuminating the 4 areas of the crystal land in the southeast, northwest and northeast. Then, a vast divine power fell on all the god guards. It made their already powerful aura surge again. The survivors exclaimed behind them, "Turtle, these god guards seem to have become much stronger again." Yes, it seems to be the effect of these statues. Why don't these statues bless us? Brother upstairs, you wish. The strengthened god servant core suddenly turned into 4 torrents and rushed out of the main city. And the speed was extremely fast. Millions of people marching in unison. This is simply unimaginable. However, this group of god servant core did it. They were like a set program. And the magnitude of each step was exactly the same. The survivors tried their best to follow behind, but they were soon left behind by a long distance. Fuck. How can these guys run so fast? No. I can't keep up with these guys. Brothers, come on. Let's catch up together and see if we can get some rewards and grab a few heads or something. Hearing the last sentence, the eyes of the survivors of the 4 camps suddenly lit up. After all, they wouldn't say anything if they robbed the monsters of these god servant guards. If you are lucky, you can grab the head of a commander-level crystal dragon. Then you will make a lot of money. After all, that was a full 1,000 points reward. Instantly, a large number of survivors began to follow the god servant core with all their strength, ready to find an opportunity to pick up some bargains. At the same time, the number of people in the live broadcast room began to surge again. In the previous 10 days of fighting, a large number of survivors were basically paying attention to the battle on Chaoxing's side. Today, their eyes are on the 4 huge and terrifying legions, looking at the 4 god servant core, galloping on the crystal land, destroying everything with momentum. The live broadcast room was full of bullet screens. Soon, a god servant core came to the vicinity of the dragon crystal stronghold. But unlike the previous few days, besides the densely packed branded monsters, a huge figure appeared near these crystal strongholds. Its winding body was like a moving mountain, with 9 heads raised high, emitting a chilling pressure. Each head had a different expression, either angry, hideous, or cruel, as if representing 9 different powers. It was the dominant creature, the branded hydra. Since the second phase of the Oracle War started last night, a hydra appeared next to every crystal in the entire crystal land. However, when these divine guards saw this branded hydra, not only did they not feel the slightest fear, but their eyes burned with surging fighting spirit. At the forefront of the legion, a legionnaire in dark yellow armor raised his weapon high. Then he spoke in a dull voice. "In the name of the goddess of nature, cleanse all evil. Follow me." After the words fell, a million god guards rushed over with boundless power. Boom! The ground began to shake slightly, and the 100,000 branded monsters near this stronghold also launched a fight at the first time. The 2 sides came into contact instantly. However, under the terrifying attack of the god guards core, the branded monster core almost collapsed at the touch. Hua la la! Puff! Puff! The blades of the god guards core chopped down mercilessly. A large number of branded minotaurs, branded scorpions, and branded winged birds were directly submerged. Dense damage numbers appeared above his head. Minus 4,862. Minus 4,423. Minus 6,824. Minus 19,624. Minus 16236. No number was less than 4,000. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the attack power of this group of god guards core is. In less than a minute after the 2 sides came into contact, thousands of branded monsters were chopped into pieces on the ground. At the same time, the dominant level hydra surrounded by branded monsters had already raised its 9 huge heads. Hiss! Hiss! A sharp hissing sound sounded from its mouth. Purple crystal power was constantly spewed out, like energy balls rushing into the air. Every time its body moved, the huge weight caused a large number of cracks to appear on the crystal ground under its feet. Clatter. Crackle. 9 dark purple energy balls fell into the god servant core at the same time, causing a shocking explosion. A large number of god servant guards were blown up on the spot. And not only that, after the first wave of explosions ended, the 9 heads of this hydra were raised high again. A ball of extremely deep dark purple energy accumulated from their mouths. Then, the heads aimed at different directions, and destructive beams of light burst out from them. Wow! 9 beams of light hit, sweeping around like a raging dragon. Anywhere the beams hit would cause a shocking explosion. Smoke and dust continued to rise on the crystal land. Even the powerful god servant core suffered many casualties from this move. It was the leader-level skill of the branded hydra, the multi-headed destruction-like column. Even in the live broadcast perspective, one could feel how terrifying the power of these hydras was. The live broadcast room was full of comments. Oh my goodness! Is this a dominant creature? It's so scary. Indeed. It feels like this hydra can easily destroy a legion of tens of thousands of people. This monster is strong. But I feel that it is still a little worse than the woman next to Chao Xing. Everyone was stunned after hearing this, and then realized this. Although this hydra looks scary, there are even many people around Chao Xing whose aura is not inferior to this monster. Not to mention the woman controlling the dragon. Just the assassin next to her, and the woman flying in the sky can compete with this level of biology class. For a while, everyone's evaluation of Chao Xing fighters in their hearts was raised by 2 levels again, including the Seed of Light, who was watching the live broadcast. A solemn look appeared in his eyes. Chao Xing, you have 2 or 3 masters so quickly. Is it some kind of opportunity? Inheritance? Or relying on your own strength? If it is the latter, then this person really should not be underestimated. The eyes of the Seed of Light gradually became solemn. However, what he didn't know was that Chao Xing had more than 2 or 3 masters, but more than 30 masters. It could scare him to death. The Seed of Light looked at the other bishops in the temple and gave an order. Go and investigate this person's origin and his location. Hearing the order, 2 red-robed bishops below said respectfully, Yes, great Son of Light. At the same time, on the battlefield of the Oracle, the branded hydra was showing its power and blasting away groups of enemies. However, the warriors of the God Servant Corps did not retreat at all, and continued to fight with an indomitable momentum. At the forefront of the God Servant Corps, several beings wearing dark golden armor suddenly rushed out. They jumped into the air at the same time. He held a battle blade in his hands, with both hands, and placed it in front of himself. Then he said solemnly, In the name of the goddess Khmer, I will seal the evil. Legion combat skill, Divine Light Prison. Buzz! A bright beam of light suddenly appeared beside the branded hydra, and then soared into the sky. Then the second, the third. In the blink of an eye, a total of 18 beams of light appeared at the same time. These beams of light intertwined with each other, forming a prison with a diameter of almost 1 kilometer. And the branded hydra inside, including other monsters, was like being pressed down by a huge mountain. Suddenly, a miserable hissing sound was heard, and all 9 snake heads were pressed down on the crystal ground. Boom! The huge heads smashed many cracks on the ground. The hydra struggled frantically, constantly spitting out dark purple energy balls from its mouth. But it had no effect at all. The 18 light pillars exuded a sacred and powerful force, as if they were a punishment from the goddess, making the powerful hydra, a creature of the overlord level, unable to move. What's more terrifying is that the light pillar prison is locked for a very long time. After almost a minute, the branded hydra inside was still fixed in place and unable to move. In such a large-scale battlefield, being unable to move for a minute is basically a death sentence. The live broadcast room was filled with exclamations. What a strong God Servant Corps! This skill is too abnormal. Even such a powerful creature is controlled to death. It's outrageous. And this is not a single control, but a group control skill. All enemy targets with a diameter of 1 kilometer are suppressed. Too abnormal. Without the interference of the Overlord Hydra, the God Servant Corps' advancement was unstoppable. And there was no enemy at all. Those branded monsters were overwhelmed and shattered by endless attacks. It took less than 5 minutes for them to knock down the crystal dragon in the sky. Then, surrounded by a group of god guards, the crystal dragon was hacked to death. The shadow of Kralkatorek let out a mournful cry, and then scattered into crystal fragments. Then, the god guards continued to charge all the way, And in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the dominant level branded hydra. Faced with such a huge monster, the god guards still surrounded it with an indomitable momentum. In an instant, dense blades slashed at the hydra. Ding! Gotcha! Minus 2,394. Minus 1,637. Minus 2,532. Minus 11,637. Minus 2,636. Minus 2963. Dense damage numbers floated up. The 100 million HP of the branded hydra was decreasing at an extremely terrifying speed. Hiss. 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 The hydra was constantly attacked, hissing wildly, trying to resist. However, the divine light prison still existed at this moment, suppressing it tightly. This powerful dominant creature has become a living target. This time, it only lasted less than 4 minutes. Its huge body collapsed with a bang, and then turned into a pile of crystal shatters. A large number of God's servant core surged up like a tide, submerging the dragon crystal. A crystal stronghold has 100,000 branded monsters, including not only a large number of leaders and chiefs, but also commander-level crystal dragons and dominant-level branded hydras. However, such a terrifying force did not even last for 20 minutes and was directly crushed. Everyone was extremely shocked by the terrifying power displayed by these God's servant core. It's so damn powerful. It feels that as long as there is enough time, these 4 God's servant core alone can flatten all the dragon crystals. Yes, but the most perverted thing is their group control skill, which is simply unsolvable. At this time, a survivor suddenly thought of something. Brothers, do you think this method is used to target Xiaoxing teleportation? Hearing this, the others were also stunned. Fuck. It seems to be true. The blockade with a diameter of 1 kilometer just covers the entire vicinity of the dragon crystal. According to the speculation of the 4 major camps these days, Xiaoxing must be near the crystal to teleport. In other words, they can directly suppress Xiaoxing and his army and interrupt their teleportation ability. Everyone was slightly shocked when they heard this. They realized one thing at the same time. That is, Xiaoxing is in trouble. For a while, a large number of survivors began to switch perspectives and look for Xiaoxing location. The camera passed across the vast crystal land. Soon, someone locked onto Xiaoxing figure. Brothers, I saw Xiaoxing army. He is near the Goddess of Life camp. There is a team of divine guards who are about to approach the crystal stronghold where he is. Hearing this, the survivors in the live broadcast room were moved again. Then he adjusted the view angle immediately and tracked the area where Xiaoxing was. Fuck. Really? There is a God servant core not far in front of him. Good guy. Judging from the situation, they are about to face off. More survivors rushed into the live broadcast room and locked the camera on Xiaoxing. They all wanted to witness it with their own eyes. Will this man who is almost invincible in the crystal land break the myth of invincibility under the impact of the God servant core? At this moment, Xiaoxing also noticed the God servant core rushing in from a distance. It was so powerful that it gave people a heavy pressure before it got close. At the same time, Xiaoxing friend information bar was constantly lighting up. Yao Yiming and Ji Xinyue sent him a lot of warnings at the first time. Boss Xiaoxing, don't go head-to-head with these God servant guards. The leading God servant core will use a powerful range control skill that can freeze all monsters of a certain size. Even the branded hydra is directly controlled. Be careful. After reading their message, Xiaoxing's eyes gradually became solemn. There is actually such a method of group control. And it lasts for such a long time? Damn. Isn't this clearly aimed at me? At the same time, Xiaoxing looked into the distance. The creatures in the front were wearing dark gold armor. He glanced at them. Captain of the God Servant Corps, summoned creature. Level 70, 7th order commander level creature. HP, 2345931/2345931. Attack power, 2163 to 21632. Armor, 3348 to 3416. Skills, Master Sword Mastery, Holy Charge, Guardian Shield, Radiant Leap, Sword of Retribution. Commander level skill Radiant Teleport, use the weak divine power in the body to quickly move a certain distance. The maximum distance is 3 kilometers. Cooling time, 5 minutes. Talent, God Servant Body. Bond Duena God Servant Core, 100,000 people have been activated. Xiaoxing eyes condensed. So many commander-level creatures? And looking at the notes above, these seem to be summoned creatures. In other words, they are not real God Servant Core, but clones or other things that appear on the crystal land through some kind of power. At the same time, the leading captains of the God Servant Core also saw Chao Xing flying in the air. At this moment, it was as if some kind of hatred mechanism was triggered. The charge speed of the God Servant Core increased significantly, and the figures of the captains of the God Servant Core disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared the next moment, they had already pulled away from the other God Servant Core by a large distance. It was their commander-level skill. Brilliant teleport. A total of 20 captains of the God Servant Core, that is, 20 level 70 commander creatures, rushed to the top of the army of branded monsters at the same time. Moreover, they simultaneously grasped the battle blades in their hands and placed them in front of themselves. The sacred beam of light burst out from their long swords. At this moment, Chao Xing immediately realized that these guys were coming for him. They were actually ready to use that large-scale control skill at the first time to prevent him from teleporting and escaping. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing instantly ordered Bing On. Use the Dragon Sword Destroy to stop them. Wally. Thunder Heaven Prison. The moment the order was received, two super large-scale big moves fell at the same time. Boom. Crash. The sky full of sword energy and lightning poured down like a rainstorm. The terrifying sword energy caused a lot of damage to these captains of the God Servant Core. On the other side, Wally's Thunder Heaven Prison continued to drop a large amount of lightning, covering these captains of the God Servant Core. For a time, the captains suffered a lot of attacks and had to interrupt the attack. Seeing this scene, the barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly flew. Oh my god! You are worthy of being called Chao Xing. You are still as strong as ever. Even these powerful God Servant Core were interrupted. Indeed, judging from the situation, they are ready to fight these God Servant Core head-on. Come on! Chao Xing. On the battlefield, nearly 20 captains of the God Servant Core rushed like a storm. They were actually going to withstand such a terrifying attack and force their way to the vicinity of the Dragon Crystal. It can be seen that they all listed Chao Xing as the first target to kill. And at this moment, they also wanted to kill him at all costs. However, at this moment, Chao Xing directly let Lu Muxua enter the Angel Descends form. Then he directly activated the skill Divine Punishment. Buzz! The dazzling power of light burst out, and everyone lost their vision, just like being hit by a flash bomb. Even the screen of the live broadcast room turned white. When all the noise subsided, everyone looked again, near the crystal stronghold. Except for a large number of branded monsters, there was no figure of Chao Xing and others. While Lu Muxua had just exploded the skill Divine Punishment, Chao Xing directly started teleporting and ran away. This scene made everyone in the live broadcast room dumbfounded. Damn it! He actually ran away. I thought that Boss Chao Xing would confront the God Servant Core head-on. Yeah, Boss Chao Xing ran too fast. At this moment, Chao Xing has led the Core to appear near the Goddess of Order camp. You're kidding. These God Servant guards are so high level, and they seem to have some kind of blessing on them. Their real combat power is almost reaching the 8th level. In addition, they are bound by the legion of 100,000 people. It's impossible to fight them. Right? If they really fight head-on, Chao Xing can also cause some damage to them. But it's not worth it, because once a head-on battle occurs, if there is damage on their side, they will have to wait until night to revive. Moreover, these God Servant Core are very strange, and they even have skills such as teleportation. God knows if there will be more weird means. So for the sake of safety, they naturally ran away as soon as they saw them. Including the survivors of the 4 major camps heard the news. Chao Xing was chased away by the God Servant Core. For a while, the survivors who had suffered losses at his hands before were gloating. Ha ha ha! Chao Xing, you are not really invincible. You also have enemies that you can't beat. That's right. Look at how arrogant this guy is. Brothers, follow the God Servant Core and rush. And it's just around the corner to defeat Chao Xing. Faced with these voices, Chao Xing of course ignored them directly. He continued to lead his legion to kill more creatures from the 4 major camps to brush points. However, just a few minutes after they fought, Chao Xing saw the God Servant guards in the distance, and they rushed over again. This time, it was the God Servant Core on the Order camp. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing frowned again. Why do these guys seem to be chasing me? Or is it because I am the only survivor of the 5th camp, which aroused their hatred, and they want to kill me as soon as possible? Chaoxing once again started teleporting at the fastest speed. Before the guards of the God Servant Corps approached, Chaoxing had already teleported away with his soldiers. The God Servant Corps was stunned for a moment, and then rushed forward again, killing the branded monster in front and destroying the crystal. However, not long after Chaoxing appeared again, another God Servant Corps rushed towards him at a very fast speed. At this moment, Chaoxing was sure that these guys were chasing him. Their primary goal seemed to be to kill him and clear Chaoxing out of the Oracle battlefield. Fuck. So stupid? Chaoxing felt very depressed in his heart. But because he couldn't beat these guys, there was nothing he could do now. Seeing the God Servant Corps rushing over, Chaoxing started teleporting without hesitation, not giving them any chance at all. After all, the scene of the God Servant Corps suppressing the hydra was still vivid in his mind. If he was a step late and was controlled by those guys in the God Servant Corps, he would really be in trouble. So, in the next few hours, Chaoxing was constantly teleporting. With each teleportation of Chaoxing, the survivors were constantly looking for his location. Oh my god! Boss Chaoxing ran away again. And it seems that he didn't even stay for half an hour this time. These God Servant Corps are also crazy. Why are they staring at him and fighting? Too miserable. One person is targeted by millions of people. When the survivors of the 4 major camps heard that Chaoxing was chased away, they gloated over his misfortune. Ha ha ha. Great. Finally someone can deal with this guy. Go. God Servant Corps. Come on. You must get rid of Chaoxing. Chaoxing. Aren't you very arrogant? Why don't you continue to be arrogant? I wait for you near the crystal point of the wind camp. Come if you dare. Chaoxing. If you are a man, stop and have a head-on battle with the God Servant Corps. Otherwise I will look down on you. He can't stop. Chaoxing only dares to bully us little Kurami. And he becomes cowardly when he meets a real strongman. Ha ha ha. Facing the ridicule of the survivors of the 4 major camps, Chaoxing didn't care at all. For him, the so-called reputation is not important at all. What's important is that he can continue to gain points and then improve himself. After all, as long as he stays in the Oracle battlefield, he can get points rewards every day. If he is cleared out in advance, he will have nothing. So, he began to escape again and again. But under the pursuit of these God Servant guards, Chaoxing point acquisition speed is naturally much slower than before. Every time he scored 10,000 or 20,000 points in a stronghold, the group of God Servant legions would rush over. Sometimes, even when Chaoxing arrived, the God Servant legion would chase him. It was as if they had received some special instructions to kill him as soon as possible. Later, Chaoxing couldn't even score points. Whenever he appeared in a crystal stronghold, a large number of legions would rush over within 10 minutes. The most dangerous time was when he was targeted by 2 million-man God Servant legions at the same time. From such a distance, these guys were ready to release the Divine Light prison this legion skill wanted to trap him. If the dragon speaker hadn't burst out directly and interrupted these guys' skills, Chaoxing might have really fallen. Damn it! These guys are determined. They won't stop until they kill me and kick me out of the Oracle War. Chaoxing felt very depressed. He even took out an ancient statue that exuded a powerful aura from his backpack. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Obviously, as long as any skill in lizardman ancestor statue is used, this God Servant Corps will suffer heavy casualties. But such a powerful trump card is not worth using to deal with these summoned creatures. After thinking for a while, Chaoxing shook his head. Forget it. At worst I won't brush the points these days. Anyway, I can get a lot of points just by settling the rewards with crystals every day. Thinking of this, Chaoxing was not ready to fight with these God Servant Corps. Observe the entire battlefield directly through the real-time battle situation in the live broadcast room. Then find a crystal point far away from these God Servant Corps to delay their action time. After all, as long as these God Servant Corps are delayed, it will also be a big contribution to the Dragon Camp. In this way, the speed of crystal destruction can also be slowed down a lot. In this way, Chaoxing dragged it until 11 o'clock in the evening. As the system prompt appeared, the survivors of the 4 major camps all returned to the main city obediently. However, the group of powerful God Servant Corps chased Chaoxing until 11:30 and refused to give up. At 23:40 at night, there were still 20 minutes before the dragon released the magic of clearing at midnight. At this moment, Chao Xing was flying near a dragon crystal. Then he stared at a certain area in front of him. The group of divine servants also saw Chao Xing positioned from a distance. The two sides stared at each other at a distance of 5 kilometers. And a tense atmosphere spread. Chapter 441 The Crystal Dragon Cannot Die. The atmosphere between the two sides seemed tense. However, after observing for a while, these God Servant Corps retreated directly. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing sighed slightly in his heart. Is it really an intelligent creature? Otherwise, find a way to delay this legion here. Wait for the clearing magic at 12 o'clock. And they can all be wiped out. Obviously, these God Servant Corps also knew this. So they gave up chasing him. Chao Xing's plan naturally fell through. After the God Servant Corps left, Chao Xing also stood there and waited silently. Time passed slowly. And soon it came to midnight in the early morning. The system prompt appeared. The 11th day of the Oracle War has ended. And the rewards are being settled according to the remaining number of crystals. Today, 5,413 dragon crystals were destroyed. And the remaining number of dragon crystals, for 7235*11 days equals 525,943. The main crystal has existed for 11 days. And the gold points obtained are 11. Chao Xing heart sank slightly. Sure enough, without my obstruction, these guys destroyed more crystals every day. Because of the addition of these 4 million divine guards, the speed of dragon crystal destruction has increased significantly. Today, these 4 legions alone destroyed 6 or 700 crystals. In addition, Chao Xing was chased all the way, and there were almost no opportunities to brush points. So the survivors didn't die much. It's troublesome. The remaining more than 40,000 crystals, let alone the 30th day. I guess they can't hold on to the 20th day. Chao Xing's eyes showed worry. But after a moment, he smiled with relief. Forget it. Who cares? Anyway, I have earned enough in these 11 days. In the remaining period, I will try to earn a few million points. And I should be able to exchange all the remaining 4 dragon hearts. As for the other ancient dragon scales and ancient dragon blood, forget it. The two together are worth 20 million points. Even if you play for 30 days, you may not be able to collect so many points. At the same time, the warriors on the field were very depressed. They were dejected, and there was frustration in their eyes. There was no way. They were basically crushed by the God Servant Corps in the battle today. In several close-range battles, even the formation of the Ascalon warriors, who have always been invincible, was broken. And after being concentrated by fire, dozens of companions were killed in seconds. Although the opponent had more people and stronger strength than them, but these warriors still had a frustrated look on their faces. Seeing this, Chao Xing chuckled and said, "Why are you frowning?" These warriors hesitated to speak. After a moment, Assam said dejectedly, "Lord, we are too weak. We can't even protect your safety. We thought we were strong enough. But now we find that we are so weak." Not only Assam, but also Sarah, Rennies, and even Braun beside him were all hit. Before this, they had been following Chao Xing and were almost invincible. Even if the enemy was stronger than them and had more numbers than them, they were still suppressed by them. But today is different. The combat awareness and unity of this group of God Servant Corps today are not inferior to the Ascalon Warrior Corps. Even the Dragon Speaker did not expect to encounter such a powerful enemy this time, although she has now truly achieved invincibility under the legend. But that is for a one-on-one situation. Facing the 1 million God Servant Corps with extremely close cooperation and powerful combat power. Even as strong as she is, she can't fight against millions of soldiers alone. Chao Xing smiled and shook his head. Don't be discouraged. We are still in the growth stage and have not really reached the invincible realm. So, in this process, we will always encounter beings stronger than us. And what we have to do is to constantly improve ourselves. First to keep pace, and then to surpass them. One failure is nothing. Only by taking courage and cheering up after defeats can we become an invincible army. I believe that in the near future, no one can defeat you. Listening to Chao Xing encouraging words, all the soldiers' eyes burned with surging flames. All the soldiers straightened up at the same time, clenched their right fists, and hammered their chests heavily. Then everyone responded loudly. Swear to the gods/ancestors. We will work harder to become stronger. In the future, we will never let the safety of the Lord be threatened. With our lives, we will defend the honor of the Lord to the death. The voices of thousands of people were deafening. Everyone can hear the determination in their voices. Xiaoxing nodded. Very good. Then now, go build the camp. Then recover your strength and prepare for tomorrow's battle. As you command? Lord. All the warriors took action. There was a firm light in their eyes. At the same time, they swore in their hearts. One day, they will rely on their own strength to fight against the 1 million god servant corps. Soon, tents were set up on the crystal land, and the warriors entered one after another. All the mages took the time to enter the meditation state and began to absorb the magic crystal stone given to them by Xiaoxing. Sarah held the assassination manual in her hand and practiced the assassination skills on it over and over again. Alan, the Wind Mage, was also reading the Grand Mage Manual of Gennady, hoping to learn the advanced magic on it as soon as possible. This failure did not make them lose heart. On the contrary, it made everyone more eager to become stronger. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Your speech has reinvigorated the morale of the soldiers. You have activated a new life skill. Elementary command technique. Xiaoxing was stunned. Huh? It's a life skill? You know, since entering this world, Xiaoxing has never seen any survivor with life skills. He has never encountered any related skill books. This time, he actually activated one. Interesting. It seems that we survivors have gradually become similar to these natives without knowing it. And according to the current pace of development, everyone will gradually integrate into this world. We will become more and more adapted to the lifestyle and values here. This seems to be what the Lord system has been silently promoting. Let the people of the two worlds merge with each other, erasing the differences between the two sides bit by bit, and then contacting and adapting to each other, until one day, the two sides are completely assimilated. As for what will happen at that time, Xiaoxing does not know. Shaking his head, he sighed. Forget it. These are not what I need to consider now. Let's take a look at the attributes of this skill first. Primary command, 0 out of 100. Proficiency can be improved in each command operation. Skill introduction. In the process of continuous conquest and leadership, you have gradually mastered the way of command, and the people under your command have become more loyal and firm. Skill effect. All friendly units increase their attack power by 1%, and morale by 1%. Huh? This skill is very strong. Xiaoxing's eyes suddenly showed surprise. Although it is only a 1% increase in attack, it is a noble percentage, and it can also be applied to everyone. And the most important thing is that this skill can also be upgraded. Now the primary level has increased by 1%. If the intermediate, advanced, and even expert levels are later, the attack power will definitely be increased more. Xiaoxing glanced at the 3 expert emblems in his backpack. Can this thing be used to improve my proficiency and then upgrade directly? Xiaoxing decided to give it a try. At this time, a system prompt appeared. Failed to use. Note, expert emblem can only be used for advanced life skills. Before that, please lay a good foundation. Seeing this prompt, Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted immediately. Is that so? Can it only be used at advanced levels? He remembered that the effect on this emblem seemed to be introduced in this way. He was relieved all of a sudden. It seems that it is impossible to reach the sky in one step. Before that, I can only improve my proficiency slowly. But no matter what, this basic control technique is still very good. With a satisfied look, Xiaoxing also got into his tent. Then he embraced Lu Muxue and fell asleep together. However, something strange happened tonight. At about 3 or 4 o'clock in the second half of the night, all the soldiers had almost fallen asleep. And in his sleep, Xiaoxing heard a strange sound in his ear. Woo, woo. This sound sounded like it came from the sky above his head, and it seemed to echo directly in his mind, like the wail of some creature, or like the suppressed low hum in the endless darkness. Xiaoxing opened his eyes instantly, and then straightened his upper body from the bed. Lu Muxue was also awakened by his reaction at this time, with a puzzled look in her eyes. What's wrong? Ah Xing? Xiaoxing looked at her and asked, Muxue, did you hear any sound? Lu Muxue thought for a moment, then shook her head gently. No. Did you hear anything? Ah Xing? Xiaoxing shook his head and said nothing. Then he pressed the communication device beside his ear and asked Tong Chu Chu, Healy, and Elisa and others. As a result, their reactions were exactly the same. No sound was heard. This also made Xiaoxing feel more confused. Strange. Am I the only one who can hear the sound? This should not be an illusion. But I really heard this sound. At his level, basically no one would doubt his judgment. Hear it and hear it. However, the sound only appeared once. Chaoxing waited patiently for a while, but still did not hear the sound again. Full of doubts, he could only fall asleep again after thinking fruitlessly. One night passed quickly. The next day, when the system prompt of the 12th day of the Oracle War sounded, all the warriors had already packed up their tents, and Chaoxing put them all into his backpack. They stood together in an orderly manner, looking at their lord with firm eyes. Chaoxing said, then, today, just like yesterday, we will still focus on delaying. Everyone only attacks the people from the 4 major camps. When you see the God Servant Corps, give up all actions and quickly return to the Crystal Center. Then I will take you away. Everyone nodded solemnly, although it sounds a bit aggrieved. This is the best way. Soon, they took action, just as Chaoxing ordered. Today, Chaoxing still led the warriors to avoid the pursuit of the God Servant Corps, then look for opportunities to deal with a smaller number of survivors. But obviously, under this rhythm, the efficiency of obtaining points is very slow. After a whole day, only more than 100,000 points were obtained. Not even as many points as the previous 10 days. And when the settlement was made in the evening, nearly 5,000 crystals were destroyed. The chat channels of the 4 major camps were filled with a lot of ridicule. But obviously, these voices were irrelevant to Chaoxing. Scanning today's battle information. Because of your good command, you won a small-scale victory, and the proficiency of primary command has increased by 3 points. Because of your good command, you won a victory in a medium-sized battle, and the proficiency of primary command has increased by 12 points. Because of you, looked at the proficiency on the skill. Primary command, 97/200, not bad. 1 day of fighting has gained almost 100 proficiency. It seems that I can reach the intermediate level in 2 days. This is quite simple. Chaoxing thought happily. Then he went back to his tent to rest. However, soon after Chaoxing fell asleep, he heard that strange sound again. And this time, the sound was stronger than yesterday. It seemed to be very painful and uneasy. Woo, woo. The dull low sound kept echoing in his mind. Chaoxing woke up from his sleep again, his face full of confusion. Strange, what does this sound mean? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out, so he had to give up temporarily. Then came the 13th day, and the 14th day. Chaoxing still maintained the current rhythm. During the day, he earned points by taking the survivors of the 4 major camps, and ran away when he saw the God Servant Corps. At night, he counted the points he gained. After 4 days, including the daily settlement rewards, he got another 3.1 million points. It was enough to exchange for a dragon heart. However, Chaoxing was not in the mood to exchange for rewards, because the night was getting darker and louder. It was as if the pain in it had accumulated to the limit. It even made Chaoxing feel a deep oppression and uneasiness, which made him unable to sleep all night. That night, Chaoxing still tried to fall asleep. In the second half of the night, he suddenly woke up, because Chaoxing heard a voice that was completely different from before. Torture made me blind. It deceived me. It polluted my feelings. It made me believe, only by destroying everything can my pain be calmed. This voice sounded from the depths of his mind, like a neutral voice, revealing vicissitudes, pain, and depression. Fuck! Chaoxing exclaimed, and then suddenly widened his eyes. At this moment, he was very sure that he heard some creature talking in his mind. However, Lu Muxia looked at him with a worried face, because Chaoxing often had this reaction in the past few nights. Axing. The beauty beside the pillow revealed worry in her tone. Chaoxing also knew that his reaction scared her, so he chuckled. It's okay, Muxia. I go out and see what's going on. Well, Lu Muxia responded softly. Chaoxing put on his equipment and quickly walked out of the tent. After searching the vast crystal land for a long time, he still couldn't find the source of the sound. This made him even more confused. Damn it. Can I see a ghost in this oracle battle? After searching for a while without any results, Chaoxing touched his head and returned to the tent helplessly. Late at night on the 15th day, Chaoxing tried to fall asleep again. Not long after he fell asleep, the voice sounded again. Eat it. Eaten by him. The mark. In the heart. It is difficult to repair. Pain. So painful. This time, Chaoxing opened his eyes calmly. He was not surprised like the previous few nights, but asked calmly, "Who are you?" He tried to communicate with the voice. After waiting for a while, the neutral, low voice sounded again. "No time. Kralkatorter can't die. Stop it." Chao Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. Although his face was still calm, his heart was already in turmoil. This was the first time he had a conversation with this strange voice. The other party's words revealed extremely terrifying information. Kralkatorter cannot die. Does this mean that the ancient dragon is going to die? Isn't it said that all true god-level creatures are immortal? Chao Xing continued to ask with a puzzled look, "Who should I stop?" After several minutes, intermittent voices came. "Can't. Let Kralkatorter die. The power of the ancient dragon dissipates. Will destroy the balance of the world. And the future. Will have no power to restrain them." Hearing the last sentence, Chao Xing was struck by lightning again. He seemed to have heard something incredible. Balance. What is the balance? This is obvious. Before this, Chao Xing had already had some guesses in his mind. There are 6 true gods in the world. And there are also 6 ancient dragons. Why are there just the corresponding numbers? And now, he seems to understand. Balance. Chao Xing didn't know what the balance was. Is it the order of this world? Or the rules? Or some kind of power? Then the 6 true gods are going to kill Kralkatorter completely now. When Chao Xing thought of this possibility, he felt a chill rising from his back. After all, it was a fight between true gods. It seemed that he had accidentally been involved in a terrible storm. Of course, all this was just Chao Xing's guess. And as for the reason behind it, it was unknown. Taking a deep breath, Chao Xing tried to calm his emotions. Then he asked calmly, "What should I do?" This time, the voice did not delay for long and soon appeared in his mind. "Protect more dragon crystals. Hold on until the day when Kralkatorter wakes up completely. Must not let the main crystal be destroyed." Chao Xing frowned slightly. How long will it take for Kralkatorter to wake up completely? 15 days. Hearing this time node, Chao Xing once again confirmed his guess. Because 15 days later, it was exactly the day when the Oracle War ended. That is to say, if the last 4 camps win and destroy all the crystals, then Kralkatorter will face death. At the same time, he also understood again why there was a 5th camp. It was to prevent the survivors from destroying the crystals. Although he understood this, Chao Xing felt a little powerless. He sighed in his heart, "You see? I can't do it. The number of enemies is too large. And they also have a powerful army of divine servants. In about 5 days, all dragon crystals will be destroyed. By then, even if I try my best, I can't stop them from destroying the main crystal." This weak voice replied intermittently, "I know. Your power is not enough. So, I will give you special authority. You will be able to control the branded monsters of the entire crystal land, and they will help you defeat the enemy. At the same time, you will have partial control over the crystal land." At the same time, a dark purple beam of light fell from the sky above his head and shone directly on Chao Xing. All the branded monsters in the entire crystal land seemed to have sensed something. They simultaneously turned their eyes to the area where Chao Xing was, and the purple light column that penetrated the sky and the earth. A system prompt appeared. "For unknown reasons, you have obtained the crystal authority, and you have gained control of this plane. Crystal authority on the crystal land. All branded monsters will obey your command, and can use the power of the dragon crystal to teleport without restriction. At the same time, you will be able to control part of the power of the crystal land, including but not limited to changing the terrain," etc. Chapter 442 Crystal Authority. Domination of the Plains. Seeing the prompt, Chao Xing's eyes were filled with shock. Wow! This crystal authority is so fucking terrifying. Not only can it command all the branded monsters, but it can also teleport without restrictions. You know, before this, although Chao Xing could also command the branded monsters, he could only control them after getting close to the range of the dragon crystals. And now, he doesn't even need to get close to these dragon crystals. With just a thought, all the branded monsters in the entire crystal land must obey his command. What is the concept? So far, half a month has passed since the Oracle War began. There are only 28,000 dragon crystals left out of the 100,000 dragon crystals, calculated based on 100,000 branded monsters near each crystal. In other words, there are nearly 3 billion branded monsters for Chao Xing to command. There are also a large number of commanders and masters among them. I will become the biggest lord of the entire crystal land. Hiss. Chao Xing took a deep breath. Then he exclaimed, "This is too powerful. With so many branded monsters listening to my command, I must kill them all, whether they are gods or Buddhas. As for the function behind this crystal authority, changing the terrain, it needs further research." The voice continued to sound and interrupted Chao Xing's thoughts. "The Chosen One, please save Kralkatorrik. Let the world continue to maintain balance." "Definitely." After the words fell, the voice completely dissipated. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if he had a strange dream. In the dream, he seemed to see a giant dragon. The dragon was dark blue all over, and its scales flashed a mysterious luster in the illusory light. It was this dragon that was talking to him. But what is certain is that the other party is definitely not the ancient dragon Kralkatorrik, because Chao Xing did not sense any crystal power on it. He shook his head, and no longer cared about the identity of this dragon. At this moment, Chao Xing had a smile on his face, because he could clearly sense that the entire crystal land was under his control. Even as long as he closed his eyes, he could sense the location of all crystal strongholds, and the main crystal in the center of the crystal continent. Sure enough, now I can control the branded monsters of the entire plane. In this way, I have enough power to fight against the god servant core. But he did not swell up, but thought seriously. Although I can control all the branded monsters now, this dragon told me that the main crystal must last until the last day, with the power of the 4 major camps. Even if I control all the branded monsters to hinder their progress, it will not delay for more than 1 or 2 days. I have to think of other ways. Chao Xing fell into deep thought. After a moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. A dangerous and bold idea came out uncontrollably. Oh my god, this is a bit crazy. But if it succeeds, then this will be the key turning point for me to hold on to the last day. After some quick thinking, at the same time, he quickly added the ideas of this plan and some details in his mind. After a moment, Chao Xing had made up his mind. Just do it. Although it is risky, if it succeeds, the benefits are also quite terrifying. Thinking of this, Chao Xing suddenly lost all sleepiness. He quickly pressed the communication device on his ear. Then he said in a serious tone, "All soldiers, don't sleep." Hearing Chao Xing's voice, everyone woke up from their sleep and came out of the tent one after another. With a puzzled look, he looked at his lord. Chao Xing continued, "Now, get ready for battle. Next, I will issue you a dangerous task." Chao Xing quickly repeated what he was going to do next. After hearing this, the warrior's breathing suddenly stagnated. Even Assam's resolute face showed shock. He asked with an uncertain tone, "Lord, are you telling the truth?" Chao Xing nodded. "Of course. Are you sure about this?" Assam immediately said excitedly, "We will follow you to the death," including other warriors. They all responded. Chao Xing nodded. "Very good. Then start to divide the troops now. We will divide into 4 teams. Go to the area I specify, and then wait for my order. Bing on." Hearing Chao Xing calling her, the woman glanced at him. "You have 1 team each. Is there any problem?" At this moment, the dragon speaker also understood what Chao Xing meant. A hint of fighting spirit flashed across her face, and she nodded gently. "No problem." Chao Xing nodded. "Then Assam will lead all the Ascalon warriors to the 2nd position. Mu Shui, you lead all the Silver Hand Knights, Wind Mages, and half of the Nightmare Archers to the 3rd position. The remaining Centaurs, Earth Mages, Boar Warriors, and Dragon Blood Fighters all follow Commander Burgi to the 4th position." Everyone took the order. "Yes, Lord." Soon, the more than 1,000 fighters were divided into teams. Then, the 4 teams moved in the dark purple fog in the middle of the night. And Chao Xing also shook his wings and went to the main crystal area of the crystal land. His consciousness is now connected with the entire crystal land. As long as he closes his eyes, he can clearly feel the existence of those dragon crystals and branded monsters, and can control the battle situation of the entire crystal land. Therefore, he can stay near the main crystal, with the protection of a large number of branded monsters, and control the overall situation from behind. While moving, Chao Xing sensed this vast plain, and at this moment, he suddenly felt that the crystal land in his consciousness had 4 vast auras, located in the southeast, northwest and northeast. That was the main city of the 4 major camps. These main cities seemed to contain some unpredictable divine power. And even Chaoxing consciousness did not dare to approach easily. It seemed that as long as he touched it, it would trigger some kind of sacred consciousness counterattack. Good guy. Even if I have the control of the crystal land, I still can't cover the 4 main cities? Chaoxing's eyes flashed with thought. And he seemed to understand something. Soon, he flew to the center of the crystal land, next to the huge main crystal that was 1,000 meters high. Before the other dragon crystals were destroyed, the main crystal was invincible. But even so, there were still a large number of branded monsters protecting the main crystal. So, surrounded by these branded monsters, Chaoxing began his own action. As Chaoxing's mind moved, the entire crystal land, all the crystals lit up, and the branded monsters in it also sensed something. Boom! A large number of branded monsters began to move and gathered towards a certain place. Hualala! Thousands of commander-level monsters, Shadow of Kralkatorrik, and tens of thousands of dominant-level monsters, branded hydra, all acted according to Chaoxing's will. So, in the middle of the night, the crystal land was shaken by the actions of more than 1 billion branded monsters, especially those branded hydras. These behemoths moved with earth-shaking momentum every time. Even the unshakable main city began to tremble slightly. Many survivors were awakened from their sleep and looked outside the city with puzzled eyes. But now, under the magic of the dragon, the entire crystal land was shrouded in a thick dark purple mist. So they didn't know what happened. But no one thought much about it. In the past few days, because of the joining of the God Servant Corps, they have rarely been harassed by Chaoxing. And following these powerful warriors, I gained a lot of points. Everyone was looking forward to the challenge on the 16th day. And then, they led their warriors to kill all around. The next day, the system prompt appeared. Survivors of the 4 major camps. Please note that the challenge on the 16th day of the Oracle War is about to begin. And the number of remaining crystals is 28312. Please destroy the remaining dragon crystals and the main crystal as quickly as possible. In the remaining 15 days, if the main crystal is destroyed 1 day in advance, all survivors of the 4 major camps will receive a 10,000 point reward. 2 days in advance to get an additional 20,000 points. 3 days to get an additional 30,000 points. And so on. Seeing the system prompt, all survivors were stunned for a moment. Then, the chat channels of all the 4 camps exploded instantly. Fuck. If you give 10,000 points 1 day in advance, then 10 days in advance will give 100,000 points. Isn't this too cool? Oh my god. This reward is awesome. Indeed, any 10,000 points is enough for me to change a set of purple suits. Before this, many of them fought for half a month and only got 50,000 or 60,000 points. Now, as long as they can destroy the main crystal in the next 4 or 5 days, they can get at least 100,000 extra points. Even more points than they earned in the previous days of hard work. This is simply pie in the sky. It's really exciting to think about it. At this moment, Chaoxing also saw the system prompt, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Destroying the main crystal in advance will actually give so many extra points as a reward? Even if each of the tens of millions of survivor lords is only given 10,000 or 20,000. It is still a huge number. This is a big deal. This also made Chaoxing realize another meaning. That is, the 4 major camps seemed to be a little anxious. They seemed to be eager to destroy all the crystals before Kralkatorrik woke up. Boom! The gates of the 4 main cities have been opened. Those God-Servant warriors rushed out again with an unstoppable attitude. The million-strong God-Servant army was like a heroic god of war, walking at the front of the team. At the same time, the live broadcast screen was turned on, and the barrage began to swipe the screen again. Woohoo! The 16th day of live broadcast has started. It's time to eat. Brothers, are you here to watch the God-Servant Corps chasing Chaoxing again today? That's right. I've been counting on this fun these days. I hope Chaoxing can hold on a little longer and not be caught up by the God-Servant Corps. Not to mention, in the entire Oracle battlefield, Chaoxing is the fastest runner. I wonder if the system will give him the achievement of a short-distance champion. Haha. Brothers are too mean. In the past few days, the survivors who watched the live broadcast saw Chaoxing being chased and running away. Often, as soon as the God-Servant Corps appeared, he would give up defense directly. That decisive action and sheik back were beyond the reach of others. Although, No one has broken the myth of Chaoxing invincibility. But everyone also knows that in a few days, Chaoxing will be kicked out. Because once the dragon crystals are completely destroyed, he will have no place to teleport. At that time, facing the encirclement and suppression of the lords of the millions of survivors, it can be said that there is only one way to go. There are already many people who are looking forward to the arrival of that day. At the same time, the massive army of survivors from the 4 major camps has rushed out of the main city. Among them, the million-strong army of divine servants is still in the front. Tap, tap. They kept a neat and powerful pace and came to the open space outside the main city. And at a very fast marching speed, they rushed out 5 or 6 kilometers directly. And at this moment, the 4 divine servants stopped at the same time, because in front of them, a group of eye-catching figures appeared. That was the dragon speaker standing proudly in the sky, stepping on the giant dragon, and the Ascalon Legion led by Assam. There is also the Silver Knight Legion led by Lu Mushue, and the Dragon Blood Fighter Legion led by Burji. These divine servants seem to have a special hatred mechanism for Chaoxing and his subjects. The first time they see them, they will rush over at the fastest speed, wanting to kill them on the spot. At this moment, it is the same. The moment they saw Assam and the others, all the guards' eyes suddenly turned red, as if they had seen their enemies. Kill! The leading officer said softly. The powerful guards of God, like a wild horse, galloped through the crystal land and rushed towards everyone. In the live broadcast channel, everyone was confused. What's going on? Those people seem to be the combatants under Chaoxing. Why did they split up? I don't know. In the past few days, he put his combatants together, and they were still no match for these guards of God. What is he thinking today? Could it be that Chaoxing is tired of being hunted down, so he decided to fight these guards of God directly today? Really? Then I support Chaoxing and these legions to fight, so that the brothers can see a good show? The live broadcast was full of discussions, including the army of survivors following the guards of God. They all looked at this scene with confusion. Yao Yiming and Ji Xinyu in the crowd had concerns in their eyes. What does Boss Chaoxing want to do? Bai Ji in another main city camp asked with a puzzled look. Chaoxing, do you really want to fight these God Servant Corps head-on? With your little power, you can't be their opponent. At this moment, countless eyes were watching this scene. Everyone was looking forward to the scene of Chaoxing soldiers fighting head-on with these God Servant Corps. In other words, they really wanted to see Chaoxing men being crushed. However, just when the mighty God Servant Corps was about to rush to Binglan, Assam and others, the team they led had no intention of fighting and turned around and ran without hesitation, including the dragon speaker. They also controlled the giant dragon under their feet and ran behind them. The survivors who were watching the live broadcast were stunned. Then they laughed. Ha! They ran away after all. Damn! My expectations were in vain. I thought that Chaoxing was finally going to lose his temper today, but it turned out to be a false alarm? It seems that Chaoxing has secured the title of long-distance running champion. At the same time, the 4 divine servants saw them running away, and disdain appeared on their faces. Blasters! You can't escape. Chase them. Boom! A huge number of God Servant Corps followed behind them, chasing them madly. However, these people under Chaoxing were not vegetarians either, and they moved very fast. On the vast crystal land, they did not stop at all, and ran for more than 10 kilometers with the God Servant Corps. At the same time, the survivors of the 4 major camps did not follow these God Servant Corps to chase Chaoxing team. They had seen it from the experience of the previous few days. The movement speed of these guys completely crushed them, and they could not catch up at all. So, a large number of survivors have rushed to the area where the Dragon Crystal is located. After all, compared to watching the God Servant Corps chasing Chaoxing, it is more important to brush points by yourself. However, just when they arrived near the Dragon Crystal, they found that these crystal strongholds seemed a little different from usual. Everyone stayed in confusion. A survivor lord asked puzzledly, "Have you noticed that there are fewer branded monsters next to these crystals?" Hearing this, the other survivors also realized the problem. Yes, the branded monsters are almost half gone. What's going on? I don't know. Even the crystal dragons and hydras are gone. Weird. Everyone was confused. At this time, another lord said, "Who cares? Fewer branded monsters are good for us, so we can destroy the dragon crystals faster." Maybe it only takes 2 or 3 days to destroy all the crystals. And then we can get an extra 100,000 points. So cool. Hearing this, everyone's faces also showed excitement at the same time. That's right. The fewer branded monsters, the better for us. Brothers, come on. Then, everyone rushed over frantically. Boom. The survivors' army soon engaged in battle with the branded monster army. Since the number of branded monsters they faced was more than 60% less than usual, and there was not even a leader monster among them, the pressure was greatly reduced. The speed of the branded monster army was greatly accelerated. According to this speed, the 30,000 or 40,000 branded monsters near a stronghold could only last less than 30 minutes before they were all wiped out. In the 4 main cities, more and more survivors heard the news and rushed out of the main city at the fastest speed, and then led the army to the location of the dragon crystal. They were afraid of being a step behind and missing this good opportunity to earn points. As for where those branded monsters went, no one knew. Of course, not many people would think about this question, because the battles in the previous 10 days had already formed an inertial thinking for them. That is, these branded monsters are all without wisdom, although there is an alien among them who can control these branded monsters. Through the understanding and experience summary of Chaoxing these days, they also understood one thing. That is, Chaoxing can only control the branded monsters of a crystal stronghold. Chapter 443, Destroy the God Servant Core. A crazy decision. They knew that Chaoxing could only control the branded monsters in one crystal stronghold. Once they left the crystal, all the branded monsters would fall into a state of no command. So no one investigated this matter deeply. And at this moment, the 4 God Servant Corps, chasing the 4 waves of combatants under Chaoxing at the same time, have been chasing for nearly 100 kilometers. They gradually came to the depths of the crystal land from the vicinity of the 4 main cities. A faint purple smoke seemed to appear in front of them. Assam and others rushed into the smoke without hesitation, and could only vaguely see their figures. Seeing this scene, the 4 God Servant Corps paused slightly. As a God Servant Corps that has experienced hundreds of battles, they naturally felt something was wrong. However, at this moment, they suddenly saw 3 space cracks appearing above their heads. Hua la la. A large amount of sword energy fell, causing a violent explosion. And under the terrifying attack of the dragon speaker, many God Servant guards were taken away on the spot, turning them into light spots and disappearing. This action also angered the captains of the God Servant Corps. Anger appeared in their eyes. Damn blasphemer. Dare to attack us. Everyone, follow me to charge. This will be their burial place. After the words fell, all the God Servant Corps rushed into the dark purple fog. When millions of combatants marched in the fog, they carried a strong murderous aura. They looked at the fog around them vigilantly. At first, they could vaguely see the surrounding terrain. However, the further they went, the thicker the fog became. Except for a small area in front of them, they could no longer see the figures of Assam and others. Soon, their figures were all submerged and disappeared completely. Even the live broadcast view above their heads could not see what was in the fog. But before this, there were some similar areas on the crystal land. This was the effect caused by the residual magic power of the dragon, and it would not pose any threat to them. So no one cared. It was just a little strange. Why would these legions of Chaoxing run into the fog? And at this moment, the leader of the God Servant Corps seemed to realize that something was wrong. His eyes narrowed slightly. And then he said, "Everyone, follow me to dispel the fog." In an instant, nearly 20 level 70 commanders grasped their swords at the same time. Then, powerful rays of light burst out from their swords. These bright beams of light rushed straight into the sky, like dazzling blades, gradually dispelling the thick fog around. However, when they saw the surrounding scene clearly, all the God Servant guards suddenly stagnated, and their pupils widened. Even the captains of the God Servant Corps first showed astonishment in their eyes, and then strong fear. What is this? Their tone was full of strong disbelief. All the God Servant guards looked around with pale faces. In front of them, behind them, and around them, the overwhelming branded monsters had occupied all sights. In the sky, there were countless branded winged birds, branded bomb monsters, and thousands of flying crystal dragons. They blocked out the sky and the sun, like a terrifying black cloud. On the ground, there was an endless array of branded minotaurs, branded scorpions, and branded cutters. There were also thousands of huge branded hydras, like unshakable mountains. There was only one explanation for the situation in front of them. That was that they had fallen into a trap. They were lured deep into the encirclement of branded monsters by Assam, Lu Mushua and others, including the other 3 God Servant Corps. They were surrounded by a large number of branded monsters. At this moment, not only the 4 million God Servant Corps fell into silence, even the live broadcast room fell into silence. Then, a large number of barrages floated up. Fuck. 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 What the hell did I see? Those branded monsters gathered together and surrounded the God Servant Corps. Oh my god. What's going on? These God Servant Corps seem to be in danger. Others replied, don't you understand? This is obviously the work of Boss Chao Xing. So that's it. The reason why Boss Chao Xing divided his troops was to attract the 4 God Servant Corps and then prepare to catch them all in one fell swoop. Everyone was completely shocked. They didn't expect that these God Servant Corps had been chasing Chao Xing for the past 5 days. At this moment, they ushered in the fiercest counterattack from the opponent. At the same time, some people in the live broadcast room said, brothers, there is something more terrifying. So many branded monsters suddenly began to besiege these corps. In other words, so many branded monsters are controlled by Boss Chao Xing. After reaching this conclusion, everyone felt a chill behind them. After all, this is too horrifying. How many branded monsters are there? More than 1 billion. Such a terrifying force is actually in the hands of a survivor lord. And this also made them realize something. Not only these God Servant Corps, but also the survivor lords on the entire Crystal Land will be in big trouble. At the same time, the 4 million surrounded God Servant guards felt the threat of death for the first time. The number of enemies is too large. It is simply overwhelming. This time, Chao Xing drew 60% of the troops from each crystal stronghold. That is, each stronghold drew 60,000 branded monsters. 28,000 strongholds, adding up to 1.7 billion branded monsters, divided into 4 areas. It is equivalent to more than 400 million branded monsters in each place. In addition, there are thousands of branded hydras, commanders such as the Shadow of Kralkatorek, and dominant creatures. What a terrifying force this is. There is no need to say more. Even in a head-on confrontation, these God Servant Corps would only be crushed. However, now, not only are they not in a head-on confrontation, but they are also surrounded by the enemy. It can be said that if no miracles happen at this time, these God Servant Corps will no longer have any chance of turning the tables. At this moment, Chao Xing, who is controlling the overall situation, has a smile on his face. Very good. The first step of the plan is successful. Next, you just need to control the branded monsters. Destroy these God Servant Corps. And then, you can start the second step of the plan. Although, Chao Xing cannot accurately control every branded monster. The brainpower and computing power required are too terrifying. Even the gods can't do it. But he doesn't need to be so detailed. Just distribute them according to the types of these branded monsters. For example, put the melee troops in the front to charge or protect the ranged units in the rear. Put the assault troops in the middle of the team, ready to attack at any time to disrupt the opponent's formation. Simple instructions for the ranged troops to attack at the same time. The effect caused is far more than 1+1+1. At the same time, these God Servant Corps fell into a dead silence. Because in this situation, they no longer had any hope of turning the tables. At this moment, a captain of the God Servant Corps took a deep breath. He held the battle blade tightly in his hand and shouted, "The power of the goddess will protect us. All warriors, take courage." The firm and loud voice inspired the hearts of every God Servant warrior. They held their weapons tightly, and their fighting spirit was rekindled in their eyes. For the honor of the goddess, follow me to charge. After the words fell, all the God Servant Corps began a fearless attack. They aimed at a weakly defended point in the encirclement and wanted to kill their way out. However, Chao Xing could clearly sense their movements at this moment. At this moment, he gave a direct order. All crystal dragons, use your ultimate skills, and blast them to death. At the moment of will transmission, all crystal dragons simultaneously activated the commander-level skill Doomsday Meteor. Roar! The roars of thousands of crystal dragons sounded at the same time, almost shattering the sky and shattering people's eardrums. Since Chao Xing mobilized all the commanders and masters near 28,000 crystals this time, it is equivalent to the location of each God Servant Corps, where there are 7,000 crystal dragons. when 7,000 Doomsday meteors are released at the same time, directly covering the millions of God's servant core in front. It is a very terrifying scene. It seems that the sky has collapsed, and the sky above has become dark. Countless meteors fell with the might of destroying the world. This is a real Doomsday scene. Even those God's servant core dare not resist this terrifying attack. Among them, the God's servant core leader at the front shouted, "Keep the formation. The goddess will bless us. Keep charging." All the soldiers shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" as if such shouts could give them courage. However, in the face of absolute power, courage alone is useless. Boom! Boom! Meteors exploded around them, knocking down a large number of divine guards. But at the moment of life and death, these guards also burst out with unprecedented strength. At this moment, under the desperate charge, they were about to break through the defense line. However, at this moment, Chaoxing's mind moved. All the branded hydras raised their heads at the same time. Hiss! Hiss after a series of terrifying hisses. All the hydras slammed their huge heads into the ground. Boom! Boom! Dense cracks appeared on the crystal ground. The attack of 7,000 hydras completely covered the ground for more than 10 kilometers ahead. The ground was shaking wildly, and countless crystal fragments burst out from it. It was their commander-level skill Earth resonance. All the God Servant Corps seemed to be stunned by this terrifying attack, and they were dizzy. At this moment, Chaoxing directly seized the opportunity. All long-range units, bomb! At the moment, the order was issued. A large number of branded monsters swept through with overwhelming attacks. Countless branded shells poured down like a rainstorm, covering all sights. Countless branded flying blades shot everywhere like sharp fragments. The targets of these attacks were all the god guards. It was as if the giant nuclear bomb under the sea exploded in an instant. The energy of the simultaneous explosion in that area was too terrifying, and a purple light ball was directly formed. Then, this purple energy light ball seemed to have accumulated to a certain limit. It exploded in an instant. Boom! For consecutive explosions that resounded through the sky came. The whole world was shaking violently. While feeling this strong vibration, all the survivors seemed to realize something. They looked up in horror and looked at the area where the explosion occurred. From a distance of hundreds of kilometers, you can see the 4 dark purple energy light balls that rushed into the sky. It can be seen how terrifying this wave of explosions just now was. After all, it was a joint attack from hundreds of millions of branded monsters. Not to mention these god guards. Even if legendary creatures come, they have to lie down honestly. And this is the power that Chaoxing gained after controlling the power of the crystal. In this crystal land, he is the absolute master. The violent vibration lasted for more than 10 seconds. The survivors who were watching the live broadcast held their breath the moment the explosion occurred. Even the bullet screen was much thinner. That wave of concentrated fire was too terrifying. When the vibration subsided and the smoke dissipated, everyone immediately checked the location of the God Servant Corps. And when they saw that the originally mighty God Servant Corps had been blown to pieces, a large number of corpses had appeared on the ground. Most of them dead or wounded. Their corpses soon turned into white light and disappeared on the spot. The live broadcast room fell into a state of silence. No one expected it. The God Servant Corps, which was still showing its might 5 days ago, was actually directly blown into a half-wasted state by this wave of concentrated fire. It was beyond imagination. At this moment, Chaoxing's mouth curled up a smile again. Damn it! I told you to hunt me down. Now it's my turn to fight back. Ha ha ha. Chaoxing laughed wantonly, and his laughter almost passed through the main crystal. No wonder he was so happy. But in the past few days, Chaoxing had been feeling frustrated because he had been chased by these guys. Now, a wave of bombing directly knocked down the 4 legions. At this moment, he only felt that his thoughts were clear and his whole body was comfortable. It was more comfortable than upgrading 4 or 5 levels in a row. However, the surprise was not over yet. The next moment, 4 consecutive system prompts appeared. In this battle, you controlled the branded monsters to kill 506,233 people of the Dwayna God Servant Legion, made outstanding contributions to the Dragon Camp, and obtained 506,233 extra points. In this battle, you controlled the branded monsters to kill 472,563 people of the Khmer God Servant Legion, made outstanding contributions to the Dragon Camp, and obtained 472,563 extra points. This battle, the 4 consecutive system prompts made Xiaoxing fall into a daze instantly. Huh? Controlling the branded monsters to kill these guys will also get points? You know, the branded monsters in front, whether they killed the survivors or their subordinates, did not have any rewards. But this time, points were actually given. In this wave of concentrated fire, Xiaoxing killed half of the creatures of the 4 legions. That is to say, if he kills them all, he can directly get 4 million points. Haha. It's great. As long as all 4 million God Servant legions are killed, it can be regarded as making up for my losses in the past few days. Then now, all of you die? After saying that, Xiaoxing closed his eyes again and started the second wave of attack. At the same time, on the battlefields everywhere, those God Servant legions looked at the corpses of their companions around them. The light of faith in their eyes was no longer as firm as before. Even the remaining God Servant guards were seriously injured. However, there were still several captains of the God Servant guards who maintained a firm look. They took a deep breath, dragged their charred bodies, and said loudly, "In the name of the goddess, bring down sanctions on these evil guys. Warriors, continue to charge with me." The firm voice echoed on the battlefield, like an exciting war drum, inspiring everyone. All the warriors raised their weapons, and a firm look appeared in their eyes again. There was no fear of death, because they were summoned creatures. Death was not the end for them. However, in the face of absolute power, fearlessness of death was useless. Xiaoxing continued to control the endless branded monsters and concentrated fire on them. Buzz! The sky and the earth shook at the same time. A large number of branded shells, crystal shells fired by the hydra, and crystal breaths emitted by the crystal dragon all concentrated fire downwards. Under this overwhelming attack, the charge of the God Servant Corps seemed to be just the last desperate struggle of trapped beasts. Boom! The violent explosion sounded again. The entire crystal earth began to tremble wildly. And this time, when the energy fluctuations dissipated, everyone looked at the battlefield below. Of the remaining hundreds of thousands of God Servant Corps, only 1 in 10 survived. Only the last tens of thousands of people were still lingering. But they still raised their weapons and prepared to charge again. However, with Xiaoxing's third wave of concentrated fire in these 4 battlefields, except for those branded monsters, no one could be seen standing. This also meant that the 4 million God Servant Corps had been completely wiped out. In the live broadcast room, everyone fell into complete silence. The power that Xiaoxing had exploded had already shocked more than 1 billion people. At the same time, the light emitted by the goddess statues in the 4 main cities seemed to have dimmed a lot. A system prompt appeared. Survivors of the 4 major camps. Please note that due to the attack of the 5th camp, all God Servant Corps have been killed, and all attributes of the survivors of the 4 major camps have been reduced by 10%. Hearing this prompt, the survivors who were attacking the dragon crystal were stunned for a moment. Then all kinds of shock, fear, and confusion appeared in their eyes. Fuck! What's going on? Damn! The God Servant Corps was destroyed so easily. My god! It's bad. These God Servant Corps were destroyed. And they even gave us attribute penalties. At this moment, Xiaoxing also noticed the system prompt. The corners of his mouth had once again raised an arc. Very good. The biggest threat has finally been eliminated by me. Next is the second step of the plan. And this is also the most critical step. Whether we can successfully hold on to the last day depends on this time. Xiaoxing instantly pressed the communication device on his ear and gave an order. Mu Shui, Assam, Bing Lan, Bo Jie. Now, I need you to lead all the branded monster legions to the direction of the 4 main cities. We will directly overthrow the main city. Chapter 444 Attack the 4 main cities. After hearing Xiaoxing's last words, Assam and others were shocked. They had only heard that Xiaoxing was going to attack the 4 God Servant Corps, but they didn't expect that he would be so radical. Just after wiping out the 4 million God Servant Corps, he was actually going to take the initiative to attack the 4 main cities. This is really crazy. However, Xiaoxing knew that this was his chance. Even if he killed the God Servant Corps, he still couldn't stop these survivors from destroying the crystal. At the current speed, they would definitely not last until the last day. So, we have to take risks. If you destroy my crystal, I will overthrow your main city, and no one will have a good life. Now, Let's see who moves faster. Although the 4 people who heard the order were shocked, they still executed it without hesitation. Then they began to lead the army behind them and rushed towards 4 different directions: southeast, northwest, and northeast. Boom! More than 1 billion branded monsters were also divided into 4 waves, rushing forward in a mighty manner. Even in the bird's eye view that was reduced by 100,000 times, the figures of these branded monsters marching could be seen. The earth trembled slightly because of their movement. The survivors who were watching the live broadcast were puzzled again. Where are these branded monsters going? Where else can they go? Of course they are going back to guard the crystals. Yes, I see that there are not many monsters defending the major crystals during this period, and many have been destroyed. If this continues, it is estimated that tens of thousands of crystals will be destroyed today. Everyone followed the direction of these branded monsters and changed their perspectives. However, they found that the direction in which these monsters were moving was not near the dragon crystal at all. Instead, they were heading in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast. At this moment, all the survivors seemed to realize something. The barrage in the live broadcast room gradually subsided. Many people couldn't help but have a dangerous idea in their minds, and a chill rose from behind them. When a large number of branded monsters arrived near the 4 main cities at the fastest speed, they finally confirmed their guess. At this moment, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room erupted instantly. Fuck! These monsters are going to attack the 4 main cities. Crazy! Crazy! Boss Chao Xing is completely crazy. This is to offend the survivors of the 4 major camps to death. Yes, if Chao Xing succeeds in this operation, it can be said that the 4 major camps have been offended to death. Although it is not known what will happen after the main city is destroyed. But there is no doubt that the consequences must be very serious. It is even possible that all the survivors of the 4 major camps will be kicked out of the Oracle battlefield. As soon as this news came out, it spread like a hurricane. All the survivors got the news that Chao Xing had led the army to attack their main city. The eyes of the crowd were confused again. What the hell? Did I hear it right? Chao Xing led his troops to attack the main city? The main city can still be taken down by the branded monster? I must be crazy. Everyone felt unbelievable. This was really beyond their imagination. However, the mighty branded monsters below were about to approach the huge city wall that was hundreds of meters high. At this time, someone else asked, "Brothers, what will happen if the main city is destroyed?" "I don't know. By the way, what should we do now? Should we continue to flatten these crystals, or go back to defend the city?" Everyone was confused, and no one could make up their minds for a while. No one would have thought that such a thing would happen in the Oracle War. "Not brothers? Aren't you all happily brushing? Why did you go directly to steal our hometown?" In the blank eyes of everyone, a large number of branded monsters have arrived at the gates of the 4 main cities. There are still some survivors left inside. After seeing the large number of branded monsters, they suddenly showed fear in their eyes. Fuck! Those branded monsters are coming. Brothers, run! In an instant, the survivors inside began to flee frantically, and they were directly in a mess. At this moment, Chao Xing gave the order almost without hesitation. Attack! Raze these 4 main cities to the ground. The moment the order was given, a large number of branded monsters rushed into the main city through the wide city gate like waves. Boom! The ground was shaking wildly. In an instant, countless branded minotaurs and brand cutters had occupied the wide streets. And as soon as they entered, they began to show their destructive power. Moo! Moo! A series of bull calls sounded. A large number of minotaurs rushed crazily, causing various huge buildings to vibrate continuously. After the durability returned to 0, it collapsed on the spot. Moreover, the survivors encountered along the way were almost knocked away by a large number of branded monsters at the moment of contact, and then trampled to death. And there is an even more terrifying thing. That is, after they were trampled to death, they resurrected again, still near the main city. In other words, they will be killed a second time soon. And once the number of resurrections is used up, they will be kicked out of the Oracle War. At this moment, the survivors of the 4 main cities all showed fear in their eyes at the same time. They almost shouted loudly in the chat channel. Fuck! Come back the fucking way. This is our resurrection point. If we are hit by these branded monsters, as long as they guard the main city, we are all fucking finished. The 4 major camps fell into a brief silence. and then realized this at the same time. Fuck. It seems that the main city is our resurrection point. Without the resurrection point, how can we play? Fuck. Don't hit the crystal. Go back to defense. Go back to defense. At this moment, it was too late for them to react. In the sky, countless branded bombers and branded winged birds have climbed over the hundreds of meters high city wall and entered the city to destroy crazily. The huge body of the hydra rushed on the street. Buildings were directly destroyed, and a large number of survivors were killed on the spot and then left the oracle battle. These survivors who were cleared out had a strong unwillingness in their eyes. With a change of consciousness, they have returned to their territory. Chao Xing. Damn it! Chao Xing. You are really not a human. At this moment, Chao Xing did not know how many survivors he had cleared out of the oracle battlefield, because he had been prompted by the system to refresh the screen crazily. You controlled the branded monster and destroyed an ordinary residential house in the main city of Dwayna, making a slight contribution to the dragon camp. Points plus 10. You controlled the branded monster and destroyed an ordinary training center in the main city of Milando, making a weak contribution to the dragon camp. Points plus 30. You controlled the branded monster. Ha ha ha. Fuck. Destroying these buildings in the main city actually gives points. Isn't that too fucking cool? Chao Xing's eyes showed surprise. He had already earned 4 million points by killing 4 million god servants before. If he could still get points by destroying the main city now, calculated in this way, his points today would be beyond imagination. Chao Xing's breathing became rapid. For a while, he controlled the branded monster to destroy more vigorously. In just a few minutes, a large number of buildings in the 4 main cities were destroyed. System prompts appear. Attention! Survivors of the 4 camps. Attention! Survivors of the 4 camps. The branded monsters have launched a massive attack on the 4 main cities, and the progress of destruction has exceeded 20%. Please return to defense immediately. Please return to defense immediately. If the main city is destroyed, you will not be able to continue to revive. After dying again, you will leave the Oracle War. Seeing this prompt, everyone felt a sense of crisis in their hearts. Fuck. The system prompts have appeared. The main city is gone, but we will be directly cleared out of the Oracle War. Damn it. Return to defense quickly. They never thought that the situation, which was originally good, would suddenly take a sharp turn for the worse in just one morning. For a while, the survivors of the 4 camps were already crazy. If this goes on, once the main city is gone, all of them will end the Oracle War. Don't talk about extra points rewards. Nothing can be gained. Boom! A large number of survivors rushed towards the 4 main cities at the fastest speed, including those in the top 10 and top 100 of the rankings. They have become completely anxious. These people have gained a lot of points in the Oracle battlefield in a short period of time, and their strength has increased rapidly. Now only half of the time has passed, and they are suddenly being cleared out. Everyone finds it hard to accept. At the same time, they hate that man in their hearts, including Angelina, who had contact with Chao Xing once before. Her eyes are also very solemn at this moment. Chao Xing is really an unimaginable man. I thought you would be silent under the pursuit of the God Servant Corps. I didn't expect you to give us such a big surprise. On the other side, Ji Xinhua and Yao Yiming did not panic, but gradually showed a smile at the corners of their mouths. It's really worthy of being the big boss, Chao Xing. Even in such a disadvantageous situation, you can turn defeat into victory. It's amazing. Including the white-haired woman. Bai Ji. She is also sighing at this moment. Incredible man. After today, I guess everyone will remember your name. They couldn't help but remember it. He single-handedly wiped out the 4 great divine servant armies and attacked the 4 main cities. This kind of thing is simply outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. It is estimated that many years later, they will not forget this day. At this moment, Chao Xing did not know what they were discussing about him. He was still controlling a large number of branded monsters, destroying the buildings inside crazily. Those survivors were shouting crazily before they rushed over. Fuck. Chao Xing. Stop demolishing. It's fucking dog. I just went out to brush points. My house was robbed. Chao Xing. Please show mercy. Many people madly tagged Chao Xing in the World Channel, asking him not to continue demolishing the main city. However, he could not stop. After all, destroying these main cities can also earn points, which is a good job. A large number of branded monsters are attacking crazily. Those hydras are constantly destroying. The progress of the destruction of the main city is rising rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it reached 25%, 30%, 40%. A large number of buildings inside have been destroyed. According to the current situation, in the next few hours, this group of branded monsters will be able to raze the main city to the ground. Seeing that the army of branded monsters has arrived in front of the 4 statues in the city, when Chao Xing was about to launch the attack, he suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart. It was as if a vast power in the 4 main cities was about to awaken. This power seemed to be able to destroy all the branded monsters in the main city in an instant. Realizing the danger, Chao Xing quickly ordered, Mu Shui, Bo Jie, Assam, Bing Lan, don't attack that statue. The moment they heard the order, the 4 stopped their actions at the same time, including the attacks of those branded monsters. Then, Chao Xing continued to order, now, lead all the branded monster grenadiers and branded winged birds to the city wall. And then let the branded hydra guard the city gate. Today, block the city gate here and block them outside. Although, it is impossible to flatten the main city in one go. However, Chao Xing can still cause great damage to the survivors. The moment they received the order, the 4 people responded at the same time and began to act. A large number of branded monsters have rushed up the city wall, and the vast army of survivors in the distance has also rushed back. They were just about to approach and rush into the main city to deal with those branded monsters. However, they were faced with a large number of branded winged birds and branded hydras' concentrated fire attacks. Boom! The attacks of these branded monsters fell on the crowd, like bombs exploding. In an instant, a large number of corpses appeared on the open space under the city wall. The survivor lords had not yet reacted, and suddenly found that they had been resurrected in the main city. At this moment, they suddenly realized something. Fuck! These branded monsters don't want to demolish the city. They are defending it. Fuck it. Are they not going to return the main city to us? The survivors of the 4 camps were all in a daze, and a large number of barrages floated across the live broadcast room. Wow! I'm convinced. Ha ha ha! Big brother Chao Xing is too mean. Not only did he steal someone else's house, but he also guarded the fountain. If I were a survivor of the 4 camps, I would probably be mad to death. Compared to the various ridicules of Chao Xing in the live broadcast room in the past few days, now it can be said that there is a lot of admiration. After all, for the survivors outside, they have not joined any camp, and they don't care which side wins. As long as they see who performs well enough, they will naturally attract a lot of attention. At the same time, below the 4 main cities, more and more survivors arrived. Under the constant urging of the system prompts, these people began to attack the main city frantically. However, at this moment, Chao Xing has taken advantage of the terrain. Since ancient times, attacking a city has been more difficult than defending it. What's more, Chao Xing branded monsters are of higher level than the survivors on the field, and they cooperate more closely. It can be said that the initiative is now completely in his hands. Boom! Boom! The various long-range attacks of the branded monsters are almost continuous. It's like tens of millions of machine guns and cannons, bombarding the bottom of the city wall. The area 2 or 3 kilometers below has been completely covered by firepower. No matter what level of survivors, as long as they step into this area, they will be attacked by a large number of attacks. No matter how many means you have to save your life, as long as you are not invincible, you can't withstand this level of concentrated fire. In the blink of an eye, countless survivors have been directly bombarded to death, using up a chance to revive. And what's more terrifying, after they were bombarded to death, they just resurrected in the main city. And then, they were directly trampled to death by a large number of branded monsters. Then they received a system prompt. Your resurrection times have been exhausted, and you will now be teleported back to the main plane. When the biting cold hit, these survivors instantly came to their senses. They realized a terrible fact. That is, they were eliminated. On the 16th day of the Oracle War, they were directly eliminated. For a while, a large number of survivors cursed in the chat channel. At Chao Xing, you bastard. At Chao Xing, damn, you are not a human being. God damn it. I was sleeping in the room, and you cleared me out of the Oracle battlefield. It can be said that those who were cleared out hated Chao Xing in their hearts. At this moment, Chao Xing was busy controlling the branded monsters and killing these survivors. so he had no time to check the chat channel. It's comfortable. I earned a lot of points again. Xiaoxing sighed. But this time, the creatures of the 4 major camps killed by the branded monsters did not give me extra points. I also felt a little regretful. At the same time, after more than 10 minutes of siege, at least 500,000 or 600,000 survivor lords left the Oracle battlefield after the number of resurrections was exhausted. Counting their troops, at least tens of millions of people disappeared. For a while, the battlefield below the 4 main cities gradually calmed down, because these survivors no longer dared to attack. They stood in an area 3 kilometers away from the main city, and everyone had an anxious look on their faces. Damn it. What should we do now? I don't know. These branded monsters have seized the main city and occupied the terrain advantage. Such a high wall. Except for some special creatures with flying ability, it is impossible to jump over it. And we can't climb up. Only through the main city gate. However, when they saw the huge number of branded monsters at the door, everyone's heart became heavier. When they looked up again and saw the overwhelming flying branded monsters above their heads, they felt a little powerless. At the same time, a lord ranked in the top 100 of the scoreboard said, "Brothers, in this situation, we can only use our lives to take down the main city. The number of surviving lords in our 4 main cities and their combatants is more than 10 times that of the monsters in the city. If everyone charges together, we can definitely take it down." After hearing this, another being who was also ranked in the top 100 said, "Brother Varric, what you said does make sense. But if we use our lives to take down the main city, how many people will die? Or, how many people do we have to be cleared out of the Oracle War?" Chapter 445. The situation is reversed, and the army of desperate survivors. As soon as these words came out, the chat channels of the 4 major camps fell silent. Yes, even if they paid a huge price to seize the main city, how many people will die? How many resurrection opportunities will be used up? Who is willing to be the sacrifice? This is the essential difference between Xiaoxing and the 4 major camps. With the power of the crystal, all the branded monsters are absolutely loyal to his orders. Even if Xiaoxing asks them to self-destruct now, they will execute without hesitation. Although there are many survivors, none of them can command the overall situation. It is simply impossible to get so many people to charge together without fear of death. Moreover, Xiaoxing will not give them much time to think. While the survivors are not attacking, continue to control the branded monsters in the city. Destroy the houses, streets, and some special buildings in the main city, and get more points. So far, Xiaoxing has understood a little. That is, as long as you don't attack the statues in the city, you won't provoke the counterattack of the mysterious will. In this way, you can earn points without worry. Boom! As the buildings were destroyed, they collapsed. The survivors of the 4 camps were also being bombarded with various system prompts. The system was frantically urging them to retake the main city as soon as possible. The leaders of the major legions were also very anxious. However, facing the dark figures on the city wall that almost covered the sky, everyone fell silent. They could only watch as the monsters in the city continued to destroy the main city buildings. No one dared to step into the 3-kilometer range of death. In this extremely depressing atmosphere, time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The buildings in the entire city were almost demolished by Xiaoxing. The progress of the destruction of the 4 main cities has exceeded 90%. And today, he killed the 4 major divine servant legions and destroyed these buildings. A total of 7.6324 million points have been obtained. This is such an amazing number. It goes without saying, Xiaoxing was pleasantly surprised at this moment. Haha! It's so cool. Today, I made a lot of money. Originally, he thought that he could get a few million points at most in the next half month. As a result, it seems that he can collect 10 million points to exchange for a scale, or get the drop of blood of the ancient dragon. Thinking of this, his heart is full of infinite expectations. After this series of events, the number of people in the live broadcast room has soared to 1.5 billion. It is even about to exceed the number of people on the first day of the Oracle War. Everyone has heard the news of this incident. The world's top lord of tens of millions of survivors was blocked outside the spring by a man named Xiaoxing. Now even the main city is about to be destroyed. It's really eye-opening. Although, it borrowed the power of the branded monsters in the entire crystal land. But the fact is that, whether he borrowed other means or not, Xiaoxing did it. The live broadcast room was filled with comments, and the survivors felt that today's live broadcast was really wonderful. On the World Forum, various posts about Xiaoxing kept appearing. Unlike the carnival of the survivors watching the live broadcast outside, the survivors of the 4 major camps looked depressed. During this period, they also organized several large-scale attacks, all of which were directly suppressed by Xiaoxing in the most ferocious manner. And those survivors who were resurrected in the city were also directly cleared out. So, no one dared to rush now. Brothers, what should we do now? There are still 6 hours until 12 o'clock in the evening. When the dragon releases the clearing magic, all of us will be wiped out. Yes, even after resurrection, we will continue to appear in the main city. And then, he will directly wipe us out. Damn. This is a big trouble. For a while, everyone was in a dilemma, because this means that after today, it is likely that these millions of people will stay in the Oracle battlefield for the last day. If they had been desperate and concentrated all their strength to attack the main city at the beginning, they would have a high probability of seizing the 4 main cities. Of course, this would cost a lot of casualties. At least half of the people would be asked by Xiaoxing to leave the Oracle War because of their exhausted resurrection times. In addition, each survivor lord is independent, and no one wants to be that half. At this time, another survivor gritted his teeth. Damn it. Xiaoxing transferred most of the monsters near the crystals to defend the city. Now there are very few monsters around the crystals. Why don't we all give up the main city and go back to destroy the crystals? Let's all be done together. However, another person shook his head. It's useless. Xiaoxing had thought of this a long time ago. So he left tens of thousands of branded monsters to guard the crystal stronghold. With 6 hours left, we can't destroy many crystals at all. When the time is up, the dragon magic will come, and all of us will be wiped out. Hearing this, the survivors' hearts once again showed a look of despair. At the same time, the figure of that man appeared in their minds at the same time. This is true, blocking the way out for millions of them. For a moment, everyone felt frustrated, because this means that they, the world's top survivors, actually lost to one person. Although they used the power of the branded monsters, losing is losing. After all, a few days ago, when Xiaoxing was frantically chased by the God Servant Corps, they were also laughing wantonly. Time, in the blink of an eye, came to about 7 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, Xiaoxing continued to control the branded monsters, ready to wait until 12 o'clock in the evening, and then directly clear out these survivors. However, at this moment, Xiaoxing's heart tightened, and a strong sense of palpitations appeared. This palpitation was exactly the same as when he was about to attack the statue before. It was as if some kind of power was about to explode. Damn it! I haven't attacked the statue yet. And the wall behind the main city is still going to attack? At this moment, Xiaoxing hurriedly ordered Mu Shui, Assam, Bo Jie, Lam Yu, take all the branded monsters and come out quickly. The 4 people heard the seriousness in Xiaoxing's tone at the same time. Then they executed it without hesitation. Hualala. A large number of branded monsters rushed out from the main cities. The survivors saw that the branded monsters did not defend the city and rushed towards them in an overwhelming manner. A bit of joy suddenly appeared on his face. Huh? Xiaoxing seemed to have given up defense and led the branded monsters out. Brothers, we have a chance. However, when they saw those branded monsters charging and firing crystal shells at the front, a massive destructive attack suddenly appeared above their heads, and a crisis of death came. Everyone reacted immediately. Fuck. It's coming towards us. Run. Instantly, a large number of survivors ran away. After all, the scene of the massive monsters rushing towards them was too oppressive. Even the most determined strong people would be psychologically frightened when facing the impact of hundreds of millions of branded monsters. However, they found that these branded monsters did not seem to want to kill them, but they wanted to rush out away. Boom! Boom! In the sky, all flying units launched saturation attacks on the bottom, directly killing large groups of survivors in seconds. And everyone immediately raised their weapons to fight back. But at this moment, the ground began to shake wildly. Countless branded minotaurs rushed madly, directly knocking away all obstacles in front of them. They forcibly broke out a path among the sea of survivors. Then, all the branded monsters followed this group of cannon fodder minotaurs and rushed all the way from this road to the distance. Soon, 90% of the branded monsters had evacuated the main city. The survivors watched the branded monsters gradually moving away and gradually stopped attacking. Everyone looked confused. Strange. Why don't these branded monsters defend the city? Is Chaoxing conscience awakened? And at this moment, in the 4 main cities, the 4 statues suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Buzz! A boundless and vast divine power suddenly erupted. It swept past like a wave. It spread directly from the center of the city and instantly enveloped the entire main city. All the branded monsters that remained in the city and did not have time to evacuate, whether they were elites, leaders, or even leaders, were all evaporated on the spot. Although the survivors did not know what happened, they understood a little. That is, the 4 main cities seemed to be saved. Damn! It turns out that the statues in the city have this effect. Ha ha! Great! My hometown is saved. Brothers, go back to the main city and occupy the city wall. If Chaoxing attacks us again, it will be a big trouble. After hearing this, the survivors realized this instantly and rushed into the 4 main cities. Some of the survivors seemed to be ready to do the opposite. Since the main city has been taken down, let's continue to destroy the crystal. However, at this moment, a large number of branded monsters rushed towards them again. Chaoxing directly controlled a large number of branded monsters and killed them again. Boom! Boom! The earth shook wildly. Those survivors who were still staying outside the main city were directly killed by Chaoxing. Everyone's face showed shock at the same time. They shouted in fear. Fuck! He's really back. Fuck! Go back to the main city and defend it. Soon, the survivors rushed into the main city at almost the fastest speed. When Chaoxing wanted to launch a covering fire attack on the main city from a few kilometers away, suddenly, he saw an invisible defense shield rising. Buzz! This defense shield directly covered the entire main city. A large number of artillery shells attacked it, and it only caused a layer of ripples. Even the dragon speaker slashed several times in a row, but there was no effect. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing's eyes condensed. Has the power behind the main city taken action again? In this way, the idea of directly destroying the 4 main cities and clearing out all the survivors has failed. Chaoxing felt a little regretful and let the army of branded monsters retreat a distance. At the same time, the other survivors saw the defense shield above their heads and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Turtle, I didn't expect the main city to have such an effect. They actually created an invincible defense shield to protect us. Is this the system's move? Afraid that we would be directly cleared out of the Oracle battle. This activity would not be able to proceed. I guess so. If we all leave, and only Chaoxing is left here, then the 4 major camps will be directly judged as failures. Who cares? In this way, we don't have to worry about Chaoxing leading the branded monsters to attack the main city. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, this sounds like something that Madman would do. If it weren't for this defense shield, he would definitely control a large number of branded monsters to attack and kill all the survivors. With this defense shield, the survivors also felt a little safer. Otherwise, they were really afraid that Chaoxing would control a large number of branded monsters and suddenly focus on them when they were staying well. At the same time, everyone also recovered from the shock of being almost cleared out of the Oracle battlefield. Looking at the devastated main city and the ruins, they suddenly felt angry. This Chaoxing is really a scoundrel. He bombed our main city like this. Don't complain, brother. At least he left us something. Be content. Yeah. At the same time, another survivor said, Brothers, what should we do now? Should we continue to defend the city or go out together to overthrow more dragon crystals? Don't think about it. Don't you see the dark figures outside? It's only a few hours away from midnight. They don't dare to go out to deal with these dragon crystals. Don't you see that there are so many branded monsters waiting for them outside? I'm afraid that if these survivors dare to go out, they will be bombarded by Chaoxing massive branded monsters without hesitation. So everyone waited silently in the main city. Soon, the time came to 00:00. After a dragon roar, the power of the dragon enveloped the entire plain. ZZ. ZZ. The crystal land was gradually activated. The dark purple mist rose up, covering the hundreds of millions of branded monsters of Chaoxing. The 16th day of battle is over. At this moment, Chaoxing heard a system prompt. Survivor Chaoxing, please note that the 16th day of battle has ended and rewards are being calculated. The number of crystals destroyed today is 1106. And the number of crystals remaining is 27652 * 16 days equals 442432. The main crystal has been saved for 16 days. And the gold points obtained are 16 points. Because of your proper command, you won a large-scale battle. And the proficiency of the primary command technique increased by 784 points. The primary command technique has been upgraded to the intermediate command technique. A series of system prompts made Xiaoxing smile again. Very good. The number has indeed been greatly reduced. Today, only 1,000 dragon crystals were destroyed. Although there was an accident such as the explosion of the main city statue in the middle. But in this way, I only need to carry out the third step of the plan. And I can hold on to the last day. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing felt better. Glancing at the upgraded command technique. Intermediate control. 673/1000. Skill effect, all attack plus 2%. Morale increased by 2% compared to the primary control. The attack power is 1% higher. Although it doesn't seem much. It is a total bonus. It is still very powerful. Very good. It feels like it won't take long before I can upgrade to advanced control. And then use the expert emblem directly to stack this skill to the expert level. The attack power of my warriors can be improved a bit. Xiaoxing was very satisfied. Then, he teleported directly to a crystal stronghold on the periphery. Assam and Lu Muxue have already led a large number of warriors back, including the dragon speaker in the sky. He also controlled the crystal dragon to slowly land. They stood in front of Xiaoxing with excited expressions, like warriors returning from a triumphant victory. Everyone seemed very excited. Lord, the excitement in their hearts was beyond words. After all, today they swept away the depression of the previous few days and wiped out the God-Servant Corps. They also fought their way into the 4 main cities, which can be said to be a revenge for the previous shame. Xiaoxing chuckled and said, "Everyone, how do you feel?" At this moment, the wild boar warriors shouted, "I feel better than ever. Today's battle made us kill people everywhere. Lord is indeed omnipotent." Ha ha! The Ascalon warriors on the other side also said excitedly, "Under the command of Lord, even the Legion of Gods can't stop us. Lord will win," including the Silver Hand Knights and tribal witch doctors. They all looked at Xiaoxing with fanatical expressions. What happened today not only subverted the imagination of survivors all over the world. Even the people under Xiaoxing didn't expect things to develop like this. In an instant, everyone's loyalty increased a lot. Xiaoxing smiled. "Very good. I am also very satisfied with your performance today. Now, go back and rest. Tomorrow morning, I have a new task for you." Hearing the last sentence, all the soldiers' eyes lit up. And at the same time, they couldn't help looking forward to it. "Yes, Lord." After the words fell, they returned to their tents with excitement. Soon, only Xiaoxing and Lu Muxue were left here. Lu Muxue whispered, "Do you need to rest for a while?" Xiaoxing had a faint smile on his lips, shook his head and said, "Not for the time being. Today's harvest is not bad. I want to digest these points and use them to improve my strength." Lu Muxue nodded gently, and then silently accompanied him. Xiaoxing was about to open the point store to redeem rewards. But before that, he glanced at the points ranking list. Ranking of the top 5 camps. First place, Xiaoxing. Cumulative points, 17,445,600. Belonging to the Crystal Dragon Camp. Second place, Angelina Zorn. Cumulative points, 1,513,217. Belonging to the Goddess of Nature Camp. Third place, Wang Tao. Cumulative points, 1,368,238. Belonging to the Goddess of Order Camp. Fourth place, Caleb Fleck. Cumulative points, 1,347,827. Belonging to the Goddess of Wind Camp. Fifth place, Omar. Cumulative points, 132. 6,912. Belonging to the camp, Goddess of Life Camp. Sixth place. Xiaoxing's 17 million points are daunting. This terrifying number is even 10 times more than the second place. Very good. I have gained a huge amount of points by destroying the main city and the God-Servant Corps today. I spent 7 million points before and exchanged for a dragon heart and 50 master level power hearts. Now, the points I can squander are as high as 10.44 million. Xiaoxing felt like he had become rich overnight. With so many points, He could even directly exchange the 10 million dragon scales or dragon blood. After thinking for a while, Xiaoxing decided to exchange all the remaining 4 dragon hearts in the point store. After all, this thing is a real 20% increase, and it has a 100% success rate. It is very helpful for both himself and Lu Muxue. So, Xiaoxing opened the point store. Do you want to consume 8 million points? Exchange for 4 dragon hearts? Yes. As Xiaoxing clicked to confirm, 4 more hearts as bright as rubies appeared in his backpack. Then, he called Lu Muxue and Sarah over and gave each of them one. The 3 of them began to absorb the power contained in this dragon heart, as waves of powerful power were absorbed by them. At this moment, Xiaoxing only felt a burning power filling his body. This power made him feel extremely painful. It was as if he was put directly in boiling water. After a while, Xiaoxing's skin became as red as a cooked prawn, including Lu Muxue and Sarah next to him. They also frowned. A cloud of smoke kept rising from their heads, and they seemed to be suffering from the same intense pain. Oh my god! I almost forgot that the note on the dragon heart said that you will feel extremely intense pain when absorbing it. I thought it was fine when I saw Binglan absorbing it without changing her expression. Xiaoxing complained in his heart while enduring the intense pain. After a while, his face had become distorted. There was almost no place on his body that didn't hurt. Even his brain felt like it was being pricked by needles. In that extreme pain, Xiaoxing felt that his consciousness was a little unclear. Indistinctly, he seemed to see the giant dragon with dark blue scales on its body again. A white space appeared in front of him. There was nothing to see around. Only endless pure white. Above his head, there was a giant dragon floating in the air. It was in a curled-up state at the moment, with its wings closed and its eyes closed. But compared to the last time I saw it, the breath of this giant dragon became weaker. At the same time, it opened its eyes with difficulty and stared at Xiaoxing with its deep pupils. A voice came from my ear. The chosen one. You succeeded. Keep going. When Xiaoxing was about to speak to it, his consciousness suddenly returned. He returned to the crystal land from that pure white special space. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. You have successfully absorbed the heart of the dragon. All attributes plus 20%. At this moment, the 3 of them recovered from that state at the same time. Huh? Xiaoxing exhaled a hot breath. The extreme pain had disappeared, and now he only felt that he was full of power. Chapter 446. The city is blocked. The 4 camps are miserable. After absorbing the heart of the dragon, Xiaoxing only felt that he was full of strength now, including Lu Muxue and Sarah next to him. They were also feeling the changes in their bodies with surprise. Xiaoxing first glanced at the system panel, and after seeing the attributes on it, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Comfortable. Now, even if I take off all my equipment, my attributes are almost equivalent to the boss of the same level. Why is it a boss? Not an elite? Because Xiaoxing has absorbed too many good things along the way, and his 4-dimensional attributes have already exceeded those of ordinary elite monsters. Now he has broken through again, and naturally reached the boss level. Of course, Sarah has the biggest improvement. She is already a dominant creature, which is equivalent to the limit of potential. Now, take another step in this limit. Although she did not become a mutant creature directly like the dragon speaker, she is not far away. At this moment, Sarah exudes a dangerous aura all over her body. Once she breaks through to the hero level, she may not be as good as the dragon speaker in terms of group attack, but in a one-on-one fight, Sarah can be said to be the first person under the true legend, even more terrifying than the dragon speaker. At this moment, the Dark Elf said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord." Xiaoxing smiled. "It's okay. You're welcome. Go back and rest now." Sarah nodded. "Yes." After the words fell, the figure of the woman disappeared on the spot. Xiaoxing looked at the female knight next to him, and then said, "Let's go to bed too." Muxue. "Okay." Lu Muxue nodded gently. Then the two returned to the tent together and fell asleep peacefully. However, tonight, the low humming sound appeared in Xiaoxing's ears again. Woo! Woo! Now, Xiaoxing understood. The voices of the 2 dragons appeared in his mind. The dark blue dragon was the one who could talk to him and give him the authority of the crystal land. And the one who kept making painful low hums was the other one. Although Xiaoxing had not seen this dragon yet, but through some clues, the identity of the other party was about to be revealed. Crystal Dragon, Kralkatoric. Xiaoxing's eyes showed a solemn look again. Although he didn't know why two dragons came to him this time. He also didn't know what the relationship between the dark blue dragon and Kralkatoric was. But as the only surviving lord of the dragon camp, he didn't worry that they would harm him. So Xiaoxing fell asleep peacefully. However, for the survivors of the 4 major camps, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. At this moment, the 4 major cities are full of broken walls and ruins. The original base of the people has also been destroyed, and they can only rest in the ruins. The chat channels of the 4 major camps are almost crazy. The leaders of the major legions are constantly posting information on the world channel, calling more people to join the alliance. Because now, the situation has reversed. The dragon camp no longer needs to defend and fight with them near the crystal. Instead, they have to guard against the counterattack of the branded monsters. Only by concentrating everyone's strength can we deal with the army of branded monsters with unified command. However, what they don't know is, what happened today is just the beginning of a nightmare. This night, all dragon crystals began to continue to give birth to new branded monsters. Soon, yesterday's losses were made up. One night passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 5 o'clock in the morning. It is worth mentioning that there is no sun on the crystal land. Every day at 6 o'clock, a strong light will be emitted from the 4 main cities on time, illuminating the entire crystal land, including the fog that shrouds the entire plain. It will also be dispelled. However, the light emitted by the 4 main cities today seems to be much dimmer than before. The crystal land is still shrouded in a faint dark purple fog. The system prompt appears on time. Survivors of the 5 major camps, please note that the challenge of the 17th day of the Oracle War is about to start. Please speed up the progress and destroy more crystals. Boom! The gates of the 4 main cities slowly opened. After a night of discussing countermeasures and forming alliances, the survivors of the 4 camps basically maintained a consistent opinion. In each main city, several representatives were selected. They were all in the top 10 of the rankings. When encountering large-scale battles, these strong men would command. They decided to avenge their previous humiliation today. Damn it. We were beaten so badly yesterday that we were stuck at home and couldn't get out. Yes. Today we have to stand up and take revenge. We will destroy all the crystals within a week. Brothers, come on. When the survivors arrived at the city gate, they froze in place again. Everyone's mouth twitched. And soon there was a look of fear on their faces, because they saw that a large number of branded monsters had gathered again on the crystal land in front of them. The branded winged birds and crystal dragons in the sky almost covered the sky and occupied all sights. In the monster group, the hydras looked full of destructive power. Before dawn, Xiaoxing had already gathered all the warriors, and continued to divide into 4 teams, leading the branded monster army to the vicinity of the main city of the 4 major camps. Moreover, the location of these branded monsters happened to be about 2 kilometers away from the city gate. This is also a place that most survivors' attacks cannot reach, even if a small number of survivors have special abilities to attack such a far place. But compared to the number of branded monsters, these attacks are insignificant. At the same time, the large number of branded monsters have already taken up fighting postures and prepared to attack. It seems that as long as they dare to come out, they will face the same ground-cleaning attack as yesterday. The survivors reacted immediately. Fuck. Are they planning to block us in the city again? Will he not block us until the last day? Obviously. This is Xiaoxing's plan. The survivors of the 4 camps, and the people watching the live broadcast all understood this. The survivors of the 4 camps were furious. Fuck. This is too much. This is intolerable. Brothers, let's go together. Let's kill them directly. However, although they said so, no one dared to go up. After all, the horrific scene caused by the bombardment of these branded monsters when they focused their fire yesterday is still vivid in our minds. No matter who it is, the survivors of the first wave of charge will definitely be killed instantly. In addition, in the battle of more than 10 days, most of the survivors have died more or less once. Yesterday's battle consumed a lot of people's resurrection. If they die again today, it will be a disaster. So, although everyone was very angry, no one dared to go up, including the representatives they elected last night. They didn't know what decision to make. At this moment, they could only stay within the range of the city's defense shield. The live broadcast room's bullet screen went crazy again. Ha ha ha. The brothers of the 4 major camps were blocked again. What a fucking lesson. Tens of millions of lords were blocked by one lord. Ha ha. This Oracle battlefield is really exciting. With Chaoxing here, you can see all kinds of good things every day. Indeed, if I had known earlier, I would have participated too. Brother, what are you participating in? Are you giving points to Chaoxing? And at this moment, the survivors of the 4 major camps fell into silence again. Just like yesterday, they stood on the city wall, watching the overwhelming army of branded monsters outside the city. Time passed slowly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The survivors of the 4 main cities were still blocked in the city by Chaoxing. During this period, a small number of survivors organized some teams to rush out. However, they had just stepped out of the defense shield for less than 100 meters. They were directly solved by the army under Chaoxing. In the live broadcast room, the number of online people soared to more than 1 billion again. They were all stunned. In the afternoon, in the 4 major camps, the strong ones on the list could not stand this humiliation. They organized the largest scale attack in history, trying to rush out of the city and break up the formation of the army of branded monsters. However, not long after they left the city, they stepped into the 3-kilometer range of death. Then, they suffered the concentrated fire of a large number of branded monsters, including a large number of dominant creatures and commander-level creatures. Boom! Boom! The terrifying dark purple light ball rose up. After nearly an hour of fighting, this group of people was once again killed. In the main city, white light rose one after another. These are the survivors who were taken away directly in the previous battle. Among them was Angelina with red hair. She had just resurrected in the main city, with anger and shame in her eyes. Damn Chaoxing. Damn it! Now, she only had one last chance to resurrect. Not only that, in the previous group wipeout, many of her own legion also lost their lives. Angelina endured the pain and spent a lot of points to resurrect everyone. The other survivors who were sent back to the main city were also very angry. However, no matter how angry they were, there was nothing they could do. Anyway, Chaoxing would not let them leave the city. Time flew by, and it was 12 o'clock in the evening. That is to say, they were stuck in the main city all day today and could not get out. The Crystal Land ushered in the most peaceful day in more than half a month. As the power of the dragon gradually covered the entire crystal continent, the system prompt appeared. Survivor Chaoxing, please pay attention. The 17th day of the Oracle War has ended, and the rewards are being settled according to the number of remaining crystals. The number of crystals destroyed today is 0. And the number of remaining crystals is 27652*16 days equals 470084. The main crystal has been saved for 16 days. And the goal points obtained are 16 points. Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing smiled. Because this is the first day since entering the Oracle War that 0 crystals have been destroyed. Very good. As long as I keep it up, I can get tens of millions of points just by dragging it to the last day. Although the survivors are protected by the main city and cannot score points by killing them, but Chaoxing can get a lot of points every day just by settlement. It can be said that no matter what, it is not a loss. Surrounded by the monsters, Chaoxing also began to meditate and rest. And soon, a night passed. The next day, the situation is still the same. Chaoxing still commanded a large number of branded monsters to block the 4 main cities. Today, there are fewer and fewer survivors who try to organize a team to rush out. The 18th day, the 19th day, the 20th day. For 4 consecutive days, the number of crystals destroyed on the entire Crystal Land was 0. Chaoxing points are also increasing. The survivors of the 4 camps also understood Chaoxing thoughts. Before the end of the Oracle War, Chaoxing was not going to let them out. For a while, everyone's eyes showed bitter smiles. Those strong men felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. Chaoxing didn't feel anything and continued to block them. Until the end of the 20th day, the number of dragon crystals destroyed was 5. These 5 crystals were destroyed by some survivors with some special means. They seemed to use some kind of large teleportation scroll to directly teleport their legions out of the city on a large scale. After discovering this, Chaoxing did not act immediately. Instead, he waited until they were all near the crystal and took them away directly. Many of the survivors left the Oracle battlefield because they had run out of resurrections. He looked at the remaining dragon crystals. Number of dragon crystals, 27647. Number of main crystals, Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I have survived 20 days. This result has far exceeded Xiaoxing's imagination. After all, according to the initial estimate, 100,000 crystals would be destroyed in less than 20 days. And now, not only have 20 days passed, but there are still more than 20,000 left. In this way, as long as they block the survivors for another 5 or 6 days, even if they attack with all their strength in the remaining time, they will not be able to push down the remaining crystals. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing already saw the hope of victory in his eyes. Then, he entered the meditation state again to recuperate. However, the dragon voice that Xiaoxing heard these few nights was much calmer than before. Although he could still feel its pain, it was relatively not as strong. One night passed in a flash. The next day, the system prompt appeared. Survivors, please pay attention. The Oracle War Challenge has come to the 21st day, and the final stage has been opened. The attributes of the survivors of the 4 camps have been increased by 20%. And in the next period of time, the points obtained by killing all branded monsters will be doubled. Please destroy the crystal as quickly as possible. The prompt ended. A dazzling beam of light burst out from the statue of the 4 main cities again. It fell on the heads of the survivors of the 4 camps. Everyone felt that their strength had increased by a lot. Oh my god. All attributes increased by 20%? It's a bit fierce. This kind of improvement is comprehensive. Even the strength of these soldiers under my command has increased by a lot. Ha ha ha. We are now all elite level attributes. Right? As mentioned before, a potential transformation increases attributes by 30%. But the survivors have also used a lot of props to increase attributes along the way. Now it has increased by another 20%, which is indeed equivalent to the elite level. And not just some, but all the surviving lords and their combatants. The sudden increase in strength has given these people a lot of confidence. A legion leader said, "Everyone. Now everyone has made a big improvement. Do you want to try to organize and charge again?" Hearing this proposal, many people in the 4 major camps were already tempted. Immediately, a legion leader echoed, "I support charging. And now there are double points for killing these monsters. If we can rush out and just flatten some branded monsters, we will earn much more than before." Under the stimulation of the double points, many survivors were tempted. They gathered their teams one after another. Soon, a large number of figures gathered in the 4 main cities. After some temporary deployment, a large number of survivors rushed out of the main city. They carried out the largest charge in the 5 or 6 days of being blocked. Hua la la. Countless survivors poured out of the main city like a tide. Among them, a large number of soldiers jumped directly from the hundreds of meters high city wall. It was like a zombie crisis broke out. They were approaching the branded monster army in a mighty manner. However, Xiaoxing once again sensed their movements in the first place. At the same time, he also received reminders from Yao Yiming, Ji Xinyue and others, as well as Bai Ji. Now, these 3 people often send themselves various intelligence about the 4 major camps. For example, which legion is preparing to sneak out of the city and run to the back of the crystal land to destroy his dragon crystal. For example, which strongman has some special props and is recruiting people to prepare to leave the city. Relying on the intelligence of the 3 people, Xiaoxing did kill a lot of survivors who sneaked out of the city. They were simply arranged in the 4 major camps. After grasping the situation at this moment, Xiaoxing smiled. "You want to rush out with a 20% improvement for all members? It's still a long way to go." When the army of survivors stepped out of the defense shield, the sky began to tremble wildly. A huge meteor shower appeared above, and each meteor carried a destructive power. It was the commander-level skills of those crystal dragons. In addition, there were more shells fired by branded winged birds and branded grenadiers. Under the impact of hundreds of Doomsday meteors and the bombardment of massive long-range shells, the earth was constantly shaking. The first batch of survivors who rushed out were annihilated in an instant. However, they seemed to be mentally prepared for this scene. More survivors rushed out from all directions one after another. Some people even wanted to take advantage of the chaos and lead their army to attack the dragon crystal. For these people, Xiaoxing directly sent out his army and mobilized the branded monsters in other crystal strongholds to surround and kill them. This was the largest scale collision in the history of the Oracle War. The survivors rushed into the branded monster army several times, but they were all beaten back by the suicide attacks of the branded monsters. This wave of attack lasted for 2 or 3 hours. Even Chaoxing branded monsters were killed by 1/3. It was not until the 4 major camps were almost beaten that they gradually calmed down. In this wave of attack, at least 1 or 2 million survivor lords in each main city left the Oracle battlefield because the number of resurrections was exhausted. The 4 main cities added up to 6 or 7 million survivor lords. The number of people in the main city dropped sharply. At this moment, the chat channels of the 4 major camps fell silent again. And those resurrected survivor lords suddenly felt aggrieved. Shit! I can't get out at all. This 20% attribute improvement is completely useless in front of so many monsters. Damn it! What's the point of fighting? Now that so many people have been killed, there is no hope for the future.